Chapter 1. The Continent of Kyushu. The continent of Kyushu stretches infinitely, its ancient and mysterious essence coursing through every inch of land. Nestled amidst majestic mountains lies a quaint town named Qin, akin to a resplendent pearl embedded within the towering peaks. The inhabitants of this tranquil haven lead serene lives. Yet the most captivating tales revolve around the long-cherished legends of a mysterious youth and a breathtaking maiden. At the heart of this narrative is a young lad named Ying Huan. Raised in the remote depths of Qin town by an enigmatic master, he has been immersed in rigorous training far removed from the clamor of the world. Ying Huan possesses a mysterious lineage and extraordinary talents. Mastering unparalleled martial arts that strike with the ferocity of a tempest, he also delves into the profound arts of healing, capable of awakening the vitality of flora and mending the wounds of the world with a mere touch. His character is resolute and unyielding, standing firm like an unyielding boulder undaunted by life-threatening peril. He draws upon his extraordinary willpower and wisdom to snatch life from the jaws of death time and again. However, the secrets of his unique heritage and bloodline draw the attention of various forces, rendering him a coveted target. Ying Huan understands that only by unraveling the mystery of his origins can he truly escape the relentless pursuit and protect those he holds dear. The other protagonist is Lu Lanlan, the cherished daughter of the Lu family in Qin town. She is as enchanting as a fairy from a painting. With skin whiter than snow and eyes sparkling like stars, every smile and frown exudes an unparalleled grace. Despite her affluent background, she remains humble and kind-hearted, treating her fellow villagers as family and showing utmost care for the vulnerable. Her kindness and bravery shine brightly in the hearts of the townsfolk, akin to a brilliant gem. Unknown to her, the Lu family has guarded a staggering secret for generations, a secret intricately intertwined with Ying Huan's destiny. On a sunny afternoon, Lu Lanlan stumbles upon the gravely injured Ying Huan in the forest. Without hesitation, she extends her hand, employing her family's healing methods to tenderly care for the unfamiliar boy. As Ying Huan slowly opens his eyes and gazes into her clear, water-like orbs, he perceives the purest form of kindness. From that moment on, their fates intertwine, confronting the unknown challenges ahead, embarking on an epic adventure. Ying Huan suddenly turns, and there before him is Lu Lanlan's stunning visage. "I'm fine," he replies with a warm smile, the corners of his lips curling with warmth. In response to Ying Huan's affectionate smile, Lu Lanlan feels a flutter of sweetness in her heart, her face blooming with ripples of happiness. "Brother Huan, I'm relieved to hear that. I was afraid something had happened to you." She exhales softly, though a hint of worry creeps into her voice. "How did you end up here?" "I was worried about you, Brother Huan, so I followed you secretly," Lu Lanlan explains hurriedly, perceiving the confusion in his eyes, eager to clarify any misunderstanding. "I see." Ying Huan nods in realization, offering a calm smile. "Thank you for your concern." Lu Lanlan gently shakes her head, responding softly, "There's no need for such courtesy, Brother Huan. Since you are now safe, we should leave quickly. This place has been discovered, and they will likely be here soon." "All right," Ying Huan agrees, then adds with concern, "Stay close to me and don't wander off. If danger arises, remember to flee at once." Lu Lanlan obediently nods, whispering, "Understood." However, just as Ying Huan is about to dash away, he suddenly halts, standing still. The 5 adversaries he faced yesterday were formidable, and his injuries have not fully healed. Venturing out recklessly at this moment would indeed be perilous. With this thought, Ying Huan takes a deep breath, suppressing his restless spirit, and decides to remain in the valley for a while to recuperate and strategize. After a brief interval, he resumes his swift movements, vanishing from sight. The valley is vast, and after running for over 2 hours, Ying Huan finally reaches the edge of the mountains. Here lies a deep gorge, its cliffs adorned with vibrant flora, a picturesque setting that serves as an ideal place for healing. Without hesitation, Ying Huan rushes towards this sanctuary. He sits cross-legged beside a cliff, his form trembling slightly as he prepares to enter a meditative state. Just then, a voice resonates in his mind. "Master, You have not yet fully recovered. It is unwise to cultivate it this time. Upon hearing the voice, Ying Huan's expression shifts, and he suddenly opens his eyes, inquiring, "Were you the one advising me?" The voice belongs to his soul companion, Shao Qing, whose youthful tone carries a seriousness and composure. A thought crosses Ying Huan's mind. Pondering, Shao Qing seems to be warning me against cultivating. How does he know what I am thinking? Could he possess the ability to read minds? Surprised, he presses further. "You say my current condition is unsuitable for cultivation. What is the reason?" I am eager to understand my situation. You have an excess of impurities within you. It is not advisable to cultivate lightly. Shao Qing replies anxiously, hastily addressing Ying Huan's query. Ying Huan furrows his brow, bewildered. Excess impurities? How could I have impurities within me? I feel no discomfort or illness. Are these impurities toxic? Not toxic, per se, Shao Qing hastily denies. Ying Huan grows increasingly perplexed. Then why are there impurities? I cannot ascertain the exact cause, but you indeed have an excess of impurities. It is best not to attempt cultivation for now, Shao Qing implores earnestly. Upon hearing this, although Ying Huan is filled with questions, he concedes, "Very well, I shall refrain from cultivating for the time being. Let's first eliminate the impurities within me." He finds a rock to sit on, closing his eyes to recuperate while pondering the mystery of the impurities inside him. Time slips away quietly, and when he senses that his body has largely recovered, with his injuries healed to about 70 or 80%, he slowly opens his eyes, his gaze shimmering with determination. Surveying his surroundings, he observes towering ancient trees, yet no signs of human presence. Confirming the absence of others, Ying Huan speaks softly, "Since there are no people, I shall continue my search." His words are low, as if speaking to himself, and with each step, he gradually fades into the tranquil forest. As his voice fades, Ying Huan moves with agility, darting forward like the wind. Soon, he halts, not rushing to act, but rather waiting quietly. After a brief interval, a swirling mass of black mist begins to coalesce in the air, gradually revealing the outline of a colossal entity. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that it is a gigantic dragon formed from the black mist. The dragon hovers in the sky, with a massive fireball suspended above its head, rotating incessantly, emanating an overwhelming aura. Ying Huan catches sight of the fireball, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmurs, "It seems this fireball is the impurity expelled from my body." He contemplates the bizarre changes within him that have led to the emergence of such impurities. Then he muses, could it be that these impurities have begun to erode my will? If so, this might actually prove beneficial for my future cultivation. With this thought, Ying Huan strides forward, charging directly towards the fireball. As he approaches, a potent medicinal aroma assaults his senses, nearly rendering him breathless. Stopping merely 3 meters from the fireball, he can clearly see a conflagration raging within, the intense heat threatening to evaporate his blood in an instant. What a ferocious flame! Ying Huan's expression shifts as he realizes the extraordinary nature of this fire. Since you are so formidable, I must test just how strong you truly are. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Huan extends his right hand, reaching for the flames. The instant his hand makes contact with the fire, it explodes violently, as if pricked by a sharp needle, scattering in all directions. As the flames burst, Ying Huan is thrust backward. Poof! Blood spurts from his mouth, his face paling to a ghostly white, his body trembling violently. What an overwhelming backlash! He stares at his now charred hand, filled with trepidation. In his previous attempt, Ying Huan only felt a slight discomfort, but this time, he truly experiences the terrifying power of the flames. Had it not been for his 9 lives golden body, any ordinary person would have been reduced to ashes. Ying Huan forces himself to regain composure, redirecting his gaze towards the fire dragon. After spewing flames, the dragon appears increasingly ethereal, as if it were on the verge of dissolving into nothingness. Could it be that this fire dragon has merged itself with the cavern? Ying Huan speculates inwardly. While he harbors such suspicions, he cannot ascertain their validity, for everything before him is too surreal. Then why not try it for myself? With a determined thought, Ying Huan probes his consciousness into the cave. As soon as his consciousness touches the interior of the cave, he is met with an overwhelming wave of heat, as if it seeks to melt his very essence. He quickly withdraws his consciousness, his mind racing to devise a strategy. After a moment, a light flickers in Ying Huan's eyes. Since you can merge with me, why can't I attempt to merge with something else, such as my soul? With his plan set, Ying Huan closes his eyes, concentrating as he extends his consciousness towards his soul. Upon contact, he finds himself astonished. So, my soul has transformed into a state of flames. No wonder I felt such unbearable heat within me. Next, he probes his physical body with his consciousness, discovering that it is enveloped in a fiery red aura, the hue mirroring that of his soul. So, my soul has been consumed by that little snake. His expression shifts slightly, realizing, no wonder I felt no warmth before. The venom of this snake is exceptionally potent. With this realization, Ying Huan dares not linger any longer, swiftly retreating. Whoosh, 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 his figure darts back like a flash of lightning, intent on avoiding a direct confrontation with the fire dragon. Curse that vile beast. Today, you have narrowly escaped death, but I shall remember you. Ying Huan vowed silently. You had better pray that we do not cross paths again, or I shall ensure that your existence is more torturous than death. Behind him, the tail of the fire dragon continued to thrash violently, and a flicker of trepidation crossed Ying Huan's eyes as he beheld it. I must find a secluded place to take refuge. There is simply no way I can traverse this path, Ying Huan murmured to himself, and without hesitation, he set off. Just as he took a step, a searing flash of fire suddenly streaked past him. Oh no! His heart raced, and his complexion turned ashen. The firelight was undoubtedly unleashed by the fire dragon. Who else could wield such formidable flames? Ying Huan cursed under his breath. Beast, how dare you ambush me? However, he understood that he was no match for the fire dragon. Just as he prepared to flee, he noticed the dragon had silently appeared behind him. Quick to react, he spun and dodged to the side. A deafening roar erupted beside him, sending chills down his spine. He desperately attempted to evade, but the fire dragon elongated its body, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Without a second thought, Ying Huan unleashed a powerful punch at the dragon. As his fist made contact, the dragon charged forward, and the two collided with a resounding crash. To his astonishment, his fist felt as if it had struck solid rock, failing to budge the fire dragon in the slightest. What was happening? He was filled with confusion. The fire dragon suddenly swelled, its claw descending menacingly towards him. In a moment of desperation, Ying Huan summoned all his strength to retaliate, but to his despair, every skill he wielded was effortlessly countered by the dragon. Is this even possible? His face paled, disbelief flooding his mind. With a fierce roar, the fire dragon lunged at him once more. Ying Huan's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he retreated 2 steps. Damn it, he muttered, fists flying towards the dragon like a tempest. Bang! The two forces collided, shaking him to his core. Intense pain surged through his mind, contorting his features as he was sent reeling, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His gaze turned as cold as frost, filled with rage towards the fire dragon. As a scion of the Chun family, how could he endure being pursued by a mere fire dragon? The dragon, reveling in its victory, sneered, Ying Huan, how does it feel to be chased? Not so pleasant, is it? Chapter 2, Fire Dragon. Before the fire dragon could strike again, Ying Huan swiftly turned and dashed in a direction, resolute in his decision to disengage from this fiery foe. Ying Huan, you cannot escape. I shall never let you go. The dragon's chilling voice echoed behind him. Ying Huan halted, turning back with icy resolve. Who exactly are you, and why do you relentlessly pursue me? The fire dragon, brimming with arrogance, replied, I am the celestial beast, Dragon Scale. You, a mere mortal, shall never reach my heights. Ying Huan scoffed. Do not be so arrogant. There will come a day when you beg for mercy beneath my feet. The dragon, dismissive, charged once more. Ying Huan met it heat-in, unyielding. As their palms clashed, a thunderous sound erupted, and Ying Huan felt a jolt throughout his body. Such force! He marveled at the point of impact, astonishment etched on his face. It seems the power of dragon scale exceeds my expectations. A glimmer of disdain flickered in the dragon's eyes. Ying Huan, you are indeed strong, but today marks your end. Ying Huan raised a brow, his eyes sparkling with determination. You are correct, I should not linger here. With that, his inner energy surged violently, and the third move, Dragon Roar across the mountains, was unleashed in an instant. As golden light flickered, he transformed into a torrent of gold, charging at Dragon Scale. In that moment, Dragon Scale was engulfed by the force of Dragon Roar across the mountains, sent hurtling backward, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Who would have imagined that Ying Huan could repel the fire dragon? My word, this individual is astonishingly powerful. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Amidst their astonished stares, Ying Huan leisurely withdrew his arms, a cold, fierce smile gracing his lips. This time, I shall see where you can hide. His gaze was icy, and his words dripped with menace. Now, facing the fire dragon, he smirked with mockery. Little creature, let us see how you escape my grasp this time. Ying Huan's eyes were frigid, his smile laced with derision as he stared down the fire dragon. The fire dragon, infuriated, let out a deafening roar. In an instant, Ying Huan struck again, unwavering in his resolve. A golden dragon appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the raging fire dragon. Upon seeing this, the dragon trembled, transforming into a blazing ball of red fire, which then charged towards the golden dragon with ferocious speed. Boom! The clash resonated like thunder, and Ying Huan's aura surged exponentially. He understood that vanquishing this fire dragon would significantly bolster his strength, allowing him to escape his current predicament. Break! He roared inwardly, channeling all his energy into the golden dragon, intent on obliterating it. Sensing the imminent threat, the fire dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, Dragon Roar across the mountains. With that bellow, the fire dragon lunged at Ying Huan once more. He snorted coldly, decisively activating his fifth move, his form darting like the wind towards the flames conjured by Dragon Scale. As the fire dragon charged, it emitted a bone-rattling roar, its massive body lunging at Ying Huan. Bang! 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 With Ying Huan's hand crackling with dark lightning, a series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air, causing nearby cultivators to spew blood, their internal organs feeling as if they had been displaced, their faces paling in agony. Thud! Under Ying Huan's relentless assault, the fire dragon disintegrated into countless sparks. He sneered softly, "Where do you think you can run?" Just as the fire dragon was on the brink of disintegration, Ying Huan raised his arms and struck down upon the sparks with ferocity. As his massive palms descended, the sparks were utterly obliterated. Then, he flickered and charged towards the fire dragon. Seeing this, the dragon was filled with terror, desperately transforming into flames to flee. Roar! The fire dragon emitted a heart-wrenching wail, torrents of azure flames erupting in a frenzy in an attempt to resist. Yet, Ying Huan showed no hesitation, executing his seventh move, Dragon Roar across the mountains. The azure flames were instantly vanquished, and the fire dragon let out a series of mournful cries, transforming into a stream of flames as it fled in all directions. Oh, woo! Thinking you can escape? Dream on! Ying Huan smirked coldly, immediately launching into his eighth move, Dragon Roar across the 9 heavens. As his words fell, boundless lightning surged around him, enveloping the fire dragon like a colossal net. The dragon's pupils constricted in panic, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Ying Huan's eighth move swiftly dispelled the flames engulfing it. Damn human! The fire dragon glared at Ying Huan with unbridled hatred. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Ying Huan's gaze was fixed on the fire dragon, his tone resolute and unyielding. At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly surged from behind Ying Huan. His pupils constricted, and upon closer inspection, his face turned pale. Oh no, it's the spirit beast, fire spirit flood dragon. He thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The fire spirit flood dragon before him was a formidable presence from ancient times, known to have devoured a spirit emperor-level master. It was widely believed to be extinct, Yet here it was, alive and formidable before Ying Huan. Panic surged within him. How could its strength have increased so drastically? Ying Huan thought in shock, cursing under his breath. This creature is indeed formidable, he pondered. Since you wish for me to witness your power, I shall oblige. Ying Huan snorted coldly, his form once again surging towards the fire spirit flood dragon. No matter how the flood dragon attempted to evade, Ying Huan's fist struck true, leaving gashes across its body, blood spilling forth. Seeing this, the fire spirit flood dragon was filled with sheer terror, its eyes wide with dread. Damn human, I shall remember you. You wait one day, I will tear you to shreds. It let out a shrill, deranged roar. In response, Ying Huan merely chuckled softly. Ignoring the creature, he activated Dragon Roar across the mountains once more, and in an instant, an enormous dragon apparition materialized behind him. At this sight, the fire spirit flood dragon emitted a piercing, anguished shriek. Vile creature, I will slay you. Fueled by rage, its body swelled several-fold. Facing this transformation, Ying Huan felt no fear, charging straight at it. Prepare to die, he bellowed like thunder. Boom! He gripped a bronze heavy hammer, striking down upon the fire spirit flood dragon with the force of thunder. At that moment, blue light surrounded him, and a hammer struck solidly against the dragon's head. Under the force of that blow, the fire spirit flood dragon's body exploded, engulfed in a blaze of flames, vanishing without a trace. Seeing the fire spirit flood dragon's complete destruction, Ying Huan exhaled in relief. Finally dealt with. This fire spirit flood dragon's strength has increased several times since our last encounter, putting immense pressure on me. Thankfully, the bronze cauldron shielded me, he thought to himself, beginning to clear the battlefield. He first collected the flood dragon's storage ring. Then his gaze fell upon 2 fire attribute spiritual artifacts. Despite the flood dragon's enhanced power, Ying Huan handled it with ease, effortlessly claiming both artifacts for himself. Upon acquiring the 2 artifacts, Ying Huan couldn't help but gasp in awe. He noticed that the patterns on these artifacts were even purer than those he had seen before, indicating a superior quality. Incredible, he marveled, promptly placing the 2 artifacts into his spatial ring. Everything was in order as he raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. He understood that this was merely a trifling matter, with the true challenge yet to come. Sure enough, as anticipated, those fish-shaped demonic beasts were surging towards him in a frenzy. Ying Huan let out a cold laugh and unleashed his thunderous strike. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the air, instantly reducing the fish-shaped beasts to nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. How exhilarating! He laughed heartily, continuing to scour the area for resources. At this moment, he noticed 2 cultivators relentlessly pursuing another pair. Ying Huan's eyes narrowed, realizing that the latter were trapped with no escape. Without hesitation, he dashed towards them, fully aware that they would seek to eliminate him. Thus he had to eradicate them first. In an instant, fiery red dragons encircled him, each one formidable and massive. Kill! The dragons launched their assault, eliciting expressions of horror and despair from the 2 individuals. Boom! 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 The dragons continued their ferocious onslaught, sending the 2 flying. Observing their disheveled forms, Ying Huan showed no mercy, wielding his bronze heavy hammer and striking them down mercilessly. Their bodies tumbled on the ground, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with profound terror as they looked at Ying Huan. Please don't kill us, they pleaded. Ying Huan snorted coldly, his tone frigid. Now you know fear? Unfortunately, it's too late. In a flash, he closed the distance to Zhao Qianhao, gripping one of their heads tightly in his right fist, exerting force until the skull shattered. Crack! As the head exploded in his hand, Ying Huan distinctly perceived the essence contained within, swiftly absorbing it into his dantian. At that moment, a transformation occurred within his dantian, and he exhaled a long breath. He sensed that he had successfully advanced to the 6th layer of the qi condensation stage. Observing the changes in his dantian, a satisfied smile spread across his face. During this time, with the assistance of numerous medicinal herbs, Along with the consumption of 2 7-star fruits and an 8th-tier spiritual herb, his cultivation had surged from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Qi condensation stage. Now my combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the Qi condensation stage. He murmured to himself. With such strength, I can contend even against experts of the 9th layer of the Qi condensation stage. With this thought, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Such power is indeed considered top tier in the outside world, he mused, a twitch of his lips evident. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. He firmly believed that there must be stronger beings in the outside world. I must seek out higher-tier cultivation techniques, he resolved within himself. He understood that only by acquiring more advanced methods could he elevate his strength more rapidly. After all, it was only through mastering superior techniques that Ying Huan could swiftly enhance his prowess. He was acutely aware that to significantly bolster his strength in the short term, he needed to hunt more demonic beasts and scavenge various rare treasures and minerals. With this realization, he took a deep breath, determined to continue tracking the demonic beasts, ready to slay them without hesitation upon discovery. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain range, a dense primordial forest stood silently. Deep within the woods, 2 figures were cautiously concealed, their faces pale. It turned out that this forest was rife with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, and their garments had been corroded to a pitch-black state by potent toxins. Suddenly, one of the elders spoke, retrieving a cloth pouch from his bosom, slowly unfolding it to extract a person, bringing the pouch close to the individual's nose, allowing him to sniff it. "Who is this?" the young man beside him inquired, puzzled. The elder did not respond immediately, instead casting a meaningful glance at him. "This person bears injuries, and they are severe, evidently inflicted by a demonic beast," he said gravely. "In light of this, we should take him back to tend to his wounds." The young man nodded slightly in agreement, and just as they were about to leave the perilous forest, a powerful surge of energy suddenly swept towards them. They immediately turned, their gazes locking onto the source of the disturbance, where a group of figures cloaked in black gradually emerged, numbering 23, each exuding a profound aura, all at the Qi condensation stage. The young man's expression changed drastically, shock coursing through him. How could these individuals appear here? Could it be? He surmised that they might be after Ying Huan. However, scanning the surroundings, he found no place to hide apart from the towering ancient trees, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems today we must face them heathen, or else the outcome will be dire. In unison, they demanded the identities of the newcomers, yet the latter arrogantly replied, "Who we are is of no concern to you. Leave at once, or face death." The young man, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. Had it not been for the significant disparity in strength, he would have charged forward for a fight to the death. The elder could no longer contain his anger, his figure darting forward like an arrow released from a bow, lunging at the young man. With a swift whoosh, he reached the youth and shouted, "You seek death." Before the words could fully escape his lips, he delivered a powerful kick aimed at the young man's abdomen, the force so tremendous it seemed capable of shattering stone. The young man was caught off guard, propelled several meters away by the brutal kick, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he glared in fury. "How dare you ambush me?" Chapter 3. The Apocalypse. The old man sneered coldly. "It is evident that you struck first, yet now you dare to bite back. We are merely acting in self-defense." He appeared utterly self-righteous. The young man ground his teeth in fury. "Then let us see who will meet their end." Suddenly, the flame of his soul ignited fiercely, enveloping him in a scorching energy that ensnared him within the flames. The young man howled in agony as the soul fire relentlessly consumed his vitality. Moments later, he spat blood and fell to his knees, devoid of any strength. The onlooking youth gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. How could his power be so feeble? He was effortlessly obliterated by the old man's soul fire. His heart raced with shock, struggling to accept this absurd reality. What is happening? Why have I become so weak? The young man muttered in confusion. Repeating his thoughts, the old man approached ominously. "You cannot escape. Today marks your end." A storage ring appeared in his hand, clearly intending to seize it by force. The young man, unafraid, coldly snorted in response, remaining silent. The old man grinned maliciously. "It seems you do not intend to surrender the storage ring willingly." His eyes glimmered with greed and ruthlessness. Do you truly believe we cannot probe your storage ring? The old man mocked again, arrogance dripping from his words. Probe my storage ring? The young man retorted, a hint of provocation in his tone. Indeed, the old man scoffed, his threat unmistakable. If you are wise, you will hand it over promptly. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, the young man not only felt no fear but boldly questioned, You merely wish to plunder. Why speak so grandly? Clever. The old man replied nonchalantly, though a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze. Those who recognize the times are wise. I advise you to surrender quickly to spare yourself from pain. Delusional. The young man shouted in anger, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. If you come for a fight, do not regret it. Just as the old man prepared to strike, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted from the distant mountains. The sudden turn of events caused the old man's expression to change drastically. This is bad. Their reinforcements have arrived. We must retreat at once. The old man calculated silently, realizing that if the newcomers were not allies, they would surely fall into a dire situation. At this moment, he only had one thought: escape swiftly. With that in mind, he turned with a sinister expression, intent on fleeing. Thinking of running? It won't be so easy. The young man shouted fearlessly, charging toward the old man with a punch aimed directly at him. The two collided with a heavy thud that echoed through the air. Instantly, the young man's complexion turned pale as he suffered excruciating pain. One of his arms had been brutally broken in the clash. How dare you injure me? He gritted his teeth, clutching his wounded arm, glaring at the old man with unbridled rage. The old man chuckled coldly, I will cripple your cultivation, ensuring that even if you're captured, you will be unable to wield any treasures. With that, the old man's soul fire blazed fiercely, intensifying his assault, pressing relentlessly upon the young man. The latter, realizing he had no strategy to counter this, felt a surge of desperate survival instinct. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and white mist suddenly enveloped the sky. Ying Huan smirked coldly. Underestimating me, Ying, will come at a price. Before he could finish his words, he launched another ferocious attack on the young man. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. He can still use spiritual techniques. How is this possible? Faced with the terrifying power of the old man, the young man understood that escape was futile unless he was a master of the Spirit King level. Otherwise, he would have no chance of survival. Realizing this, he was engulfed by fear, panic evident in his eyes. Run! The young man shouted desperately, exerting all his strength to flee into the distance. His parents and sister, hearing his cries, turned pale with urgency. We cannot let him escape. Absolutely not. But how can we contend with a Spirit King level powerhouse? Thinking of escaping. It's too late. Ying Huan barked coldly, his spiritual power surging violently, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that swept across the area, darkening the skies as if a storm were imminent. The young man was terrified by this sudden change, his spirit shattered. Before he could react, he was hurled back by Ying Huan, crashing heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as a ghost, filled with despair. How can he be so powerful? We are utterly no match for him. However, he did not give up. Exchanging glances with his family, determination shone in their eyes. If we must die, then let it be. Having chosen this path, we are prepared for death. Ying Huan, clearly unprepared for their resolute stance, felt a twinge of surprise, yet a playful smile crept upon his lips. Are you truly willing to die? They nodded firmly, their gazes unwavering. Having made our choice, we fear not death. Ying Huan surveyed them, nodding slightly. Very well. If that is the case, I shall escort you on your journey. With piercing screams echoing through the air, Ying Huan lunged at them, and a life-and-death battle ensued. 3 agonized cries shattered the sky. 3 heads soared like kites with severed strings, bloodied and contorted, as if narrating an endless tale of terror and unwillingness. At that moment, a melodious prompt from the system rang in his ears. Ding! Host successfully slays Spirit King level warrior. Experience points surged. A smile curled at the corners of Ying Huan's lips. To take down a Spirit King level character is indeed exhilarating. With this thought, his expression darkened, a chilling aura radiating from him. Now that these troublesome pests are dealt with, it is time to eradicate the remnants. He was not a benevolent sage, having promised to aid Hu Hai in clearing obstacles. He would certainly fulfill his word. Those who dared obstruct his path, regardless of their status, were no more than weeds, insignificant and easily disposed of. This old fellow's strength is beyond imagination. I fear I cannot withstand it. What shall we do? Must we simply await our doom? Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Ying Huan, they all wore expressions of dread, knowing that lingering here would likely spell disaster. I will not give in. Roared the young man. No one can obstruct my path forward. Yes, they would fight to the death, to see what this old wretch was truly capable of. amidst the intertwining emotions of despair and courage. The crowd shouted in unison, resolved to confront Ying Huan head-on. Seeking your own demise. A chilling glint flickered in Ying Huan's eyes, brimming with murderous intent. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy that surged forth like a hurricane. The young man was instantly swept up in the storm, crashing hard to the ground, his back concaving, ribs breaking, blood pouring from his mouth. What a robust physique. Able to withstand such a blow. It seems I must eliminate more Spirit King level warriors to enhance my attributes. Ying Huan remarked coldly, his words laced with indifference and cruelty. The remaining three trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Please spare us, we were wrong, they begged desperately, but Ying Huan remained silent. Merely casting a cold gaze upon them, his eyes sharp as blades, causing cold sweat to drip from their foreheads, terror gripping their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. As Ying Huan's palm winds surged, the three collapsed like marionettes with severed strings. Immobile on the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying a Spirit King level warrior. Experience points surged by 1.5 million, acquiring 50,000 spirit cores and gaining 5,000 merit points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second tier of Spirit King. Acquiring one soul contract book. The system continued to deliver joyous tidings, and Ying Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To kill 3 at once yields 2 skills. What a delightful surprise. System, expedite the skill exchange. Ding. Host, skill exchange completed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2 soul contract books. Ding. Learning skill, soul contract technique. Soul contract technique, level, SSS, effect, can summon a soul contract beast to fight. Controllable through the contract technique for 10 seconds. As he grasped the SSS level skill, Ying Huan was filled with exhilaration. Such a powerful skill was indeed formidable. The system timely reminded, host, this is only the basic level. Only upon reaching SSS can you truly master this type of skill. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's expression grew serious, determination settling within him. It seems I must diligently train to reach the SSS level soon. I shall reach the realm of Spirit Emperor, when that time comes. Those who once opposed me shall taste my might. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, and coolly commanded, let us depart. The three scrambled to their feet, eager to flee. However, Ying Huan scoffed, thinking of escaping? Those who harm me must face punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the three felt as if struck by a heavy blow, their movements abruptly halting. Then they dropped to their knees, gazing at their trembling figures. A colder glint shone in Ying Huan's eyes. I will settle the score with you, piece by piece. The terror etched on their faces was unmistakable, like dark clouds obscuring a clear sky. At that moment, they were ensnared by an inescapable aura of death, a chill akin to iron chains tightening around their throats. Before them stood a young man, his visage as cold as an ice sculpture. The smile at the corner of his mouth colder than winter. His gaze was abyssal, brimming with intense, killing intent, as if capable of devouring all vitality. Faced with this man, they trembled uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground. Their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded, their pleas fragmented and interspersed with tears and snot of fear, blurring their trembling lips. Their bodies resembled leaves caught in the wind, helpless and despondent. In this moment, they finally recognized their own foolishness and arrogance. Previously, they had unwittingly provoked this young man. Now, in retrospect, regret gnawed at their hearts like a venomous serpent. The youth let out a cold laugh, a sound as piercing as ice, sending chills down their spines. Now you realize your fear. Alas, it is too late. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly lifted his leg and charged at the three with the force of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Each step he took reverberated like a thunderclap, splitting the air and causing the ground beneath him to crack, spreading like a spider's web. His assault was relentless as a tidal wave, leaving the three with no chance to resist. Swiftly rendering them battered and breathless, the young man gazed down at the writhing trio, a smirk of derision dancing at the corners of his mouth. With such meager abilities, you dare to seek my life? Truly laughable. His words dripped with scorn, as if mocking their utter lack of self-awareness. Noticing a flicker of life still lingering in the three, the youth extended them a sliver of hope. I shall grant you a chance for survival. Should you heed my commands, I might consider sparing your lives. This declaration, a spark of hope ignited in their eyes. As long as they could live, they would willingly serve as beasts of burden. They hurriedly assented. We are at your service, ready to brave fire and water without hesitation. We shall follow your every command, and will repay your grace with our utmost devotion in this moment. They resembled drowning men clutching at a life-saving straw, their words filled with desperation and loyalty. The young man nodded in satisfaction, contemplating. With them by my side, I shall encounter much less trouble. He replied nonchalantly, excellent. Let it be so. I have no time to waste on you insignificant insects. Rise at once. The three, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to their feet, their eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, fear, relief, and all intermingled. But above all, it was a glimmer of hope for the future. They understood that as long as they followed this young man, perhaps a sliver of life awaited them. Meanwhile, within a lavish inn, a man with a scar running across his face was engaged in fervent discussion with two colleagues. This Ying Huan possesses terrifying strength. Before him, we likely lack even the capacity to resist. All three hailed from the martial world, once brash and arrogant, but upon witnessing Ying Huan's might, their pride was swiftly diminished. Another man chimed in. I fear that even those at the celestial sovereign level would struggle to withstand a blow from him. His prowess is unfathomable. Upon this remark, the three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of reverence. Chapter 4. Of little consequence at this moment, the leading young man sneered. The likes of Ying Huan are hardly worth mentioning. The true powerhouse you shall follow in the future is yet to come. He is but a mere jester. Upon hearing this, the three immediately echoed in agreement, casting aside their previous awe of Ying Huan. Pleased, the young man nodded. You are all my good brothers. There shall be ample opportunities for you ahead. Now, go and dispose of their corpses outside the city. The three accepted their orders, though a hint of confusion lingered. They dared not inquire further. Once the three departed, a middle-aged woman beside the young man inquired. Their injuries are grave. They may not have much time left. How should we handle them? The young man pondered for a moment, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Since they are practitioners of martial arts and possess some skill, why not utilize them as dogs to keep? The woman agreed. Your words are wise. Should they be fortunate enough to break through to the celestial sovereign realm, today's insects may become tomorrow's treasures. At that time, you will possess even more trump cards. The young man nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Let us proceed with this plan. First, dispose of them to avoid any trouble. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to drag the grievously injured three away, leaving their fates to chance. On that day, the patrons of the inn, upon hearing the young man's orders, bowed their heads in respect and swiftly removed the three ruffians from the scene. In an instant, the trio vanished amidst the clamor of the inn. Shortly after, the earlier three subordinates re-entered, proclaiming, My lord, the matter has been settled. Excellent. Cast them into the wilderness and let them fend for themselves. The middle-aged woman spoke with an air of indifference, as calm as a breeze across a lake. Understood. The subordinate responded solemnly and withdrew. Let us take our leave as well, the middle-aged man declared, stepping forward, with the woman closely trailing behind, both exiting the inn. This time, that lad will surely suffer greatly. Once he recovers, he will likely think twice before crossing us again. The two conversed as they walked, a cold smile gracing their lips. The woman's gaze flickered as she concurred. Indeed, he will undoubtedly be left severely weakened. When he regains his strength, even should we take matters into our own hands, ending his life will be as effortless as breathing. At that point, our lives would become all the more carefree and enjoyable. Haha, precisely. And upon hearing Hu Hai's words, Sun Dezue immediately felt invigorated. As long as you are willing to assist me, I assure you a future adorned with splendor, where all your desires will be fulfilled. And you could become a master of martial arts. It's merely a matter of a single command. Sun Dezue scoffed derisively, shaking his head with a sigh. Your ambitions are indeed lofty. But that's fine. At least it won't become your Achilles heel. Hu Hai inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that Sun Dezue had fallen into his trap. He gestured to Sun Dezue. Since you have agreed, let us proceed to meet someone. Who are we meeting? Sun Dezue inquired. Hu Hai glanced around to ensure no one else was present before lowering his voice. The individual we are to meet is no ordinary person. It is the sovereign of the Great Qin. Sun Dezue was taken aback. Isn't the sovereign of Great Qin the patriarch of the Qin clan? Hu Hai burst into laughter. Sun Dezue, have you ever heard the name Hu Hai? In this region of Great Qin, there exists a figure named Hu Hai. It isn't particularly remarkable. In my younger days, Sun Dezue, once crossed paths with him. At that time, he was a titan in the martial world, possessing skills far surpassing my own. Thus, I do have some recollection of the name Hu Hai. Could it be that the patriarch of the Qin clan is none other than that Hu Hai? This thought piqued my interest. Now filled with curiosity about Hu Hai, I was eager to discern what kind of adept he was, capable of being revered as a representative of the martial arts sanctum and holding the position of patriarch of the Great Qin. His prowess and status left me in a quandary. Just as I was about to inquire further, Hu Hai interjected. Indeed, it is Hu Hai. My ascension to the patriarch of the Great Qin was entirely due to his support. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sun Dezue's face, and he began to ponder. Truth be told, I harbored a reluctance to confront Hu Hai directly, fearing that a moment's slip might lead to a clash, resulting in me being sent flying by a single blow. That fellow's skills were exceedingly formidable. Even with my mastery of the 9 turns mysterious art, I would be no match for him. Despite having the 9 turns mysterious art at my disposal, times have changed. My current cultivation has reached the pinnacle of transformation, merely a step away from the innate realm. Yet this step feels like an insurmountable chasm. I was uncertain if Hu Hai would strike me down should we truly face each other. Furthermore, I sensed a profound animosity emanating from Hu Hai, a palpable aura of malice. I had no desire to provoke such a dangerous character lightly. After much contemplation, I resolved to inquire clearly. Where is he? I wish to meet him. Hu Hai responded with a hearty laugh. Sun Dezue, am I not aware of your little schemes? Your thoughts are transparent to me. I snorted defiantly and declared, spare me the chatter. Since I have pledged to assist you, I will keep my word. No matter what you require of me, I shall comply. So rest assured. Observing my unwavering demeanor, Hu Hai appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by my obstinacy. However, he was not angered. Rather, he found my resolve commendable, as he favored such tenacious individuals. To cooperation implied following his lead, and such people often proved more capable of achieving their goals. Well done, Sun Dezue. I appreciate your character. Let me tell you, my grandfather shares your admiration. Should he meet you, he would undoubtedly be elated, and you shall reap the benefits, Hu Hai said with a jovial expression. His words stirred excitement within me. I was acutely aware of Hu Hai's formidable strength. Should I collaborate with him, my cultivation would surely soar, and my combat prowess would double, an unequivocal boon for me. Thus, I chose to trust Hu Hai's intentions, believing he merely sought an excuse for me to meet him. Nonetheless, this mattered little to me. As long as I could encounter Hu Hai, my objective would be fulfilled. Since you, Brother Ying, have said so, I shall take your word for it. I hope you will not go back on your promise. I clasped my fists in respect towards Hu Hai. He waved his hands repeatedly. Sun Dezue, I am not that kind of person. If I were to break my word, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Seeing his earnest declaration, I smiled and prepared to depart. However, after taking a couple of steps, I recalled something and turned back to Hu Hai. What you mentioned earlier, could you elaborate on the specifics? I'm a bit confused. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Hu Hai's face, as he realized he had been so engrossed in conversation that he neglected the matter at hand. He quickly clarified, Sun Dezue, it is nothing of great consequence. It is merely that the birthday of our Qin Emperor approaches, and he has requested that I bring you to attend the birthday banquet, where he will personally introduce you. I hope you do not disappoint his expectations. I furrowed my brow, trying to recall, but the identity eluded me. Noticing my bewilderment, Hu Hai chuckled wryly. It seems you truly do not know this person. Who is he? I pressed. Hu Hai shook his head. I am not certain. All I know is what my grandfather told me. He sighed. My grandfather mentioned he had seen a portrait of Hu Hai in an ancient book. And he is not alone in this. That portrait has been hidden in a treasury, and to this day, no one has been able to find it. This has been one of my motivations for seeking the truth. After hearing Hu Hai's words, I nodded, understood. Yet my mind began to calculate. Perhaps I truly should meet this enigmatic figure of legend. Chapter 5. Commanding Thunder. Sun Dezue made no further attempts to retain me, stating that he had many matters to attend to, but if the opportunity arose, he would surely visit the capital. With that, he turned and descended the mountain. Once at the foot, he mounted his steed and galloped swiftly. Soon reaching the outskirts of the capital, before the imposing and magnificent city walls, Sun Dezue's lips curled into a slight smile, fully aware that he had drawn one step closer to his objective. He rode directly into the Imperial Palace, heading straight for the inner quarters. Within the Imperial study, someone reported to Hu Hai. Hu Hai has accepted our invitation, promising to host a banquet in 3 days' time within the palace. At that time, we shall do our utmost to assist him in restoring his cultivation. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Hu Hai's eyes, and his lips curled into a faint smile. Hu Hai, hailed as the paragon of the young generation of Great Qin, is among the few who can stand toe-to-toe with Hu Hai. His martial prowess is extraordinary, and his cunning unparalleled. Once he takes command of Great Qin, he will undoubtedly emerge as one of the nation's foremost warriors. Hu Hai seeks power, while Hu Hai desires to leverage his strength to regain his prowess. Both are like two fierce tigers vying for dominance, and one will surely be harmed. Although Hu Hai's strategy is simple, it is remarkably pragmatic. At this moment, Hu Hai's power is sealed, rendering him incapable of acting against Hu Hai. Even if he harbors intentions of retaliation, he is at a loss, especially since his strength is restrained, posing no threat to Hu Hai. This maneuver by Hu Hai is essentially a gamble, banking on Hu Hai's reluctance to risk failure in opposition. In his view, this wager is one he has already secured. Presently, Hu Hai is in seclusion to heal, and to unseal his power will take at least 5 to 6 months. Consequently, Hu Hai is convinced he has ample time to gradually infiltrate and seize control of the entirety of Great Qin. Once Hu Hai's strength is restored, should he wish to resist, it would lead only to his own demise. Contemplating this, a sinister smile crept across Hu Hai's lips, clearly confident in his scheme. You have performed exceedingly well. Once Hu Hai recovers, I shall reward you handsomely, Hu Hai praised, his words laced with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the individual hurriedly waved his hands. It is all due to your strategic brilliance, my lord. Without you, I would fear I might never recover. What I do now is merely a trifling matter. This clever remark attributed all credit to Hu Hai, perfectly aligning with Hu Hai's vanity, which left him feeling quite pleased. Very well, you shall remain in the palace for the time being. Without my permission, do not venture outside at will. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Hu Hai warned coldly, upon hearing his stern tone. The individual involuntarily shivered. He knew Hu Hai's temperament all too well. Should he truly provoke Hu Hai, there would be no good outcome. He quickly responded, Yes, I shall obey your command. Seeing the individual bowing and scraping, Hu Hai felt a surge of accomplishment. In this round, he had finally gained the upper hand, completely overshadowing Fu Su. He would become a pivotal figure in Great Qin, while Hu Hai would serve as the stepping stone to his ascent. With this thought, he gazed up at the sky, sunlight bathing his face, a radiant smile gracing his features. You are currently sealed, and it seems your recovery will take quite some time. No. Hu Hai's lips curled into a cruel arc. When the time comes, I shall become an invincible force in this world, and you, Hu Hai, will be the only stepping stone beneath my feet. With that, Hu Hai took a deep breath and strode out of the Qianqing Palace. Following closely behind was his loyal confidant, Ying Huan. Ying Huan had followed Hu Hai since childhood, serving as his most devoted servant. This time, Hu Hai had dispatched him to assist Hu Hai with 2 primary objectives. The first was to monitor Hu Hai's movements. Should Hu Hai regain his strength, immediate action would be taken to impede him, for otherwise, Hu Hai would become his greatest adversary. The second was to ensure Ying Huan secretly protected Hu Hai, preventing any schemes directed at Hu Hai, so he could respond promptly and help Hu Hai evade Hu Hai's machinations. Although Ying Huan had been nurtured by Hu Hai and even surpassed him in cultivation, there remained a vast chasm between him and the true Hu Hai. Despite Hu Hai being sealed, he still possessed the essence of a demon lord, while Ying Huan was merely immortal. Even if Hu Hai hoped for him to become a pillar of Great Qin, that remained a mere speculation. In the current speculation, Ying Huan's strength is merely on par with an ordinary human 1-star Do Wang, utterly incapable of contending with Hu Hai. In Hu Hai's eyes, sending Ying Huan here serves not only to protect himself, but also carries a deeper significance, namely to have him guard from the shadows and prevent any harm from Hu Hai. At this moment, seeing Hu Hai depart, he feels a slight relief, watching Hu Hai's figure gradually fade away, silently wishing he could successfully inform Hu Hai about the matters concerning him, anticipating that Hu Hai would surely be enraged upon learning the truth. After reciting his prayers several times, the turmoil in his heart finally calms. He understands that as long as he reveals the truth about Hu Hai's impending awakening, even if Hu Hai is reluctant, he would have no choice but to abandon his original plans. From that moment onwards, Hu Hai would no longer pose a threat to his imperial authority. With such thoughts, an endless excitement surges within him, and he can hardly conceal the joy on his face. Clenching his fists, he internally vows, Hu Hai, your defeat is destined. Even if your strength is restored, what difference will it make? Before me, you are nothing but a trifling ant. To extinguish you is as easy as reaching into my pocket. You simply lack the strength to withstand my might. Having spoken, he throws his head back and laughs heartily. What are you laughing at? Hu Hai, a voice suddenly echoes from behind him. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Hai's expression flashes with embarrassment, and he quickly turns to face the source. The person is an elderly man clad in a white robe, adorned with a golden crown, exuding an ethereal presence, as if he were a celestial being from another realm, though his stature is diminutive and appears ordinary. His ability to arrive silently in an instant indicates a cultivation speed that clearly transcends common understanding, far surpassing that of his father, Hu Hai. Behind the old man, several men in black follow, each with a grim demeanor, emanating an aura of deadly intent. Master, Hu Hai's eyes light up upon seeing the visitor, and he strides forward eagerly. The old man smiles slightly, casting a glance at Hu Hai. My son, you seem invigorated. It appears that the treasure has thoroughly purged the malevolent energy from within you. Indeed, Master, Hu Hai nods earnestly. Not only has my strength been restored, but I also feel a powerful force surging within me. The old man nods in satisfaction, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. and remarks, "Excellent, excellent. My son, it has been a long time since I have seen you so spirited. I am genuinely pleased that you have come this far. I believe you will surely succeed. Thank you." Master. Hu Hai's face beams with excitement. "I have arranged everything. Soon, the power of our Qin will grow even stronger, ultimately unifying the world. Very well, I believe you can achieve it." The old man's eyelids narrow slightly, his expression one of contentment. "What about that person?" At the mention, Hu Hai's brow furrows slightly, revealing a bitter expression. Previously, he had been solely focused on swiftly locating and eliminating Ying Huan, completely forgetting the presence of the woman beside him. With a heavy sigh, he admits, "Alas, our journey has indeed been in vain. That woman holds a special identity. I have ordered her to remain in the Imperial city, and I will fetch her once I have dealt with my matters." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkens, fixing his gaze on Hu Hai with ire. "You dare to defy my orders? It is not that I intend to go against you, master," Hu Hai stammers, feeling anxious under the old man's furious tone, lowering his head and mumbling. The old man snorts coldly, his face contorted with anger, and states in a deep voice, "Hu Hai, remember this. In this world, you hold but one identity, that of an emperor. Only I can command you. No one else possesses that qualification." "Yes, yes," Hu Hai hurriedly responds, bowing his head in submission. "Enough. Since you have regained your strength, I shall inform you of a few matters." Seeing Hu Hai's demeanor, the old man's eyes gleam with a hint of amusement as he says gently, "In due time, you will come to understand the gravity of his sins." "Understood." Hu Hai's eyes brim with resentment. "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. You need not worry excessively within the palace. With my power, as long as your strength is not inferior to mine, I will ensure your safety." The old man smiles. "Yes," Hu Hai replies respectfully, watching the old man depart. Once the old man has walked far away, the smile on Hu Hai's face gradually fades, replaced by a profound gloom. However, he is not foolish. He understands that the old man's actions are meant to assist him in swiftly regaining his strength, which is precisely the outcome he desires. He would never be so foolish as to squander this opportunity to enhance his own power. "This time, I will make you see how absurd and laughable your schemes truly are," he muses inwardly, his laughter echoing sharply through the empty palace. Upon returning to their chambers, Hu Hai and Xiao Yin find her face awash with worry. She is no fool and has already discerned that Hu Hai's earlier words were nothing but lies. In the grand hall, Hu Hai's gaze towards her was filled with sinister intent, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. This scene fills Xiao Yin with immense revulsion while simultaneously igniting her anger. How could she possibly harbor any fondness for Hu Hai, no matter if he is an emperor, in her eyes? He is merely a pawn to be manipulated at her will. Yet, she does not reveal any emotion, for she knows that the more overt her disdain for Hu Hai, the more he might become infatuated with her, potentially increasing his relentless pursuit, thus placing her in an even more perilous position. "I truly hope to meet you soon and spend time with you," Xiao Yin silently reflects, then refocuses her thoughts. Immersing herself in her cultivation. At this moment, Ying Huan remains unaware that Hu Hai has quietly set his sights on Xiao Yin. He has just emerged from the Chaos Tower, standing in the void, letting out a howl towards the heavens, venting his inner fury and sorrow. He never imagined that his master would not only recover his cultivation in such a short time, but also completely heal his body. The speed of this recovery and the mastery of such techniques far exceed his expectations. He knows well that his master's strength is beyond what he can contend with. Previously, his master's power might have been comparable to his. But now, his master has ascended to the realm of martial emperor, while he remains at the martial saint stage. The disparity between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth. With this realization, Ying Huan clenches his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I must become stronger, strong enough to trample you underfoot and seize that supreme position in the celestial dynasty." Ying Huan, there is no need to be overly despondent. Your cultivation is advancing rapidly. As long as you continue to work hard, one day, you will surpass me, even rendering father incapable of contending with you. A melodious voice drifts into Ying Huan's ears. "Wang Qian, thank you for always being by my side. I know you harbor grievances against me, but please believe that all of this was never my intention. Had I known my father would act this way, I would have done everything to stop it. Nevertheless, I hope you can forgive me. No matter the cost, I do not regret the choices I made today." Ying Huan speaks earnestly, his expression tender. Wang Qian gently shakes her head. "No, Ying Huan, I have never blamed you, and I never will." Her words are resolute, her gaze flickering. "Thank you. I love you." Ying Huan warmly embraces Wang Qian, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "You naughty boy, stealing kisses." Wang Qian playfully giggles, pushing him away. "You little girl, have you learned to be shy?" Ying Huan chuckles, lightly pinching her cheek. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You should go cultivate. I will wait for you outside. Good luck. Wang Qian cast him a flirtatious glance before turning to leave. Watching Wang Qian depart, Ying Huan's eyes fill with tenderness. He then settles down on his bed, beginning his cultivation of the thunder control technique. With a rumble, as Ying Huan guides the technique, the surrounding primal energy surge into his body like a tidal wave. His corporeal form greedily absorbs these energies, his spirit power skyrocketing, reaching an astonishing count of 3,500 primordial purple dragons in the blink of an eye. Upon completing the thunder control technique, Ying Huan immediately takes a medicinal pill, leveraging its potency to voraciously absorb the surrounding energies, repairing his damaged body. As he draws in vast amounts of energy, thunderous roars resonate within him, deafeningly loud, causing the entire room to tremble, as if it could collapse under the weight of this force. Just as Ying Huan is fully immersed in his cultivation, within Hu Hai's palace, his expression is as cold as ice, a murderous intent permeating the air. His hatred for Ying Huan runs deep. As the latter threatens his claim to the throne, Ying Huan, I will personally tear you to shreds. Your Majesty, do not worry. We will surely capture him, and then let him experience a fate worse than death. Zhao Gao coldly concurs from the side. Very well, you shall take the lead. I will observe from the sidelines. Hu Hai snorts coldly, issuing his command. Yes, I shall obey. Zhao Gao replies respectfully, turning to exit the palace. Anyone who dares to obstruct Hu Hai's path to the throne is merely courting death. After a night of arduous cultivation, by the following morning, Ying Huan finally perfects the thunder control technique. He slowly opens his eyes, rising to feel the surging energy within him, his joy evident on his face. At this moment, his strength has increased more than tenfold compared to before. Ying Huan, you're awake? A melodious female voice drifts into his ears. Ying Huan lifts his gaze, and a stunningly beautiful face comes into view. Chapter 6, a beauty that topples nations. Looking at the captivating visage before him, Ying Huan is slightly taken aback. How is it? Are you mesmerized? Wang Qian beams, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Seeing Wang Qian's playful demeanor, a gentle smile graces Ying Huan's lips, warmth flooding his heart. After resting for half a month on the bed, he has finally returned to his peak state. You truly are beautiful, Ying Huan sincerely praises. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's cheeks flush with a shy crimson, a sweet sensation filling her heart, though she feigns modesty. Do I even need to say that? Observing her bashful expression, Ying Huan can't help but tease. All right, enough with the banter. Tell me, why does your face look so pale? What has happened? Wang Qian, upon being questioned, recounted the entire sequence of events to Ying Huan in meticulous detail. After listening, Ying Huan was engulfed in fury. How dare Hu Hai lay a hand on Wang Qian, even going so far as to send people to assault her hometown, intending to bring her family to ruin. Such actions are utterly inhumane. Sister, rest assured, I will not let Hu Hai escape justice. Ying Huan's tone was resolute, his eyes ablaze with determination. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian hastily cautioned, Ying Huan, remain calm in the face of adversity. Do not act impulsively. Yes, I understand, Ying Huan replied with a gentle nod, acknowledging her words. The following morning, sunlight poured into the courtyard as Ying Huan stepped out of his room and made his way directly to the pavilion. He settled down leisurely, cradling a cup of tea, savoring the tranquil morning light. That moment, Wang Qian, Xiao Lian, and the others had already risen and were busy with their respective tasks. Ying Huan, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Lian approached with genuine concern. Ying Huan smiled in response, quite well, thank you for your concern, Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian continued to inquire, have you truly made a full recovery? Ying Huan nodded, appearing relaxed. Indeed. I have returned to my former self. Not only regaining my status as a 9-star dozuan, but also possessing significantly greater strength than before. I am fully confident in facing Hu Hai now. That's wonderful. Xiao Lian breathed a sigh of relief, as her greatest worry was Ying Huan's recurring injuries affecting the impending battle. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Ying Huan intended to continue his study of the 8th layer of the thunder control technique when he suddenly heard a commotion from outside the door. Shortly after, a guard rushed in, addressing Ying Huan. Young master, you are urgently summoned by the palace. Please return at once. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan frowned, realizing that Hu Hai was likely up to no good again. Attempting to coerce him into submission for a confrontation in the Imperial city. Understood, Ying Huan replied calmly before striding away, his figure gradually vanishing deeper into the palace. Watching Ying Huan depart, Wang Qian's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. This young man thinks he can challenge us, truly overestimating himself. Xiao Lian, puzzled, asked, Princess, what do you mean? Back in the Imperial city, Hu Hai was eager to eliminate him. Now that Ying Huan has regained his strength, how could Hu Hai let him off easily? Since he has taken the initiative to provoke us, we shall take advantage of the situation and teach him a proper lesson. Wang Qian's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, her teeth clenched. Xiao Lian expressed her concern, but while the young master's strength is formidable, he still cannot match Hu Hai. If a battle ensues, the outcome is difficult to predict. Do not worry, although Ying Huan is fierce, Hu Hai is merely posturing at this moment. As long as we lend him our support, we will surely subdue Hu Hai with ease, Wang Qian spoke with confidence. Her composure unwavering. Xiao Lian remained skeptical. Is that truly feasible? If I say it is possible, then it shall be so, Wang Qian replied with a slight smile, exuding an air of assurance. As Xiao Lian observed her unwavering conviction, curiosity grew within her, wondering what clever strategy Wang Qian had devised. Let us go assist Ying Huan and see what schemes that fellow has in mind, Wang Qian declared, taking the lead. Meanwhile, Hu Hai sat upon his throne. His expression as dark as water, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Ying Huan, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Draped in the dragon robe, his face pale with anger, he coldly addressed Ying Huan. Hu Hai is here. I greet you, young master. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan narrowed his eyes into slits, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Hu Hai, what do you intend, regardless of your motives, to deal with me? You ought to realize that had I not fortuitously escaped your grasp, I would have long since been reduced to mere bones by your guardian beast. Hu Hai snorted disdainfully. Ying Huan, do not presume that I lack the courage to kill you. Today, I shall take your life, making you understand that before me, you are nothing but an ant. With but a thought, I can crush you. Ying Huan laughed coldly. You think you can kill me with mere thoughts? Hu Hai, you truly overrate yourself. In a fit of rage, Hu Hai retorted with laughter. What do you consider yourself? Even if you possess some ability to fend off my attacks, it does not change the fact that you are a waste. Today, I shall avenge my humiliation and completely crush you. Confronted with Hu Hai's insults, Ying Huan's expression turned frigid, his eyes glinting with cold light as he spoke in a fierce tone. Hu Hai, you would do well to temper your arrogance. If you dare lay a finger on me, I assure you will regret your actions, wishing you were never born. Each word he uttered seemed to carry a lethal intent. Striking directly at Hu Hai's heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily, he felt the intense pressure emanating from Ying Huan, his expression growing grave. Secretly alarmed, Hu Hai took a deep breath, steadying himself, and spoke with a low voice. Ying Huan, what merit do you possess to utter such arrogance? Today, I shall show you what true power is. Ying Huan, listen closely. I fear you not. Today, I must slay you, to wash away the humiliation I have suffered. Facing this provocation, Ying Huan allowed a playful smile to grace his lips as he replied nonchalantly, if that is the case, let us engage in a contest. Humph, I shall make you witness my prowess. Hu Hai sneered, turning to his side to command Li Jing. Li Jing, go inform Zhuge Liang to bring 3,000 troops to the western regions at once. I intend to slay Ying Huan and avenge my son. As you command. Li Jing bowed in acknowledgement before swiftly departing westward. Hu Hai watched him fade into the distance, a cold light intensifying in his eyes as he spoke ominously. Ying Huan, prepare to meet your end. I shall ensure your death is swift, turning you into minced meat. Humph. Ying Huan scoffed, ignoring him, and turned to Wang Qian beside him, saying, Wang Qian, you must help me hold the fort. I do not wish to be a coward. Allowing a pack of sycophants to run rampant over me. Wang Qian smiled slightly, appearing unconcerned. Rest assured, I will take care of this. It is guaranteed. 3 days later, Ying Huan followed Wang Qian as they raced toward the Imperial Palace. Along the way, they encountered patrolling soldiers, and Ying Huan understood that these were elite guards tasked with Hu Hai's protection, each with profound cultivation, at least at the celestial immortal level. Faced with such a formidable array, Ying Huan realized that if Hu Hai intended to act against him, it would not be an easy feat. He shook his head helplessly. It seems I must rely on Sister Wang Qian this time. Just as Ying Huan pondered this, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Hey, Ying Huan, is that you? Looking up, he saw a stunning woman standing ahead, like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, clad in a red dress. Her skin fair as snow, with a face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes captivatingly enchanting. Wang Qian, it truly is you. What brings you here? Have you come from the Imperial capital? Ying Huan exclaimed joyfully. Wang Qian smiled radiantly. Indeed. I heard you had returned while in the Imperial capital, and I specifically came to find you. I did not expect to run into you so fortuitously. Haha, it is indeed a coincidence. You are here as Princess Wang Qian's representative for the grand wedding ceremony between the Great Qin and Eastern Qin, are you not? Ying Huan inquired. Precisely. Where have you been? I have yet to see you. Wang Qian countered. I am currently in the Imperial capital, still undecided on my next destination. Sister Wang Qian, I am about to meet the Emperor. Would you like to join me? Ying Huan proposed. Wang Qian hesitated briefly. Perhaps not. I shall wait for you here. Once you see the Emperor, remember to send me a message regarding your safety. Do not worry, Sister Wang Qian. I promised you that once the Great Qin vanquishes the Eastern Qin, I will inform you at the first opportunity. Just rest assured and await my news, Ying Huan assured her. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian felt a slight sense of relief as she clenched her teeth. Ying Huan, I must witness that scoundrel perish before my very eyes at this wedding. Observing the deep-seated hatred in Wang Qian's demeanor, Ying Huan smiled and chose not to elaborate further. As they conversed and strategized, Ying Huan's mind remained occupied with how to confront the onslaught of numerous experts. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Sister Wang Qian, I have come up with a plan. We should go find the Emperor at once. Wonderful, let us set off now. Wang Qian replied, her face alight with joy. Within the Imperial Palace in the capital, in a side hall, an elder reported to Hu Hai, Your Majesty, Ying Huan has entered the palace. But he seems to be in quite a hurry, arriving without any gifts and is currently on his way to the main palace. Hu Hai's eyes flashed with cold light as he scoffed. Ying Huan, I truly underestimated you. You dare to disregard the experts I dispatched. Such audacity is beyond measure. I shall see how you withstand so many powerful foes, the elder cautiously remarked, Your Majesty. Ying Huan's strength is quite peculiar and difficult to deal with. I suspect he may have reached the Earth Immortal Realm. Earth Immortal Realm? Hu Hai's brow furrowed slightly. Such a possibility indeed existed. Given Ying Huan's outstanding aptitude and rapid progress, it was conceivable that he had broken through to the Earth Immortal stage during his secluded training. However, no matter what, he would not allow him to escape this time. As soon as he arrives, you must act without mercy, kill him without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty, the elder respectfully acknowledged before exiting the side hall. As the elder's figure receded, a sinister expression crossed Hu Hai's face as he murmured coldly, Ying Huan, have you not been arrogant until now? Today, I shall make you understand that prideful individuals meet ill fates. Once you meet your demise, let us see who can save you from your plight. Simultaneously, Ying Huan and Wang Qian reached the palace gates when they were suddenly confronted by a squad of guards, encircling them completely. Halt! A robust guard, exuding a menacing aura, barked sternly. Hearing this, Ying Huan narrowed his eyes, his expression instantly turning grave as he spoke in a low voice. Who are you to impede my path? Do you not fear for your lives? The guard snorted dismissively. A mere commoner dares to speak disrespectfully to me. The general, hasten to present your identification tokens, or do not blame us for being ungracious. Ying Huan's lips curled into a smirk of derision. So you are the traitors of the Great Qin, daring to obstruct me, Ying Huan. It is nothing short of self-destruction. Before his words could fully escape, he raised his right palm, and a tremendous surge of elemental power abruptly coalesced. The force of the divine dragon within him surged wildly, transforming into a colossal dragon phantom that opened its massive jaws and instantly engulfed the imposing guard. As the dragon dissipated, Ying Huan revealed a chilling smile and calmly proclaimed, Ignorant fools, today marks your day of reckoning. Ying Huan, what are you doing? Wang Qian exclaimed in shock, her voice sharp with inquiry. Ying Huan withdrew his power, replying with a grin, Do not worry, Sister Wang Qian. I merely employed a slight tactic to intimidate them. Wang Qian fixed her gaze upon him, perplexed. You were the one to first harm my brother. And now you strike first again. Does this not defy all reason? Ying Huan appeared entirely unperturbed. Rules are merely a matter of strength. I am simply teaching them a lesson with my fists. What is wrong with that? Wang Qian shook her head in resignation. Your strength is indeed formidable, yet it does not grant you the right to harm the innocent indiscriminately. Fear not. These individuals are all experts, their powers far surpassing that of ordinary celestial beings. Even I cannot easily prevail. For now, we should merely observe the situation. Without haste, Ying Huan soothed her, just as their conversation unfolded. An elderly eunuch emerged slowly from the palace. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Upon seeing Hu Hai's arrival, the eunuch hastily knelt and bowed, his words laced with reverence. Hu Hai cast a cold glance, ordering icily, Rise. The eunuch, trembling, lifted his head and pleaded repeatedly, I am only obeying orders to guard the palace. No one is permitted to intrude. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Hu Hai issued a frosty command. Leave. Do not obstruct my sight. Chapter 7. As if granted a great pardon, the eunuch felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly getting to his feet and retreating. Once he departed, Wang Qian turned to Hu Hai, her expression filled with confusion. What is happening? How did we end up here? Ying Huan smiled mysteriously, feigning profundity. You will come to understand this in due time. There is no need to inquire further now. Wang Qian pursed her lips slightly, choosing not to press further, and accompanied Ying Huan into the palace. Upon entering, they immediately felt an overwhelming aura permeating the surroundings. Each presence was potent enough to shake the very heavens, instilling fear in their hearts. Ying Huan mused silently. Indeed, the royal lineage of the Great Qin possesses profound depth, as within the Imperial city lie so many experts, each of whom surpasses the celestial realm. The pair proceeded deeper into the palace, soon arriving before an imposing and magnificent courtyard. The surroundings were laden with restrictions, fortified securely, appearing indomitable. Just as they were about to step inside, several guards intercepted them. Halt! Who are you to dare intrude upon this forbidden ground? The guards eyed Ying Huan and Wang Qian warily, their voices stern. Ying Huan and Wang Qian halted, responding with a smile. Brothers, we are esteemed guests invited here. I am Ying Huan, and this is Wang Qian, both hailing from the Great Qin Empire. Due to our special status, we have come to pay our respects to your esteemed master. Might you grant us passage? The guards exchanged glances, one of them furrowing his brow and inquiring, what is your purpose here? The two youths from the Great Qin Empire, Ying Huan and Wang Qian, stood before the palace as forbidden grounds, candidly stating their intention to participate in the Imperial competition. The guard's expression darkened, chastising them for entering the forbidden area without prior notification, warning them that should they continue their reckless behavior, they would face the severe consequences from the elite guardians of the Great Qin royal family. Facing the guard's intimidation, Ying Huan's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze nonchalantly sweeping over the guard. His words laced with provocation. Then please, proceed. I am quite eager to witness what abilities you possess to dare lay hands on us. The guard's face turned ashen with rage at Ying Huan's brazen demeanor. Though he was reluctant, he ultimately did not dare to act recklessly due to Ying Huan's status and could only glare at them menacingly, warning, withdraw from the forbidden ground immediately, or do not blame us for showing no mercy to you, citizens of the Great Qin. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan burst into laughter, retorting, could it be that within the Great Qin Imperial Palace, even our own citizens are forbidden to step foot? The guard fixed his gaze upon him, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. The palace's forbidden ground is not to be trespassed by outsiders. For the sake of your shared nationality, leave swiftly, and I shall treat this matter as if it never occurred. Ying Huan's laughter faded, his eyes turning icy. It appears you are resolute in your desire to oppose us. The guard stood tall, exuding an air of superiority. Do not think that just because you are citizens of the Great Qin you can act with impunity. This is a blatant provocation against the authority of the Great Qin Dynasty. Ying Huan's lips curled into a mocking smile as his right hand waved lightly, flames bursting forth from his fingertips, transforming into a sea of fire that surged toward the forbidden ground. The guard, taken aback, hastily summoned his inner energy to defend himself. However, the ferocity of the flames overwhelmed him, engulfing him entirely, his garments turning to char in an instant, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Amidst the explosive sounds of the flames, the scorching heat rapidly spread, forcing the surrounding guards to retreat in panic, their faces pale and powerless against Ying Huan's terrifying onslaught. In a single strike, over 10 guards fell to the ground, their bodies charred and wailing in agony. Wang Qian, witnessing this spectacle, was astonished, her eyes filled with admiration for Ying Huan's enhanced power. Ying Huan smiled at her, pride evident in his voice. Do you see, as citizens of the Great Qin, no one dares to bully you. With my newfound under the captain's guidance, Ying Huan and Wang Qian traversed a palace wall, arriving at the grand hall deep within the Imperial Palace. This place, resplendent with gold and jade, exuded a magnificent aura, unmistakably a royal palace, yet distinct from ordinary palaces, resembling the very heart of the imperial capital. As they entered the hall, they were met by a battalion of fully armed soldiers standing at attention on either side, each wielding long spears, clad in black armor, their sharp gazes fixed intently upon Ying Huan and Wang Qian. Each soldier boasted cultivation at the Yuandan realm, their numbers in the hundreds, presenting His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. As Ying Huan and his companions stepped into the hall, the soldiers knelt in unison, their voices booming and echoing throughout the chamber. Upon sighting Ying Huan and Wang Qian, the soldiers displayed expressions of astonishment, yet none dared to speak, merely standing in solemnity, awaiting the arrival of their sovereign. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated through the hall as several robust men strolled in, exuding an overwhelming presence that clearly indicated their high status, each one a formidable force, far from ordinary. At this moment, these men's gazes fell upon Ying Huan and Wang Qian, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes. One of the men, his astonishment fleeting, stepped forward, fixing a cold stare on Ying Huan, and inquired icily, "Who are you two? How dare you trespass in our imperial palace?" Do you not fear for your lives? Though his tone was measured, Ying Huan could distinctly sense a chilling undertone. His smile widened as he responded nonchalantly, "You misunderstand. My lord, we harbor no ill intent. We seek an audience with the sovereign for a matter of great importance. At these words, the hall fell into renewed astonishment, prompting one individual to suppress his surprise and question, "May I ask who you truly are, to be so unaware of where you stand?" In response, Ying Huan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Are you threatening me? I fear no one here possesses the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. I have come to seek an explanation from the sovereign on behalf of this lady. I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, when I converse with the sovereign, you may find it difficult to withstand the consequences." Faced with Ying Huan's assertiveness, the man's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and realization. Fully aware that although this youth was merely at the spirit master level, his combat prowess was extraordinary, one he could not hope to match. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and retreat. Acknowledging the truth behind Ying Huan's words and recognizing his formidable strength and courage, without further delay, Ying Huan took Wang Qian's hand, and they navigated through the throng, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Soon exiting the Imperial Palace, where shall we go next? Upon leaving the palace, Wang Qian turned to Ying Huan, her voice a soft inquiry. Ying Huan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze locking onto a towering edifice within the Imperial city. His expression suddenly sharpening. Since the sovereign has established such formidable defenses, it is clearly to prevent our entry. Then we shall breach it, and I am keen to see how he will respond. With that, Ying Huan led Wang Qian towards the lofty structure, delving deeper into the heart of the Imperial city. Within the palace, in a spacious hall, the sovereign stood with hands clasped behind his back. His gaze icy as he stared in the direction of Ying Huan's departure, his eyes glinting with malice. Beside him stood 3 men, each emanating the formidable aura of a Yuan infant realm expert. Their cultivation at the 7th level of Yuan infant, serving as protectors and chief guards of the sovereign's estate. One of the men, at the 9th level of Yuan infant, turned to the sovereign, respectfully inquiring, "Your Majesty, what course of action should we take now?" The sovereign's cold demeanor intensified as he replied in a deep voice, "Send men to closely monitor them. Once they emerge, act immediately." "Understood." The trio responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they exited the hall, each embarking on their assigned tasks. In a lavish estate somewhere in the Imperial city, an elderly man dressed in a gray robe, hunched like a bow, sat comfortably, playing with a Zeatonwood teacup in his hand. He took a sip, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips as he mused internally, "Humph, a bunch of ants, daring to dream of contending with the heavens." At that moment, a man in green entered, softly asking, "Old master, how should we handle those 3? The elder lifted his gaze to scrutinize the man in green, calmly shaking his head. "Do not act just yet. First ascertain their identities and uncover their purpose for seeking the sovereign. If they are indeed targets of the sovereign, let him deal with them personally. Remember, do not disturb the serpent in its lair." The man in green bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, I understand." The elder nodded in satisfaction, signaling for him to withdraw. Once the man in green departed, the elder remained alone, leisurely savoring his tea and resting his eyes. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, causing him to start. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "So it is that girl. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure this time." Just as the elder's thought surged, another voice echoed in his mind. He frowned slightly, asking, "If what you say is true, I must investigate further into who that girl's father really is." The girl is named Ying Huan. Her parents vanished in the celestial realm over a decade ago. According to the intelligence I have gathered, this matter likely relates to this young man. A deep voice resonated in the elder's mind. Noting that he had brought along a girl named Wang Qian into the Imperial city, presumably to seek something from the crown prince. If you intend to act against him, this presents an excellent opportunity. The elder chuckled heartily. "How interesting, truly a remarkable individual." He then commanded, "You must swiftly uncover Ying Huan's background. And I must also see what tricks he intends to play." As Ying Huan clasped Wang Qian's hand and stepped out of the Imperial city, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, as if being scrutinized by unseen eyes. This sensation, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Long Aotian, was one he had not experienced with anyone else. "Wang Qian, stay close to me. Do not stray even a step," Ying Huan whispered urgently. A vigilant expression etched on his brow. He sensed that the lurking observer possessed unfathomable strength, and should he stray even slightly from Wang Qian's side, they would strike with lethal force. With such a foe, even his swiftest movements might not spare him from a gruesome fate. At this moment, he could not allow Wang Qian to slip from his sight, lest the consequences be dire. Wang Qian nodded obediently, snuggling close to Ying Huan. The pair wandered aimlessly through the streets until the sun dipped low in the sky, arriving before an ancient building adorned with classical charm. Ying Huan narrowed his eyes, a swirling vortex of darkness forming within his gaze, his unique skill, the Heavenly Demon Eye. With the Heavenly Demon Eye, no matter the distance, the movements of enemies would be exposed. Wang Qian, we have arrived. Let us enter. Ying Huan spoke softly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Qian's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Ying Huan smiled faintly, his form gliding like the wind as he surged deeper into the heart of the palace. It was only after they faded from view that the guards of the Imperial city seemed to awaken from their stupor. The middle-aged guard shouted urgently, "Quick! Inform the Crown Prince. Unfamiliar individuals have breached the palace." Ying Huan's steps appeared composed, yet each stride reverberated like thunder upon the ground, his figure slipping through the palace like a ghost. In mere moments, he arrived at the entrance of a side hall deep within the palace. Here, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloped him, igniting a surge of anger within his heart. Without hesitation, he kicked the door with all his might, a resounding crash echoing as the entrance shattered, debris scattering. Ying Huan's figure flickered and he stepped into the hall, his expression grave. The oppressive atmosphere within hinted at the existence of a monumental secret. The hall was distinctly arranged, divided into several zones, each showcasing an array of weapons and armaments. Ying Huan scrutinized each display, ultimately fixating on a long jade bed at the center. Upon seeing the jade bed, Ying Huan's expression shifted dramatically. It emanated an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down his spine. More astonishing was the skull resting upon it, stained with fresh blood, clearly consumed not long ago. The skull radiated a potent malevolence, leading Ying Huan to speculate that its owner may have been one of the black-clad individuals he had previously encountered. Finding the surroundings devoid of onlookers, Ying Huan felt a semblance of security and cautiously approached the jade bed. He was convinced that the presence of this item within the Imperial city, treated as a burial offering, held extraordinary significance. Reaching the side of the jade bed, Ying Huan grasped the skull with his right hand and pulled with force, as if tearing a piece of tattered cloth. In an instant, a triumphant smile spread across his lips. "Ha ha, I finally found it." His heart soared with joy at how smoothly he had located his target. As soon as his words fell, he swung his arm with fervor. A crisp sound echoing as the skull was violently torn apart, unleashing a radiant red crystal that floated in the air, emitting a dazzling and searing light. This object was precisely the treasure Ying Huan had been searching for. His eyes lit up, and like a hawk, he swiftly seized the brilliant red crystal in his grasp. The crystal was as transparent as ice, glowing crimson, with patterns within that resembled droplets of congealed blood. Strikingly captivating. Gazing at the item in his hand, Ying Huan felt a surge of excitement, clearly sensing the immense soul power contained within the crystal. If he could refine it, his soul level would undoubtedly elevate to the next tier, reaching the realm of a first-order Soul King. At that moment, his combat prowess would likely soar severalfold. With this thought in mind, Ying Huan's eyes sparkled with determination as he unhesitatingly swallowed the red crystal. Instantly, an explosive rumble erupted within him, a torrent of soul power surging forth, surpassing his previous strength by more than tenfold. This sudden transformation filled him with ecstatic joy. The potency of the red crystal was indeed overwhelming. Truly a remarkable find, he exclaimed, exhilaration radiating from his face, his focus unwavering on the crystal in his palm. He sensed that the soul power within was strong enough to rival that of a first-order soul sect master. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Huan summoned the elemental power within him, fervently channeling it into the red crystal. Buzzing. At that moment, a piercing and grating noise erupted in his mind, akin to a million steel needles piercing simultaneously, causing him to nearly faint from the excruciating pain. Upon the emergence of that sound, Ying Huan's movements came to an abrupt halt. He tightly closed his eyes, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Soaking his cheeks, gritting his teeth, he endured the torment. This was a trial of life and death. If he persevered, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Should he falter, his life would likely be forfeit. Crackling sounds echoed as his entire body convulsed, his face contorted in agony, and the brittle sound of rupturing tendons echoed within him. He understood that if this continued, his physical form would be torn apart by this overwhelming force. It was now or never. With no path of retreat, Ying Huan clenched his teeth and resolved to make a final stand. He once again summoned the elemental power, pouring it frantically into the red crystal. Instantly, a torrent of elemental energy surged towards the red crystal, causing its internal elemental force to swell dramatically. Crack, crack. The red crystal fissured like a spiderweb, shattering into countless fragments within mere seconds. Simultaneously, under the immense pressure of elemental energy, it transformed into a dazzling red orb. Ying Huan cradled the red orb in his hands, elated and resolute. certain that this was the ultimate form of the mysterious red crystal, its energy far exceeding his expectations. If he could obtain this orb, the restoration of his soul power would be imminent, and returning to a state of unity with the heavens would no longer be a dream. With a thunderous roar, his form suddenly expanded, akin to an inflated balloon, reaching its limit. As his body swelled once more, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his entire being soaked in crimson, in a state of utter disarray. A deafening sound erupted in his mind as a tremendous surge of soul power flooded into his dantian, allowing his body to return to normal. He slowly opened his eyes, his complexion as pale as paper. His body trembling slightly. He forcefully suppressed the roiling elemental energy within him, grateful for having made the right decision at a critical moment. Otherwise, the damage to his soul power would have been catastrophic. Recalling the near-death experience he had just endured, Ying Huan still felt a lingering fear. Had it come to that, he would have been trapped in eternal slumber, a living corpse. Fortunately, he had decisively halted the cultivation of his soul power. Otherwise, the dissolution of his nascent soul would have led to dire consequences. Gazing at the red orb in his hand, Ying Huan was flooded with myriad emotions. Although he could not cultivate, this orb evidently possessed unique properties, perhaps capable of guiding him down an alternative path to successfully cultivate his soul power. Without hesitation, he handed the red orb to the woman in white beside him, speaking in a solemn tone. "Take it, and swiftly refine and absorb it," striving for an early advancement. He gazed at her earnestly, his words laden with expectation and earnestness. Really, the woman in white received the red crystal, noticing the sincerity on Ying Huan's face, her brows furrowing slightly. "Trust me, there is no mistake. Since I am entrusting it to you, I have full confidence in you. Hurry and refine it." Seeing the woman's lingering doubt, Ying Huan couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Then I thank you." Upon hearing Ying Huan's words, the woman in white nodded slightly, then closed her eyes in concentration, firmly grasping the red crystal, gradually shutting her eyes. Witnessing her begin the refinement, a weight lifted from Ying Huan's heart. He lowered his body and sat steadily on the ground, activating the 9 suns burning heaven technique to fervently refine the elemental energy within him. In an instant, a blazing red light erupted from his entire being, enveloping him in a terrifying spectacle. Boom, the thunderous reverberation in his mind returned, and Ying Huan's physique suddenly expanded once more, his aura surging like a tide, with his soul power also rising. This soul power was truly astonishing. Ying Huan marveled inwardly. In just 2 days, his soul power had made a breakthrough, now mere steps away from the mid-stage of the spirit immortal realm, with the early stage of the celestial immortal realm also within reach. As Ying Huan's eyes opened, flames of crimson ignited around him, radiating brilliant light that captured attention. So powerful, a look of astonishment crossed his face. At that moment, his soul power had reached the pinnacle of the spirit immortal realm, enabling him to face mid-stage spirit immortal experts with ease. Now, he was scaling new heights, reaching a zenith that left him in awe. He had believed his soul power to be at its peak, only to discover today that it had ascended even further, the difference between the two akin to that of clouds and mud. This mysterious space truly lived up to its reputation. Ying Huan praised inwardly. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the air beside him, and the figure of the woman in white materialized out of thin air. Her form remained ethereal, yet the atmosphere around her was suffused with unparalleled pressure. Could this be the might of the immortal realm? Ying Huan murmured to himself as he gazed at the woman. Under her overwhelming presence, he felt a sense of oppression, nearly unable to breathe. The woman in white did not utter a word but extended her jade hand, pointing directly at Ying Huan. Caught off guard by her actions, Ying Huan momentarily froze, never expecting someone would take the initiative to attack him. He stood rooted in place, awaiting her assault. Observing Ying Huan's lack of defense, the woman initially appeared taken aback, but then a cold smirk crept upon her lips, with a gentle wave of her right arm. A tremendous force swept toward Ying Huan's chest like a tempest, sharp as a blade, piercing through him with unrestrained ferocity. A warm sensation surged in his throat, and a metallic taste flooded his mouth as blood erupted forth. Ying Huan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with pain. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Ying Huan crashed heavily to the ground. Ha 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 ha! The woman laughed maniacally, her face alight with triumph, reveling in Ying Huan's downfall. Struggling to rise, Ying Huan's face was a stark shade of blue, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on the woman in white, fury boiling within him. He had never anticipated that his illustrious reputation would be tarnished by this woman, nor that she harbored such deep-seated malice, attacking him during his refinement of the red orb. Enraged, Ying Huan charged toward the woman, his ring glimmering with light as he summoned a pitch-black spear to his hand in an instant. The spear whirled rapidly in his grasp, emitting a series of dragon-like roars. Go! Ying Huan gripped the spear tightly, flicking his wrist as its tip shot forth like lightning, aiming directly at the woman's heart. Bang! The cave resonated with a thunderous clash as the spear momentarily halted in the woman's grasp before breaking through her defenses, plunging deep into her left shoulder. Da-da! The woman cried out in pain. Her left arm going numb and limp, disbelief etched across her face. You, she stammered, utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Ying Huan's soul power could be so overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing her expectations in an explosive surge. What is happening? Ying Huan's eyes widened as an immense force surged through his limbs, like a dam bursting, flooding into his every sinew. The cave reverberated with the creaking of his bones, causing his muscles to tremble. A golden aura enveloping him as if he were clad in gilded armor, exuding an even more formidable presence. Boom! Within him, the tendons transformed into channels of crackling lightning, producing a cacophony of sounds as countless tiny arcs danced between them. Seemingly intent on tearing his flesh apart, Ying Huan's entire body convulsed, his skin adorned with radiant golden lightning patterns, and this agonizing ordeal persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour, during which he discerned that his wounds had nearly healed completely. Boom! Inside his dantian, the plump, translucent orb emitted a gentle glow once more, unleashing a vast torrent of power that surged forth like a tidal wave. Nourished by this force, Ying Huan's injuries healed at an astonishing rate, returning to full vitality in the blink of an eye. Good heavens, this power is truly overwhelming. Ying Huan examined his restored body, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, and an exhilarated smile spread across his face. Chapter 9. The treasure. This red orb is indeed an extraordinary treasure. He had stumbled upon such a powerful artifact due to an unforeseen calamity. Who are you? And why have you plotted against me? Ying Huan's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on the woman in white, his voice laced with indignation. Anger surged within him. This woman had taken advantage of his vulnerability to launch a treacherous attack, despite not having fully regained his strength. Now at the pinnacle of the mid-stage spirit immortal realm, he found himself in such a dire predicament, leaving him deeply frustrated and harboring a flicker of resentment toward the woman in white. Young man, your earlier maneuver was indeed impressive. Had I not resorted to my ultimate technique, you might have actually managed to thwart it. The woman in white smirked coldly, her eyes filled with disdain for Ying Huan. Indeed, while Ying Huan's earlier move was commendable, given the disparity in their strengths, she had not exerted her full power. What? You have hidden abilities. You could have countered my attack. Ying Huan's expression shifted slightly, astonishment washing over him as he regarded the woman in white. Young man, you were truly out of luck. The technique you just used is known as Thunderclap Slash. Do you know its origin? The woman in white taunted, her face a mask of mockery. This technique was a heavenly divine ability capable of forcibly extracting all energy from an opponent's body for one's own use, drastically amplifying one's strength after absorption. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that this technique severely depletes one's essence and spirit energy. Once unleashed, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, one would be instantly drained. That is why I refrained from using it lightly before. So sinister? Ying Huan was left speechless, never having anticipated that such a formidable technique lay dormant within him, far exceeding his expectations. Not only him, but those around were also struck with terror, confusion, and shock. Utterly baffled by the scene unfolding before them. What are you all standing there for? Quickly join forces to eliminate this person. The woman in white surveyed the crowd, her voice icy and commanding. Awakened from their stupor by her words, the others were left in awe of her terrifying trump card, having never heard of such bizarre techniques before. All right, a robust young man stepped forward, wielding an iron staff, his figure flashing as he charged directly toward Ying Huan's head with the intent to crush it into oblivion. Confronted with the young man's fierce attack, Ying Huan's expression grew grave. The murderous aura entwined around the iron staff sent a warning signal through him, clearly indicating that his opponent had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Boom! Just as the iron staff was about to strike, a terrifying force erupted from within Ying Huan, flames igniting around his fist as he met the iron staff head-on. Bang! The two forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the cave and scattering debris in all directions. Ying Huan's fist throbbed with pain, nearly dislocating as he was forced to retreat over 10 paces. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow. At this moment, he truly grasped the formidable strength of the youth. Upon witnessing that Ying Huan remained unscathed after a punch, the woman in white flashed a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Her brows slightly raised, and a sneer curling at the corners of her mouth as her gaze once again fixed on Ying Huan, seemingly contemplating a new wave of attack. Hey, young man, what you just witnessed was our Qin Dynasty's ancestral divine skill, Thunderstrike. This technique is regarded as a pinnacle art within our sect. Not something any common fool can master. You, a mere bumpkin, are fortunate to have encountered such a skill, the white-clad woman scoffed, her eyes piercing into Ying Huan. What? Upon hearing these words, Ying Huan's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze locking onto the woman before him, an increasing chill enveloping his demeanor. Are you implying that you are a disciple of a martial arts family of our Great Qin, a practitioner? Ying Huan lowered his voice, having perceived the deep-seated hostility in her eyes, and combined with her tone, he deduced that she was evidently not from Qin but rather a foreigner, having spent over a decade in Qin. He understood the vast scale of the martial arts sects in his homeland. Respectable clans would accept no more than 100 disciples per generation, each having to triumph through numerous trials just to gain entry. These sects boasted profound legacies, passed down through generations, thus their strength was not to be underestimated. In this world, countless mysterious sects lurked in the shadows, unknown even to the prominent factions within Yinjing. The martial arts of Qin were diverse, categorized into various ranks, and the thunder strike exhibited by the woman before him was undoubtedly among the superior techniques, exhibiting immense power. This skill comprised 26 forms, and when mastered, could harness the very force of thunder, effortlessly dealing with experts in the Qi refinement stage. Ying Huan cast a glance at the burly figure of the black-clad youth opposite him, silently grateful for his fortune in not having met such a formidable opponent earlier. Had he hesitated even slightly, he might have already met his demise. Yet, at this moment, a boundless fighting spirit surged within him, the woman's arrogant demeanor thoroughly inciting his wrath, and his heart was solely set on eliminating her swiftly. You foul woman, daring to strike at me. Do you have a death wish? Ying Huan coldly snorted, his fists once again launching towards the woman, this time with even greater speed, his entire being akin to a cannonball. Closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye, the woman, unfazed by Ying Huan's rapid approach, merely flicked her wrist, and her long sword shot forth, a silver gleam slicing through the air. Directly aiming for Ying Huan, the sword tip radiating a dazzling brilliance. Noticing this, Ying Huan's heart tightened, his form abruptly twisting as he left behind a series of afterimages, swiftly positioning himself 100 meters away in midair. His expression darkened as he glared at the woman, his voice stern. I did not anticipate you possess such skill. Today, you shall not escape my grasp. Before his words had fully settled, he forcefully stomped the ground, transforming his figure into a fleeting shadow, charging directly at the woman. This time, he employed the 8 desolation steps, his speed astonishing, appearing before the woman in an instant. The woman, surprised by Ying Huan's renewed pursuit, revealed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes, evidently not expecting his speed to be so remarkable, yet a cold smirk soon adorned her lips. Young man, I did not realize you were quite nimble on your feet. Humph, I am no soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Ying Huan retorted coldly, his figure darting forward, his right fist striking out with tremendous force. Golden light enveloped his fist, and a massive golden dragon could be discerned swirling around it. Roaring skyward with an imposing might, the woman, witnessing the ferocity of Ying Huan's punch, her expression shifted slightly, sensing the considerable power behind it. She did not dare underestimate him, with a swift motion of her right hand. The long sword resonated with a hum, its tip aimed directly at Ying Huan's fist, thrusting forward with great speed. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided in midair repeatedly, fists and palms crashing together, the sound echoing like thunder. Onlookers, captivated by the fierce duel, were left in AWE.as a spirit master who had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Ying Huan's prowess was indeed rare in Qin. Many spectators pondered, this young man is exceptionally strong. It seems Ying Huan may be in for a loss this time. The two were locked in a fierce battle, their fates hanging in the balance, leaving the surrounding crowd speechless. You little rascal. I never anticipated you could push me to fight with all my might. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. Thus, I shall showcase the true prowess of our Qin martial arts. Only then can I ensure the complete termination of your life. The woman in white spoke, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, her gaze fixed firmly on Ying Huan as she commanded. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and capture this brat for me. Her voice was laced with an icy severity. Though she was uncertain of his exact strength, based on their previous encounter, it was clear that this youth was a formidable spirit master, on par with, if not surpassing, her abilities. If Ying Huan were to escape, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, he must be captured swiftly to ensure he vanished from this realm forever. Upon hearing her command, the two men beside her immediately nodded in response. You young calf, do you think you can catch me? You are still too tender. Ying Huan's figure surged once more. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the woman in white. His fist crashing towards her chest with blinding rapidity, evidently intent on engaging her in close combat. He understood that to deal with this woman, he must fight at close quarters, subduing her in the shortest possible time to have any chance of success. Humph. As Ying Huan's fist approached, The woman let out a cold snort, her right hand gripping the long sword tightly, swinging it with force. Instantly, waves of sword energy surged forth, akin to a torrential storm. Aimed at Ying Huan's arm, seeking to disrupt his offensive, this was a remarkably fierce sword technique, powerful enough to shatter numerous defenses. Faced with this scene, Ying Huan dared not show even the slightest negligence. He quickly summoned his inner energy, pushing his protective aura to its utmost limits, and then abruptly retreated, evading the oncoming sword energy. Despite his efforts, the sword energy still left a gash on his arm, blood gushing forth, a sight both alarming and grotesque. However, Ying Huan did not falter. Instead, he continued his assault on the woman in white. The sword energy had merely grazed his skin, failing to harm his bones. Thus it posed little threat to him. After all, as a practitioner at the spirit disciple level, his physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary weapons, incapable of inflicting substantial damage unless they were of spirit weapon caliber. Witnessing Ying Huan's renewed advance, the expression on the woman in white grew increasingly grave. She swiftly retracted her sword, forming seals with her hands. In an instant, golden light flickered, and her figure vanished from sight. Reappearing several dozen meters away, this sudden display of spatial teleportation left Ying Huan taken aback. It was evident that the woman's strength was far beyond that of an average spirit master. Confronted with a woman capable of spatial techniques, Ying Huan felt a surge of caution rise within him. Fully aware that he could not afford to be careless, he charged forward once more. Closing the distance to the woman, his fist swinging, unleashing a torrent of powerful strikes directed at her. A mere parlor trick. It seems you are not as formidable as I had presumed. Nevertheless, I admire your audacity. I hope you can maintain this courageous demeanor in the face of what comes next. The woman in white coldly surveyed Ying Huan, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. With a shift of her figure, she once again teleported directly in front of Ying Huan, her long sword sweeping through the air, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that rushed toward Ying Huan's face. Sensing the intense pressure bearing down on him, Ying Huan dared not delay. He swiftly formed a peculiar seal with his hands, a powerful aura surging from within, as he swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of black mist from his palms, coalescing before him into a black shield that stood firm against the fierce sword energy. As the shield materialized, a glimmer of joy sparked in Ying Huan's eyes. This black shield was the formidable defensive secret technique he had recently comprehended, 10,000 Demon Shield. Though this technique originated from demonic arts and was slightly inferior to orthodox demonic techniques, it was more than sufficient to contend with the woman in white before him. Clang! A deafening crash resonated as the woman's longsword struck against Ying Huan's 10,000 Demon Shield, the black shield vibrating violently, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Witnessing this, Ying Huan's gaze sharpened, his demeanor growing colder. He realized that the strength of the woman before him was far beyond that of the ordinary spirit masters he had encountered at the auction. Those spirit masters' techniques might break the defenses of their peers, but against a true spirit master, their effectiveness was exceedingly limited. However, the woman in white was entirely different. Her sword energy could not only easily dismantle his attacks but could also tear through his shield. This realization filled him with trepidation, indicating that his offensive efforts were nearly futile. She could easily evade him merely through her agility, making it nearly impossible to capture her. Who exactly are you? Why have you appeared in Xianyang City? Ying Huan fixed his gaze upon the woman in white, his voice grave. He sensed that she was certainly not a local of Xianyang City. Otherwise, how could she be completely oblivious to his identity? Who am I? You need not know. You only need to understand one thing. I have come here today solely to take your life. Your strength is indeed remarkable, but I must inform you. Today you are bound to die, solely because your luck is abysmally poor. How fortuitous that our paths should cross today. You see, I am the legitimate heir of the foremost family in the Great Qin Dynasty. My grandfather is the current lord of Qin City. That you possess formidable skills. When compared to me, you are but a speck of dust. I advise you to be wise, surrender willingly, and perhaps you may yet secure a path to survival. The woman in white's lips curled slightly, her gaze resting on Ying Huan, her words dripping with arrogance. As the direct heir of the foremost family in Qin City, she possessed extraordinary strength, showing no fear even when confronted by the pinnacle of power. Those who had reached the realm of spirit sovereign. In this world, the entities that could instill dread in her were few and far between. What of the first family's heir? Ying Huan retorted with a cold laugh, her gaze filled with disdain. You truly believe I would fear you? In terms of strength, not only do I surpass you, but I am also an adept alchemist. To take my life with merely your capabilities would be an insurmountable task. Upon hearing these words, the woman in white furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Though she was young, her mind was already mature, with an astute ability to assess others. She was well aware of Ying Huan's formidable prowess, thus refraining from immediate confrontation, opting instead to ascertain how many cards Ying Huan still had up her sleeve. Then come at me with all your might. Ying Huan exclaimed fiercely, her entire aura erupting as she charged directly at the woman in white. In response to Ying Huan's onslaught, the woman in white smirked coldly, stepping forward with her longsword aimed straight at Ying Huan's chest. As their blades clashed, sparks flew, and both figures were momentarily thrust backward by the tremendous impact. Ying Huan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that this seemingly frail woman would possess such strength. Revealing a significant gap between them, it seemed she would have to resort to her ultimate trump card. With this thought, Ying Huan's figure transformed into a shadow, vanishing from her original position, noticing Ying Huan's instantaneous disappearance. The woman in white's beautiful eyes gleamed with a hint of intrigue as she swiftly pursued, her longsword crashing down upon Ying Huan like a torrential storm. Bang! Bang! The fierce battle raged on. Their figures intertwining, sword energy swirling as each collision resonated like thunder, deafening the air. Trees around them snapped and collapsed under the violent shockwave, transforming the valley into a wasteland. Swish, swish, swish. Ying Huan twisted and turned in the air, desperately evading the woman in white's relentless assault. Despite her agility, she could not catch sight of her opponent's movements and could only defend passively. Frustration brewed within the woman in white, her brows knitting tightly. She knew her strength surpassed that of Ying Huan, yet she could not subdue her, which left her feeling quite vexed. You won't escape my grasp, the woman in white hissed, pivoting her stance for another fierce attack. At that moment, she unleashed the second move of her three-part sword technique, Flying Swallow Piercing Willow, her longsword transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Ying Huan's throat. The power of this maneuver was even greater, its speed astonishing. Ying Huan's heart raced as she sought to evade the impending strike, but there was no time to react. Clang! In a moment of dire urgency, a massive sword appeared out of nowhere, blocking the woman in white's blade with a resounding metallic clash. As they collided, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Subsequently, Ying Huan's figure gradually descended to the ground, landing firmly. It turned out that the sword that had intercepted the woman's attack was her own treasured blade. Upon realizing that Ying Huan possessed numerous hidden treasures, the woman's complexion shifted dramatically, clearly caught off guard. Your strength is indeed formidable, but to take my life is akin to chasing a mirage, Ying Huan stated, locking eyes with the woman. Though she held the advantage, she understood that her opponent's strength was considerable, making it no easy feat to defeat her entirely. Do you truly believe that your power alone can contend with mine? The woman in white scoffed, her gaze icy as she stared at Ying Huan. In her view, Ying Huan's current struggles were merely the desperate thrashes of a cornered beast, unable to alter the inevitable outcome. How can one know the result without trying? Ying Huan replied, her eyes sharp as she glanced at the steep cliff behind the woman, where a massive rock jutted out, its dark entrance facing her. Ying Huan's heart sank. Deep within the cliff lay a vast cavern, a veritable trap. Should she step inside, she would plummet into its depths. A perilous fate awaited her. A chill flickered in her eyes at this realization. Without further thought, she instantly summoned the power of her bloodline, her figure vanishing and reappearing beside the cavern's entrance. Boom! Just as she materialized, a deafening roar erupted from within the cavern, a powerful shockwave shooting into the sky, dense smoke billowing forth and engulfing the entire valley. Witnessing this scene, Ying Huan could not help but gasp in shock. Without hesitation, she channeled the remaining chaotic true essence within her body into the massive sword, which immediately radiated a potent aura, charging headlong into the woman's fierce onslaught. Bang! 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 The two forces clashed violently in mid-air, the thunderous sounds of their collision echoing continuously. After a brief stalemate, Ying Huan's offensive momentum surged, swiftly shattering the woman's attack and forcing her to retreat. The woman was sent staggering back several dozen meters, her complexion paling instantly, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, clearly having sustained grave injuries from the recent confrontation. Observing this, Ying Huan's lips curled into a cold smile. She recognized that this woman was no ordinary foe, likely surpassing the average martial sage, which explained her audacity to provoke her. Previously, she had deliberately concealed her strength. Otherwise, Ying Huan might have struggled to contend with her. Now that she was severely wounded, it was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for Ying Huan to eliminate her. A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes as she took a step forward, her figure darting toward the woman like an arrow. The woman, sensing Ying Huan's approach, wore a grave expression. She understood that allowing Ying Huan to draw closer would only worsen her perilous situation. A fierce resolve flashed in her eyes as she retreated hastily, attempting to break free from the entanglement. Still hoping to escape, Ying Huan sneered, instantaneously appearing before the woman, her fist crashing forward with overwhelming force aimed straight at her chest. The punch was astonishingly powerful, its speed lightning fast. The woman knew she could hardly evade it even at her peak, and thus, she chose to disengage entirely. However, Ying Huan would not grant her the chance to flee. With a surge of power, she barreled toward the woman's back. The woman shrieked as Ying Huan's fist struck her back with brutal force, her garment shredding instantly, her entire back caving in as blood erupted forth. Staining the air a vivid crimson, she lunged forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion as pale as paper, glaring at Ying Huan with venomous hatred. "You little wretch, remember this. I will return to inform my master that you have slain a disciple of the Baiyun sect today, and they will never let you off the hook." Ying Huan dismissed her threat with a scoff. "Rest assured, upon my return to your sect, I shall pay a visit to your master myself, allowing him to witness whether I can remain unscathed before his disciple. Ha." The woman's expression shifted between anger and despair as she glared hatefully at Ying Huan. "You wretched beast, you will pay for your actions today. Even if my master comes personally, he will not be able to save you. The Baiyun sect is the greatest sect in Daqin, and my master will not let you off lightly." Ying Huan replied with a cold smile, "Is that so? I eagerly await to see if your master can indeed protect me, but for now, you should prepare to meet your end." With that, a silver longsword suddenly materialized in her hand. And without hesitation, she plunged it into the woman's body. Blood flowed down the blade, dripping onto the snowy ground with a chilling sound, sending shivers down the spine. The storyteller continued, "On that fateful day, Ying Huan's sword energy surged like a dragon, wildly dancing as it instantly transformed the woman in white into a mist of blood, devouring fragments of her soul power, gazing at the mottled bloodstains on the ground. Ying Huan inhaled deeply, her eyes glinting with a cold light, swiftly passing. The soul power she drew from the woman's lifeless form was like nourishing rain to a parched field, instilling her with confidence that in just a few years, she would reclaim her former peak. By then, even if faced with a cultivator in the integration stage, she would fear no one. Having tidied up, Ying Huan turned to embark on her return journey. Fully aware that her actions had thoroughly enraged her adversaries, what the future held was uncertain, but the chilling intent to kill made it clear that her foes would not let this matter rest. Therefore, she needed to return promptly to prepare for potential crises. As she proceeded, the sound of whistling arrows approached rapidly from all directions, a flurry of feathered projectiles raining down like a tempest. Ying Huan was swift and agile, catching one arrow mid-flight, spinning around instantly to unleash a counterattack, engaging in a fierce exchange of arrows with her hidden foes. The whistling was incessant, arrows darting through the air like venomous snakes. Directly aimed at Ying Huan, she ducked down, swiftly lying in the grass as arrows whizzed past her scalp, the force of each shot like a blade to the bone, piercing her heart with pain. Ying Huan felt a surge of alarm. Her opponents were far stronger than anticipated. Were it not for her body being tempered by the Shinong cauldron, an ordinary cultivator would have been reduced to a sieve by such destructive power. At that moment, she glanced towards the ruins where the woman had been. Seeing her face etched with terror, a cold smile crept across Ying Huan's lips as she spoke leisurely. "My dear lady, do not waste your efforts. You are utterly exhausted and cannot escape this realm." Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned ashen, her heart filled with rage. She knew she had fallen into Ying Huan's hands today due to her own underestimation. Despite her superior cultivation. At this point, the woman's gaze was drawn to the golden spear in Ying Huan's hand, and she could not help but curse inwardly. Such an evil artifact exists in this world. No wonder so many experts have faltered before it. It is indeed an ancient celestial weapon. This item, which existed only in legends, now appeared in Ying Huan's possession, causing her heart to tremble with shock as she realized she had fallen into an inescapable abyss. Despair and unwillingness intertwined within her, and she glared at Ying Huan, her eyes filled with malice. She was acutely aware that she lacked spirit stones and elixirs, and being gravely injured, she was powerless to fight back. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape Ying Huan's grasp. Ying Huan, in turn, sought her demise solely because she obstructed her path. Ying Huan spoke calmly, "My dear lady, I did not come here specifically to take your life. It is merely because you hindered my progress. Your life and death hold no value to me. I only wish for your departure, so that you may cease your entanglement. You ought to be aware that taking your life would be as effortless as turning my hand, with no repercussions to bear." Upon hearing these words, the woman furrowed her brows, fully aware that she was no match for Ying Huan, a truth confirmed in their previous encounter, now, having lost her spirit stones and bearing severe injuries. Even if she were to escape by a stroke of luck, Ying Huan could easily track her down and slay her. A profound humiliation filled her heart, yet she felt powerless to resist. Allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, regretting her initial dismissal of her father's counsel, which led her to miss an option that could have altered her fate, observing her plight, Ying Huan's lips curled into a mocking smile. and he chose to remain silent, advancing swiftly ahead. At this moment, unease stirred within him, for he was uncertain of what lay ahead. He possessed merely 3 jade talismans, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, would only suffice for 2 uses. With these 2 opportunities, he must exercise utmost caution. As Ying Huan fled rapidly, the woman clad in white experienced a sudden change in expression, unable to impede him, and could only watch as he made his way towards the valley's mouth, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. A sense of desolation washed over her. Who could have anticipated such a defeat on her own territory? It was hard to believe. Yet, in an instant, clarity dawned upon her. This defeat, though significant, was not insurmountable. As long as she drew breath, the day would come when she would confront this reckless man again, and perhaps she would not be at a disadvantage. She still possessed hidden cards, and with a full-hearted effort, there remained a possibility of vanquishing this thief. However, in her current weakened state, it was unwise to utilize her secret techniques, for he would easily detect her. Seizing the opportunity to escape, with this thought, regret consumed her. This venture had failed, leaving no room for recovery, and with her finances depleted, she could not compensate Ying Huan, prompting a soft sigh to escape her lips. At that moment, a sound akin to the slicing of air reached her ears. Lifting her gaze, she saw Ying Huan closing in, his hand gripping her delicate neck. Witnessing his aggression, the woman's countenance shifted dramatically. Her beautiful eyes burned with fury, filled with hatred. How could this man be so despicable, taking advantage of her vulnerability to seek her demise? Anger surged within her, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate. Ying Huan scoffed. Now you realize your regret. It is too late. If you wish to live, it would be wise to behave, lest you provoke me to violence. Though I am no bloodthirsty fiend, I possess the means to deal with a woman like you. Test me if you dare. The woman's face turned as pale as paper, her heart ablaze with rage, a deep-seated hatred for Ying Huan consuming her. Yet, faced with him, she found herself utterly helpless, for as the saying goes, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. She knew well that should she truly provoke Ying Huan, he would show no mercy, even if she fought with her last breath. Escape from his grasp would be impossible. Noticing her cessation of resistance, Ying Huan felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated her to be so perceptive. Given her submission, he had no reason to impose further, especially considering she was at the pinnacle of her mastery. A sense of conquest surged within him. My dear lady, this collaboration could be mutually beneficial, and I trust you would not refuse. I find myself lacking in resources, but I suspect you possess numerous treasures, likely as an alchemist. Should you assist me, I could awaken you, and all the treasures shall belong to you. What say you? The woman coldly retorted. Do you think me so foolish? You would never allow me to leave. If you do not kill me, you must have ulterior motives. Ying Huan paused, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to deceive her, but her keen insight had unraveled his intentions, prompting a silent lament for her wisdom, which rendered his subterfuge futile. He replied candidly, since you have seen through my ruse, I shall speak plainly. I am in urgent need of elixirs to enhance my strength, and you undoubtedly possess such treasures. If you are willing to assist me, I will take you as my wife. From this day forth, you shall be my woman, a most fortunate arrangement. Indeed, did I assure you. You will not be wronged. You may join my loaning sect as an inner disciple, and from then on, none shall dare to provoke you, not even your enemies. Ying Huan assessed the woman, admiring her beauty and elegance, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he jested. What benefit do I gain from this? You merely covet my elixirs, which would serve you little. Should you desire them, I shall gladly provide you with all you require. The woman's expression fluctuated, her eyes flickering with complex emotions, her heart torn asunder. Fully aware that resistance was futile, she feared that refusal could lead to her demise. Though she believed Ying Huan would not dare to act violently in this place, the possibility remained that he might indeed resort to such brutality, leaving her without recourse. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and spat out, Very well, I accept your terms. Upon her agreement, a triumphant smile spread across Ying Huan's face. As if this collaboration had unfolded as he had foreseen. The terms are uncomplicated. Our alliance suffices. Whatever rare treasures you seek, or any other precious items, once we achieve our objective, I shall exert myself to procure them for you. However, should you persist in your refusal, I shall have no choice but to send you to the depths of the lake as fish feed. Ying Huan's gaze was laced with mockery, a glint of malevolence shining in his eyes, causing the woman clad in white to shudder involuntarily, a chill creeping into her heart. She understood that retreat was no longer an option. She must concede to this collaboration. Otherwise, she would face a perilous trial of life and death, a burden beyond her capacity to endure. With this thought, she furrowed her brows, her tone icy yet resolute. Very well, as long as you guarantee not to harm me, I shall acquiesce to your every demand. But you must first aid me in healing my wounds. Without hesitation, Ying Huan produced a jade vial from his storage ring and handed it to her. This contains a spirit herb of mine, which will greatly assist in your healing. Consume it swiftly, and it will help expel the toxins from your body. Receiving the jade vial from Ying Huan, the woman in white showed no hesitation. Swiftly uncorking it, instantly, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted towards her, causing her heart to tremble. Such a rare medicinal concoction, even her master had never bestowed upon her. She had not anticipated that it would be generously gifted by Ying Huan. Accompanied by his treasured spirit herb, such kindness was unprecedented, stirring within her a wave of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, she consumed the spirit herb, which quickly transformed into green smoke that melded into her being. This was a millennium-old spirit fungus, renowned for its miraculous healing properties, truly a sacred medicine birthed from the holy land of spirit mushrooms. The toxins have been purged. You may return now, Ying Huan said with a smile. What he had employed earlier was a peculiar substance known as soul-confounding fragrance, capable of inducing a unique hallucinatory effect while ensnaring the mind. This fragrance, gathered from the miasma marsh, held tremendous control over those affected. Even formidable martial kings would find it challenging to resist. In the presence of Ying Huan, the woman in white felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for his intervention, she would have likely faced dire consequences today. Hence, she had no objection to his words, nodding in acknowledgement before preparing to step into the cave. Hold on, Ying Huan suddenly called out to her. The woman paused, glancing back at him. What is it? Before you depart, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Ying Huan replied with a beaming smile. I hope you will become my maidservant. Rest assured, I shall fulfill all your needs, including taking you to the Xianming Palace's main hall for training. You may choose to accompany me. Upon hearing this, the woman in white furrowed her brows. Are you suggesting that I become your maidservant? Indeed, Ying Huan's expression turned serious. Those who seek my favor have met their demise. But you're different. Your prowess is exceptional and crucial to me. I am willing to make this concession. Faced with Ying Huan's solemn declaration, the woman in white pondered briefly before decisively responding. Very well, I agree to cooperate. I will follow your arrangements. Ying Huan nodded with satisfaction. A wise choice. Be aware that I have cast a spell upon you. Unless I permit it, you shall never escape. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to remain compliant, as I desire no troubles at my side. Otherwise, your suffering will be beyond description. With that, Ying Huan's demeanor abruptly hardened, a chilling aura emanating from him. His obsidian eyes blazing with a volcanic intensity, bearing down upon the woman in white. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Ying Huan, the woman trembled slightly, inwardly lamenting. She had ultimately fallen into his trap. Against such a figure as him, she found it nearly impossible to contend, and at this moment, escape was out of the question. She regretted having agreed to the transaction, finding herself ensnared with no way to retreat. In resignation, the woman in white could only silently follow Ying Huan, leaving the valley behind. Soon after, the elders and disciples of the Xianming sect hurriedly ascended the peak, racing towards the valley with the intent to rescue their captured leader. Ying Huan, our Xianming sect has no quarrel with you. Why do you assault us? Ying Huan, you must be aware of the Xianming sect's reputation. It would be wise to depart promptly to avoid needless loss of life. Understand that we are not to be trifled with. Ying Huan, you must grasp that every individual who has opposed our Xianming sect has met with a grim fate. As the elders and disciples of the Xianming sect rushed into the valley, they beheld Ying Huan and his company standing amidst the chaos, their expressions darkening instantly. Are you the elders of the Xianming sect? Ying Huan inquired calmly upon their arrival. Indeed, you reckless fools dare to wreak havoc upon our Xianming sect. Today, we shall ensure your utter annihilation, blood for blood. A middle-aged man roared with fury, raising his fist to strike Ying Huan in the chest. In the face of this assault, a sneer curled at the corners of Ying Huan's mouth. He raised his leg to block the blow and swiftly countered with a punch aimed directly at the middle-aged man's chest. Realizing the force of Ying Huan's strike, the middle-aged man hastily attempted to evade. But Ying Huan's foot lightly touched the ground, allowing him to instantly shift behind his opponent. Following this, he unleashed a vicious kick towards the man's lower back. The searing pain caused the middle-aged man to lurch forward, and Ying Huan pursued, delivering another powerful kick to his back. This blow, though merely a basic technique of the Nine Dragons' breaking army fist, struck with the force of a thunderous bolt. The middle-aged man was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as paper, collapsing in defeat, gravely injured. Ying Huan's kick had nearly obliterated his combat capability. Ying Huan approached the fallen middle-aged man, crouching beside him, placing his right foot upon the man's shoulder, and coldly inquired, "You are the leader of the Xianming sect, Xianming Zi, are you not? You intended to take my life moments ago, and now you find yourself in this predicament. You have only yourself to blame for my lack of mercy." Gazing upon the young man before him, Zhuan Yingzi's countenance darkened to an extreme. His heart ablaze with unbridled fury. He had never anticipated encountering such a malevolent star as Ying Huan, who could inflict grievous injury upon him at the slightest provocation. In this moment, he found himself unable to even stand, let alone resist. Struggling against the pain, he fixed a fierce glare upon Ying Huan, grinding his teeth and growling, "You insolent wretch, do you truly wish to declare eternal enmity against my Xinjiang sect? Eternal enmity? We have long since crossed that threshold. Now that we meet again, I offer you a chance. Depart from the Great Qin at once and never return, or else you shall bear the brunt of my wrath," Ying Huan declared, his voice steady as he swung his right arm with ferocious intent, striking towards Zhuan Yingzi's head with the force of a tempest. Witnessing Ying Huan's brutality towards his master, Hu Hai's expression shifted dramatically, panic seizing him as he rushed to intervene. "Spare him," he urged, utterly unprepared for Ying Huan's sudden aggression and the severity of his assault. It was imperative to note that Zhuan Yingzi was the leader of the Xinjiang sect, a figure of considerable might, now reduced to a pitiful state by Ying Huan's hand. As their master suffered, the surrounding disciples of the Xinjiang sect were engulfed in terror, clamoring to confront Ying Huan. "Stand down. You have no right to interfere. Should anyone impede me, they shall face my merciless retribution. I am clear on my grievances. Those who seek death shall find it at my hands." Ying Huan's icy gaze swept over the crowd, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. The disciples recoiled in fear, never having witnessed such unwavering resolve from Ying Huan, their hearts filled with dread. "Brother Qin, it's enough. They are mere disciples. Let them go," Wang Qian interjected, equally astonished by Ying Huan's decisiveness and ruthlessness, unable to fathom his readiness to strike so resolutely. Ying Huan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Qian, nodding in acquiescence. He then lifted his foot from Zhuan Yingzi's shoulder, regarding him coldly. "You would do well to leave promptly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your life will be prolonged. You must be well aware of my capabilities. Should I desire your demise, it would be as simple as crushing an ant." Zhuan Yingzi's expression was one of evident distress, his heart heavy with indignation. To be coerced to such a state by a youth, and to find himself powerless to retaliate, was an unbearable shame. His injuries rendered him incapable of contending with Ying Huan. Fixating on Ying Huan, he gritted his teeth, seething, "You arrogant boy. Very well, we shall see. The grudge of today shall be etched into the annals of my Xinjiang sect. We shall repay you 100-fold, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. We will not relent." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan scoffed derisively, laced with mockery. "And what will you do if you do not relent? Do you truly believe you can threaten me?" Zhuan Yingzi's expression darkened further. He understood the gravity of Ying Huan's words. If he dared to slay 3 elders of the Xinjiang sect, he was indeed capable of further madness. They were utterly powerless against Ying Huan. Taking a deep breath, he forced the words out, "Do not think this matter is concluded. When you arrive at the Xinjiang sect's main hall, we will ensure you pay the price for your actions today. You have crossed the line of our sect, and we will not let you go easily." "Is that so, Xinjiang sect? I am eager to witness how you intend to make me pay," Ying Huan replied coolly, his eyes glinting with provocation and resolve. As Zhuan Yingzi's words fell, a sardonic smile graced Ying Huan's lips. He responded loudly, and before his voice had faded, he had vanished like a gust of wind, reappearing beyond the forest. As Ying Huan departed, Zhuan Yingzi's expression darkened ominously. He shot a fierce glare at Hu Hai, growling, "You insolent fool, I shall remember this debt and hold you accountable. You and your Xinjiang sect will await my reckoning." Hu Hai responded coldly, "Very well, I shall await your return," his eyes glinting with defiance. Chapter 12. The return to the inn. Having left the forest behind, Ying Huan did not make his way directly back to the inn but instead strolled towards the southwest. At this moment, he contemplated a pressing concern, the vast quantity of spirit stones required for his cultivation. Even if he expended all his current wealth on medicinal materials, it would still fall woefully short. Thus, he was in urgent need of a method to amass more spirit stones swiftly. Casting his gaze around, Ying Huan resolved to embark on a quest to seek out valuable spiritual herbs and fruits. Noticing his intentions, Wang Qian, Lu Ruoyan, and Murong Yenner followed closely behind. Wang Qian, unable to contain her curiosity, called out, "Ying Huan, where are you headed?" Turning at the sound of her voice, Ying Huan replied nonchalantly, "Just wandering about, looking for any precious spiritual herbs or fruits." Wang Qian paused, puzzled, and inquired, "What do you need those for? Are you planning to refine pills? After all, I believe your alchemical skills have reached an extraordinary level. Few within the Heavenly Dynasty can rival you in this regard." Murong Yenner and Lu Ruoyan also expressed curiosity regarding Ying Huan's actions. Although they knew of his alchemical prowess, they had never shown much interest in it. They believed that those of great cultivation could concoct more potent elixirs without dedicating energy to the study of alchemy. Instead, focusing on enhancing their own prowess was the path to take. Ying Huan chuckled softly, explaining, I simply have some free time and wish to take a stroll. Staying on this island all the time would surely lead to stagnation. Wang Qian smiled in response, indeed. Then we shall accompany you. I've never been to the seaside, so it's a perfect opportunity to explore. At this moment, Wang Qian keenly sensed that Ying Huan's aura had grown significantly stronger than before. Evidently reaching the pinnacle of martial saint, merely a step away from the martial king realm, this revelation filled her with astonishment. She understood that after cultivating the Overlord's secret, one could only elevate their inner essence quality by advancing to the martial emperor realm. However, the disparity between martial saints and martial kings was vast. The essence of a martial king had undergone a complete transformation, purged of impurities, pure as the dawn. Ying Huan had clearly attained this state. His martial saint prowess far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners, nearly comparable to divine beings. Below the martial sovereign rank, martial masters and martial warriors could scarcely be considered pure humans. They were better likened to monsters. As for martial lords, they could not only teleport but also wield spatial shifting techniques, abilities that even martial saints found challenging to execute. While martial saints could not tear apart space, they could deftly navigate through the principles of space, their speed nearly rivaling that of flight. The 5 tiers, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial king, martial emperor, and martial god symbolize the pinnacle of human cultivation. With each advancement, one's power undergoes a dramatic transformation. Particularly, entering the martial king realm is akin to a rebirth. Of utmost significance, however, below the martial king, only by breaking through to martial saint can one grasp the secret of immortality. Yet, the martial saint realm is no easy feat to attain. As for the realms above martial king, martial sovereign, martial emperor, and martial god, their power is unfathomably terrifying, capable of effortlessly rending the void and manipulating time and space at will, an ability beyond the reach of martial saints. In summary, martial emperors, martial sovereigns, and martial gods represent formidable existences, their strength surpassing that of martial saints, rendering them invincible among mortals. However, to transcend these 3 tiers and reach the realms of martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial emperor, and martial god is a long and arduous journey, requiring immense time to accumulate essence and comprehend the laws of space. While martial emperors can utilize the space around them, their movements are sluggish. Martial sovereigns can teleport, albeit briefly, leaving onlookers in AWE. As for martial emperors, after the ranks of martial sovereign, martial emperor, and martial god, they epitomize the zenith of human cultivation. Their combat prowess astounding. This is an exceedingly terrifying realm. Yet crossing this threshold demands tremendous effort and the passage of extensive time. In this world, when a person reaches the pinnacle of cultivation and steps into the martial emperor realm, their speed becomes akin to a lightning flash, nearly reaching a humanly unattainable limit. Martial emperor-level experts can traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Martial saints can cross mountains and rivers with breathtaking speed, a capability that leaves ordinary practitioners in awe. Illustrating the profound chasm between martial emperors and martial saints, the gap in cultivation between martial sovereigns and martial saints may span a century. The martial saints possess unmatched might. Their lifespan flows like a river, extending thousands of years, up to 2 million years or more. However, such longevity is reserved for a mere few martial gods of extraordinary caliber. To seek immortality, one must ascend to martial emperor to enjoy a lengthy existence of around 10,000 years. The lifespan of a martial saint is approximately 5,000 years, while a martial emperor can reach an astonishing billion years. This implies that a martial emperor can still dominate even when a martial god reaches 1,000 years of age. At this juncture, the human world appears to be in decline, with martial emperors standing as the most formidable beings. The realms above them remain shrouded in mystery, unknown even to myth and legend. Belonging solely to the divine, masters of the laws of time, capable of obliterating stars with a mere thought, their might terrifying in its scope. Above the martial emperor are the tiers of martial sovereign, martial saint, martial emperor, and martial god, the latter representing the pinnacle of martial arts, far surpassing martial kings in combat power, able to command the surrounding space and employ spatial laws to vanquish foes. Beyond this, the power of martial saints far exceeds that of martial sovereigns, capable of tearing apart the void and traversing their immediate surroundings. As for the martial gods above the martial kings, they truly embody an immortal existence, living eternally like gods, a realm that signifies the essence of divinity. Yet, even upon ascending to the martial god tier, one cannot truly become a god. for the domain of deities is impenetrable, a symbol of divine power, capable of subduing myriad beasts and dominating all existence, altering the very fabric of reality, shattering mountains and rivers, and controlling the fundamental laws of the universe. They are akin to the sovereigns of heaven and earth, with none daring to defy them. Reflecting on the history of human cultivation, it is evident that there were no martial emperors in the beginning, and to this day, only one martial emperor roams the world. Above the martial emperor lies the legendary realm of the divine, embodying true eternity, ruling over all laws and principles, standing above all creation, the rightful sovereign. However, this remains but human conjecture and aspiration. Throughout history, there have indeed been formidable beings who have transcended to the realm of the martial emperor. One such individual was a superlative figure of martial god caliber. Regrettably, he took too long in his endeavor and, before reaching the pinnacle of martial god, met with failure, marking him as perhaps the most unfortunate martial emperor in history. During his breakthrough, the laws of heaven and earth, along with the principles of space, suffered severe disruption, leading to a significant depletion of his power. Nevertheless, he ultimately stepped into the domain of the martial emperor and ascended to the ranks of the martial gods, leaving the entire martial god realm in astonishment. From this, it can be observed that the might of a martial emperor is capable of razing cities and obliterating landscapes, and even after such destruction, their physical form remains intact, solely because their soul endures. In stark contrast, the physical body of a martial saint sustains grievous damage in intense confrontations. The corporeal strength of a martial emperor is already several times that of a martial saint, sufficient to withstand soul attacks from martial god entities. The mental prowess of a martial emperor is equally astounding, able to penetrate all forms of defense, with offensive capabilities and speed comparable to that of a martial saint. Though their mental coverage cannot rival that of a martial god, nonetheless, the mental strength of a martial emperor far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters, thus enhancing their agility in combat and inflicting greater harm upon their foes. In the face of a challenge from a martial zone-level opponent, the two martial emperors found themselves without hope of victory and thus chose to retreat, directly fleeing from the small world. They were acutely aware that continuing to engage would only hasten their exhaustion. Their resources were nearly depleted, and they could not sustain the struggle for much longer. Only by swiftly seeking refuge to heal and restore their strength could they hope to contend with the formidable individual known as Ying Huan. As the two martial emperors made their appearance, the space of the small world twisted and subsequently collapsed. Their figures flashed and vanished within the small world, leaving the surrounding martial artists in astonishment. How could two martial emperors choose to flee? How could they possibly escape the pursuit of Ying Huan? It must be noted that a martial god-level powerhouse transcends both martial emperors and martial saints. Infuriatingly, they had escaped. Were they truly of martial emperor caliber? Ying Huan cursed under his breath and resolutely pursued the direction in which the two had departed, determined to slay the two martial emperors. The two martial emperors, whose strength had grazed the realm of the martial god, would bring untold calamity to the world if allowed to escape. Although a martial god is not a martial venerable, the title of martial emperor carries an astonishing offensive prowess. An ordinary martial venerable encountering a martial emperor would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den, with no hope of survival. Even though the martial emperors had not yet ascended to the peak of martial god, their offensive power surpassed that of martial venerables and martial emperors alike. Should they unleash martial god strength, they could easily bring a martial emperor to their knees. Their might is beyond what common imagination can fathom. Once they manifest, they can shake the very heavens and earth, bringing the world's order to the brink of collapse. Their mastery over the laws of space and spatial powers has reached a sublime zenith, enabling them to tear through world barriers with ease. As if plucking fruit from a tree, their speed is astonishing. The art of teleportation is their signature skill, allowing them to traverse thousands of miles in an instant, a speed that is truly rare. Upon the appearance of the two martial emperors, this small world teetered on the edge of collapse, their overwhelming power and vast abilities showcasing their unmatched might. To kill us, you must first traverse a realm. An ancient voice suddenly resonated, followed by a massive, pitch-black python erupting from the ground beneath the two, its tail sweeping fiercely towards Ying Huan. This was a venomous black python, its mouth as wide as a basin, capable of devouring all. Ying Huan snorted coldly, his fist launching forward as formidable energy coalesced in an instant to meet the python's onslaught. At the same time, he leapt, skillfully evading the sweeping tail of the creature. The python was indeed formidable. As a martial emperor, its tail carried a howling wind, capable of shattering the skull of an ordinary person upon contact. Although Ying Huan successfully dodged, the two martial emperors beside him were not so fortunate. Struck by the python's tail and sent sprawling, Their armor shattered, revealing bloodied and mangled forms. Both men turned pale, clearly suffering grave injuries. As exalted martial emperors, when had they ever faced such humiliation? Yet, the situation forced their hand, leaving them helpless. Though they had anticipated such an outcome, they had not expected Ying Huan to retaliate so swiftly. At this moment, Ying Huan stood confidently before the two fallen martial emperors, a cold smile gracing his lips. Today, you find yourselves in such a predicament. Are you not surprised? In your past dealings, did you foresee this day of reckoning? Now that you reap this bitter fruit, it is truly a testament to divine justice. Ying Huan's words struck like a sword to the heart, igniting the fury of the two martial emperors, who rose, their eyes blazing with rage as they glared at him. Ying Huan, you have gone too far. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall fight you to the death. You treacherous scoundrel, how dare you employ such means against us? Should we perish here, it is all your doing. One elder bellowed, stepping closer to Ying Huan. Ha. Two old fellows, do you truly believe you can kill me? If I truly wished to take your lives, it would have been an effortless endeavor long ago. However, out of consideration for our past, I shall temporarily spare you. Enjoy what remains of your lives. I shan't play with you any longer. Ying Huan smiled indifferently, turning to flee with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. Yet his figure remained suspended in the distance. The two martial emperors' expressions darkened as they realized Ying Huan might be luring them into a trap. If that were the case, they would be ensnared in a dire situation. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and encountered countless individuals, they had never seen someone as cunning and powerful as Ying Huan, akin to a wild horse that could not be tamed. Chapter 13. The entrance to darkness. They turned their gazes towards the distant dark entrance, where they saw Ying Huan racing towards it, and they followed closely behind. At this moment, their powers were constrained, and they could only rely on instinct to pursue. Ying Huan sensed the two martial emperors closing in behind him, but paid them no mind. Instead, he quickened his pace towards the cave. His objective was that deep, shadowy cavern. Only by entering could he protect himself and those around him. Otherwise, they would face a life-or-death crisis. At this moment, he perceived that the two martial emperors were merely 100 yards behind him. In this space, that distance was nearly negligible, indicating that the two had exerted all their strength. Yet, even as the cream of the martial emperor crop, escaping in this peculiar space would not be so simple. Think you can run? Not so easily. Even if I risk my life, I will drag you down with me. One martial emperor roared, seeing Ying Huan attempting to slip into the cave. His fury ignited as he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling like a meteor towards Ying Huan's retreating figure, unleashing a pitch-black attack imbued with terrifying pressure, as if it could shatter the heavens. Faced with this oncoming assault, Ying Huan's face broke into a cold smile. His body spun lightly, and with a swift motion, he crossed his arms behind him, firmly absorbing the force of the opponent's fierce strike. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, stepping out as if traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. And in the blink of an eye, he had vanished into the dark entrance of the cave. How audacious, to employ trickery and seek death! The martial emperor, witnessing Ying Huan's sudden disappearance, was consumed with rage. After roaring in fury, he followed closely behind into the cave. Though his speed was slightly inferior to Ying Huan's, he rapidly closed the distance between them. You little brat, where do you think you can escape to? As the martial emperor sensed Ying Huan attempting to toy with him, his anger surged, his form darting like lightning, swiftly approaching Ying Huan's back. Ha! Old fool, let us see how you escape this time. Ying Huan, hearing the voice behind him, looked back at the relentless pursuer, laughed heartily, and then turned to dash away once more. The martial emperor, infuriated by Ying Huan's attempt to flee, turned a dark shade of anger. He would not allow Ying Huan to slip away right under his nose. This cunning brat had toyed with him for too long, and he could not let this opportunity for revenge pass by. In that moment, he unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful attack, vowing to slay Ying Huan on the spot. Ying Huan, faced with the furious pursuit of the martial emperor, felt not fear, but an exhilarating thrill. He knew that his speed was unmatched, and should the opponent make even the slightest misstep, he might seize the chance to escape and delve deeper into the cave, fighting alongside the powerful beings of the demon race. At that point, he could engage the enemy without concern for his own safety. With this thought in mind, Ying Huan exerted himself further, swiftly covering a distance of over 1,000 meters, finally coming to a halt at the entrance of the cave. He turned to face the pursuing martial emperor, tauntingly declaring, "Old man, the disparity in our speed is vast. Do you truly believe you can catch up with me? Your speed is but a trifle. Not even enough to fill my teeth. You might as well abandon this futile hope." Upon hearing Ying Huan's derisive words, the martial emperor's lips curled into a cold smile, fully aware of Ying Huan's intentions to lure him into the cave. However, the martial emperor had the same intention. Only by entering could he regain his original power and continue the pursuit of Ying Huan. Thus, he replied coldly, Ying Huan, you truly are insufferably arrogant. My speed surpasses yours by a factor of 2. To think you can rid yourself of me is sheer folly. I shall see just how fortunate you are. Ying Huan, noting the martial emperor's arrogance, merely laughed derisively, unperturbed. He fully understood that the opponent's strength exceeded his own. But it was precisely this knowledge that fueled his anticipation for the contest, perhaps providing him with the opportunity to shake off his relentless pursuer. The martial emperor remained unfazed by Ying Huan's provocation, only snorting coldly before continuing the chase. At that moment, the elder had also caught up, gazing at Ying Huan with a mocking smile. Ying Huan, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Your arrogance today shall teach you a lesson. There is a price to pay for hubris. As his words fell, the elder's aura surged dramatically as he unhesitatingly unleashed his unparalleled divine ability. Golden light erupted from his fist, containing an extraordinarily violent force of golden thunder, as lightning danced upon his knuckles, showcasing the ferocity of his strike. Faced with the elder's assault, the fire of battle ignited in Ying Huan's eyes. He understood that the martial emperor was now enraged and poised to unleash a lethal blow against him. His objective was to delay as much time as possible, utilizing the power of formations to seek an opportunity to slip into the valley's cavern. The elder, seeing Ying Huan display no sign of fear, was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ying Huan could withstand his full-force strike. It should be noted that he had just executed the Heavenly Dragon Overlord Fist, a technique of the Earth Grade, whose power was formidable beyond compare. However, Ying Huan remained unfazed, which left the elder in a state of deep confusion, pondering whether Ying Huan possessed some hidden support. The elder's gaze was fixed intently on Ying Huan, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. Yet, Ying Huan maintained a tranquil demeanor, devoid of any fear, causing the elder's brow to furrow in suspicion. Increasingly convinced that Ying Huan was merely putting on a facade, concealing some nefarious scheme. Youngster, I shall see what other tricks you have up your sleeve, the elder mused inwardly, raising his vigilance against Ying Huan to its peak. The elder cursed inwardly, observing that Ying Huan still wore that nonchalant expression, and his anger surged uncontrollably, convinced that the youth was deliberately putting on an act. He resolved to teach Ying Huan a lesson, to demonstrate that there were always greater forces in the world. Child, just you wait. Today, I shall thoroughly discipline you and see if you can escape my grasp. As soon as the words left his lips, the elder erupted with an unparalleled aura, which swiftly enveloped the entire cavern. He soared through the air, releasing a pressure that sought to render Ying Huan immobile within the cave, before capturing him to exact his revenge. The overwhelming aura spread in an instant as the elder flew and exerted his pressure, intent on probing the depths of Ying Huan's abilities. Just how capable are you? Confronted with the formidable presence, Ying Huan's expression turned grave, his heart sinking. He realized that the opponent was a peak martial emperor, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The disparity in power was vast. He was merely at the late stage of martial saint, making escape seem an arduous task. Little brat, let's see what tricks you can play this time. With a single punch, I can shatter you into pieces. The martial emperor sneered, revealing a cruel delight on his face, as if he could already envision Ying Huan being reduced to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's expression grew even more serious. Acutely aware of the overwhelming strength of his adversary, he could only pray that the martial venerables would not appear at this moment, for the consequences would be dire. This elder was far too formidable. Even if he moved swiftly, escape from his control seemed unlikely. Boom! The elder unleashed a swift punch, accompanied by a gust of wind racing toward Ying Huan. In response, Ying Huan moved his feet rapidly, simultaneously thrusting his right leg forward like lightning, delivering a fierce strike that collided with the elder's iron fist. Thunderous! The two forces clashed violently, producing a deafening roar. Ying Huan was sent flying back hundreds of feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered from the encounter. Fortunately, he had been prepared and did not underestimate his opponent. Otherwise, the injury would have been far worse. The elder, witnessing Ying Huan's injury, felt a cunning glint in his eyes, secretly pleased that Ying Huan had no other means to defend himself, which was precisely what he desired. The martial emperor had not anticipated the strength of Ying Huan's counterattack, his brows knitting together as he began to devise a plan to completely subdue him. He noticed the presence of a spiritual treasure on Ying Huan, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes, thinking that if he could kill Ying Huan and seize the treasure, it would be an immense gain. Ha! Is this truly all your strength, boy? Do you still dare to resist me? Today, you will undoubtedly perish. The elder mocked, his face a mask of derision as he looked at Ying Huan, filled with disdain, convinced that Ying Huan was merely putting on a brave front. unable to withstand the might of a martial emperor. However, in the face of the elder's arrogant provocation, Ying Huan remained unperturbed, responding with calm indifference. If you seek death, I shall oblige you, sending you on your way to meet the king of hell. As for the old father you mentioned, he has long since departed this world, and I need not concern myself with him. Your ancestor, however, still lives. Once I have dealt with you, I shall pay him a visit, allowing him to personally take your life, so you may have company on your journey to the underworld. The martial emperor, upon hearing these words, was filled with mockery and disdain, scoffing at Ying Huan's bravado, truly ignorant of the consequences. Ying Huan, hearing the elder's arrogant words, scoffed coldly and retorted angrily, "Your arrogance will surely lead to your downfall." The elder, upon hearing Ying Huan's words, felt a surge of fury, his eyes bulging like copper bells. His face ashen with rage, observing Ying Huan's haughty demeanor, he roared in anger and lunged at him like a tiger descending the mountain. Boom! The elder's assault came like a tidal wave. Yet, Ying Huan did not show any weakness. His gaze resolute, his fighting spirit ablaze. He braced himself to withstand a punch, meeting the elder head-on. Bang! Crack! The collision of their fists echoed like the clash of metal, the sound of bones cracking piercing the air. A scent of gunpowder permeating the atmosphere. As their fists met, a thunderous clash erupted. Bang! Crack! Pfft! In this fierce battle, both the martial emperor and Ying Huan sustained injuries, the former spewing blood and staggering back to the ground. It was evident that his arm had suffered a fracture. How could this be? I am clearly stronger, the old martial emperor thought, bewildered by the scene before him, his mind a tempest of shock. He had never anticipated that he would be defeated by Ying Huan, nor had he envisioned falling at the hands of this young man, which was utterly unbelievable to him. The old martial emperor struggled to rise, glaring at Ying Huan with eyes gleaming with malice, filled with resentment. He never expected that Ying Huan possessed such strength, nor could he have foreseen the terrifying combat prowess displayed before him. Child, you have truly opened my eyes. I initially thought you would easily perish at my hands, yet here you are, still standing. You do possess some skill. Alas, you ultimately cannot escape death today. The old martial emperor's tone was flat, yet every word dripped with murderous intent. He felt a profound sense of shame. As a martial emperor, to be defeated by a late-stage martial saint youth was an insult he could not bear. Hence, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ying Huan, intending to end the battle swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications, lest other martial venerables be drawn into the fray, putting him in a dire situation. With a sinister smile, the old martial emperor addressed Ying Huan. "Brat, prepare to die. I will ensure your passing is painless." Ying Huan responded with a cold laugh. "Who dies is yet to be determined. I will make sure you suffer before your end." In the face of Ying Huan's provocation, the old martial emperor snorted disdainfully. "Do you think you are worthy to shout at me? Let me inform you that I am in peak condition. Let us see how you escape today. I will show you the might of my martial god temple." With that, the old martial emperor vanished in a flash. In an instant, he reappeared before Ying Huan, eschewing any unnecessary flourishes, launching a direct punch aimed at him, intent on a swift conclusion. Seeing this, Ying Huan gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Knowing he could only fight for his life, boom, with a resounding crash, Ying Huan was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, displaying his dire state. "Haha, Ying Huan, you worthless waste, is this all you are capable of? How utterly contemptible." The old martial emperor laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. He had planned to teach Ying Huan a lesson, but to his surprise, the youth was so easily overwhelmed, struck senseless by a single punch. The old martial emperor loomed over the fallen Ying Huan, his face twisted with ridicule. "Do you truly believe you could surpass me? I advise you to surrender now. While your strength is commendable, to act the hero before me is a path to self-destruction. Now, submit quietly, and perhaps I shall spare your life." "Pfft, you think you can make me surrender?" Truly delusional, Ying Huan retorted, blood staining his lips as he coldly responded. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Now, prepare to pay with your life." The martial emperor seethed with rage at Ying Huan's defiance, never expecting the youth to possess such unyielding spirit, disregarding the consequences. Chapter 14. The arrow released from the bow. Whoosh, whoosh. With that, the martial emperor's figure flickered, shooting toward Ying Huan like an arrow released from a bow, closing the distance in an instant, unhesitatingly extending his massive palm to strike down at Ying Huan. In the face of the thunderous strike, Ying Huan stood undaunted, letting out a cold snort as he raised his iron fist, striking back against the descending palm, while his feet propelled him backward in a swift retreat to evade its edge. Seeing Ying Huan retreating, the martial emperor's lips curled into a cold smile. Unconcerned with the distance the youth put between them, relentlessly pursuing him, closing in step by step. Boom! The martial emperor's fist landed harshly upon Ying Huan's, akin to a mountain collapsing, shaking the surrounding area. Unable to withstand the immense force, Ying Huan was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Before he could regain his footing, another wave of brutal attacks from the martial emperor came crashing down. Swish, swish, bang, bang. As the relentless onslaught continued, Ying Huan gritted his teeth, his spiritual power surging within him. He skillfully dodged while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side giving an inch. After a flurry of strikes, Ying Huan was ultimately caught off guard, receiving a palm strike to his chest, causing him to spew blood as he was hurled back to the ground. At this moment, he was battered and bruised. Blood oozing from his wounds, his complexion pale as a ghost. Ying Huan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had believed his cultivation was sufficient to contend with the martial emperor. Yet now he found himself firmly in a position of disadvantage. With no escape in sight, he felt an acute sense of anxiety, unsure how to confront such a terrifying opponent. Meanwhile, the martial emperor continued his frenzied pursuit, laughing maniacally. "Brat. Today shall be the day I tear you to shreds and grind your bones to dust. Since you wish to bring about my demise, I shall escort you to your end." Ying Huan took a deep breath, a resolute glint in his eyes, realizing that he had no choice but to fight with all he had. As the elder's onslaught grew fiercer, his determination to resist intensified, knowing that only by enduring to the last moment could he hope to escape. With that, Ying Huan summoned every ounce of his strength, employing his agility to launch himself at the martial emperor. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the martial emperor's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of derision. With a sweeping motion of one arm, he sought to thwart Ying Huan's offensive, while in his other hand, a glinting longsword was swiftly drawn, aimed directly at Ying Huan's throat. At this moment, the martial emperor had completely lost his rationality, his mind consumed solely with the intent to rend Ying Huan into countless pieces. Disregarding the latter's life or death, Ying Huan, perceiving the lethal strike hurtling towards him, inwardly exclaimed his dismay and immediately halted his advance. He understood that now was not the time for a direct confrontation, as it would only exacerbate his precarious situation. The martial emperor's sword missed its mark, yet he remained undeterred, reversing his grip to slash at Ying Huan's waist, while simultaneously unleashing a thunderous palm strike aimed at Ying Huan's chest. Intent on delivering a fatal blow to prevent any chance of escape, he recognized that allowing Ying Huan to flee would make capturing him an insurmountable challenge. Faced with the martial emperor's tempestuous onslaught, Ying Huan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a swift counter from his opponent. Just as he attempted to halt, the martial emperor was already upon him, leaving him nowhere to evade, forcing him to brace for the impending strike. Gritting his teeth, Ying Huan summoned his strength in his right arm, meeting the attack head-on, resulting in a thunderous clash that ignited a brilliant flash of light. After the collision, both combatants staggered back several paces, each sustaining significant injuries and displaying expressions of astonishment. They were taken aback by the other's formidable strength, especially Ying Huan, who, despite exerting his utmost effort, had failed to inflict any substantial damage upon the martial emperor. In that moment, their gazes locked, both filled with shock and disbelief. "Youngster, today shall mark your doom. Prepare to meet your end," the martial emperor sneered coldly, lunging once more at Ying Huan, seeking to deliver a fatal blow while his opponent remained vulnerable. "If you seek my life, let us see if you possess the capability," Ying Huan retorted with a scoff. Enduring the agony and launching himself once again at the martial emperor, driven by an inferno of rage, resolute in his determination to confront the emperor head-on rather than succumb passively. That instant, the martial emperor struck again with ferocity, his form darting like lightning, arriving before Ying Huan in the blink of an eye. He regarded Ying Huan with a chilling gaze, reveling inwardly in the apparent advantage he had gained from their previous exchange. Convinced he could easily dispatch Ying Huan, the mere thought brought forth a bloodthirsty smile upon his lips. As the martial emperor bore down on him with renewed vigor, Ying Huan's anxiety deepened. He no longer wished to engage in a drawn-out battle. His singular focus now was to escape this perilous situation. He feared that his adversary might soon reconsider and cease the pursuit. With this thought in mind, Ying Huan did not hesitate to employ his agility, swiftly dodging to the side. Yet, despite his movements being as swift as the wind, the martial emperor's terrifying strength allowed him to close in almost instantaneously, launching yet another fierce attack. The sharp sound of steel slicing through flesh rang out, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from Ying Huan's arm, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, he refused to capitulate, gritting his teeth against the pain and propelling himself forward once more. The martial emperor, witnessing this, erupted into raucous laughter, mocking, "You little brat, even if you sprout wings today, you shall not escape. Accept your demise," In the face of the taunt, Ying Huan paused slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips before once again executing his evasive maneuvers, dashing towards the horizon. The martial emperor, now perplexed by Ying Huan's renewed speed, had not anticipated such swiftness. Yet, he soon scoffed, convinced that Ying Huan, now severely injured, posed little threat to him. Just as he relished this thought, Ying Huan's figure abruptly vanished from sight, darkening the martial emperor's expression. "Foolish child, what trickery is this? If you have the guts, confront me head-on," he bellowed, yet Ying Huan offered no reply, further darkening the emperor's countenance. Moments later, Ying Huan's presence seemed to dissipate once more, leaving the martial emperor increasingly agitated. "How absurd. Do you truly believe your agility is unparalleled? My skills are no less formidable than yours. Allow me to demonstrate," he roared, fury igniting within him as he unleashed a powerful punch. The impact reverberated, striking where Ying Huan had stood moments before. The air erupted in a cacophony of sound, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the vicinity, even causing the ground to tremble and partially collapse. Ying Huan emerged from the collapsing space, but was immediately met with a powerful force that sent him hurtling backwards, another mouthful of blood escaping his lips as he tumbled through the air, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. "Now you finally choose to reveal yourself. Let us see where you can hide," the martial emperor sneered, delighting in Ying Huan's disheveled state, convinced that victory was within his grasp. To him, Ying Huan was now devoid of fighting spirit, and defeat seemed inevitable, along with the treasures he coveted. As the martial emperor prepared to pursue Ying Huan, fate intervened, and he collided squarely with the rushing Ying Huan. The shockwave surged forth, sending the martial emperor sprawling backwards, crashing to the ground and spewing blood. Seizing the opportunity, Ying Huan pressed his advantage, delivering a heavy blow to the emperor's shoulder. The martial emperor howled in agony. "This is just the second strike, child. It appears your current prowess is but a shadow of your former self. Do you truly believe you are still at your peak, even at your zenith? Your cultivation pales in comparison to mine. I advise you to surrender soon. Do not squander our time." The martial emperor's arrogance was palpable, dripping with disdain for Ying Huan. In his eyes, Ying Huan was feeble and his skills laughably inept, hardly worthy of the effort to eliminate. Yet, he was torn, unwilling to relinquish the wealth contained within the storage ring on Ying Huan's person. In response to the derision, Ying Huan coldly retorted, "You overestimate yourself. If you are unafraid of death, then bring it on. Haha, you foolishly underestimate the situation. Do not blame me for being impolite." The martial emperor roared, launching another ferocious onslaught towards Ying Huan. With eyes wide and fists clenched like mountains, he charged forth, propelled by a menacing wind that chilled the air. Observing from the periphery, the other martial sovereigns exhibited glimmers of greed and excitement, as if they could already foresee Ying Huan's imminent defeat. They calculated that once Ying Huan fell, the vast resources would be theirs to claim, their elation evident. Yet, internally, the martial emperor was taken aback. He understood the might of his strike, believing it would be sufficient to severely wound Ying Huan. Yet the latter remained unbroken, exuding an air of calm as if the previous blow had merely brushed against him. This engendered a flicker of unease within the emperor. However, with the momentum of battle pressing forward, he had no choice but to press on and seek Ying Huan's demise. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the martial emperor's fist rained down upon Ying Huan like a tempest. Yet, Ying Huan stood firm, responding with calm composure. In contrast, the martial emperor found himself reeling backwards under the relentless barrage, ultimately colliding with the mountainside, the impact echoing with a deafening thud. Blood misting forth. His complexion turned as pale as a ghost, disbelief etched in his eyes as he pointed a trembling finger at Ying Huan, only to be met with a torrent of blood due to the pain and anger overwhelming him. At last, the martial emperor could withstand no longer, crashing heavily to the ground, sinking into unconsciousness once more. Ying Huan smiled coldly, surveying the onlookers with indifference. "It appears you are truly weak. You cannot withstand even this level of assault." Upon hearing these words, the martial emperor's face darkened, seething with rage yet unable to muster a rebuttal. Watching Ying Huan with bitter resentment, the surrounding martial sovereigns were left speechless, unable to comprehend how Ying Huan had so effortlessly vanquished the martial emperor. They had believed that their combined efforts would suffice to subdue him, yet now they were gripped with terror, a tumult of anger and fear swirling within. Noticing their stunned expressions, Ying Huan's lips curled into a sinister smile as he transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing beside a martial sovereign. With a grip like iron, he seized the man's throat, an overwhelming force surging forth, leaving the victim gasping in agony. The sound of a neck snapping echoed chillingly as the martial sovereign's brain splattered, his body collapsing into a pool of gore. The gruesome spectacle sent the remaining martial sovereigns into a panic, halting them in their tracks, paralyzed by Ying Huan's merciless display. Do you wish to continue? Ying Huan taunted. I am more than willing to entertain you. The mere utterance of these words sent the martial sovereigns into a frenzied retreat, scattering in terror. Yet, Ying Huan, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly pursued, his right hand sweeping through the air with tremendous force, engulfing them all. A swift motion of his left hand sealed the fates of those attempting to flee, leaving no survivors. Witnessing this scene, the martial kings and martial sovereigns turned ashen, acutely aware of the sheer terror Ying Huan exuded, instinctively retreating. The power he displayed had instilled a profound fear within them. With a flicker of speed, Ying Huan darted forth, eradicating the remaining martial sovereigns without hesitation. Those fortunate enough to escape beheld his ruthless methods, their eyes wide with terror as they fled in disarray. Ying Huan's gaze was devoid of emotion as he surveyed the retreating figures, a cold snort escaping his lips. Turning to face the remaining onlookers, his eyes bore the depth and chill of an abyss. This time, he was resolute in his intent to unleash a massacre. Leaving no one to impede his path, Ying Huan's gaze resembled the icy stalactites of a frigid winter, instantly plunging the surrounding array of martial artists into a chilling abyss, their faces ashen and bodies rigid. They had witnessed Ying Huan's thunderous combat prowess, and in this moment, not a single thought of escape dared to cross their minds. With a piercing look akin to a blade, Ying Huan surveyed each individual, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very souls of the martial artists, evoking an overwhelming and unquenchable fear within them. But their legs quaked and their hearts raced. None possessed the courage to move even an inch. Driven solely by the primal instinct for survival. In response to the defiant martial artists, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Ying Huan's lips. You possess quite the audacity, and thus, I shall indulge you. Before his words could fully dissipate in the air, he struck with the fury of a tempest, and in an instant, the martial artists lay defeated, none spared. Chapter 15. Cleanup completed. After dispatching this group, a bloodthirsty smile adorned Ying Huan's lips as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with mockery. Having just broken through to the Spirit Master realm, he had yet to fully acclimate to his newfound cultivation state, and his essence was not fully restored. Thus, it was unwise to engage in further combat at this moment. He urgently sought a tranquil place to recuperate, intending to regain his peak strength before plotting his next moves. Do you wish to flee? Observing the remaining martial kings and martial artists attempting to escape, Ying Huan let out a cold snort, his figure flickering as he darted towards the last remaining martial king. Capturing him effortlessly, confronted with Ying Huan's frigid gaze, the martial king's complexion turned ghostly pale, terror overwhelming him. Ying Huan offered a nonchalant smile and delivered a punch that struck squarely at the king's chest. With a resounding thud, the martial king's ribs caved in, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, unconscious. Ying Huan, how dare you be so ruthless? A peak martial sovereign, now restrained by Ying Huan, was rendered aghast at the sight. Ying Huan responded with a chilling laugh. If I do not take action, do you think you would spare me? Against you, I need not lift a finger. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the man, his eyes brimming with contempt. I do not know, the peak martial sovereign stammered, hastily proposing. I no longer wish to fight. Let us leave this cursed place. I will lead you away. Ying Huan's lips curled into a cold smile as he flickered forward, blocking the man's path. The peak martial sovereign, struck by fear, stared at Ying Huan with wide eyes, trembling as he uttered, what do you want? Do not act recklessly, or we shall perish together. Perish together. Ying Huan sneered. Do you truly believe you possess that opportunity? Be wise and accompany me willingly, or do not blame me for my impoliteness. Though the peak martial sovereign trembled with fear, he still feigned bravado. His face contorted as he barked. Humph. Do you truly think you can kill me? I would rather die than submit. If you have the guts, then strike. Regardless, if I die, no one will know my whereabouts. Kill you. Ying Huan scoffed. Your life is of no interest to me. However, I do have a question to pose. What do you wish to ask? The peak martial sovereign watched Ying Huan nervously, his gaze falling upon the token in Ying Huan's hand. His expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, how do you possess that token? And what sort of token is it? Ying Huan nodded slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is the token belonging to your group. I am quite curious to learn how you came by it. It became apparent that Ying Huan had long noticed that they wielded tokens while attacking him, suggesting a connection to the token in his possession. He suspected that there lay a hidden truth behind it, prompting his inquiry. Ying Huan, you are truly merciless. From where did you obtain that token? The peak martial sovereign's face was etched with hatred, his outrage towards Ying Huan intensifying. You inquire about the origin of this token? Who are you to concern yourself with such matters? Ying Huan's demeanor was icy as he regarded the peak martial sovereign, showing no mercy towards those deserving of death, particularly one who dared to threaten his loved ones. Upon hearing this, The peak martial sovereign was momentarily stunned, belatedly realizing his slip of tongue. This token was acquired inadvertently by us. A result of collective effort. If you spare my life, I am willing to hand it over. If you insist on my death, I can only fight you to the bitter end. He cautiously conveyed this to Ying Huan. Hoping for a reprieve. Oh, such a matter exists. Ying Huan raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with derision. Then I am curious to see how you intend to gamble your life against me, Ying Huan. Do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe victory is assured? In terms of strength, I far surpass you. Even if you were to kill me now, it would benefit you not, but rather invite pursuit from others while I could live in peace. The peak martial sovereign's ire boiled over, believing Ying Huan was cornering him into a desperate situation. I asked that so. Ying Huan's indifferent gaze swept over him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you genuinely think you are my match? Do not attempt to deceive me with such petty tricks. If you release me now, I swear I will not trouble you again, and even assist you in eliminating all your enemies. The peak martial sovereign fixed his gaze on Ying Huan. His eyes filled with defiance, yet his tone was resolute. Ying Huan felt a deep-seated loathing for this man, letting out a cold snort as he stepped forward, instantly appearing at the sovereign's side. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp sword materialized in his grasp. Seeing Ying Huan wield the blade, the peak martial sovereign's face betrayed his panic, his eyes fixated on him, fearful of an unexpected attack. However, his apprehension proved futile. Ying Huan's figure flickered, appearing beside him, his right hand swinging the sword, slicing through the sovereign's shoulder in an instant. A searing pain surged through him as the peak martial sovereign howled in agony. His eyes directed at Ying Huan filled with hatred, yet he could not utter a single word. Ying Huan disregarded the man's words, merely coldly observing him, with a slight lift of his left hand. A pill flew directly into the sovereign's mouth. This pill will temporarily suppress the fire of your soul. Any struggles will be in vain. If you still wish for death, feel free to resist. I suspect this pill will last for a while. I am curious to see how long you can endure, Ying Huan stated coolly, confident that the sovereign would not dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the peak martial sovereign indeed ceased his struggles, glaring at Ying Huan with resentment, gritting his teeth. Very well. If you can safely withdraw, the token shall be yours. But if I perish at your hands today, do not expect to obtain the token. I have recorded your words. Ying Huan coldly responded, if you wish for your brethren to live, kneel and bow 3 times, presenting the token with both hands. You are shameless. The peak martial sovereign glared at Ying Huan in anger. Though he was deeply desperate for survival, he refused to endure such humiliation. At this moment, he still held onto a shred of pride. Rejecting Ying Huan's demands, observing his demeanor, Ying Huan revealed his disdain. If that is the case, I shall first sever one of your arms. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he made to strike. The peak martial sovereign, hearing the mention of losing an arm, was filled with terror, fully aware that once he lost it, there would be no hope of recovery. At this moment, he cast aside his pride. Hurriedly kneeling before Ying Huan, pleading, I agree. Please spare my life. From now on, I am willing to be your servant. Ying Huan let out a cold snort and barked, do you think I will believe your words now? You scoundrel, you dared to betray me, yet also swallowed that pill, clearly not treating me with respect. If that pill could truly deal with those 2 demons, I would have consumed it long ago. Why would I wait until today? With that, he unhesitatingly swallowed the pill. Gulp. The peak martial sovereign gaped, utterly taken aback by the pill's astonishing efficacy, clearly having severely underestimated its potency. Ying Huan's gaze was as frigid as ice as he fixed it upon him. Coldly stating, understand now. Hurry and retrieve the token. The peak martial sovereign hurriedly replied, why yes, I will go fetch the token at once. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan nodded slightly, and the peak martial sovereign turned to leave. Striding towards the exit. At this moment, his heart was a tumult of anxiety and hope, desperately eager to know if this young man could indeed secure the token. Watching the figure retreat, a cold smile crept across Ying Huan's lips as he steadied himself. Awaiting the outcome, after approximately the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the man returned, carrying the token, and respectfully presented it, saying, the token is here, as you requested. Now, may I ask if you will fulfill your promise and spare my life? I, Ying Huan, am a man of my word. Ying Huan replied calmly, accepting the token and storing it within his storage ring. Seeing this, the peak martial sovereign felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Secretly relieved that Ying Huan had not turned on him. After all, he was acutely aware of Ying Huan's ruthless methods. One misstep, and he could easily meet a tragic fate. Ying Huan noticed the shift in the man's expression and sneered. So, do you now wish to return with me? Yes, yes. The man eagerly nodded, fearing to voice any dissent. He had already experienced Ying Huan's thunderous methods, fully aware that any resistance would lead to a dire outcome. Ying Huan smiled slightly, Turning to lead the way into the valley, with the man closely following, lest he be struck down, the group ventured 5 kilometers into the valley, finally emerging from the dense forest. The sight before Ying Huan elicited a satisfied nod. Although this place was far from Qinzhou City, he chose not to proceed further, opting instead to halt. What shall we do next? How should we deal with that fellow? The eyes of the crowd turned towards Ying Huan, awaiting his direction. Regardless of his plans, they would execute his orders without hesitation. Ying Huan shook his head with a smile, speaking with composure. What we need to do now is quite simple. To find the island's master and obtain the token leading to other realms from him. He raised his gaze to the mountain's peak, where the island master stood proudly, surveying the crowd. Upon his sighting of those trailing behind Ying Huan, his expression darkened instantly. He could never have anticipated the sudden emergence of so many formidable opponents. It seemed, upon reflection, that he was indeed caught in an inescapable predicament. The island master, with a voice sharp as a blade, demanded of Ying Huan, "Young man, what are your intentions? Are you not afraid of death?" Ying Huan maintained his serene smile and replied nonchalantly, "What I wish to do appears to bear no relevance to you. I merely seek to exchange an item with you. Is there any fault in that? Very well, speak your desire." "I desire everything, including your life." Ying Huan's tone was calm, yet each word pierced the island master's heart like a dagger. At these words, the island master's countenance dramatically shifted, and those surrounding them were seized by dread, hastily fleeing the scene. Despite his youth, Ying Huan had achieved an alarming level of prowess. While his opponent was older, he had only just entered the martial emperor realm. Whereas Ying Huan had already reached the early stages of martial king, his combat strength rivaling that of an early martial sovereign. He firmly believed that in the entire martial world, few could surpass him. Save for the legendary figures and a handful of extraordinary powerhouses, each of these individuals possessed terrifying strength, some even being half-step martial saints or high-level martial saints. Ying Huan was convinced that any one of them would not be inferior to himself. Though his opponent was stronger, he was confident in his ability to defeat him. "I require the orb in your possession," Ying Huan stated forthrightly, revealing his objective. "So that is what you seek." The island master appeared somewhat taken aback. "Very well, I can grant you that, but you must agree to 3 conditions." "What conditions?" Ying Huan inquired, not one to make promises lightly. "First, before we proceed with the transaction, I need to know your identity." "Identity?" Ying Huan raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment. "Indeed, it pertains to identity. I do not wish for our transaction to be known, nor for any information to leak." Chapter 16. Without hesitation agreed. Ying Huan readily acquiesced. "Secondly, may I inquire your name?" "How did you guess?" Ying Huan asked, puzzled. "Indeed, it is about your name. I hope our transaction is not confined to these 2 conditions. Should there be a 4th or 5th? "I am willing to accept." After a moment's contemplation, Ying Huan replied, "My name is Li Xiaobai. And you?" Li Xiaobai hesitated briefly before deciding to reveal his name. Ying Huan similarly disclosed his own. Upon hearing Ying Huan's name, Li Xiaobai's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly reverting to normal. "I am called Li Xiaobai. And you?" "My name is Ying Huan." Ying Huan answered. "Oh, an intriguing name. That is Ying derived from the victorious Ying, and Huan from joyfulness." Li Xiaobai inquired with genuine interest. "My name, Ying Huan, signifies the victorious Ying," Ying Huan elucidated. "Ha, a most amusing name. It seems our paths shall frequently cross in the future. Remember my name." Li Xiaobai chuckled. "Yes, I shall remember it," Ying Huan responded. While the two engaged in their business discussion, Zhao Tianbang fell into deep contemplation. Gazing at the young woman before him, an indistinct figure flashed across his mind, none other than Ying Huan. Both bore the same surname. Could they truly be kin? Although Zhao Tianbang harbored doubts, he chose not to probe further. He understood that Ying Huan's background was anything but simple, and the disparity in their strengths was vast, even though Zhao Tianbang had made some advancements. He could not contend with Ying Huan, who had already reached the martial emperor realm. At that moment, Li Longwu gently patted Zhao Tianbang's shoulder, signaling him to be cautious. "What is it? What troubles you?" Zhao Tianbang asked, noticing Li Longwu's demeanor. "Nothing of consequence. Just reminiscing about an old adversary." Li Longwu waved his hand dismissively. Oh. Zhao Tianbang nodded in acknowledgement. If that is the case, let us set this matter aside and continue discussing urgent affairs. Given your words, I agree. Apart from this, what other matters require our attention? We currently possess an army of 150,000. This constitutes our entire fortune. If we additionally incorporate the 100,000 elite troops from the Great Qin, our total could reach 700,000. I intend to fully integrate them, using this as the foundation to establish our Great Qin kingdom, Zhao Tianbang articulated. That is a brilliant plan. If we can indeed subdue these 700,000 troops, Our military strength will undoubtedly surge. However, managing such a large army poses challenges. Li Longwu expressed his concerns. Management is not a worry. These soldiers have undergone rigorous training and belong to the Great Qin. Naturally taking it upon themselves to defend their homeland, Zhao Tianbing assured him. Then proceed with the arrangements. We shall discuss the details once the task is accomplished. Li Longwu nodded in agreement, recognizing Zhao Tianbing's eagerness to act, and refrained from further interruption. Watching Zhao Tianbing depart, a slight smile crept onto Li Longwu's lips. He had surmised the reason for Zhao Tianbing's haste. The transaction was indeed confirmed, and both parties had reached a consensus. Yet, Li Longwu harbored his own apprehensions. Their personalities were both aloof. Once the transaction was completed, their interactions might become even colder. Li Longwu was inherently unyielding, unwavering in his principles, while Ying Huan, though different, was no pushover. The complementary nature of their characters rendered this transaction a dual boon for Li Longwu. Not only could he leverage their alliance to eliminate certain factions, but he could also utilize Ying Huan's forces to eradicate other rivals, rendering them vassals. Consequently, the Great Qin's strength would inevitably grow, with the potential to dominate the entire southern domain. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Longwu felt invigorated, as if an inexhaustible power surged within him. Their shared objective was to rule over the entire southern domain, and now that the plan had progressed significantly, only a final push remained. After conversing with Li Longwu, Ying Huan departed alone. Once he was gone, Li Longwu felt a twinge of unease. However, he soon reminded himself that Ying Huan was still unaware of his true identity, which calmed his nerves slightly. Ying Huan's identity was likely genuine, yet it could also be a carefully crafted lie. His capabilities were extraordinary. Having reached the martial saint realm, I was no match for him. If he truly desired my life, he could have acted long ago, without waiting until today. Yet, if he truly was Ying Huan, it was unlikely he would target me. Li Longwu pondered quietly. With his thoughts organized, Li Longwu felt considerably more at ease, convinced of the authenticity of Ying Huan's identity and the legitimacy of Zhao Tianbing's dealings. At that moment, he was filled with anticipation for the success of the transaction. Zhao Tianbing immediately dispatched the troops to encircle the designated mountainous area tightly. Upon Zhao Tianbing's departure, Li Longwu swiftly issued the command. Zhao Tianbing acknowledged the order and hurriedly led his subordinates to the specified location, surrounding the entire mountainous region and setting countless traps. He was confident that even if Ying Huan were as cunning as a fox, he would not escape the Great Qin's encampment. Meanwhile, Ying Huan was also occupied. After attending to his affairs, he focused intently on studying the sword formation that had perplexed him for days. He was determined to unravel at least one move, for it was this very move that had caused his injury. With a single thought, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, and with its assistance, Ying Huan commenced his attempts to decipher the sword formation. He understood that breaking the formation would not be a simple task. This array had been set by 18 mysterious masters, each with unfathomable cultivation, working in unison, thus rendering the formation's power astonishing. Even someone as strong as Ying Huan found himself in turmoil after executing just one move, his internal energy surging, his chest burning with pain. Ying Huan gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. At this moment, he could only persist. If he did not hold on, it would signify his inability to crack the formation, and he would likely suffer a counterattack. As Ying Huan struggled valiantly, Li Longwu was simultaneously busy with his own plans. His directives were straightforward. He commanded the complete deforestation of the mountainous area, thoroughly clearing the surrounding soil, leveling even the mountaintops to transform it into an expansive plain. His subordinates employed various methods to pile stones and earth, reshaping the plain into the appearance of towering peaks. Under Li Longwu's coordination, his subordinates worked with remarkable efficiency. Within just 3 days, the once flat ground had been transformed into a majestic and undulating hilly landscape, resembling a vast cemetery that evoked trepidation. Amidst the hills, figures busied themselves, each working in an orderly manner. These individuals were all under Li Longwu's command, each possessing their own expertise. Some excelled in mining and lumbering, crafting weaponry. Others were skilled in the cultivation of techniques. Still others were adept at growing medicinal herbs. Through their collaborative efforts, this plain gradually morphed into a flourishing forest. And this was precisely the treasure-laden secret realm Ying Huan had been seeking. As he beheld the forest taking shape before him, Ying Huan could not help but marvel, astonished that Zhao Tianbing had orchestrated such a breathtaking spectacle for him. Truly, a brother of my own. Ying Huan gazed at the scene before him, filled with heartfelt admiration. The brother you speak of is merely a dog of the Great Qin. The true rulers of this world are the Great Qin. Zhao Tianbing is but a hound raised by the Great Qin. You need not concern yourself so deeply with him. One of the junior soldiers, overhearing Ying Huan's words, scoffed derisively. The world is a harsh place, and human hearts are inscrutable. There are no eternal friends, nor everlasting enemies, only enduring interests. This soldier, harboring a dark disposition, perceived Ying Huan's praise as an insult to Zhao Tianbang, thus resorting to scornful remarks. Ying Huan remained unperturbed, simply offering a faint smile, choosing not to engage in debate. Ultimately, these individuals were merely Li Longwu's subordinates. Should Li Longwu issue a command, they would undoubtedly submit to Ying Huan. Therefore, he felt no need to associate with them and bore no resentment in his heart. Let us be off, brother. We should depart at once. Ying Huan surveyed the forest and urged Li Longwu. Now, only the two of them remained in this place. Once they left together, no one would know their whereabouts, making it the safest choice. Indeed. Li Longwu nodded in agreement, then proceeded alongside Ying Huan into the depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to them, hidden in the shadows nearby, several soldiers were stealthily trailing their footsteps. They closely followed Ying Huan and Li Longwu, discreetly relaying the duo's movements, ensuring that Ying Huan remained unharmed until the completion of their mission. Otherwise, they too would find it difficult to escape death. As ordinary soldiers under Li Longwu, they dared not defy orders and could only comply. Yet, simultaneously, they remained vigilant, eager to uncover the schemes between Ying Huan and Li Longwu. Little did they know, Ying Huan had already discerned their surveillance and had instructed Li Longwu to deliberately divulge their whereabouts. This maneuver was intended to lure Zhao Tianbang into a rescue. As he was confident that the plan would indeed succeed, they swiftly traversed the jungle, and after roughly a cup of tea's worth of time, they crossed the grassland and arrived at an unfamiliar location. Li Longwu surveyed the surroundings and remarked to Ying Huan, "Lord Ying, it appears this is the place we seek." Li Longwu placed great importance on this mission, attentively observing the environment along the way. Committing every detail to memory, he instructed his subordinates to report their every action in this area meticulously, ensuring that information was timely and accurate. "Indeed, this is our target," Ying Huan confirmed with a nod. The forest was dense with foliage and rife with thorns, home to numerous ferocious beasts. The terrain was complex, with thickets that were difficult to discern, making it an excellent hiding spot. They need only wait here for the target to appear, and they could strike decisively. "Let us proceed." "Very well." Li Longwu and Ying Huan exchanged a tacit nod before hastening toward the cave. As they approached the cave, the distance between them grew shorter, and they could almost feel the cool breeze emanating from the cave's entrance. Suddenly, both halted in unison, their expressions shifting slightly. Li Longwu, alert, turned to Ying Huan and quietly inquired, "Brother Ying, do you sense anything amiss?" His words betrayed a hint of caution. Despite their deep friendship, exercising caution in this unfamiliar and perilous environment was only natural. Every rustle of grass warranted attention. Ying Huan responded steadily, "Everything is proceeding as planned. There is no need for concern." With that, they resolved to inform Zhao Tianbang of the situation here as swiftly as possible. They resumed their steps, steadily approaching the cave. As they drew near, the scene unfolded before them, revealing a group of individuals clad in black robes, surrounded by an ominous aura of death. Each one was a formidable foe, boasting strength at the celestial level. More astonishingly, they had established a highly powerful defensive formation, attesting to their meticulous preparation. Seeing this, Ying Huan inquired with concern, "Brother, are you uninjured?" His words were laden with worry for his companion's safety. Li Longwu waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. "I am unscathed. These individuals do not pose a significant threat. However, Brother Ying, I sense that our target is not Zhao Tianbang himself, but rather his son." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned. Exclaiming, "Are you suggesting Zhao Tianbang has an illegitimate son?" Li Longwu nodded affirmatively and elaborated. "Indeed. It appears that they have dispatched such a large force with the intention of completely eliminating Zhao Tianbang's illegitimate child to strike a blow against him. After all, he dotes upon this child. Losing him would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Zhao Tianbang." Listening to Li Longwu's analysis, a cold smile crept across Ying Huan's lips, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. "I shall see how they intend to deal with Zhao Tianbang's son." Li Longwu too found the situation rather theatrical and eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. They exchanged knowing smiles and quickened their pace, determined to seize this rare opportunity. The two hurried forth, swiftly arriving before the group of black-clad individuals, fearlessly blocking their path. This action immediately drew the attention of the cloaked figures, who looked up, their gazes locking on to Li Longwu and Ying Huan. Though the two youths appeared young, their formidable presence was not to be underestimated, causing the black-clad individuals to harbor doubts. Could these two truly obstruct their path? Li Longwu and Ying Huan met the black-clad figure's skepticism with calm smiles. Li Longwu understood that these were Zhao Tianbong's mortal enemies, and thus his blood surged with excitement. Yet, reason admonished him to remain composed. He clenched his fists tightly, silently reminding himself, patience is key at this moment. One of the black-clad figures stepped forward, marking, "You two think you can block our way? Step aside at once, or do not blame us for being ruthless." His tone dripped with provocation and arrogance. Li Longwu snorted disdainfully, undeterred. "You wretched scoundrels dare to act so brazenly before me. I advise you to recognize your position and step aside. Otherwise, after we deal with you, your companions will accompany you to the netherworld." The black-clad figures were incensed by Li Longwu's words, their faces contorted with fury. They ceased their chatter and launched an immediate attack, charging toward Li Longwu and Ying Huan like arrows released from a bow. A fierce confrontation was about to unfold on the clearing before the cave. As those figures engaged, each struck with fierce intent, their fists slicing through the air toward Li Longwu and Ying Huan. In an instant, both found themselves unable to evade the onslaught, sustaining severe blows. With a series of resounding crashes, the two were sent hurtling like kites with severed strings, crashing through several trees before landing heavily on the ground. Upon impact, they simultaneously coughed up blood, clearly having sustained internal injuries. "Humph! You dare obstruct our capture of Zhao Tianbong's son. You are simply courting death." A black-clad figure sneered coldly upon seeing Li Longwu and Ying Huan being repelled, his voice laced with chilling malice as he charged toward them. "Ha! You think this band of lowly miscreants can contend with us?" Li Longwu retorted with a cold smile, fearlessly engaging the black-clad figure in counterattack. Boom! Boom! Li Longwu's strength vastly exceeded that of the black-clad figures. The moment they clashed, he firmly suppressed them. Seeing this, Ying Huan did not hesitate to join the fray, targeting the black-clad individuals, seeking death. The black-clad figures, undeterred by the onslaught from Li Longwu and Ying Huan, responded with a mocking laugh. A powerful fist, imbued with fierce wind, surged toward Ying Huan. In their minds, they were determined to eradicate both individuals, lest their reputations suffer. "Break!" Li Longwu shouted, as a surge of demonic energy erupted from his fist. Blazing like a fierce inferno, the intense heat quickly enveloped the surroundings, creating a rolling wave of warmth. The flames born from this demonic energy exhibited tremendous might, seemingly possessing a consciousness of their own. Augmenting in power as Li Longwu's fists advanced, the black-clad figures, witnessing this, changed countenance, realizing that this individual was far stronger than they had anticipated. At that moment, another black-clad figure joined the fray, flanking the first in a tidal wave of attacks. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon Li Longwu, their fists hurtling toward his head with terrifying force. However, Li Longwu reacted swiftly, deftly evading the combined strike. The black-clad figure sneered. "To dodge our combined attack, you possess some skill, but even so, you two are no match for us." Li Longwu scoffed. "You wretches should not presume we fear you. There is no need for us to team up. Even in one-on-one combat, you cannot escape defeat." His words elicited a furious laughter from the black-clad figures, who taunted, "You little brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you think you can remain so defiant for long? Today marks your demise." Ying Huan and Li Longwu exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with resolve, undeterred by the threat. They understood that although they faced formidable foes today, they could not easily concede. Thus, they roared in unison, brandishing their weapons, charging toward the group of black-clad figures with a thunderous determination to settle the matter of life and death. Li Longwu's fist coalesced into a powerful blow, now resembling countless phantoms rushing toward the two black-clad figures. The immense aura emanating from his fist created an invisible pressure, continuously surging forth. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Li Longwu's iron fist rained down upon the black-clad figures with the force of a tempest. Blood spraying forth as their weapons shattered in an instant. The impact sent the black-clad figures soaring through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The moment they landed, they rolled backward like kites cut from their strings, unable to suppress the blood that spilled from their mouths. Li Longwu's strike had been delivered with full force, consolidating all his strength into his fist to achieve such a staggering effect. A testament to his incredible power, not only was his strength remarkable, but Li Longwu's fist also contained an unparalleled ferocity. Together, he and Ying Huan far surpassed the black-clad figures in combat prowess. It was only through their combined might that they could hope to conquer their adversaries. Their collaboration would undoubtedly unleash extraordinary strength, granting them the opportunity for victory in this confrontation. One could only imagine the astonishing force they would unleash together. Li Longwu and Ying Huan, united in purpose, effortlessly overwhelmed the group of black-clad figures. As they surveyed the chaotic scene before them, both could not help but exhale in relief. Moments ago, They had indeed feared that if they did not emerge victorious, their own safety would be jeopardized, let alone leaving this valley unscathed. With a long sigh of relief, Li Longwu turned to Ying Huan, a smile gracing his lips. At last, we have dealt with these nuisances. I told you, we would be fine, did I not? Indeed, I knew you would prevail. Ying Huan replied with a grin, then boldly added, let us move on. We have more pressing matters awaiting us. Before departing, they did not forget to thoroughly search the bodies of the black-clad figures, wary of any hidden traps. After all, in the face of any potential threat, they dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. The two swiftly departed from the valley, intending to distance themselves from the area as quickly as possible to avoid encountering further enemies. Master, they have left. What shall we do next? A black-clad figure respectfully inquired of their leader. The one referred to as Master emanated an aura of lethal intent, and with a cold snort, he declared, Humph. Their temporary escape is merely a stroke of luck. We shall pursue them immediately. Yes, the assembled black-clad figures echoed in unison. This master of the valley, known as Zhao Tianbang, was a figure whose name alone could instill fear. Not only was he exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but he was also a prince of the Zhao kingdom, being the brother of Zhao Tianbang, the founding monarch. In the past, he established the Zhao kingdom in foreign lands, his cunning far surpassing that of ordinary men, rendering him virtually invincible in those territories. However, Zhao Tianbang was backed by a mysterious force that supported him without overly interfering in his actions. He held them in utmost respect. Thus they wielded unparalleled authority within the Zhao kingdom. They dictated terms at will, and to eliminate someone was as effortless as turning over one's hand. In politics, the military, or among the common folk, none could rival them. They were akin to local emperors, unmatched by any. Zhao Tianbang's expression remained calm, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling murderous intent. Very well, we shall set off with the objective of finding Li Longwu, who is the father of Li Yuanhing. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figures responded in unison, fully aware that Li Longwu was no ordinary adversary. They understood his formidable combat prowess. Their minds were consumed with thoughts of vengeance against Li Longwu for daring to target a member of the Ying family. Such a grudge could not go unavenged. To let it pass would be to lose face. They were filled with pride, unwilling to tolerate any provocation. In their eyes, only by utterly vanquishing Li Longwu could they restore their dignity. These individuals were acutely aware that if they did not deal with Li Longwu promptly, they might find themselves at a severe disadvantage later. Once Li Longwu unleashed his full power, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Therefore, their immediate priority was to resolve the matter swiftly and decisively. Let us follow and observe where they intend to go, Li Longwu said decisively, gesturing into the distance. At this moment, the two had already left the valley and saw no reason to linger. They needed to retreat hastily and seek another opportunity to confront Li Longwu. After all, engaging with Li Longwu was no simple task, requiring considerable effort and resources. Prolonging the encounter could make it even more challenging. Understood. The black-clad figures nodded in agreement. Moments later, their figures flickered and vanished from the area. Each one was a top-tier expert, and even if Li Longwu were powerful, they did not regard him as a significant threat. Approximately an hour later, Li Longwu, his wife, and Ying Huan emerged from the valley one after the other. This time, a large group of black-clad figures had gathered outside the valley, all dressed in black, their features obscured by the night. Although their faces were indistinguishable, it was clear from their attire that they were all clad in identical black garments. Numerous horse-drawn carriages, the sort commonly used by ordinary folk, were stationed around the valley. The black-clad figures rode upon their steeds like a band of wandering phantoms, exuding a chilling and fearsome aura that instilled dread and compelled avoidance. Upon seeing the assembly of black-clad figures, Li Longwu and Ying Huan instinctively sensed that they were the targets of this gathering. Thus they became secretly vigilant. However, they exhibited not a trace of panic, remaining exceptionally composed. They understood that the adversary's focus was squarely on them. And at this juncture, their only option was to advance fearlessly with no retreat. Moreover, they were keenly aware that as long as they maintained their composure, their opponents would be unable to shake them. Ah, Zhao Tianbang, you returned rather swiftly. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated from a short distance away. Shortly thereafter, a group of black-clad figures arrived with the speed of the wind. At the center of the crowd stood a robust man with a fierce demeanor, fixating his gaze upon Zhao Tianbang, sneering with a tone rife with ridicule and disdain. Zhao Tianbang and Ying Huan focused their attention, recognizing him as the very Zhao Tianbang who had just departed. With a smile, Zhao Tianbang responded, "Haha, what a coincidence we meet again." Simultaneously, Li Longwu and Ying Huan discerned the identity of the newcomer. He was none other than Li Yuanhing, the monarch of the Zhao kingdom and Li Longwu's grandfather. Li Yuanhing cast a glance at Li Longwu, a cold smile curling his lips. Haha, indeed. We are fated to meet. I never expected you to dare venture here alone. You have certainly grown bolder. I must say, beside Li Yuanhing stood 4 or 5 black-clad figures, each possessing formidable strength, all at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, with some having even reached the early stages of the Saint Emperor realm. Such a show of force could hardly be deemed anything but impressive. Merely a stroke of good fortune. I encountered a group of cult experts and dispatched them with ease, Li Longwu replied nonchalantly. Though a flicker of murderous intent passed through his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the cult's black-clad figures, regarding them as prey, each one of them was an enemy, and he was determined to eliminate them all. Oh, good fortune. There are many fortunate souls in this world, but luck always runs out eventually. With such good fortune, why have you not crossed paths with me? Li Yuanhing's tone was laced with provocation. Clearly intending to incite Li Longwu. In truth, Li Yuanhing was well aware that Li Longwu would never let him off the hook. Over the years, due to the rivalry between their brothers and his mother's meddling, their relationship had plummeted to an icy low. Now that he had found an opportunity to vent his frustrations, he would not let it slip by. Do you cult members truly believe you can contend with me? Li Longwu replied with a cold smile, exuding confidence and pride. Upon hearing Li Yuanhing's words, Zhao Tianbang sneered, fixing him with a cold stare as he spoke. Indeed, they may not be able to do anything to you, but they can certainly ensure that your corpse is discarded in some desolate cave when your time comes. Thus, even if your spirit returns to the netherworld, you shall never set foot in the Li family again. So, it would be wise for you to resign yourself to your fate. Li Yuanhing, upon hearing this, snorted derisively, his disdain for Zhao Tianbang palpable. Oh, if they dare to do such a thing, I wouldn't mind eradicating you all. Zhao Tianbang merely chuckled at this, unfazed. After all, with 2 formidable experts like Li Longwu by his side, even if Li Yuanhing had 10 lives, he would struggle against their combined might. Consequently, he held no fear of Li Yuanhing. However, upon hearing Zhao Tianbang's scornful taunts, Li Yuanhing's expression darkened instantly, rage igniting in his eyes that he bellowed, Zhao Tianbang, you possess immense audacity. Today, I shall take your life in the name of the cult brothers and capture those 2 women. Then we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Faced with Li Yuanhing's arrogant threat, Li Longwu furrowed his brow, filled with indignation, clenching his fists as if ready to charge at Li Yuanhing and demonstrate his prowess. Ying Huan's expression also shifted. She had never anticipated that upon arriving here, Li Yuanhing would seek them out and boldly declare his intent to capture them all. What could be his ulterior motive? I admire your spirit, Li Longwu retorted with a cold smile, but do you truly think you can contend with us? You wish to capture us. That depends on whether we are willing to be captured. The cult members shall not lay a finger on us. Chapter 18. Delusions. Li Longwu had long harbored no good feelings toward Li Yuanhong. As the leader of the cult, possessing remarkable martial prowess. How could Li Yuanhing ever accept being subordinate to him? During this time, he had been searching for an opportunity to eliminate this persistent threat. Their plan was to capture Li Yuanhing in one fell swoop, kill him, and bring him back to the cult, effectively rendering him a prisoner. Thus, even if Li Yuanhing were endowed with extraordinary abilities, he would be unable to escape the cult's pursuit. With such thoughts in mind, Li Longwu felt a surge of satisfaction. Let me tell you, we cult members are far superior to you. If you have any sense, you will surrender quickly, or when the sun rises tomorrow. You shall have no hope of survival. Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Li Yuanhing's lips as he addressed Li Longwu. You lot, delusional to think you can capture me? How utterly absurd. Li Longwu's figure flickered as he surged forward, an overwhelming battle intent surging through him. Simultaneously, Li Yuanhing showed no sign of weakness, charging forward as well, his own powerful battle intent erupting, resembling a god of war looking down upon all. Instilling awe and reverence. As Li Longwu launched his fierce assault, Li Yuanhing remained unperturbed. The two's battle intents intertwined, their momentum soaring as if they were on the verge of unleashing a cataclysmic clash. This was precisely what Li Yuanhing had been anticipating. He reveled in the feeling of control and invincibility, his battle intent intensifying further. Ultimately, Ying Huan cleared all obstacles and successfully returned to the Grand Palace in Xianyang. However, Hu Hai and Fu Su bore resentment towards her, to which she responded calmly, I understand your grievances, but I stand by my earlier statement. If you both can accomplish 3 tasks, I shall reveal the secret to you. Hu Hai inquired, 3 tasks? I have never heard of this. Why not enlighten us? Ying Huan smiled slightly. It is not that I underestimate you, but rather I hold your intellect in high regard. Do you know that I possess a unique ability? Hu Hai pressed on. What kind of ability? Upon hearing Ying Huan's remarkable words, Hu Hai was momentarily taken aback. never having anticipated the existence of such extraordinary individuals in the world. Ying Huan continued, I have previously stated that my abilities lie in foreseeing the future. If I so desire, I could even discern the fate of my own life. Hu Hai, astounded by this revelation, could hardly believe that such a celestial power existed, capable of predicting not only the futures of others but his own as well. Ying Huan further elaborated, you should now understand that my foresight is not confined merely to the future. It encompasses the past and future alike. I can extrapolate the entire continuum of time and even trace events from a century ago. Such divine prowess is rare in this world. Hu Hai, bewildered, responded, yet I lack the ability to revisit the past. Ying Huan smiled and replied, you need not look back. Simply know that I can perceive 100 years of time, a feat unmatched by anyone. Be aware that the past is but a reflection of the present. What is occurring now, when viewed from the future, becomes the past. At this moment, you may be either in the present or the future, making it difficult to discern. The concept of the future had long lingered in Hu Hai's mind, transforming into an enigma he sought to unravel. He inquired, what, then, does the future truly look like? Ying Huan answered, what I currently know of the future is merely a rough outline. The intricate details elude my grasp. However, I am acutely aware of its existence, even if I cannot fully extrapolate its mysteries. Hu Hai pressed on, if I am deemed the strongest character in the book, what is my current identity? Ying Huan chuckled, at present, you are merely a budding youth. Although your prowess far exceeds that of your peers, you are still quite unrefined. Hence, I say your strength is yet to reach its zenith. Hu Hai inquired again, what must I do now? Ying Huan advised, your current strength is insufficient. You must devote yourself to training. Once your cultivation reaches my present level, you may assist me in unraveling complexities. Your potential is boundless, and given time, you shall surely stand alongside me. After hearing this, Hu Hai sighed internally, fully aware that his strength required urgent enhancement, lest he be left far behind by others. Ying Huan continued, time waits for no one. We ought to proceed swiftly. Hu Hai nodded in agreement, let us depart at once. The two emerged from the dwelling, greeted by daylight and the bustling throngs of the street. Along the way, Ying Huan remained taciturn, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he halted and turned to Hu Hai, saying, you are now aware of my abilities. But do you know who you are? Hu Hai was momentarily stunned, shaking his head, I do not know. Ying Huan pressed further, can you recognize yourself? Hu Hai again shook his head, I do not know. Your destiny has long been in my hands. You are my son, and also the ruler of this nation. Remember, 3 days hence, you must accompany me away from this city. You may lead an army to conquer elsewhere, but this city must remain untouched by any. Can you comply? 3 days hence? Hu Hai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite his noble status, he remained a mere child, struggling to comprehend why Ying Huan commanded him to wage war elsewhere. Yet, he found himself unable to defy, his expression a mix of conflict. Hu Hai replied, I promise, but I wish to lead my forces against another realm. He understood precisely which land he referred to, yet resolutely declined, desiring to establish his achievements within his own nation's territory, unwilling to allow others to encroach upon his homeland. Observing Hu Hai's defiance, Ying Huan's countenance shifted abruptly, his anger palpable. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Ying Huan demanded sternly. Hu Hai replied resolutely, I do. Ying Huan sneered, if you understand, then you should grasp why I forbid you from leading an army beyond the borders. You are but a young sovereign. Granting you the opportunity to conquer foreign lands is already an immense privilege. Hu Hai countered, yet my strength is sufficient to compel the Qin to bow before me, and you too could bring the Qin to submit under my command. Therefore, I hope you will uphold the agreement and ensure the Qin yields to me. Ying Huan scoffed, I shall not betray my prior promise, nor should you. Remember, I am the sovereign of the people. And you are still unworthy. With a wave of his hand, Ying Huan said, enough, let us continue on our journey. The pair resumed their path and soon arrived at the side of a grand bridge. This is the place, Ying Huan declared. You may descend now. Hu Hai queried, how shall I depart once I go down? Ying Huan replied, someone will escort you to your destination. Rest assured, you will travel by boat. However, until your arrival, I will not send anyone to receive you, lest it tarnish your reputation. This is for your own good. Hu Hai acknowledged, I understand. With that, he turned and resolutely leapt into the river. The water swiftly enveloped his figure, but Hu Hai, a proficient swimmer, felt no discomfort. He plunged into the depths just as an ornate pleasure boat sped past, darting towards the horizon where water met sky. Witnessing this spectacle, a rush of exhilaration coursed through him. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. He used all his strength to swim towards the direction in which the boat had vanished, splashing through the waves. After approximately half an hour of tireless swimming, Hu Hai finally exhaustedly reached the shore. Gasping for breath, he scrambled onto the bank, his damp body glistening under the sun's rays. Subsequently, he dragged his weary limbs to a riverside inn, where he intended to rest thoroughly. The following morning, Hu Hai awoke from a deep slumber, invigorated as he made his way towards the small town. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The bustling crowd was densely packed, nearly filling every street and alley. All eyes were focused on him, and soon they surged forward, each face alight with smiles, offering words of congratulations and warmly welcoming his presence, amidst the chorus of well-wishes. Hu Hai spotted several familiar faces, his father's concubines, Li Lingxi, Zhang Rui, Zhao Ji, Lu Shi, and a few unfamiliar women dressed in court attire. When had they arrived here, and why were they present? A multitude of questions arose in Hu Hai's mind. Yet he understood that now was not the time for inquiries. His father had commanded him to conquer another nation, evidently intending to subject him to rigorous trials. Thus, his foremost task was to swiftly organize the army to ensure a smooth expedition. As Hu Hai scanned the crowd, he ultimately located Ying Huan at the back, his expression one of discontent. Confronted by his father's inquiry, Hu Hai spoke candidly. "You have commanded me to attack a foreign nation, and I have agreed. However, to accomplish this task, I require a strong and capable army at my disposal. My newly formed troops are still unrefined and ill-equipped for such a significant undertaking. Only by assembling a formidable and battle-ready force can I ensure the successful obliteration of the enemy." Ying Huan considered this for a moment before nodding in assent. "I have already dispatched individuals to prepare. A powerful army will soon be at your service. However, how many soldiers do you require? And how will you arrange their deployment?" Hu Hai pondered briefly and provided his estimate. "The number of troops needed is vast, perhaps 1,000,000 or 500,000. Or even more. I intend to simultaneously strike against the southern barbarians, the western Chu, the northern Jiulu, and the northern Xi, thus necessitating a large contingent of soldiers." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's expression shifted slightly, and after a pause, he spoke. "Are you certain you require such a multitude of forces?" Hu Hai replied confidently, "While I cannot pinpoint an exact figure, I estimate around 100,000. With this strength, I am confident I can conquer each of the four nations in turn." Ying Huan scrutinized Hu Hai for a moment before ultimately conceding. "Very well. I grant you 20,000 elite soldiers, which you may personally select. I hope you remember your promise and return victorious. Hu Hai accepted the command and departed quickly, once his figure vanished. Ying Huan gazed into the distance, muttering coldly, "Hu Hai, may you remain true to your word and not fail the trust placed in you." Hu Hai left the town, heading directly towards a nearby hill where a group of warriors clad in bronze armor, wielding longswords, awaited him, their demeanor fierce and imposing. Upon Hu Hai's arrival, they respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to the young master." Hu Hai nonchalantly waved his hand. "There is no need for excessive formalities. You have trained hard recently, so tonight, let us rest. I have arranged a banquet to reward you all, so please prepare in advance." The warriors responded in unison, and Hu Hai nodded in satisfaction, turning to return to the royal palace. Changing into a black brocade robe, he entered his study, where stacks of various documents caught his eye. He opened a file, his gaze swiftly scanning the text, though his thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous, faced with the impending campaign. Doubts clouded his mind. Although Ying Huan was powerful, in Hu Hai's view, his father was ultimately incomparable to himself. Yet now, Ying Huan commanded him to wage war against those foreign nations, an act akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. The ministers of the court also unanimously believed that Hu Hai's expedition was destined for failure. Hu Hai meticulously studied the war reports laid before him, which detailed the geography, fortifications, troop deployments, and weaponry of the target nations. According to the documentation, these countries collectively boasted an army exceeding 100,000, each guarded by 3 formidable divine beings, whose might was awe-inspiring. The more he read, the greater the weight of pressure upon him. And the furrow in his brow deepened. If this information were accurate, it meant that an unprecedentedly arduous challenge awaited him. Hu Hai could not help but ponder how he might confront this seemingly insurmountable task. Gazing at the illustrations in the stack of documents, he delved into his memories, retrieving the images of the 3 divine beings, imprinting their visages deeply within his mind. These 3 were the white tiger divine being, the vermilion bird divine being, and the black tortoise divine being, all male, towering over 2 zhang in height, exuding an extraordinary presence that commanded respect. They stood as the pinnacle among the divine ranks, their strength unparalleled. Even more impressive was the uniqueness and high caliber of their cultivation techniques. When unleashed, their power surpassed that of ordinary martial arts masters, capable of dispatching foes with ease. Such cultivation levels were exceedingly rare among the myriad states of the Great Qin With few capable of contending against them. In the present day, the three divine lords have lingered in the Great Qin for nearly a year, during which they have successfully conquered a nation, incorporating its territory into their dominion. Over the course of this year, they have relentlessly annexed neighboring states, rendering the military forces of various countries fragmented and disarrayed, effectively reducing them to mere shadows of their former selves. As a result, these divided lands have fully come under their control, leaving the remaining nations to lament their impotence, unable to intervene. During this time, Feishui and Ying Huan have experienced rapid growth, initiating campaigns against the surrounding nations. The territories conquered by Ying Huan are, in truth, places he has previously trodden. He has long regarded himself as the heir apparent of the Great Qin and thus views these lands as rightfully his own. In Chapter 19, entitled Conquest, Feishui, following the subjugation of various nations, has reallocated the acquired territories, consolidating them into several formidable states, among which the Jinlong Kingdom stands out. Fortified by divine beasts, the ruler of Jinlong Kingdom is none other than Feishui's father, the Jinlong King, who commands a military force that significantly outnumbers that of Ying Huan, undoubtedly serving as the backbone of the Great Qin. Furthermore, Ying Huan has also claimed dominion over the Great Qin, the Great Han, and the Northern Wei. The military strength of Northern Wei surpasses Feishui's forces by several multiples, marking it as a crucial military pillar for the Great Qin. Beyond the aforementioned major powers, there are over 100 smaller nations scattered across the land. Despite their abundance, their collective military might does not even reach half that of the Great Qin. Ying Huan has systematically conquered Dongyi and Beiyin, two nations whose strength is limited to the martial Saint realm, rendering them incapable of withstanding Feishui. However, under her governance, they have not suffered significant upheaval. They have also progressively absorbed other great nations, consolidating their military power and deploying it across the Great Qin to ensure unified command and preparation for potential external threats. This maneuver has granted them a formidable military force capable of repelling invasions from all fronts. After executing this series of actions, Feishui has sensed a subtle shift in the attitudes of various factions within the Great Qin towards them. Once strong supporters of their cause have now found themselves powerless to lend further assistance. Even those willing to provide covert support can only do so with utmost caution. Though they harbor some discontent, they remain undeterred, understanding that only by gradually eroding the major powers can they bolster their strength. Once the great nations are fully incorporated, their military might will ascend to new heights, and the great powers will inevitably alter their stance, willing to join forces against the celestial demons. However, the current dilemma they face is the formidable challenge of breaching the defenses of these great nations, which are unwilling to cede territory. Feishui and her companion, despite their ambitions of annexation, have found their efforts persistently thwarted, as even the kings of these nations have achieved the martial sovereign realm, rendering conquest a daunting task. Nevertheless, their resolve to conquer the Great Qin has never wavered. They are acutely aware that within those great nations lie hidden dragons and crouching tigers, not only a multitude of martial god-level experts but also a divine lord concealed among them, as well as numerous powerful factions lurking in the shadows. In contrast, while the forces within the smaller nations may seem feeble, they are not to be underestimated. Particularly, the major powers concealed within them represent the true targets for their conquest and assimilation. Thus, after subduing the smaller nations, they swiftly gathered their strongest experts, preparing to confront those formidable factions. Presently, leaders from various factions within the Great Qin have learned of Hu Hai's return and his assembly of a grand army, expressing their willingness to lend their full support. These factions each harbor ambitions and hold animosity towards Hu Hai, yet they are wary of his formidable strength, preferring not to ally with Feishui. With their assistance, Feishui's expansionist endeavors will undoubtedly accelerate significantly at this juncture. Their foremost objective is to swiftly subjugate the major factions within the Great Qin one by one, thereby firmly grasping the reins of the Great Qin's realm. Meanwhile, various powerful figures have convened to strategize against Hu Hai, the tension mounting as the situation reaches a boiling point. Feishui, I have an idea. An elder suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of Feishui and her companion, who exchanged astonished glances, their focus narrowing on the sage before them. Having recently attained dominion over great nations and significantly increased their strength, the so-called powerful states now appeared to them as mere fish on a chopping board, devoid of any resistance. However, they never anticipated that just after absorbing numerous small nations of the Great Qin, they would face such unforeseen complications. These nations possess substantial strength, and should they unite, their might would be overwhelming. Even Ji Feishui and her companion would not dare to provoke their wrath, opting instead to avoid direct confrontation. If such unity were to materialize, their ambition to completely absorb the various factions of the Great Qin would become exceedingly arduous. And these factions might seize the opportunity to create turmoil, a scenario they would prefer to avoid. Furthermore, although their ranks have swelled, the task of unifying the Great Qin still demands vast resources, precious resources that cannot be squandered. Thus, they are racking their brains in search of strategies to break the deadlock. In the current climate, they can only proceed cautiously, plotting their advances step by step. Regardless, the unification of the Great Qin remains unshakable. They have already seized vast expanses of territory within the Great Qin, with numerous small nations subdued. The next step is to further expand their dominion. Only by continually broadening their sphere of influence can they better control this continent. During this interim, they dispatched scouts deep into various nations to gather intelligence, and the findings were alarming. While the major powers conceal dragons and tigers, their ranks filled with masters. Attempting to defeat them in one fell swoop is akin to chasing a mirage. Given their profound foundations, which should not be underestimated, their only viable course of action is to gradually encroach upon the periphery of these great nations, instilling in them a sense of caution. While meticulously monitoring their movements, ever prepared to counter potential assaults. As a result, the leaders of the major nations find themselves in a state of constant unease, unable to sleep at night. They are well aware that Ji Feishui's subordinates are lurking nearby, and any slip could lead to their downfall. Even while resting within their fortified cities, they remain vigilant, poised for battle, ever alert to any signs of disturbance. Outside the walls, Ji Feishui has fortified her defenses, ensuring that no faction, regardless of how stealthily they approach, can draw near. As time passes, Ji Feishui remains ever watchful, anticipating that the formidable experts from the great nations will challenge Huai. However, what she encounters are not the anticipated masters, but rather the chieftains of the various factions. Feiyang, Feishui, you have been entangled with the Great Qin for many years. Perhaps it is time for a ceasefire. The appearance of the chieftains causes Ji Feishui to stiffen, as they seem eager for the war to conclude swiftly, allowing them to recuperate and await a more opportune moment to re-engage. A month of fierce battles has left the major factions heavily scarred, and the chieftains, weary in both body and spirit, are eager to bring an end to this protracted struggle. Those masters have already been subdued by us. If they do not surrender voluntarily, we shall eradicate them. In response to the chieftain's taunts, Ying Huan retorts coldly, his words laced with provocation. Audacious, a chieftain exclaimed, eyes wide with fury. Today marks the end for the Great Qin. Do not presume to wield the same arrogance as before. We have come to level you, he warned sternly, urging them to surrender promptly, lest they face dire consequences. You seek a truce? We have no such intentions. Ying Huan sneers in return. You can either retreat or face our wrath. Tension escalates as both parties stand poised for conflict. The atmosphere thick with anticipation. A confrontation that could determine the fate of the Great Qin appears inevitable. Do you truly believe that your motley crew can extinguish the Great Qin? You are sorely mistaken. Ying Huan's voice booms defiantly. You claim to be warlike. Very well. We shall indulge your desire for battle. Indeed, if it is combat you crave, we shall oblige. The surrounding chieftains, emboldened, begin to issue their challenges. Hearing the provocations from the chieftains, the members of the Great Qin merely smile disdainfully, their eyes reflecting scorn. They regard these raucous jesters as incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Their audacity to threaten the Great Qin stems from the misguided belief that they are backed by formidable allies. Imagining that the Great Qin would not dare retaliate, little do they realize that the so-called emperor they rely upon has already been vanquished by the Great Qin. Their support has crumbled. Should any harm befall these chieftains, even the mightiest of emperors, should he rush to their aid, would meet only a fate of shared demise, leading to the disintegration of their respective factions, with none left to escape. Haha. Do you not believe me? I advise you not to grow too complacent. Your meager forces cannot withstand the advance of the Great Qin. Dispatch a few experts, and we shall easily dispatch you. One chieftain sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. Very well, let us settle this today. The loser shall depart. Ying Huan replied coldly, his eyes gleaming with determination. At this moment, they have no time to indulge the chieftains in their frivolities. Their primary mission is to swiftly eliminate these adversaries and systematically dismantle the other factions, ensuring that the chieftains submit entirely to the Great Qin. Since you seek death, we shall grant your wish. In response to Ying Huan's challenge, the chieftains exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laced with mockery. In an instant, a vast army surged forth behind them, all at the peak of the divine king realm. Their numbers immense. This time, they have mobilized an astounding 15 million troops, vowing to crush the Great Qin into oblivion. Haha, Ying Huan, it seems you will not need to lift a finger this time. The chieftains exuded confidence, seemingly assured of their impending victory. Ying Huan and his subordinates glared at the provocateurs, their hearts brimming with indignation at such a critical juncture. They dared to provoke the tiger's whiskers. With the chieftains remaining indifferent to the gravity of the situation, "You deluded fools, do you truly believe yourselves invincible? If you wish to taste death, then come at us. Enough of your prattle. Let us engage together." With that, the chieftains charged forward, leading their immense army into battle. The 15 million troops surged like a tsunami, their ferocity overwhelming. Even the most seasoned martial emperor would struggle to withstand their onslaught. United in purpose, they seemed poised to obliterate all obstacles in their path. In the eyes of these chieftains, Ying Huan and his forces were but insignificant adversaries. In such a brief span of time. Regardless of their formidable prowess, it is utterly impossible for them to ascend to the realm of the great emperor. Faced with this multitude of troops, no matter their celestial abilities, they are destined to crumble under the weight of this overwhelming assault. Haha, Ying Huan, what else do you have to say? Against so many of our skilled fighters, do you truly believe you possess the strength to resist? Now, will you not surrender obediently? Haha. The various clan leaders gazed upon Ying Huan and his companions with haughty expressions. As if victory were already within their grasp, they were convinced that by conquering all the cities of the Great Qin, it would vanish into oblivion, while they would reign over this star domain. Capturing Ying Huan and others, tormenting them slowly to recompense for their previous losses. Oh, is that so? Are you certain you did not inquire about my opinion, just based on your numbers? Do you think you can annihilate the Great Qin? It is nothing but a delusion. You rabble. We do not even deign to engage with you. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the Great Qin. Upon hearing Ying Huan's words, the leader who initiated the attack's expression shifted slightly. And in an instant, he dashed toward Ying Huan and his group. Come now, let me witness the true strength of the Great Qin. As he charged towards them, a cold smirk played upon his lips. The other clan leaders turned their gaze toward the divine beings, equally wearing disdainful smiles. In their eyes, these divine beings were but ants, easily dispatched by their 18 powerful clan leaders, once they annihilated them. Not only would they reap bountiful spoils of war, but it would also serve as an opportunity to redeem their past humiliation. At this moment, the hearts of those clan leaders were ignited with fervor. Their spirits soaring. These divine beings are laughably weak, crumbling at the slightest touch. I had thought they could withstand a few exchanges with those of the divine emperor level, yet they possess not even a moment's resistance. With a mere strike, we have dispatched them effortlessly. It is utterly devoid of interest. Witnessing their forces easily overpowering the divine beings, the clan leaders could not help but shake their heads in resignation. Their provocation toward Ying Huan and his companions was merely an attempt to humiliate them, and now that their goal had been achieved, they were filled with elation. Do you think we are as feeble as you? You underestimate us far too much, do you not? In response to the clan leader's derision, the divine beings' expressions changed drastically, fury igniting in their eyes as they coldly retorted, "Oh, your words are quite bold, since you are so defiant. Let us show you what true grit looks like." One of the clan leaders glared ominously at the divine beings, sneering, before issuing the command, "Attack, and reward 1 billion spirit stones for each kill." "As you command, clan leader." Understood. Chapter 20. Ferocity. Upon receiving the order, all clan leaders revealed menacing expressions, brandishing their weapons as they charged fiercely toward Ying Huan and his companions. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Ying Huan and his group did not falter. They exchanged glances, with Ying Huan leading the charge. They understood that although these clan leaders were slightly inferior in individual strength, their combined might was not to be underestimated. And they vastly outnumbered them. They must remain resolute and prepared. In an instant, the two factions collided, the air filled with flashes of blades and the thunderous sounds of battle. The clan leaders unleashed their full might, bombarding Ying Huan and his companions with an array of divine techniques, forcing them into a defensive position, retreating step by step. Despite the dire circumstances, they showed no signs of fear. Instead, they fought valiantly, determined to break free from the clan leader's siege and reclaim the precious divine crystals. No matter how you struggle, you cannot change the outcome of today. Meet your end. Seeing Ying Huan and his companions being battered into disarray, the clan leaders smirked coldly and charged once more. No. Ying Huan and his companions roared, fists and feet flying like the wind as they fought back with all their might, attempting to drive the clan leaders back. However, the clan leaders were prepared, with layers of shields enveloping them. firmly guarding against the onslaught. Their strikes fell upon the shields like raindrops, failing to make even the slightest dent, effortlessly dissipated by the protective barriers. Humph, you might as well conserve your strength. With your limited abilities, you will never breach our defenses. Moreover, this shield can endure for a long time, while you will continuously exhaust your energy in a futile attempt to recover your strength. Within an hour, you will be utterly powerless to resist. Seeing Ying Huan and his companions' attacks rendered ineffective, the clan leaders reveled in their triumph, exchanging scornful remarks, exuding an air of absolute confidence in their victory. They must not be allowed to be so arrogant. A fire of rage burned in Ying Huan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the clan leaders. Gritting his teeth, he understood that the clan leaders' arrogance stemmed from their overwhelming numbers and superior strength, seeking to suppress them completely and transform them into captives. Humph, do you think your group can hinder us? It is nothing but a daydream. In response to Ying Huan's retort, the clan leaders scoffed, their words dripping with mockery and disdain. Your strength is simply no match for us, let alone blocking our path. Meet your end. Meet your end. Seeing Ying Huan and his companions still defiant, the clan leaders once again hurled threats at them. Their voices laden with menace, they were convinced that with their strength, they could easily crush Ying Huan and his companions, leaving no one to stand in their way. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's expression darkened. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the clan leaders of the great powers, his murderous intent burning like a fierce flame. Clearly, they had resolved to engage in a life-or-death struggle with these powerful clan leaders. Very well, if that is the case, let us all take action together. Indeed, we shall fight to the death. We must slay them. The disciples of the various great powers, inspired by their clan leaders' grand proclamations, were all fired up, roaring in unison. They surged forward like a pack of ferocious beasts caught in a tempest, determined to engage the clan leaders, preferring mutual destruction over inaction. Upon witnessing this, the clan leaders' faces turned pale as paper. They understood that if these disciples truly committed to a head-on clash, even if they emerged victorious, they would suffer severe injuries, potentially even losing their lives. Weighing the risks, they decided to evade the confrontation. The protective shields quietly retracted, and they scattered like startled birds, vanishing without a trace. Chase them. Seeing the clan leaders flee in panic, the disciples' morale soared, and they shouted in unison, pursuing them with the intent to eradicate them and seize their divine elixirs, ensuring their descent into utter despair. However, those clan leaders moved like the wind, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving the disciples in their dust. Damn it, these cunning old foxes run faster than rabbits. After chasing them for so long, we have not caught up. What now? They left us no chance to catch our breath. This is truly troublesome. As the great clan leaders made their escape, the disciples were filled with anxiety. Uncertain of what to do next, we cannot linger any longer. We must leave this place swiftly, or we may find ourselves in dire peril. We are not ready to meet our ends yet. Thus, the clan leaders of the various great powers fled like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the distance. They understood that in this moment, the farther they escaped, the better. Otherwise, if they were caught, the consequences would be dire. Dreaming of escape, not without paying the price for our lives first, the disciples roared, brandishing their weapons and launching a furious assault against the fleeing clan leaders, intent on annihilating them. The clan leaders, naturally, would not sit idly by. They brandished their own weapons, readying themselves for battle. Both sides were evenly matched, giving their all, and soon, a storm of combat erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. Bang! 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 The sounds of fierce collisions echoed, as both sides were forced to retreat in the shockwave, several individuals bleeding from their mouths, clearly injured. Kill. Seizing the opportunity, the disciples shouted once more, charging forward with renewed fervor. These scoundrels are far too cunning. They clearly do not wish for a direct confrontation, but resort to stealthy attacks. It is utterly shameless. The clan leaders seethed with anger, cursing vehemently, yet faced with the disciples' fierce offensive, they could only grit their teeth, desperately holding their ground. At this moment, Ying Huan remained calm and composed, displaying the might of the pinnacle warriors of the Great Qin as he unleashed his fist strikes like thunder. Smashing through their defenses, the clan leaders found themselves powerless to retaliate, collapsing one by one, writhing in pain. Mission accomplished, Ying Huan returned to the side of Yingzheng, the ancestral dragon, to receive a new mission to journey to the immortal island in search of the elixir of immortality. The ancestral dragon, yearning for eternal life, had specifically dispatched Ying Huan to lead 300 men and women on this quest. Everyone, behold this. This secret formula, known as longevity pill, promises a lifespan of 100 years and eternal youth. Holding a parchment adorned with mysterious symbols, Ying Huan declared, "This formula was a serendipitous find within ancient scrolls. Though its authenticity remains unverified, I believe it to be true. Longevity pill? 100 years of life. Splendid. We have awaited this day." As soon as Ying Huan's words fell, the previously restless crowd of men and women sprang to their feet, rushing forward in eager anticipation. They yearned for the longevity pill. Longing to extend their lives, continue their cultivation, and fulfill their desires, each one brimming with excitement. "Please, everyone, remain calm," Ying Huan hurriedly interjected. Attempting to quell the fervent crowd, "I have made it clear that the longevity pill indeed exists. But you must all swear that once consumed, this matter shall remain a closely guarded secret, never to be revealed for eternity." Ying Huan's voice resonated powerfully, her words striking like thunder, causing those who sought to approach her to halt in their tracks and turn to gaze at her. "Ladies and gentlemen, you must swear an oath. Once you consume this pill, you shall disclose not a single word to anyone outside, lest the consequences be dire. Furthermore, should you violate this oath, the potion's efficacy will dissipate immediately, and you shall be reduced to mere bones. Do you understand? You must swear." As she concluded, her tone turned as cold as ice, her gaze fierce as that of a malevolent spirit, suggesting that anyone daring to defy her would meet with swift retribution. A chill swept through the assembly, their faces betraying fear as they recoiled. "Does anyone have questions?" she inquired. "If not, I shall commence the explanation on the consumption of the longevity pill." Ying Huan surveyed the crowd, her demeanor remaining icy. "You have all sworn your oaths. Now, let us begin the administration of the elixir." Just as the crowd surged forward to seize the longevity pill, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Ying Huan, does the secret formula for the longevity pill truly exist? Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Ying Huan turned to see a man clad in a purple robe, beside whom stood another individual making a respectful introduction. "This is the Celestial Emperor." The Celestial Emperor? Ying Huan's expression faltered. She was aware of the Celestial Dynasty's reputation and the Emperor's might, yet she had not anticipated their envoy's arrival. "The formula for the longevity pill originates from our celestial island. It is not the true longevity pill." The man in the purple robe continued, "That if you consume it, you shall not achieve immortality. Rather, you will diminish in lifespan until you are but a heap of bones." The Emperor's meaning was clear, and confusion flickered in Ying Huan's eyes. "Indeed, should you take this pill, you will only age further, ultimately leaving not even a trace of your bones," the Celestial Emperor stated calmly. "Is it not possible to consume this formula repeatedly?" Ying Huan asked, unwilling to relent. "You may attempt it," the Emperor replied with indifference. "Very well, then I shall give it a try," Ying Huan affirmed resolutely. "Are you truly set on consuming this formula?" the Emperor inquired once more. "Yes," Ying Huan replied with certainty. "I believe this formula indeed holds efficacy." "Excellent." The Emperor smiled faintly. "I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you." Ying Huan bowed in gratitude. The Emperor gestured for the crowd to withdraw, leaving only the Celestial Monarch, the Demon King, and several dozen Celestial Lords standing by. "Ladies and gentlemen, please step back for the time being," Ying Huan instructed. "Yes," the crowd responded in unison, retreating. "Leave this to them. I trust they will assist my fellow cultivators in refining the longevity pill," the Celestial Emperor stated coolly, upon hearing the Emperor's words. Everyone's gaze fixated on Ying Huan, their attention unwavering. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Once the longevity pill is refined, I will present each of you with one, allowing you to decide whether to consume it." Ying Huan explained. "Of course, you have the right to refuse. I will not compel you. Is that true? Does the longevity pill genuinely possess the ability to delay aging? Is it indeed the longevity pill that can grant me eternal youth? What is the truth of this elixir? If it is real, I am willing to give it a try." The crowd looked at Ying Huan with eager anticipation, their eyes glimmering with hope. "I assure you, my words are utterly true," Ying Huan confirmed with a nod. "Then I shall take the longevity pill first," one person declared, rushing toward Ying Huan. "I too shall partake," another shouted. "Count me in." The remaining Celestial Lords, Demon Kings, and Celestial Lords, upon witnessing this, scrambled towards Ying Huan, hastily retrieving the longevity pill and consuming it one after another. Seeing this, Ying Huan quickly intervened, instructing the rest to set down the pills. Her tone stern. "What are you doing? Do you suspect I am deceiving you? And no, we would never dare question your integrity. But can you assure us that this longevity pill truly works?" asked a gaunt Celestial Lord, his voice trembling slightly. "I swear it by my celestial status," Ying Huan replied with an unwavering gaze, her voice resonating with conviction. "If this longevity pill is false, may I never find peace in this lifetime." "Well, Now that you have said so, we feel much more at ease. The gaunt celestial lord sighed in relief, carefully placing the pill in his mouth and swallowing it. I shall have one too. I will try it as well. The crowd clamored to consume the longevity pill, and soon the small vial was nearly empty, with only one last pill remaining in Ying Huan's hand. All eyes were eagerly riveted upon her. Filled with expectation, this pill can grant me an additional 5,000 years of life, Ying Huan declared as she placed the pill into her mouth. The moment she spoke, the assembly of celestial beings fell silent. Shocked, they had assumed the pill would at most extend life by 500 years, never anticipating such extraordinary effects. Ying Huan, might we be so bold as to request that you bestow that pill upon us? One celestial being mustered the courage to ask. We present this longevity pill as a token of our sincerity. If you do not mind, it shall all belong to you. Gold, silver, and treasures hold no allure for me. However, if you truly desire the pill, you must first surpass my challenge, Ying Huan replied nonchalantly, asserting that whoever could best her would have free reign over the longevity pills. I am willing to serve Ying Huan with utmost devotion. As long as you do not disdain me, I would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, facing death without hesitation. Indeed, as long as you promise, we shall give our all, in an instant. Many celestial beings vied to express their willingness, making solemn oaths. Very well, your enthusiasm compels me to consent, Ying Huan said with a resigned shake of her head, fully aware that refusing would lead to relentless pestering. A source of great vexation. Thank you, esteemed one. The celestial beings' faces lit up with joy upon hearing her words, bowing deeply in gratitude, barely able to contain their excitement. You need not thank me, to speak candidly. My willingness to gift the pill stems from your comparative weakness, making it impossible for you to challenge me, Ying Huan stated frankly. Had you reached the pinnacle of cultivation, even if I were to exert all my strength, I would likely be no match for you. But now, your abilities are limited. Even if I wished to flee, you would not be able to pursue me. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of shame on their faces. These pills are yours. Once consumed, your power will double at that point. Should you unite to confront me, victory and defeat will become evident. Therefore, hasten to consume the pills and elevate your cultivation. Ying Huan urged them earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed one. We shall consume the pills immediately and strive for a breakthrough into the realm of celestial lords. The celestial beings expressed their gratitude repeatedly, eagerly settling down to consume the longevity pills. Before long, their expressions began to shift, their eyes sparkling with joy. A radiant light enveloped them, their forms gradually expanding, a powerful aura emanating from them. Their garments transformed dramatically, the previous robes morphing into magnificent celestial armor, intricately adorned with elaborate engravings, shimmering brilliantly. Congratulations on your ascension to the rank of celestial lords. Ying Huan smiled and bowed in acknowledgement. Thank you, esteemed one. The celestial beings hastily returned the gesture. Now, what course of action shall we take next? We humbly request your guidance, several previously silent celestial lords inquired, awaiting Ying Huan's direction. You have already aided me greatly. You may now take your leave, Ying Huan spoke softly. Then we shall take our leave. The celestial beings bowed deeply to Ying Huan before gracefully departing, vanishing in an instant. Once the figures of the celestial beings faded from view, Ying Huan exhaled a long breath, gazing into the distant sky as she murmured, Elder brother, where art thou? Younger sister misses you. Please come forth and meet her. Junior brother, younger sister misses you, she whispered to herself, her face reflecting deep nostalgia for her past companions. Senior sister, what troubles you? A nearby woman asked with concern upon noticing her demeanor. Nothing, merely reminiscing about some bygone days. Ying Huan gently shook her head, pulling her thoughts back. Let us concentrate on refining the longevity pill. With it, we shall grow stronger and seek vengeance for our master, another woman declared, her eyes ablaze with the fire of retribution. Indeed, Ying Huan nodded, returning to the arduous task of alchemy. As the days slipped by unnoticed, Ying Huan's alchemical endeavors finally culminated in success, with numerous radiant longevity pills lying quietly within their vials, heralding her achievement. Done. The longevity pills are ready. Esteemed ones, please partake. Ying Huan beamed at the celestial lords, demon kings, and celestial lords who were sampling the longevity pill she had personally crafted. Her smile radiant as sunshine, exuding confidence. Just as she bid farewell to the prominent figures, Ying Huan's form flickered, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she murmured, So they are internal traitors of the demon clan. They wish to exploit us for their selfish ambitions. What a foolish dream. We shall not allow them to succeed. Now, having reached the early stage of Celestial Emperor, Ying Huan's divine sense could encompass every corner of the estate. ensuring that no celestial lord, demon king, or celestial lord could escape her perception. In this manner, those lurking in the shadows had nowhere to hide, let alone launch a surprise attack. Understood. The celestial lords, demon kings, and celestial lords responded in unison, dispersing to stand guard around the estate. Should anyone attempt to approach, they would be immediately thwarted. Witnessing this formation, the members of the demon clan appeared fearful, their faces pale, dreading any movement that might provoke these formidable beings and bring about their own demise. Listen well, you wretches of the demon clan. My master is a prodigious talent, a master-level figure, and shall soon return. At that time, you will witness the true power of the heavenly demon palace. The demon Tian cast a cold glance at the gathered crowd, his words dripping with menace. Upon hearing this, the members of the demon clan quaked internally. Yet none dared to retort, enduring in silence before furtively retreating. Once the members of the demon clan vanished from sight, Demon Tian led the cloaked figures away from the mountain range. Meanwhile, the previously concealed celestial lords, demon kings, and immortal sovereigns quietly departed, each wearing a troubled expression, foreseeing the momentous events that were about to unfold. However, scarcely had they left when nearly 200 celestial lords, demon kings, and immortal sovereigns of remarkable prowess arrived silently. All elite members of the demonic race, meticulously selected from the demon realm. Humans, having taken the initiative to provoke conflict with my demonic kin, must brace themselves for the grievous consequences. The leader, a figure of celestial lord, demon king, and immortal sovereign stature, fixed a piercing gaze upon the newcomers, awaiting their next move. Among them, one adept of celestial lord, demon king, and immortal sovereign rank snorted disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the others, clearly regarding them with little respect. Silence, the leader commanded, halting the dispute. Yes, my lord, the assembled demonic experts responded in unison. This place is still far from the demon realm. We must set forth without delay. The demonic strength here is too feeble to be of concern, and the demon beasts in the realm are scarce, making it unwise to linger. The sooner we reach the demon realm, the sooner we can report back to His Majesty. The leader elucidated. Understood, my lord. The group replied in chorus, promptly soaring towards the demon realm at this moment. Ying Huan and her companions busied themselves within the estate, discussing plans while meticulously decorating their surroundings. Their desires were modest. They simply wished to transform the estate into a picturesque haven, pleasing to the eye. The celestial experts lurking in the shadows observed this scene and discreetly withdrew one by one. Unlike the demonic race, they believed in the principle of vengeance, thus they remained vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment to retaliate against Ying Huan and her group. This time, let us see where you can escape to. The celestial lords, demon kings, and immortal sovereigns sneered inwardly, hastening towards the demon realm in the wake of the demonic beings. Uncle Li, why have they left? Are we just going to let them go? Ying Huan looked at Uncle Li, confusion evident in her eyes. Rest assured, these individuals will not depart so easily. They are undoubtedly here, biding their time for our return, Uncle Li replied with a slight smile. Though unclear about the true intentions of their adversaries, he firmly believed that these individuals would not relent, and lingering here was merely a matter of time. Ying Huan responded, though she did not understand why he was so certain. She chose to trust him completely. She understood that she needed to focus on her cultivation, enhancing her own strength. Once her physical condition reached its peak, she could journey alongside Uncle Li to the demon realm. Thus, under Uncle Li's guidance, Ying Huan devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study and practice of alchemy. Before long, her alchemical furnace produced a batch of pills, which Uncle Li carefully handed to her, urging her to strictly follow the prescribed methods in their creation. Are these truly miraculous healing pills? They appear rather unremarkable. I expected something akin to life restoring elixirs. Ying Huan received the pills, her face filled with confusion. Little girl, you're quite amusing. Each of these freshly crafted treasures is indeed a sacred healing pill, and their value is extraordinary, sought after by ordinary folk, Uncle Li explained with a hearty laugh. Oh, is that so? Can these pills be consumed directly? Ying Huan's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. Haha, silly girl. Only those of celestial lord caliber may partake of these pills. They are absolutely safe for you. Do not hesitate to consume them, Uncle Li patiently clarified, as Ying Huan broke into a joyous laugh. Having heard Uncle Li's words, Ying Huan nodded with relief. I see. Then I shall try one right now. If all goes well, I shall see results tonight and completely heal my injuries. Very well, as you wish. Ying Huan readily agreed, showing no hesitation as she swallowed a pill, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. Now, shall we dine? He turned to Qian Shaoqing, speaking cheerfully. Thank you, Ying Huan. You have been a tremendous help today. This cup of wine, Qian, raised to you, to celebrate your becoming an esteemed guest elder of my family. Qian Shaoqing lifted her glass and drank it down in one gulp. Ying Huan was somewhat taken aback, but quickly adjusted her emotions. Clinking glasses with her. All right, I shall drink to that. The two exchanged knowing smiles before bowing their heads to eat in silence. The table was laden with a plethora of delicacies, all acquired through the exchange of celestial spirit stones and crystals. Filling the air with enticing aromas, after a satisfying meal, Qian Shaoqing boldly proposed, "Let us drink freely today. We shan't return until we are inebriated. That suits me perfectly. Let us not disperse until we are drunk." Ying Huan echoed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ying Huan, your pace of cultivation is truly astonishing. You must have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Celestial Emperor, haven't you? Qian Shaoqing exclaimed in awe. Ying Huan admitted candidly, "Indeed, I have indeed broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Celestial Emperor. Excellent. It seems I have hope of ascending to the 10th layer of Celestial Emperor." Qian Shaoqing exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together. "There is indeed hope. If we join forces, we shall surely reach greater heights." Ying Huan replied, equally invigorated. "Ying Huan, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Focus on your cultivation, and when you achieve success, I shall await you in the Demon City." Qian Shaoqing stood to bid farewell, her tone filled with concern. "All right, take care on your journey. If you encounter danger, do not engage recklessly. If the strength disparity is too great, retreat swiftly, understood?" Ying Huan urged repeatedly. "Rest assured, I would never act recklessly. I am well aware of how to protect myself," Qian Shaoqing assured confidently. Patting her chest, "That is good. Since you are leaving, allow me to escort you a short distance." Ying Huan smiled as she rose. "No need for that. Let us part ways here." Qian Shaoqing waved her hand and turned to leave. However, as her figure vanished from Ying Huan's sight, a hint of bitterness crept onto her face, her eyes revealing confusion and worry. Life is unpredictable. Perhaps I will ultimately be unable to escape this tribulation. Or perhaps I truly should step into that terrifying demon realm. Qian Shaoqing pondered internally, her countenance reflecting resignation. Just as Ying Huan was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a stir near her ear. Her gaze fell upon a familiar figure hurrying towards her room. Seeing this, a playful smile crept onto Ying Huan's lips. "Little girl, I never expected to encounter you here. It seems we are indeed fated." She mused inwardly. "Do not harm my mother in the slightest," Qian Shaoqing shouted angrily as she sprinted forward. "Humph, you are merely at the 8th layer of a mortal sovereign. Do you think you can stop me? Today, let me show you my strength," Ying Huan scoffed, pursuing closely behind, the two racing towards the edge of the city wall. Swish, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by a torrent of demonic soldiers surging through the city gate. Upon seeing this, Qian Shaoqing's expression darkened, her fury igniting. "You scoundrels, I have been waiting for you. Finally, I have the chance to catch you all. Today, none of you shall escape. Ying Huan, did you not claim you would take our lives? Come now, let us see your abilities." Qian Shaoqing halted, her gaze icy as she stared down the opponent. "Haha, you overestimate me. Once I deal with you, we shall have plenty of time to chat," Ying Huan replied with a cold smile. Her figure flashing as she rapidly approached Qian Shaoqing, her speed blurring the lines of perception in an instant. Ying Huan had closed the distance to Qian Shaoqing's side, delivering a powerful punch aimed to subdue her in one blow. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ying Huan, Qian Shaoqing's countenance shifted dramatically as she hurriedly raised her fist in defense. However, the disparity in strength rendered her movements exceedingly arduous, as the gap in cultivation was insurmountable. Bang! The two fists collided, sending a tremendous force reverberating through Qian Shaoqing's entire being. As though struck by a heavy hammer, she staggered back several steps to regain her balance, yet the blood that surged forth from her throat could not be concealed. "You dare to launch a sneak attack?" Qian Shaoqing roared, ready to retaliate. "Save your breath. In your current state, you will only suffer needlessly, and your dignity shall be trampled. I advise you not to waste your efforts." Ying Huan retorted with derision, her tone languid. Qian Shaoqing let out a cold snort, glancing at her trembling hands, gathering her courage once more to lunge at Ying Huan. "Overestimating yourself," Ying Huan scoffed repeatedly. Initially expecting her to retreat in the face of adversity, yet she did not anticipate such stubbornness. Thus, it was no wonder that Ying Huan's heart grew cold. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Ying Huan's eyes as her right hand clenched into a fist, targeting Qian Shaoqing's abdomen with the intent to resolve this matter in a single strike. Bang! The wind from the punch howled as Qian Shaoqing was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Rolling several times before struggling to rise, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, glaring at Ying Huan with unbridled hatred. "You scoundrel! Today, I shall fight you to the death," as her words fell. A brilliant light erupted from Qian Shaoqing's body as she resolutely charged at Ying Huan, hoping to delay time by risking everything, awaiting the aid of her sect. Yet, Ying Huan's strength far surpassed hers. Such a level of resistance was utterly insufficient to delay her even for a moment. The moment Qian Shaoqing rushed forward, Ying Huan waved her right hand, delivering a heavy blow to her shoulder, sending her flying once more. Boom! Qian Shaoqing fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, her body instantly reduced to a mass of flesh. Puffed! Qian Shaoqing's primordial spirit hurriedly fled her shattered vessel, seeking escape. However, Ying Huan's gaze remained cold as she unhesitatingly unleashed her devouring secret technique, drawing the primordial spirit into her body, completely obliterating it. As the dust settled, Ying Huan turned her gaze towards the remaining figures in black. Her voice icy. "You all must die." "What? He actually killed senior brother Qian Shaoqing." Witnessing this scene, the crowd of black-clad individuals erupted in chaos, their faces filled with terror. Chapter 22. Who is it? Who is this person? The crowd exchanged glances, confusion and unease etched upon their faces. "Haha, I am Ying Huan. For you wretched little beings, today marks your demise." Ying Huan let out a cold laugh as he unleashed a furious onslaught upon the cloaked figures. With a series of resounding punches, each strike precisely dispatched a black-clad adversary, causing them to collapse under the tempestuous barrage, transforming into pools of mangled flesh and blood. Haha. This fellow has actually wiped out all my subordinates. I've certainly saved myself a great deal of trouble regarding the rewards for this mission, Ying Huan remarked with a satisfied smile as he surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. "Ah, brotherly, congratulations. I didn't expect you to effortlessly deal with that scoundrel Qian Shaoqing," a voice interjected. Ying Huan turned towards the source of the sound, only to be taken aback at the sight of an elderly man draped in black robes. "What brings you here? Are you also after my treasure?" "Humph, indeed. We have come for your precious artifact. However, we didn't anticipate that not only do you possess peak Saint tier strength, but you also wield power comparable to an early-stage Saint King." "Truly remarkable," the elder in black robes replied with a smile. "Humph, so what if it's remarkable? You shall all meet your end now." Ying Huan snorted disdainfully, launching into a merciless slaughter against the elder and his companions. Each move lethal, swiftly slaying them all. Ah, how refreshing. This lad's combat prowess is indeed commendable. He truly is the character I had my eye on. Once all the cloaked figures lay dead, Ying Huan sighed with satisfaction, his gaze falling upon the lifeless body of Qian Shaoqing. "Ah, I knew you would return," Ying Huan remarked with a cold smile as he approached the mangled remains of Qian Shaoqing. In Ying's eyes, these black-clad figures were akin to ants, easily crushed underfoot. He never regarded them as worthy opponents. "Once I eliminate you, Qian Shaoqing, I shall obtain that treasure, break through my bottleneck, and ascend to the late Saint tier realm." Isn't that an effortless endeavor? Suddenly, 3 early-stage Saint Kings emerged behind Ying Huan. He paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. "Ha! No matter which path you hail from, today you shall all leave your lives here. None shall escape." One of the cloaked figures spoke sharply. "Ying Huan, we may not know your background, but do you truly believe you can withstand the combined might of the 3 of us alone? I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy, or regardless of your cultivation, you will surely perish today." Ying Huan scoffed. "You think I can't handle the 3 of you alone? What a joke." The cloaked figure retorted coldly. "You will soon find out whether it's a joke or not." As he spoke, his palms moved swiftly, conjuring a swirling mass of black mist that coalesced into a dark fist, hurtling towards Ying Huan. Without flinching, Ying Huan extended a finger and lightly touched the incoming fist, resulting in a deafening explosion of light and sound. He remained as steadfast as a mountain, while the dark fist disintegrated into nothingness. "Indeed, this is a treasure of Saint tier caliber. Shouldn't you all consider surrendering now?" Ying Huan declared with pride. The cloaked figures turned pale. "Who exactly are you to dare invade our Wanma Mountain Manor?" Despite their combined assault, they failed to subdue Ying Huan, instead witnessing his seemingly endless array of techniques and Saint-tier treasures, leaving them utterly astounded. Ying Huan sneered, "You are not yet worthy to know who we are. Today, you shall all be buried here." With that, he dashed forward, appearing before the cloaked figures in an instant, unleashing a whip of dark energy that lashed through the air. The cloaked figures hastily dodged. Yet one was still grazed across the neck, resulting in a spray of blood and a deep wound visible to the bone. Hiss! The injured cloaked figure gasped in shock, his face ashen as he regarded the bloodstain on his neck. This technique is indeed formidable. It could easily injure someone of my early Saint King cultivation. The other two, witnessing this, were equally shaken, fear etched across their faces that a man observing from a distance exclaimed. Brotherly S. prowess is extraordinary. He injured the leader of Black Wind Valley with a single strike. Truly impressive. Another chimed in. In that case, let us three join forces. We can surely subdue this lad, and then seize that woman's essence. What a delight that would be. Ying Huan nonchalantly acquiesced, inwardly reflecting. These fellows are no match for me. Allowing them to walk into their own demise will save me effort. The man sported a wicked grin. His gaze greedily fixed on Lin Shiyan. Very well, then. Let us first dispose of this lad and then exchange him for the beauty. Ying Huan nodded slightly, turning his attention to the approaching cloaked figures with a dismissive smirk. Come forth. You merely delivering yourselves to your doom. He wielded his black whip, engaging in a fierce clash with the three, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous sounds, as the surrounding air trembled in turmoil. Heralding the onset of a life-and-death struggle, the air was filled with the resonant sounds of their violent confrontation, as Ying Huan and the mysterious cloaked figures clashed fiercely, golden light surging forth. Intertwined with the power of thunder, racing towards the trio, boom, 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 the series of explosive sounds were deafening as Ying Huan and the cloaked figures engaged in a desperate battle. Ying Huan's figure flickered unpredictably, exploiting every opening in his opponent's defenses with lethal precision, his speed astonishingly swift, as if shadows darted towards the enemy in the blink of an eye, catching them off guard. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Ying Huan's whip struck the head of one cloaked figure, sending it flying from its body to crash heavily to the ground, the crimson blood instantly staining the earth. Old 7, one of the remaining cloaked figures exclaimed in horror, filled with rage and sorrow. Old 7, though only of early Saint King cultivation, was one of the three guardians of the Dark Church, his strength not to be underestimated. The sight of him being dispatched so easily by Ying Huan was utterly unacceptable. Kill! The remaining two cloaked figures, consumed by rage, charged towards Ying Huan in unison. They understood that even when facing a mid-stage Saint Sovereign, their combined strength could still pose a threat. Kill! Ying Huan's gaze turned icy as he flicked his whip, sending the dark shadows curling violently towards the two remaining figures. With a thunderous roar, the two figures were sent hurtling backward alongside the whip's shadow. Ying Huan effortlessly eliminated one of the cloaked figures with a single strike, leaving the remaining two in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the terrifying strength of Ying Huan. In the face of Ying Huan's relentless assault, the remaining cloaked figures were filled with awe, fully aware that even united, they were no match for him. Their hearts were gripped by profound shock. What are you three waiting for? Are you afraid to face me? Ying Huan taunted, his voice dripping with disdain at their hesitation. You are far too arrogant, lad. A mere early Saint Emperor dares to act so brazenly before us. What does it matter if you are a genius? In the presence of Saint Kings, you are but an ant. Easily crushed with a single blow, one of the cloaked figures retorted fiercely, filled with contempt. Is that so? Then do not regret it. Ying Huan replied with a cold smile, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Before his words had even faded, the black-clad figure surged forward. A cruel smile danced on Ying Huan's lips as he vanished in a flash, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a vicious strike. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as the black figure flew through the air like a broken kite, blood spraying from its mouth as it crashed heavily to the ground. Old 5, are you all right? Another cloaked figure rushed forward in concern upon witnessing the scene. I'm fine, replied the one called Old 5 as he struggled to rise, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes fixed on Ying Huan with a fierce intent to kill. Old 5, hold on. Let us deal with this lad first, and then teach him a proper lesson. Another cloaked figure, anxious for his companion, urged. Though they were united in purpose, the disparity in their strength was evident, and their relationships had never been particularly harmonious. If internal strife arose due to Ying Huan, it would be highly detrimental for them. Old 5's expression shifted upon hearing this, realizing that his two senior brothers were allowing their animosity towards Ying Huan to fester, despite Ying Huan's overwhelming prowess, far surpassing his own early Saint Emperor capabilities. He understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Humph, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Today, you will witness the might of the Dark Church. I shall not allow a madman like you to provoke me at will." The cloaked figure furiously drew his sword, aiming directly at Ying Huan, vowing to pierce his heart with a single strike. "Haha, you think you can take my life with such pitiful attempts? I'll tell you the truth. I have long harbored intentions of killing you. The fact that you scoundrels dared to send someone after me has pushed me beyond my limits. Now, I shall send you on your way to the afterlife, and then I will enjoy torturing you, to see just how long you can maintain your bravado," Ying Huan declared coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Exuding an aura of cruelty, with that, Ying Huan transformed into a streak of black light, charging into the crowd of black-clad figures. Boom! Another tremendous sound echoed as Ying Huan's fist sent the foremost black figure flying, blood instantly spilling from its mouth. "You three, come at me together. Stop dawdling," Ying Huan shouted, reveling in their predicament. His declaration. The faces of the three black-clad figures darkened, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. They then unleashed three swirling clouds of black energy towards Ying Huan, their swords gleaming with two shades of dark light, viciously attempting to cleave him in two petty tricks. Ying Huan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain as he faced their onslaught. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind one of the cloaked figures, and delivered a powerful kick to its back. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the figure cloaked in black was sent sprawling by a powerful kick. Blood splattering in all directions and instantly staining the ground a vivid crimson, a scene both horrifying and grotesque. Witnessing the swift demise of his subordinate, another cloaked figure's expression shifted dramatically, hastily retreating while casting a wary gaze upon Ying Huan. "You foul wench, scurry back to your den at once, or I shall strip you bare and cast you into the streets for profit." "Ha!" Ying Huan regarded the woman before her. She was strikingly beautiful, particularly with her ample bosom, which elicited a glint of wicked charm in Ying Huan's eyes. "You shall not escape. Even if it leads to our mutual destruction, I will ensure you pay for this." Her resolve unwavering, she declared, "I do not believe you can withstand my soul attack. Let us see how long you can endure." The woman's countenance hardened, her gaze fixed intently on Ying Huan. Her words resolute. "Well, since you refuse to take my offer of mercy, you shall witness the formidable prowess of our demonic kin." Faced with the woman's obstinacy, Ying Huan chuckled coldly, swiftly gesturing with his right hand as flames coalesced in his palm. With a flick of his fingers, the flames surged forth like untamed stallions, racing toward the woman with alarming speed. As the inferno hurtled towards her, the woman's complexion paled, fear and confusion flooding her eyes. With merely half a step into the realm of the Holy Emperor, she found herself trembling at the prospect of Ying Huan's assault. Noticing her terror, a triumphant smile spread across Ying Huan's face. Her fear only fueled his excitement, a result that pleased him immensely. Bang, bang, bang. Ying Huan unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike mercilessly crashing against the woman, despite her seemingly indomitable armor. Ying Huan's relentless onslaught left it riddled with fine cracks, pieces breaking away to reveal the dark fabric beneath. "I shall slay you. I will reduce you to mincemeat." The woman, witnessing her armor's destruction, was consumed by rage, her screams piercing the air. Frantically, she unleashed wave after wave of counterattacks toward Ying Huan. Yet, he met her fierce retaliation with equal ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The valley resonated with haunting cries, chilling to the bone. Each of the cloaked figures struck by Ying Huan fell lifeless, while the fortunate survivors lay bloodied and battered upon the ground. Their faces pale and marred by deep gashes, resembling grotesque specters. Observing Ying Huan's overwhelming strength, a solemn expression crossed the remaining cloaked figure's face, and a flicker of fear entered his gaze as he regarded Ying Huan. "How can you be so powerful? Are you perhaps a master of the sacred sovereign level?" The cloaked figure scrutinized Ying Huan, seeking any sign of weakness, his brow furrowing in contemplation before he finally spoke. I intend to kill you. Do you truly believe you can escape alive?" He sneered. "You foolish woman, thinking yourself clever, when in truth you are a complete imbecile. But fear not, for today I shall let you witness my formidable skills." Ying Huan retorted with a cold grin. Chapter 23. The Strong Humph. Regardless of the circumstances, even if you are a sacred sovereign level expert, you are merely half a step into the Holy Emperor realm, and thus not my match. Do not be so arrogant. Upon hearing Ying Huan's words, the woman immediately countered. Is that so? Then let us see who falls first. Ying Huan replied nonchalantly, raising his left hand as a tremendous pressure bore down upon the woman. Feeling the weight of Ying Huan's oppressive force, the woman's face went pale, her eyes wide with terror. Realizing she could not evade it, she braced herself to confront his attack, hoping to gauge his true strength. Boom! The clash produced a deafening roar, followed by a terrifying shockwave that swept across the surroundings. Trees snapped like twigs, the very space seemed to tremble, even the ancient trees swayed perilously. Blood erupted from the woman's mouth, her complexion turning ashen, clearly indicating the severe toll of their brutal confrontation. Ying Huan, witnessing her plight, wore a smug smile. Heh, now it's my turn to retaliate. You wretched woman, weren't you quite boastful moments ago? What's wrong? Gone mute now. Seizing the moment, he launched a ferocious assault against her. At this point, the woman was utterly disheveled, her attire tattered and soaked in blood, devoid of the previous bravado, gritting her teeth. Her eyes gleamed with fury. Do not push your luck. If you do not spare me today, once I regain my strength, I will ensure your utter destruction. The cloaked figure understood that now was not the time to confront Ying Huan directly. The disparity in their strengths left him no choice but to evade and buy time to recuperate, seeking an opportunity to flee. Otherwise, this stalemate would inevitably lead to his demise. Upon hearing her words, Ying Huan scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with mockery. Oh, you wish to escape? Do you truly believe you can slip away from under my watchful gaze? A flicker of anger crossed the cloaked figure's face as he coldly snorted. In this desolate wilderness, no one can save you. Besides, I possess a pill that can unleash my latent potential. Once consumed, my strength will double, allowing me to contend even with a celestial sovereign-level expert. Ying Huan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Oh, you have a pill? I would very much like to witness its power. The cloaked figure beamed with pride. Indeed, this extraordinary pill is unparalleled. Should you willingly submit to me and become my servant, I shall bestow upon you the highest cultivation secrets, propelling your strength to new heights. Upon hearing this, the woman spat disdainfully, cursing, Dream on, you scoundrel, I wouldn't deign to acknowledge you. Fuming, the cloaked figure seized the woman, delivering a harsh slap that left her face swollen, 5 distinct finger marks marring her exquisite features. Her head was thrown askew, revealing her long, graceful neck, her skin shimmering like jade in the dim light. Utterly enticing, the cloaked figure's gaze burned with lust as he greedily surveyed her, as though hunting prey. Have you finished gaping? If so, depart. I have no time to waste with you. The woman seethed, furious. The cloaked figure's malevolent intent intensified. His mind racing with thoughts. Such beauty is a pity to waste. If only I could spend a night with her, it would be a great pleasure in life. With this thought, his eyes blazed with desire. Tiske, the little lady has quite the fiery temper. I find it rather appealing. The cloaked figure grinned at the woman. You are courting death. Since you refuse to relinquish your treasure, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he unleashed a powerful kick toward Ying Huan while simultaneously throwing a punch aimed at his chest. The cloaked figure's strike appeared brutish, yet it harbored astonishing strength, the surrounding space warping slightly as if the air had been instantaneously evacuated. Producing a deep, resonant thud, the punch transformed into a visible wave of energy, racing toward Ying Huan at breakneck speed. Ying Huan did not flinch. Instead, he met the blow head-on, their fists colliding with a thunderous crack, the air vibrating violently. After the fierce battle, all those who had stood against Ying Huan lay vanquished at his feet, not a single soul remaining alive. Upon returning to Xianyang, Ying Huan had a complete falling out with Hu Hai, even resorting to physical confrontation. Emperor Ying Zheng and his eldest son, Fu Su, found themselves powerless to intervene. Ying Huan's greatest disdain was reserved for Hu Hai, a man devoid of intellect, fixated solely on seizing the throne. Before departing, Ying Huan addressed Ying Zheng directly. Father, I have grown up and no longer require your protection. I must learn to safeguard myself. You need not concern yourself with me. Faced with his son's resolute gaze, Ying Zheng could only acquiesce. After Ying Huan's departure, Fu Su turned to Ying Zheng. Father, how should we proceed with Ying Huan? His obstinacy is truly vexing. Ying Zheng sighed. Fu Su, I too do not wish for Ying Huan to leave. But you know his temperament at present. I am at a loss for how to handle him, and can only let him be. Fu Su contemplated for a moment before suggesting, let him go. He is still young. Once he matures, it will not be too late to teach him a lesson. It seems that is the only course available. Ying Zheng nodded in resignation. After Ying Huan's departure, Ying Zheng summoned Fu Su once more, candidly inquiring, Fu Su, what are your thoughts on the position of Crown Prince? Fu Su replied respectfully, Father, I dare not speak lightly on the matter. But the position of Crown Prince is no easy task. Ying Huan concurred. I share your sentiment. The Crown Prince's role is far more complex than I initially imagined. In truth, I had long intended to designate you as Crown Prince, but have struggled to find the appropriate opportunity. Fu Su, pondering his father's intentions, cautiously probed. Father, are you contemplating eliminating Hu Hai? Ying Huan nodded candidly. Indeed, Fu Su, I am well aware of your fervent desire for the throne of Qin, so there is no need for concern. Although Ying Huan wields significant power, I am confident he will be too preoccupied to impede us. I aim to seize this opportunity to eliminate him, and I entrust this task entirely to you. Ensure it is executed flawlessly. Hearing his father entrust him with the task of eliminating his brother Ying Huan filled Fu Su with indignation. Ying Zheng's actions felt exceedingly excessive. Why such trust in him? Fu Su stated firmly. Father, Ying Huan is not to be underestimated. This matter requires careful consideration. Ying Zheng scoffed, as if already aware of everything. Do you think I am oblivious to this? In truth, I have already discerned that, despite his immense power, he possesses a critical weakness. Upon hearing this, Fu Su's expression fluctuated, his mind racing to devise a plan to eliminate Ying Huan. Suddenly, a scheme emerged in his thoughts. Father, what do you think of this approach? Fu Su proposed. Oh, what clever idea do you have? Ying Zheng inquired with interest. We could send Ying Huan's favored concubine into the palace, using her as leverage against him. Fu Su spoke confidently. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng burst into laughter, praising, a splendid move to undermine him. Fu Su, you truly are the son of my wisdom and valor. This method is indeed worth a try. However, remember to keep it confidential. He must never know. Ying Zheng departed from the Imperial Garden, heading towards the Great Hall, leaving behind Fu Su, Li Si, and Hu Hai.Lic. With concern, inquired of Fu Su. Are you truly resolved to eliminate Ying Huan? Fu Su replied resolutely. Indeed, I have made up my mind. Lic shook his head helplessly. Your nature is such that you lack flexibility. Though Ying Huan has his shortcomings, he is still your brother and deserves kindness. How can you harbor murderous intent? A cold smile curled at the corner of Fu Su's mouth. I shall be merciless only towards him. Lic sighed. Though Ying Huan has flaws, he is clever and favored by our father. If you truly kill him, you may face the wrath of the ancestor dragon. Fu Su, filled with determination, assured him, do not worry, I have my plans. Seeing Fu Su's resolve, Li Si refrained from further discussion, merely advising, after all, he is your brother. It would be best to spare his life. Fu Su felt a surge of joy within, masking it with compliance. He understood that Ying Huan's demise must be executed discreetly. Otherwise, it would incite suspicion across the realm. Thus, he told Li Si, I shall return to make preparations. When the moment is ripe, I will act, and you too must be ready. Upon returning to his residence, Fu Su summoned his loyal confidants to conspire against Ying Huan. These devoted followers pledged their lives to Fu Su, and upon receiving their orders, they dispersed to prepare for the assassination of Ying Huan. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng left the Imperial Garden, making his way directly to the sleeping quarters. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was greeted by laughter and merriment, the source being one of his favored concubines, reminded of the long time since he had indulged in the company of the lovely women of his harem. Ying Zheng felt a surge of excitement. He quickly disrobed, calling out, My beloved, this night I shall cherish you well. The following morning, while Ying Zheng was still lost in slumber, he was awakened by a guard. Your Majesty. The Crown Prince requests an audience. Ying Zheng instantly roused, hastily adjusting his attire, and summoned Fu Su into the hall. Despite having conspired with Fu Su against Ying Huan, he harbored inner anxieties, fearing for the security of his throne. As Fu Su entered the grand hall, Ying Zheng rose to greet him, a broad smile on his face. You have arrived. Did you rest well last night? Fu Su nodded slightly. Father, your son enjoyed a peaceful sleep. Hearing that you worked late into the night reviewing memorials, I came to check on you and share a conversation. Ying Zheng, touched, replied, You are thoughtful. It brings me great comfort. Please, take a seat. Ying Zheng inquired with concern. Did you not go out for entertainment last night? Why do you have time to accompany me today? Fu Su shook his head. Your son did not indulge in leisure. Rather, I am troubled by uncertainties, unsure how to ensure Ying Huan poses no future threat. Ying Zheng appeared slightly astonished. You orchestrated this matter. Do you not know how to proceed? Fu Su's expression grew troubled. Father, I am indeed somewhat apprehensive. This matter requires careful consideration, and I hope for your guidance. King Ying Zheng sat upright, Listening to Fusu's earnest plea for assistance, his expression one of surprise. Clearly, Fusu found himself in a predicament, his anxiety akin to an unspoken confession, although doubts lingered in King Yingzhang's mind. He chose not to press further, merely stating, "Very well, I shall devise a solution for this matter. You may leave now. I have other affairs to attend to." Upon hearing these words, Fusu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Bowing as he exited the grand hall, the king watched his retreating figure, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Returning to his quarters, Fusu dismissed the attendants, plunging into deep thought. The image of his younger brother Ying Huan, with his youthful visage, flared his anger. "Ying Huan, you must be eliminated this time. Should you dare to covet the throne again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." He clenched his fists, seething with rage. After a moment, he composed himself. "I must not act impulsively. My father wields immense power, far beyond my capacity to challenge. Without solid evidence, I can only endure this humiliation for now, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate Ying Huan, at which point both the kingdom and beauty shall be mine." His fervent ambition burned within him like a fierce fire, nearly overwhelming his restraint. In the dead of night, Fusu was jolted from a nightmare. Ying Huan, wielding a sharp blade, approached him with a chilling gaze that pierced him to the core, leaving him trembling, awakened from this harrowing dream. He found himself drenched in cold sweat, bloodshot eyes wide with terror. He slammed his fist onto the table, furiously cursing. "Ying Huan, you ungrateful wretch!" Simultaneously, Ying Huan's spy reported back to him. Upon learning of Fusu and Hu Hai's conspiracy, Ying Huan's expression darkened, his voice sharp. "If they wish to usurp my throne, I shall accommodate them. Brotherhood ends here." His eyes glinted with cold fury, vowing silently never to remain passive. The next morning, a palace maid reported, "Crown Prince Fusu requests an audience." Shortly after, Fusu entered the hall, respectfully kneeling before King Yingzheng and Ying Huan. "Your son greets the king and the crown prince." Yingzheng gestured for him to rise, and Fusu stood attentively by, anxiously seeking an opportunity to eliminate Ying Huan, yet unable to devise a suitable plan. Anxiety gnawed at him. Gathering his courage, Fusu addressed the king. "Father, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Might you be willing to listen?" Yingzheng's interest piqued. He urged, "Speak freely." Fusu pondered briefly before stating, "Father, I believe further delay is unwise, for it may lead to endless repercussions. Do you find merit in my words?" Upon hearing this, Yingzheng silently nodded, convinced that taking action against Ying Huan at this juncture would be the more prudent course. Suddenly contemplative, he asked, "Last night, did you dream of personally killing Ying Huan?" Fusu was taken aback. "How could you possibly know, Father?" King Yingzheng smiled enigmatically, retorting, "You have acknowledged that your dream stems from reality. Thus, you are filled with rage. Am I correct?" Chapter 24. The dream. Fusu was increasingly astonished that King Yingzheng could deduce so many secrets from his dream, marveling at his deep cunning, akin to an old fox. The king calmly stated, "Monitoring you was not intended as an affront. Rather, it was out of concern that jealousy might lead you to grave mistakes that it appears this precaution has proven effective. Otherwise, news of your intentions might have leaked, causing trouble." Faced with the king's explanation, Fusu felt a tumult of emotions. Realizing he had been under scrutiny all along, that he felt deep regret. Lowering his head in acknowledgement, "Father, I recognize my error. I should not have been so trusting of others, and I willingly accept the consequences." Seeing his sincere attitude, the king ceased his reprimand, shifting to inquire, "What clever strategy do you propose to capture Ying Huan?" Fusu swiftly replied, "We can arrange for men to lie in wait. The moment Ying Huan appears, we shall seize him. Once we have him, we can then dispatch the army to surround him." The king pondered this plan carefully, nodding slightly. "This is indeed an excellent strategy. Father, I have arranged everything. We need only bide our time, and when we capture Ying Huan, we shall eliminate him in one fell swoop." Fusu declared, confidence radiating from his countenance. Yingzheng nodded slightly, admiration gleaming in his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "This plan is indeed ingenious. With this, success is virtually assured." Fusu, heartened by this affirmation, nodded in agreement. Just as the father and son conversed, a palace attendant hurriedly entered, respectfully greeting Yingzheng and Fusu before reporting, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, there is a person outside the palace gate claiming to be Ying Huan who seeks an audience." At this announcement, Both Fusu and Ying Zheng were momentarily taken aback. Fusu turned to the attendant with a cold demeanor. What does he want? Deny him entry. His disdain for Ying Huan was palpable. Even contemplating executing him publicly once captured. Thus his displeasure at the news was evident. Moments later, Ying Huan stormed in, his eyes blazing, exuding a fierce aura that I pay my respects to my father and to the crown prince. He knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Do not be overly formal. What brings you here today? Ying Zheng inquired with authority. I have brought a gift for father. Ying Huan replied with a smile. Is it an assassination attempt against the king? Fusu's suspicions flared, his voice laced with astonishment. Ying Zheng cast a reproachful glance at Fusu. Fusu, what do you mean by that? Despite Ying Huan's significant accomplishments and the backing of influential figures like Wang Jian, Ying Zheng was reluctant to offend him. However, Fusu's dismissive attitude towards Ying Huan was perceived as an insult. Fusu, do not overstep. Ying Huan was thoroughly incensed, shouting, You are correct. As your elder brother, it is my duty to discipline you. But do not presume that your military achievements grant you the right to look down upon me as if I should fear you. Huh? Do you think I would be afraid of you? A cold smile escaped Ying Huan's lips as he provocatively beckoned Fusu with his finger. Since you are so eager for a confrontation, let us indulge that desire. Today, I shall show you just how insignificant you truly are. Very well, let us engage in a duel. A glint of cold light flashed in Fusu's eyes as he scoffed, lunging towards Ying Huan. His dragon cry sword swiftly drawn, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that surged like a rainbow piercing the sky. Aimed directly at Ying Huan. Let me see if your martial prowess is as sharp as your tongue. Prepare yourself. Dragon Cry Sword Technique, 7th Form. Dragon Cry through the void. Meet your doom. With a furious roar. Fusu's sword tip erupted with a dozen sharp sword lights, instantly enveloping Ying Huan. Oh dear, Fusu truly possesses remarkable skills. He appears far superior to Ying Huan. The onlookers gasped in amazement that I have long sought an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Once I slay him, my heart shall be at ease that I in my eyes. He is nothing, utterly inconsequential. At present, the Great Qin requires a crown prince of both virtue and talent. For Ying Huan to dare challenge the dignity of the king and the crown prince is sheer audacity. That he is truly unaware of his own limitations, not comprehending the enormity of the world. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the imminent confrontation. Fusu, today I shall make you realize that before me, you are merely a dog at my mercy, a dog that could perish at any moment. Ying Huan taunted. Fusu, your arrogance has finally been put on display today. You wish to duel with me? Very well. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Continuing his provocation, Ying Huan, undeterred by Fusu's defiance, pressed on, for he was naturally inclined to disregard the idle chatter of others. His focus remained solely on his convictions. Observing Fusu accept the challenge, Ying Huan erupted into a triumphant laugh, mockingly beckoning Fusu with a finger. If you desire to compete with me, then come swiftly. I do not wish for our contest to be a spectacle for onlookers. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace, and I would not be able to shield you from it. This action by Ying Huan was evidently intended to humiliate Fusu. Very well. As you wish. Today, I shall let you witness the might of a top-tier expert of the Qin, Fusu bellowed, refusing to show any sign of weakness. Come forth, Fusu. Let me see what qualifications you possess to challenge me. Ying Huan surged forward as well, and the two found themselves entwined in fierce combat. I see you are tired of living. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As Fusu charged, dozens of masked black-clad figures in the hall swiftly sprang into action, aiming to assist him. This was precisely the ambush that Fusu had set in advance. However, their speed paled in comparison to Fusu's, and they were unable to provide timely support. Ying Huan pierced a black-clad figure through the chest with his sword, then crushed the person's skull with a swift palm strike, killing him instantly. What? Fusu's subordinate has been killed, gasped the onlookers. That was a highly skilled warrior, meticulously chosen by Fusu. Yet he was easily slain by Ying Huan. It seemed that both His Majesty and the Crown Prince would be disappointed today. Witnessing the tragic demise of their comrade at Ying Huan's hands, the crowd's expressions shifted drastically, their hearts shaken profoundly. Nearby, the black-clad warriors, seeing their comrade fall victim to Ying Huan, wore expressions as grim as iron. Their fury igniting like a raging inferno. Gritting their teeth, they vowed, Today, I shall make you pay dearly for my brother's blood. You shall have no place to rest in death. Your life shall be the price for my brother's life." As the elite guards of Fusu, they were among the finest in the Qin, yet they too fell to Ying Huan's blade, fueling an unquenchable rage within them at that moment. A flicker of triumph crossed Ying Huan's face. With a thunderous roar, he charged out of the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Fusu scoffed derisively. "You wretched spawn, how dare you challenge me? The crown prince, are you seeking death? Today, I shall teach you a lesson that will make you understand that we, the people of Qin, will not tolerate even an ounce of insult. Kill, tear him to shreds." The black-clad figures on the throne, having received Fusu's generous favor, surged toward Ying Huan, intent on ripping him apart. After all, if the Qin did not unite, even Fusu's generous gestures could not bridge the chasm of discontent among the people. They had no choice but to charge forward with grim determination. Should the Qin fragment, neighboring nations would surely seize the opportunity, and the Qin would be on the verge of collapse. Therefore, maintaining overall stability became an urgent priority. "Ying Huan, I command you to execute those you have slain, or do you still find it insufficiently satisfying? If I do not intervene now, will you not tear apart the heavens themselves?" The first emperor, witnessing this scene, was filled with wrath and sternly reprimanded. "Father, I merely wish to vent my frustrations on your behalf," Ying Huan replied, a hint of grievance flashing across his face, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Clearly, the emperor's words struck him like daggers, leaving him embarrassed yet fearful of disobedience. "Humph," the first emperor snorted, his words sharp. "Do you think I am unaware of your petty schemes? You are still too naive. Do you not realize the dire consequences should you slaughter them all? If their families become embroiled in this conflict, what calamity would ensue? What? How could this be possible?" Ying Huan's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Indeed, how could they be so foolish? For the sake of their own wealth and status, they would sacrifice their wives and children, disregarding their families' feelings entirely? Ying Huan furrowed his brow, his mind filled with confusion. "You speak the truth. This behavior is utterly against propriety," Fusu echoed, deeply disdainful of their actions. The first emperor shook his head and sighed. "I understand your concerns, but alas, they are already blinded by power and greed. As long as there are gains to be had, they will stop at nothing. Otherwise, would they not undermine the very foundation of our Qin? I give you two choices. First, cease the slaughter immediately. Second, if the treasures you present can satisfy me, I may spare your life." The first emperor spoke with authority. Upon hearing this, a slight smile curled at the corners of Ying Huan's mouth. Confidence swelling within him, he presented a dazzling elixir of immortality. The first emperor, elated, ordered it to be taken at once. The courtiers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the emperor slump onto the dragon throne after consuming the potion. "Ying Huan, your good fortune has come to an end. You have caused the death of our father." Fusu glared coldly at Ying Huan, accusing him harshly. A cold smile crept across Fusu's lips as he surmised that Ying Huan's time was limited. Now, the military and civilians of the Qin alike harbored discontent towards Ying Huan. Should he truly wish to win the people's hearts, he could only rely on his own strength. Yet, facing a multitude, how many could he truly slay? Everything unfolded just as Fusu had planned, the intricacy of his scheme filling him with silent pride. Had it not been for the swapped potion, how could Ying Huan have fallen into such a predicament? Now, he could only await his fate. With this thought in mind, a smug smile surfaced on Fusu's face, for everything was under his control. Ying Huan's expression turned ashen, glaring at Fusu, and demanded in a low voice, "What trickery lies beneath this? Did you intervene? Or is there someone conspiring among us?" Faced with Ying Huan's inquiry, several ministers trembled in fear, sweat beading on their foreheads, rendered speechless. Seeing this, Ying Huan's fury ignited further, and he slammed his palm onto the table with thunderous rage, roaring, "Get out! All of you! Leave my presence!" Yes, we take our leave." The ministers, in a state of panic, hastily bowed and fled the hall, watching their retreating figures. Fusu's face darkened, his heart ablaze with anger. He could hardly believe that these ministers dared to betray him. Such audacity was outrageous. He longed to see them suffer 1,000 cuts. Exiting the palace, Fusu bore a cold smile. Although he could not yet ascertain whether his plan had succeeded, he felt no anxiety, for Ying Huan had entirely lost the people's support. His scheme had been executed flawlessly. indicating that Ying Huan would have no chance of recovery. "Ha, brother, your strategy is truly unparalleled," Hu Hai exclaimed, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he sincerely praised. "This matter has been handled beautifully. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, my path would not have been so smooth. Had it not been for you, we would have faced many more hurdles to deal with." Ying Huan. Fusu gazed at him with admiration. "You overpraise me, brother. After all, I am merely acting in my own interest. Since you are my only true brother, I shall dispense with pleasantries." Hu Hai chuckled, bowing slightly to Fusu. "With me here, feel free to act without restraint," Fusu said, waving his hand cheerfully. "Thank you, brother. I shall go prepare." With Fusu's promise, a radiant smile illuminated Hu Hai's face as he turned to leave. With a slight smirk, he murmured, "Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I, Hu Hai, shall emerge victorious, for I possess not only supreme authority, but also boundless wealth, surrounded by a multitude of talents. Once I unify the Qin and ascend to supremacy, this kingdom shall be mine to command." A fervent light sparkled in Hu Hai's eyes as he gazed into the distance, seemingly envisioning the day he would reign supreme. Unbeknownst to all, Hu Hai had secretly bribed those around Ying Huan, substituting the elixir of immortality with poison. Witnessing this, the courtiers abandoned Ying Huan and flocked to Fusu's side. Thus, Fusu seized control of the military power of the Qin this moment, on the borders of the Qin. Over 1,000 heavily armored soldiers wielding long spears stood resolute on the hillside, each one resembling a pine tree, their faces etched with determination and ferocity, brimming with an intimidating aura. Suddenly, the deafening sound of a horn echoed from afar, and a cavalry unit appeared on the horizon, led by none other than Fusu. Chapter 25. Amidst joy, tension arises. Upon seeing Fusu's arrival, the crowd felt a surge of joy, yet also a tightening of anxiety, uncertain if he had devised a foolproof plan. Thus, their faces revealed a mix of apprehension, silently praying for success. Fusu scanned the 1,000 men before him and called out, "Gentlemen, are you prepared? We are about to infiltrate the enemy camp and fight to the death. I expect you to charge forward bravely, slaying countless foes and fulfilling your mission. If you can achieve this, I shall reward each of you with 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, the soldiers' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. They had not expected Fusu to offer such a generous reward. 100 taels of silver was equivalent to 1,000 taels of gold, enough to purchase an entire city or even a bustling metropolis. A truly substantial sum. How could these soldiers remain unmoved? In an instant, their spirits soared, and the 1,000 Qin soldiers shouted in unison, "Kill!" Witnessing this scene, a satisfied smile played on Fusu's lips. He understood that by inspiring their morale in this way, even if some soldiers had slight reservations, they would give their all in battle. As he observed the soldiers' expressions, their excitement grew, though they maintained a facade of composure, knowing that a single misstep could lead to severe punishment. No one wished to incur Fusu's wrath due to a moment's carelessness. Seeing the morale successfully ignited, Fusu nodded in satisfaction, his expression turning serious. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Set off! Attack the enemy camp." As Fusu led the charge into the enemy camp, the soldiers of the Great Qin followed closely behind, racing forward like a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty fervor that sent chills down one's spine. The Great Qin warriors surged relentlessly, showing no signs of pause. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Fusu's eyes as he raised his hand and bellowed, "Charge forth, slay them." His command ignited a fervor among the soldiers. Akin to a raging fire, they pressed their horses forward, gripping the reins tightly, and mercilessly spurred their steeds onward. As the cavalry of the Great Qin launched their frenzied assault, the murderous aura in Fusu's eyes became apparent. Sword in hand, he leapt onto his mount, directing his blade towards the northern barbarians, leading his troops into the fray. Along the way, the northern barbarians, upon witnessing Fusu leading 1,000 riders in a furious onslaught, were struck with terror. They had never anticipated that Fusu would dare to mount such a night raid with such a formidable force to reclaim lost territory. Their faces turned pale, and for a moment, they stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. Fusu's gaze swept over the still and silent soldiers of the Qin, his eyes sparkling with a chilling resolve that conveyed his disdain for the northern barbarian tribe, whom he regarded as nothing more than a feeble rabble, unworthy of being his adversary. With this realization, he resolved to eradicate this incompetent lot entirely. Kill. Fusu raised his arm and called out, his authoritative voice resonating through the heavens. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers of the Qin responded to the command, their roars echoing like a beast awakening from slumber. Their hesitations and fears evaporated, replaced by a fierce determination and brutality as they charged forward. Faced with the ferocious advance of the Qin army, the northern barbarians did not cower. Their expressions mirrored the same lethal intent. Despite being outnumbered, they swiftly adapted their formations, employing their superior training, formidable combat prowess, and outstanding intelligence to disperse into smaller units, launching concentrated assaults on the enemy camp. This unexpected maneuver left the Qin soldiers astonished, for they had not anticipated the seemingly rugged northern barbarians to be so cunning and adaptable. Disaster! We must intercept them. We cannot allow them to breach our lines, or the consequences will be dire. A Qin commander, perceiving the imminent threat, urgently shouted orders. The commands of the commanders rang out like thunder, and they promptly dismounted, weapons in hand, charging towards the battlefield with fierce roars. Each Qin commander led the charge bravely, unwavering in their resolve to engage in the fierce battle. As the Qin soldiers surged forward, the northern barbarian chief smirked coldly, as if everything was within his grasp. He understood that the Qin army had lost the initiative and posed no substantial threat to them. As the chief of his tribe, he had no need to personally engage in combat. He could simply observe the unfolding battle and await victory. However, he chose to enter the fray himself, wielding his sword like a thunderbolt to slay these Qin soldiers, thus asserting his authority. With a roar, the northern barbarian chief unleashed his sword, which danced like a serpent, its blade slicing through the air, targeting the advancing Qin. His voice carried a murderous intent so powerful it seemed to vibrate the very air around him. As the sword flashed, he appeared as a bloodthirsty demon, instilling fear in the hearts of the Qin soldiers. The Qin warriors, unwilling to be outdone, brandished their weapons in an attempt to withstand this earth-shattering strike. With a resounding clash, Fusu met the chief's sword with his own, producing a deafening sound as sparks flew, illuminating the night sky. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Fusu's blade was swiftly severed by the northern barbarian chief's sword, and with a cry of pain, the broken sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He then fell heavily from his mount, a long sword piercing his chest, crimson blood slowly seeping out and staining the earth. This scene left all the Qin soldiers present in stunned silence, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed at the fallen Fusu, their hearts filled with shock and dread. Indeed, the northern barbarians' foremost warrior had slain their general with a single stroke. An extraordinary feat. A pallid-faced Qin commander spoke with trepidation and reverence, acknowledging the northern barbarians' might as far beyond his imagination. Other Qin soldiers, hearing his words, looked towards the northern barbarian chief with newfound respect. They realized that the northern barbarians were no ordinary foes, and that common Qin commanders could hardly withstand their formidable prowess. Witnessing Fusu's demise ignited a furious fire within several high-ranking Qin generals, who understood the implications of his death for the Qin dynasty. Undoubtedly, it was monumental news for Ying Huan. "Beast, how dare you slay a man of the Great Qin? You seek death," one commander roared in fury. The northern barbarian chief, his expression still as cold as ice, glared back, retorting, "We have already slain your men. Do you still seek vengeance? I fear you not." This left the commander momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. "Ha, splendid. Today, you shall witness what true warfare entails. Brothers, follow me." The enraged commander stomped his foot, harshly chiding his soldiers, leading the charge, with other commanders following closely behind, racing towards the northern barbarian chief's ranks. They had to thwart the northern barbarian chief's advance. Otherwise, the Qin army would suffer devastating losses. Meanwhile, another contingent raced forward, directly threatening the Qin army's position. Observing this, the Qin soldiers also stepped forth, engaging in a brutal battle for survival on this merciless battlefield. One Qin soldier after another fell heroically. A glimmer of excitement crossed the northern barbarian leader's eyes as he gazed upon the valiant Qin soldiers. Each Qin warrior wielded their weapons, fiercely hacking at the enemy. Whenever they encountered a northern barbarian, they showed no hesitation in delivering fatal blows. The leader's sword frequently stained with blood. He felt an uncontrollable exhilaration at the sight of Qin blood splattering. To him, The Qin soldiers appeared as mere playthings, and he imagined his weapon could grow longer to pierce deeper and inflict greater pain upon his foes, relishing their anguished cries. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he silently urged, "Kill." On the battlefield, the Qin soldiers continued to fall, the ground soaked in a relentless fountain of crimson. The commanders at the rear clenched their fists, their expressions tense, urging their soldiers to press forward, while unleashing a barrage of arrows, causing northern barbarians to collapse under their rain of death, all the while enduring the relentless assaults from the Qian. This moment, the Qin army surged forth like a tidal wave, intent on encircling and annihilating the enemy. The northern barbarian leader's eyes narrowed, fixating on the unfolding battle. Every northern barbarian that fell to an arrow ignited a spark of excitement in his gaze, and his face displayed a triumphant expression, as if declaring, today he would finally have his moment of vindication. Washing away the shame of being overlooked and powerless in the Qin court, he silently vowed to defeat the Qin army and reclaim his rightful status. Brothers, let us tear apart the enemy forces, avenge our fallen brethren, and vanquish the Qin thieves. The northern barbarian leader raised his arm high, his voice booming like thunder, inspiring his fellow commanders, whose blood surged in response. Rallying together as they vowed to fight the enemy to the bitter end, the Qin assault surged like a relentless tide, advancing upon the northern barbarian camp, causing panic among the northern leaders. They had never anticipated that the Qin army would be so swift, breaching their defenses in such a short time, leaving them utterly unprepared. Faced with such a formidable Qin force, despair and confusion filled the hearts of the northern leaders. They had never imagined that this battle would end in such a complete rout. Meanwhile, Ying Huan returned to Xianyang with the elixir of immortality, intending to use the rumored death of the first emperor to test Fusu's ambitions for military power during the emperor's fleeting life. However, he had not foreseen Fusu's unfortunate demise in the conflict with the northern barbarians. The first emperor had long awaited the elixir of immortality, and now that his wish had finally been fulfilled, he could not contain his joy. He immediately summoned Ying Huan to the palace, bestowing upon him the title of king and promising him an additional 50 years of life. Ying Huan was overjoyed, deeply grateful for the emperor's favor. Subsequently, the first emperor left the palace to visit the empress. Ying Huan entered the emperor's chamber, performing a respectful bow, despite feeling the emperor's cold gaze upon him. He suppressed his anger and endured in silence. The once proud prince had now been reduced to a mere son beneath the emperor's authority, his status diminished. The first emperor gestured for Ying Huan to rise. Speaking earnestly, "You are no longer the prince of old, that I hope you will be forthright with me from now on, avoiding any cunning tricks or thoughts of escape. Remember, unless you willingly accept a life imprisoned within the palace, you shall never escape my control." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan felt a surge of indignation, yet he maintained a respectful facade, responding, "I understand, and I shall certainly remember my father's teachings, striving to perform well in hopes of changing your perception of me." Deep down, he vowed to earn the first emperor's recognition through tangible actions, to reshape his own image. The first emperor gazed at Ying Huan, speaking solemnly, "Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. I summoned you today to discuss the adjustments to the Xianyang guards that I have already discussed this matter with Prime Minister Li Si, who agrees that changes are necessary." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's heart tightened. The Xianyang guards were a crucial asset of the royal family, and he could not allow them to fall into disrepair. That he eagerly inquired, "Father, how exactly do you intend to adjust the Xianyang guards?" The Xianyang guards consist of 300 sentinels, each commanding 3,000 soldiers, organized into teams of 10, with each team comprising 5,000 men, overseen by a sentinel commander, who in turn is supported by 4 generals, each leading 8,000 soldiers, thus creating a structure of 50 legions, totaling 600,000 ironclad warriors. The first emperor explained with familiarity. As Ying Huan listened, his expression grew increasingly somber. He had not anticipated the immense strength of the Xianyang guards. If this force were unleashed upon the battlefield, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the enemy. He pondered to himself. It seems imperative to enhance the fighting capability of the Xianyang guards. Otherwise, should they encounter a formidable adversary, they might be swiftly shattered, and such weakness would be untenable for their critical role. However, it appears that the first emperor remains oblivious to his concerns, despite the formidable presence of the Xianyang guards. They do not represent the true support in his heart. Ying Huan, Do you possess a viable strategy? The first emperor inquired, harboring gratitude for Ying Huan's leadership in this military endeavor to rescue him. Without Ying Huan, he feared he might have already found himself in dire straits. I have no plans to offer, Ying Huan replied. Filled with vexation, they asked the commander of the Xianyang guards. He felt utterly humiliated, finding himself inferior even to an ordinary guard. Very well, you may withdraw for now. Keep your identity concealed for the time being. We shall reveal it when the moment is right. The first emperor nodded slightly, signaling him to depart. Ying Huan complied, exiting the imperial chamber, his heart still heavy with indignation. Yet, he was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to oppose the first emperor. Thus, he could only endure for the moment. I must become stronger. I must surpass the first emperor, and I shall no longer be subjected to his constraints, he silently vowed. After leaving the palace, Ying Huan made his way to the bustling streets of Xianyang. At this moment, the townsfolk were fervently discussing matters concerning the royal family. Upon his appearance, they hastily parted to grant him passage. This sense of admiration from the populace filled him with a quiet joy. He needed their support to elevate his own standing. He entered a renowned tavern named Tianxiang Lu, well known throughout Xianyang. The proprietor, familiar with him, rushed forward with a beaming smile upon seeing his arrival. Ying Huan exchanged polite greetings before indulging in a lavish meal. The esteemed son of the first emperor graces us. Quickly, bring forth my cherished wine, the tavern owner exclaimed delightfully, for Ying Huan was the sole heir of the first emperor, and his status was immensely revered. Indeed, just a moment. Please enjoy. This wine is not something mere common folk can afford. The proprietor cheerfully instructed his staff to fetch the wine, to which Ying Huan responded with satisfaction. Naturally, point one need only consider whose son I am. For such exquisite wine, I would spend any amount without a second thought. His bold proclamation elicited laughter from the tavern owner, who jested, "Ah, my lord, please do not say such things. If you insist, I would be reluctant to accept your payment." Despite his inner grievances, Ying Huan maintained a facade of composure, aware that the proprietor had discerned his true feelings. To express further dissatisfaction might raise suspicions. Soon, the so-called exquisite wine was presented to him. After a tentative sip, Ying Huan's brow furrowed. It turned out that this was not an ordinary vintage, but rather a premium elixir, a barrel worth at least 20,000 gold coins. An extravagant indulgence that he found difficult to accept. Though displeased internally, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "It is indeed quite good. If you enjoy it, do drink more." I have heard that the Grand Minister of the first emperor has been coveting this wine, the proprietor said with a smile. Ying Huan nodded gently. "Ying Huan, you have been laboring in battles of late. I have decided to send you to the frontier for duty. What do you think?" The proprietor suddenly inquired. Ying Huan was taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Excellent. I too wish to gain experience at the borders. I believe the Xianyang guards will become even more formidable under my guidance." With that, he bowed deeply to the proprietor, expressing his gratitude and no need for such formality. The proprietor replied with a smile. After Ying Huan departed, he promptly instructed his staff, "Deliver the fine wine we prepared for the young master to the Grand Minister, so he may savor it as well." Ying Huan mounted his warhorse and rode swiftly towards the Xianyang guards' encampment, his heart brimming with anticipation at the prospect of heading to the frontier to achieve great deeds. Before long, Ying Huan arrived at the encampment of the Xianyang guards. The surroundings were eerily quiet, prompting him to ponder, "How strange. Where have these guards gone? Are they all resting?" Despite his growing suspicions, he did not halt, but steadily guided his mount closer to the camp. A sharp-eyed officer spotted Ying Huan and hurriedly approached him, clasping his fists in respect. "You have finally arrived. His Majesty has been searching for you anxiously." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's brow furrowed in confusion. "The Emperor is looking for me? For what purpose?" Though puzzled, he understood that the Emperor meant no harm and thus accepted this unexpected summons with composure. Another officer leaned in, speaking in hushed tones. "You seem to have offended quite a number of people lately. The tally of your enemies is truly beyond counting." Hearing this, Ying Huan inwardly cursed, "Foolishness. Is everything in this world to be blamed on me?" He could not fathom why the Emperor would suddenly seek him out. As he contemplated this, a voice called out, "Lord Ying Huan." He turned to see a heavily armored officer striding towards him. It was Zhao Yun, the commander of the Xianyang guards under his command. Zhao Yun approached and respectfully bowed. "I am Zhao Yun, here to pay my respects to Lord Ying Huan. May you live 1,000 years." Ying Huan gestured for him to rise. No need for such formalities. However, Zhao Yun wasted no time with pleasantries, launching into a barrage of questions. Why have you only just arrived? Did we not agree you would return within half a month? Now look, the deadline has passed. Are you intent on staging a rebellion? This series of inquiries ignited Ying Huan's ire. You are simply being unreasonable. Ying Huan glared at Zhao Yun, responding with irritation. Zhao Yun, however, grinned. Do not be angry. Are you not aware that the Emperor has ordered you to depart Xianyang starting tomorrow? If you delay any further, you may find it impossible to leave. Leave Xianyang? No, I cannot go. Ying Huan firmly refused, his tone resolute. For him, Xianyang was the foundation of his ambitions, his home. He was determined to take root here and not depart anywhere. Ying Huan, do not be so stubborn. The Emperor has his reasons for sending you away. Zhao Yun's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. If you will not consider your own situation, then at least think of the townsfolk within the city and the countless commoners outside that it would be wise to set out soon. Be silent. I have said I will not leave. Ying Huan glared defiantly, his resolve unwavering. The city of Xianyang was the culmination of the Emperor's efforts and his birthplace. He would not allow it to fall into peril because of his choices. He was determined to remain steadfast. At that moment, another officer stepped forward to advise him. Lord Ying Huan, we understand your loyalty and broad-mindedness. If you were to stay in Xianyang for a few years, everyone would witness just how remarkable you truly are. If you insist on leaving, we guards cannot practice in peace. We all long for your guidance. Silence. My affairs are none of your concern. Ying Huan retorted angrily. His gaze icy as it swept over the crowd. At that moment, he was deeply dissatisfied with the expressions of these guards, his anger burning fiercely. Seeing this, Zhao Yun did not back down. Instead, he sneered. If that is the case, then we shall have to resort to force. If you refuse to leave voluntarily, we shall be compelled to escort you out. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will not let you off easily. Ying Huan shouted, unafraid of Zhao Yun's threats. Zhao Yun remained expressionless, coldly stating, I have no desire to waste words with you. Let us take you to the Emperor, and he shall decide your fate. Please, quickly inform the Emperor, and let us see how he will handle you. Another officer seized the opportunity to incite further discord, his eyes glinting with excitement. As if he had already plotted to report Ying Huan's dereliction of duty and prolonged absence from Xianyang, vowing to make him pay the price. Zhao Yun shot a glance at Ying Huan before signaling to the soldiers behind him to take action. The soldiers swiftly advanced, firmly grasping Ying Huan's arms and forcibly escorting him to the military camp where the Emperor awaited. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Ying Huan's heart raced with panic. He could not comprehend why the Emperor would treat him in such a manner, but his instincts warned him that a severe punishment might be looming ahead. Ying Huan was surrounded by soldiers as he entered his own military camp. Confronted by the incoming Ying Huan, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and demanded, Ying Huan, what is happening? Why are you treating me this way? I understand that you are a man of loyalty and courage, tirelessly striving for our Ying Huan clan, risking your life in battle. The guards owe you a debt of gratitude. Ying Huan gazed at him earnestly. However, we are not heartless machines. We too experience fatigue and yearn for peace rather than live in constant tension, ever ready for bloodshed. Can you comprehend this sentiment? Upon hearing this, Ying Huan felt a pang of sorrow. He could not grasp why Ying Huan would be so harsh. Was it merely because he had been away at war? Was it simply due to his actions not aligning with Ying Huan's expectations? Ying Huan, do not blame me for not warning you. The situation has become precarious. If you wish to safeguard our Ying Huan clan, you must leave the city at once. Otherwise, should the city fall, there will be nowhere for us to escape. Ying Huan's tone was frigid, his intentions unmistakable. What you say is entirely correct. We must leave immediately. Otherwise, when the city falls, we shall all become lost souls. Another officer chimed in, fear evident in his voice. Ying Huan looked at the guards, his heart sinking with disappointment. His journey was intended to bolster the Ying Huan military and establish a homeland. Yet he had not anticipated such treatment from his own guards. It felt like a blatant humiliation. Just as he simmered with indignation, the captain of his personal guard rushed in, looking disheveled and almost prostrate, pleading, Ying Huan, save me. Ying Huan frowned, coldly inquiring, where have you been causing trouble now? Our guards are currently besieged by the forces of Ying Huan. You must hurry to rescue them, or they will meet a dire fate. The captain of the royal guard, overwhelmed with anxiety, was on the verge of tears. Ying Huan, upon hearing the news, was taken aback and immediately inquired, "What is their current situation?" The royal guards sent by His Highness Ying Huan were heavily besieged by soldiers. "You must devise a plan to rescue them," the captain of the royal guard, in a state of utmost urgency, responded. "Rest assured, Ying Huan, remain here briefly while I arrange for a breakout. You should return to gather your belongings, and then come find me." Ying Huan cast a glance at the royal guards and solemnly commanded, "Yes, Your Highness." The guards answered dutifully, then promptly turned to leave. The Ying Huan residence was situated in the most prosperous area of Ying Huan City, a prestigious abode bestowed upon him by Ying Huan himself. Having resided there for several years, he was intimately familiar with the layout of the estate, and it was this familiarity that instilled in him the confidence to lead everyone in a successful escape. Ying Huan and his subordinates raced towards the Ying Huan residence, akin to fierce tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their momentum as they swiftly carved a path to the estate. Before the gates, a guard stepped forward and barked sharply, "Bold ruffians, who dares to intrude upon the Ying Huan residence? Do you know where you are? How dare you offend? Do you not fear the wrath of Ying Huan?" The guard recognized Ying Huan, the most favored consort of Ying Huan, whose reputation preceded her despite her long absence from the court, rendering the guard filled with trepidation. Upon seeing Ying Huan's furious glare, he immediately knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Your Highness, forgive me. I was wrong. I was wrong." Ying Huan thundered, "You worthless wretch, dare you obstruct my path? Do you believe I will not slay you here and now? What are you all waiting for? Step aside at once, and let me enter. After entering the estate, you shall then apologize to His Highness Ying Huan." Ying Huan commanded the captain of the royal guards beside him. The guards swiftly complied, leading Ying Huan into the grand hall of the estate. Upon entering, one of his subordinates immediately fell to his knees, weeping profusely. "Ying Huan, you have finally arrived. We have been utterly tormented by Lord Ying Huan. Please, save us." Ying Huan hurriedly assisted him to his feet, reassuring, "Do not fear. I will certainly rescue you. You need not worry." "Thank you, Your Highness." The subordinate repeatedly bowed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face at that moment. As Ying Huan stepped into the hall of his own royal residence, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Over 50 soldiers, clad in tattered garments, bore wounds all over their bodies, their armor soaked in fresh crimson blood, a truly harrowing sight. Behind them stood a squad of golden-armored warriors wielding sharp blades, clearly poised to thwart any attempts by Ying Huan to escape. That a pang of alarm gripped Ying Huan as he beheld the harrowing plight of his royal guards. It was evident they had been unable to withstand the onslaught of their foes. Suffering grave casualties, he rushed forward to inquire, "What has transpired? How did you come to be in such a state? Who has subjected you to this torment?" "My lord, we were captured in the rear courtyard of the estate. You had threatened us with punishment, forcing us to become sacrifices for some wicked experiment. And we were to be regularly fed poison," the royal guards lamented, their voices choked with sorrow and indignation. "That we have been loyal to you. Why have you treated us so cruelly? We despise you. We despise you." Fury ignited within Ying Huan, and he chastised them. "You beasts, how dare you treat my people thus? You dare to act in such a manner." Yet, the cries of the royal guards did not cease with his roar. Instead, they intensified. Unable to endure any longer, Ying Huan turned to the guards beside him and commanded, "Bring me a sword." A guard swiftly unsheathed a fine sword from his waist and presented it. Ying Huan took the sword, its blade aimed menacingly at the throats of those soldiers, and sneered, "Now, will you choose to submit, or will you choose death? My lord, please calm yourself. Such actions defy the imperial decree and will invoke divine wrath." The royal guards, witnessing the scene, hastily urged him to reconsider. Ying Huan scoffed, "I care not. If I do not rescue my royal guards today, I shall execute you all as an example. My lord, this course of action is improper. It must be reported to you, lest it be deemed a violation." The royal guards continued in their attempts to dissuade him. Enraged beyond measure, Ying Huan nearly bellowed, "You fools, I do not wish to hear your nonsense any longer. I am going to confront your scoundrel master." He stormed away, leaving the royal guards exchanging glances, at a loss for what to do. Chapter 27. A helpless child, Ying Huan made his way directly to the rear entrance of the royal residence. Bursting into the estate and striding towards the political assembly hall. There, he found the first emperor seated at the head of the table, his expression dark as he fixed a glare upon him. "Father, I am but a worthless child. I have failed to protect the royal residence, and I have caused you suffering. Ying Huan approached the first emperor, filled with remorse. The first emperor, trembling with rage, pointed at Ying Huan and scolded. You ungrateful wretch, do you still recognize yourself as my son? How dare you act so recklessly? Have you forgotten that I am your father? You are utterly lawless. At that moment, Ying Huan's mother rushed forward, pleading, Your Majesty, there are hidden truths. My child wishes to speak honestly. The first emperor, taken aback yet eager, demanded, What is the meaning of this? Speak at once. Ying Huan's mother glanced around, whispering, This is not the place for such discussions. Let us convene in the side hall. The first emperor contemplated briefly, gestured for everyone else to wait outside, and retained only a few trusted guards within the chamber. What have you done? Speak clearly. The first emperor interrogated Ying Huan sternly. Ying Huan's mother quickly confessed, Your Majesty, it was my fault that I should not have heeded the words of treacherous individuals, that I realize I have committed a grave error. And I am willing to confess to you. The first emperor interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Do not rush to admit guilt. First, explain the situation in its entirety. Thus, Ying Huan's mother recounted her actions. And upon hearing it, the first emperor was astounded, never having anticipated such a treacherous heart, one even intent on assassination. How could you be so foolish? Do you not realize the peril inherent in such actions? Should you fail, you would face irreparable consequences, potentially sacrificing your future. Have you not considered this? The first emperor glared at Ying Huan, his voice stern. Father, I recognize my mistake, but I was left with no choice. Those treacherous individuals sought to frame me, forcing me into a corner. If I cannot eliminate my enemies, I shall be rendered powerless, and they intend to strip me of my title as duke. How could I resign myself to such a fate? Father, I implore you, save me, assist me. Ying Huan fell to his knees, weeping in desperation. Alas, I am powerless to alter fate. All I can do now is my utmost. The first emperor replied somberly. However, you must understand that if your current identity is exposed, there will be no chance for redemption. At that point, those treacherous villains will stop at nothing to take your life. And you will find yourself in a dire predicament, with no recourse. The first emperor's tone was heavy with foreboding as he gazed intently at Ying Huan. Father, do you truly have no means to assist me? Ying Huan, filled with despair, urged him repeatedly. It is not that I am unwilling to help, but the situation is urgent. You must resolve it swiftly. Otherwise, those treacherous ministers will seize this opportunity to strike against you. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for you as a prince, and once they learn you are still alive, they will employ every tactic to eliminate you. At that time, you will be utterly alone. With no one to turn to, the first emperor warned gravely, his gaze fixed on Ying Huan, his words laden with sincerity. Father, you must have a plan. Please, I beg of you, help me. Ying Huan implored, tears streaming down his face. It is not that I wish to stand idly by, but there are presently no good solutions. If you insist on seeking aid, you must candidly share your plans in detail. Our Qin is currently in tumultuous times, and it is exceedingly difficult for me to intervene. The first emperor sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan shook his head in sorrow. Father, this matter does not concern you. You need not worry. That I firmly believe that with your support, I can turn this peril into safety. Even if I ultimately become powerless, as long as I preserve my current status in life, I shall be content. You cause me great anguish, Ying Huan. You bring me profound disappointment. How can a prince of our Qin possess such a lack of fortitude? How can I face our ancestors with such shame? The first emperor gazed at Ying Huan, his expression pained and his words impassioned. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me and assist me. Ying Huan pleaded as he saw the first emperor's anger rising. Since you are so resolute, I have no further words. But you must understand, if your actions fail, you will face irrefutable charges and may well be subjected to the most severe punishment. You have sworn a solemn oath. Do not betray it, the first emperor solemnly reminded him. Ying Huan paused. Realizing the implications of the first emperor's words, he understood fully, yet chose not to articulate it. He knew the first emperor had recorded everything, leaving no need for concealment. Father, rest assured, I shall never betray my oath. Ying Huan promptly vowed. The first emperor nodded. Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist you. But you must think this through carefully. Should this matter be leaked, do you comprehend the severe consequences that await? Your wives, your offspring, none shall escape. Father, Do not worry. I shall keep this matter confidential, Ying Huan assured hastily. Since that is the case, I shall not beat around the bush. Your uncle has interceded with the Heavenly Emperor, and the Heavenly Emperor has granted permission as long as you can successfully ascend as the new King of Qin at the coronation ceremony. The Heavenly Emperor will not treat you unfairly. Do you understand? The first emperor spoke plainly. Ying Huan nodded excitedly. Father, I understand and shall not disappoint your expectations, nor your nurturing. Upon hearing this, the first emperor finally sighed in relief. Now that it has come to this, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Our Qin has been occupied by rebels, and they are advancing towards us. Our state teeters on the brink of disaster. The only way out is to retaliate fiercely before the rebels arrive. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, you comprehend. Father, I understand. I shall exert every effort to repel the rebels and ensure they do not set foot on our Qin soil. Ying Huan responded resolutely. The first emperor nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Proceed with the arrangements I outlined earlier. Prepare swiftly. In 3 days, you will receive my imperial decree. I hope that by then, you will successfully ascend as the sovereign of Qin. And do not allow further complications to arise. That I firmly believe that with the might of our great Qin and the support of our allies, we shall undoubtedly triumph over our adversaries. Father, I shall faithfully adhere to your commands. Ying Huan responded with utmost respect. Very well. You may take your leave. Emperor Shi Huang gestured dismissively. Father, I take my leave. Ying Huan replied with decorum, subsequently exiting the study. My lady, the Chancellor of the Great Qin has dispatched someone to inform young Master Huan that it is anticipated that the Great Qin army will soon launch an assault against us, and the situation may become dire. The concerned maidservant expressed anxiously. Humph, do you think I fear him? If he wishes to attack, I shall steadfastly defend our position. Ying Huan retorted with a resolute tone, my lady, how shall we respond? The Great Qin forces have encircled us. If we act rashly, victory may elude us. The maidservant's anxiety deepened. Humph, the strength of our Great Qin is not to be underestimated. Should it come to a contest, we shall surely prevail. Rest assured, within 3 days, our reinforcements will arrive, their might far exceeding that of the enemies. They shall not best us, Ying Huan declared confidently. Upon hearing this, the maidservant pressed further. My lady, what manner of reinforcements are these? From whence do they come? And are they allied with the Great Qin forces? If they truly belong to the same camp, our quest for victory will be exceedingly challenging. Humph, they are not merely allies, they are our enemies. All of them defectors from the Great Qin, Ying Huan explained with a smile. The maidservant was taken aback. What? There is no need for such astonishment. Although the rebels are formidable, you need not overly fret. After all, they are not our adversaries. You must focus solely on your duties. Should any misstep occur within the Great Qin, the consequences would be dire. Thus, we cannot afford any lapses. Everything must be executed as I instruct. Do you understand? Ying Huan admonished seriously. Rest assured, my daughter comprehends. Ying Huan promptly replied. Good. If there is nothing further, you may depart. In 3 days, I hope to see the figures of our Great Qin soldiers at the borders. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences, Emperor Shi Huang warned, fixing a stern gaze upon Ying Huan. My daughter understands. Father. I shall take my leave now, Ying Huan responded before turning to exit. After leaving the study, Ying Huan did not proceed directly away, but instead entered her private chamber. This chamber was specially designed for the nobility of the Great Qin. Even though she had become the queen of the Great Qin, she chose to reside here, seated on the edge of her bed. Ying Huan gently caressed her flat abdomen, a cold smile curving her lips. Rest assured, as long as you are within me, I shall ensure your safe arrival into this world. At that time, we mother and child shall be reunited. Meanwhile, within a splendid hall of the Great Qin Palace, Emperor Shi Huang was leisurely savoring tea. Suddenly, Ying Huan's guard rushed in, hastening towards the emperor and kneeling to report. Your Majesty, young Master Huan has sent a confidential letter. The confidential letter? What sort of letter? Emperor Shi Huang inquired, perplexed in response. Your Majesty, it is a correspondence from young Master Huan, the guard replied. Emperor Shi Huang took the letter from the guard and opened it for examination. After reading its contents, his expression darkened like iron, and he exclaimed angrily, Humph, young Master Huan dares to scheme against me. Truly audacious. Father, what is the matter? How could young Master Huan plot against you? Ying Huan questioned urgently upon witnessing his reaction. Young Master Huan, This letter reveals all to me that it appears he has secretly colluded with the Great Qin's general, intending to betray our Great Qin, Emperor Shi Huang stated. Now, the noble lady Ying Huan has openly betrayed the Great Qin Empire, igniting the wrath of our father. Know that he shall not tolerate any collusion with rebels or enemy states. Our foremost task is to eradicate the insurrection within the Great Qin, once the rebels are quelled. Our Great Qin shall enjoy peace and security, Emperor Shi Huang analyzed calmly, his gaze profound. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Ying Huan seemed to grasp the situation, interjecting, "So, Ying Huan has indeed been swayed by the rebels." Which explains her recent peculiar behavior. Emperor Shi Huang scoffed, his tone laced with irony. "You are too naive, believing that a mere handful of you could escape my watchful eye, had we not been vigilantly monitoring. How could she have evaded our sight?" Faced with her father's stern reprimand, Ying Huan lowered her head in silence, resembling a frightened creature. Do not feign that pitiful demeanor in an attempt to plead for mercy. You have two choices. 1. Immediately proceed to the borders to participate in negotiations with the northern barbarians. 2. Remain in Xianyang and not step beyond the city gates. Emperor Shi Huang's authoritative words resonated with gravity. "I wish to hear more." Ying Huan raised her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at her father. "The second option is to send envoys to the Great Qin to negotiate with General Zhou Wenyuan. As long as they can reach a consensus, even if they intend to absorb our forces, they shall not succeed easily. At that moment, we can take advantage of their unpreparedness and eliminate the Great Qin's influence. What do you think of this plan?" Emperor Shi Huang inquired solemnly. "Father's strategy is exceedingly astute. I am deeply impressed." Ying Huan flattered at the opportune moment. Emperor Shi Huang laughed heartily. Good. This is my obedient daughter. I shall entrust this matter entirely to you. You shall lead the troops to the Great Qin's borders, leveraging your advantages to win over Zhou Wenyuan, compelling him to mobilize his forces against the rebels. Our aim is to keep the Great Qin preoccupied with dealing with the insurrection, leaving them no time to attend to us. When the moment is ripe, we shall strike decisively, annihilating the Great Qin army, leaving them with no chance of resurgence. In this manner, regardless of how the Great Qin struggles, its royal lineage shall ultimately be eradicated. What say you? Father's plan is indeed feasible. I shall act without hesitation." Ying Huan responded resolutely. "Very well. Go forth. But remember to conceal your movements and ensure the Great Qin remains oblivious. After all, the general bears a grudge against your mother, should he catch wind of your intentions. It would be exceedingly detrimental," Emperor Shi Huang cautioned. "Rest assured, father, I shall exercise utmost discretion and evade detection. The general would never suspect that I am the leader of the rebels he seeks to apprehend." Ying Huan replied with confidence. "Then swiftly execute your mission. I shall not accompany you personally." Emperor Shi Huang nodded with satisfaction. Ying Huan respectfully acknowledged and exited the palace, making her way directly towards the northern outskirts of Xianyang. At this moment, the eastern city was besieged by the elite forces of the Great Qin, while her younger sister, a fierce maiden and the pinnacle female general of the Great Qin Empire, was stationed there, commanding 500 elite soldiers responsible for the logistics and management of supplies. Upon reaching the city gate, Ying Huan was halted by the guarding soldiers. Upon recognizing her visage, the officers exchanged glances, and one approached to inquire, "Are you the Princess Ying Huan?" "Indeed, I am. How may I assist you?" Ying Huan responded with poise. "Princess, we are the officers stationed in Xianyang on behalf of the Great Qin, and we have been ordered to convey His Majesty's command. Please accompany us." The officer confirmed her identity with a beaming smile. "The Great Qin?" Ying Huan's brow furrowed, pondering. Is it possible that the Great Qin and Emperor Shi Huang intend to utilize the Great Qin's hand against me? She scoffed incredulously. How could the Great Qin be involved while the rebels are assaulting us? Could it be that the rebels have successfully overthrown the Great Qin? On that day, Princess Ying Huan of the Great Qin Empire was engaged in deliberations with several trusted soldiers regarding the current situation. She pondered aloud. Do you think the rebels led by Ying Huan have secretly conspired with the Great Qin's general? Could it be that the general is deliberately luring the rebels closer, intending to strike against us? A young officer nearby, hearing her concerns, hastened to reassure her. "Your Highness, you worry needlessly. The Great Qin Empire has no ties with us rebels. How could the general turn against his own camp? Such a thing is impossible." Ying Huan frowned, countering. "If there were no treachery, why would they launch a surprise attack against us? There must be something amiss." The young officer pondered for a moment before responding. Your Highness, you may not be aware, but General Shouqin is both a loyal minister of the Great Qin Empire and your consort. Given his status, he has no reason to turn against his own faction. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan fell into deep contemplation. She understood that the Great Qin Empire and her father had likely aligned with the opposing side. Otherwise, how would the general dare to act against her father? Moreover, her father, known for his imposing authority, would not treat her so courteously unless constrained by someone else. Her father wielded significant power in court, capable of deploying countless troops, yet he was now under the control of the general. Despite her numerous reservations, she had no choice but to acquiesce. With this realization, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. I understand now. You need not persuade me further. I will act with discernment. Inform my father and brother that I shall comply with their orders and require no further concern. The soldiers acknowledged her command and respectfully withdrew. The young officer, relieved by the princess's safe return, felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. As a subordinate, he understood that the princess's safety was crucial to his own future. Now, Emperor Shi Huang had dispatched 300,000 elite troops, led personally by his younger brother, the foremost commander of the Great Qin, stationed just outside the princess's city. This formidable army, replete with many skilled warriors, was undoubtedly a trump card in Emperor Shi Huang's hand to ensure the princess's security. Ying Huan nodded slightly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, which could not be dismissed. The emperor's younger brother, a member of the royal family, was not far removed in age from the emperor himself and had fought valiantly alongside their father in his youth, earning great merit. After ascending to the throne, Emperor Shi Huang naturally favored this brother, appointing him as a general of great strength, ranking among the top 3 within the royal family, though the princess was reluctant to oppose such a figure. She had no choice but to accept the protection arranged by Emperor Shi Huang for the sake of her family's interests. The princess understood that the emperor and his brother held lofty positions within the Great Qin Empire, wielding immense power. Her agreement to accept the protection of the Great Qin was, in truth, a strategic move to garner further benefits from the royal family. The general not only possessed exceptional martial prowess, but also commanded significant authority, instilling fear throughout the court. Had it not been for the slightly inferior prowess of the first emperor, how could there exist a princess among his offspring as remarkable as Ying Huan? At present, this esteemed general, being one of the emperor's uncles, has personally led an army to escort, clearly demonstrating his concern for the safety of his nephews and nieces, and his urgency to unveil the mystery surrounding the peculiar deaths of the dynasty's ministers. In summary, Ying Huan finds herself amidst a complex situation, needing to contend with the latent threats posed by rebel forces and the general, while deftly maneuvering through various relationships, striving to preserve her own safety and secure the utmost benefit for her family amidst the chaos. Each decision she makes requires profound contemplation and meticulous strategy. Within the power landscape of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Huan undoubtedly occupies a pivotal role. Not only is she highly esteemed and influential, but she is also deeply trusted by the first emperor, wielding substantial authority. Her own strength is formidable. Should any misfortune befall her, the first emperor would undoubtedly extend his hand without hesitation. Thus, the emperor resolved to dispatch Ying Huan alone to the imperial capital while he remained at the rear, commanding the army and ensuring the safety of the royal city. The first emperor personally led 30,000 elite soldiers, encamped around the royal city, resembling an impregnable fortress that safeguards the heart of the empire. This elite force is, in fact, one of Ying Huan's formidable troops. Accompanied by the emperor, numerous princes, and a multitude of noble scions, they majestically entered Ying Huan's royal city. Ying Huan, accompanied by her guards, proceeded directly to the emperor's residence, a grand palace situated deep within the royal court, a testament to his illustrious status within the empire. Upon arriving at the palace, Ying Huan discovered that the first emperor was in a secluded chamber, engrossed in his cultivation, unwilling to be disturbed by the outside world. She thus stood respectfully to the side, patiently awaiting her father's emergence. Sensing Ying Huan's presence, the emperor, despite knowing the purpose of her visit, decisively interrupted his meditation and opened the door to the chamber. Seeing the emperor's eyes slightly ajar, Ying Huan hurried forward and implored, "Father, please ascertain the circumstances surrounding our Great Qin royal family. Why has my elder brother vanished so suddenly? You have always cherished him. How could you allow him to disappear without a trace?" Upon hearing this, the first emperor let out a weary sigh. Alas, regarding your brother, I too find myself at a loss. His condition is dire, and his injuries are grievous. Furthermore, according to my investigations, it was not your father who inflicted this harm, but rather, there are others behind it. Though the true culprit remains unidentified. However, at this moment, we must focus on the overall strength of the Great Qin Empire. He mentioned the formidable ruler of the Great Han, Li Yunfei, a man known for his ruthless tactics. Your brother stands no chance against him, and his current abilities scarcely surpass those of an ordinary warrior in the divine realm, placing him in a precarious situation, coupled with the tragic demise of many key figures within the royal family. Your father too has been implicated, leading to a significant decline in the empire's strength. Therefore, the first emperor advised Ying Huan to return swiftly and not waste time here. Upon hearing these words, Ying Huan's countenance turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill over a cherished third-generation prince of the Great Qin royal family. The abandonment of her elder brother filled her heart with sorrow and fury. Noticing her distress, the first emperor comforted her. You need not worry excessively about this matter. The current situation within Great Qin is intricate, with two formidable opposing forces, one led by the young prince, and the other supported by the nobility. Your brother is merely one of the young princes, still in a phase of growth, requiring time to regain his strength, that we cannot act recklessly. Ying Huan, unable to contain her tears any longer, let them cascade down her cheeks. Father, must we simply stand by and watch? If my brother is harmed, will the Great Qin royal family not fall into decline, becoming a subjugated entity, forever shamed? Father, I beseech you to save my brother. We must ensure his safety at all costs. Faced with Ying Huan's desperate pleas, the first emperor, while still maintaining his meditative state, comprehended his son's current anguish and worry. He understood that should Ying Huan's brother meet with misfortune, it would not only tarnish the royal family's reputation, but could also result in a catastrophic decline in their status, potentially reducing them to a vassal of the Great Qin. After all, Ying Huan's brother, with his indomitable spirit, could become a legendary hero of the Great Qin if he survives this ordeal. Conversely, should he perish, he would be a subject of ridicule, bringing everlasting shame to the royal family. The emperor, after a moment of contemplation, gently shook his head and turned his gaze towards Ying Huan, stating, Your brother, though holding a prominent position within the court of the Great Qin Empire, is unable to intervene in the affairs of state. As a royal descendant, he appears to be of utmost nobility, yet in reality, he possesses no substantial power. Even if I wish to mobilize royal forces to assist him at this moment, I fear it would be a case of good intentions thwarted by lack of ability. Rest assured, I have dispatched individuals to ascertain his condition. If he still draws breath, I shall exhaust every effort to rescue him. If he has unfortunately passed, there is nothing I can do to reverse fate. Chapter 29. Stance. The emperor's words clearly articulated his position, a determination to save his son, yet an acknowledgement of his powerlessness. Ying Huan understood, despite her simmering resentment towards her brother, that his strength paled in comparison to that of their father. The emperor, who was the national master of the empire, revered across the land, while her brother was merely an inconsequential minister, akin to an ant in the emperor's eyes. Nonetheless, she continued to harbor hope that her father might rescue her brother. Confronted with her father's resolute declarations, Ying Huan found herself at a loss for words, her head bowed in silence as she quietly withdrew. Once Ying Huan departed, the emperor remained still at the door, eyes closed in meditation, with a respectful maid standing beside him, smiling politely as she bowed to Ying Huan when she passed, then stepping aside to silently attend to the emperor, emerging from her father's chamber. Ying Huan made her way directly to the grand hall of the palace. In the center of the hall stood a solemn altar, upon which a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words Imperial tomb pointed towards the northeast direction of the empire where the tomb lay. As Ying Huan approached the tomb, several guards immediately bowed in respect, cautioning, Princess, please return. Entry to the Imperial tomb is strictly forbidden. Ying Huan nodded despondently, her expression sorrowful, slowly turning away and exiting the palace. Heading towards the outskirts of Xianyang City, this moment, Ying Huan's heart was laden with bitterness. Her purpose for this journey was to rescue her elder brother, the young man lauded as the greatest talent of the Great Qin royal family, only to find that he had been imprisoned by the empire. Now, Ying Huan resembled a defeated rooster, unable to alter her brother's fate no matter how fiercely she struggled. her visage shrouded in profound sadness. "Princess, where are you headed?" a guard inquired with concern from behind. Ying Huan lifted her beautiful face and softly replied, "I wish to seek someone." "Princess, I shall accompany you," the guard offered eagerly. He was Ying Huan's personal attendant, a position far superior to that of an ordinary palace guard, and indeed quite rare within the Great Qin Empire. His father was held in high regard by the emperor, and their family was of considerable standing, commanding respect even from the elders of prominent clans. The emperor's influence in the empire was unparalleled, and even he felt a sense of awe in the face of the royal family's might. Ying Huan regarded the guard and slightly nodded. "What is your name?" "Your Highness, I am Li Qianyu, the current captain of the royal guards," he replied respectfully. "I in the Great Qin Empire." The surnames of the guards often denoted their status. They were all of royal blood, belonging to the direct lineage. Traditionally, the emperor would assign guards to protect the princess, and Li Qianyu was among them. Ying Huan nodded slightly and addressed Li Qianyu. "My brother has been captured by the Great Qin Empire. I must go find him, but my brother's fate is uncertain under the empire's control. That Li guard. If anything happens to him, I will not spare those responsible." Ying Huan's expression turned icy. Her eyes filled solely with resentment towards the Great Qin Empire. Witnessing this, Li Qianyu felt a jolt of alarm, fully aware that the princess was seething with anger. And he dared not provoke her wrath. He quickly bent forward and spoke to Ying Huan. "Princess, pardon my boldness, but I have a few heartfelt words, and I wonder if I may speak them." Ying Huan turned her gaze towards Li Qianyu, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Speak freely, Li guard. This princess will not hold it against you." Li Qianyu hesitated for a moment before he began. "I have heard that your brother has killed several officials within the Great Qin Empire. This matter, I believe, you are already aware of." Ying Huan's complexion changed slightly. She was acutely aware that the officials her brother had slain were all high-ranking members of the royal family. Her brother had gained considerable notoriety within Xianyang City, but had also, as a result, angered the royal family, with his actions viewed as a provocation against royal dignity. This situation traces back to the day her mother discovered her brother in their family estate. At that time, her mother was resting within her chamber, which was not far from her brother's room. There was also a door outside her mother's room, guarded closely by personal attendants, all of whom were experts of martial arts above the venerable level. Directly obeying the first emperor's orders and meticulously chosen by him, the first emperor held immense power within the Great Qin Empire, capable of mobilizing vast armies, with his generals being late-stage venerables and many having reached the pinnacle of their prowess. This elite army, composed of the finest warriors of the Great Qin Empire, possessed extraordinary combat capabilities, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As the Grand General, the first emperor held a prominent position within the empire and wielded the authority to mobilize the national military. Aside from the estates of the major nobles, commoners had no rights to step foot into other royal palaces. Thus, the estate where her brother resided was guarded solely by the first emperor and a few personal attendants. Unfortunately, her mother passed away shortly after her brother's birth due to a severe illness. The first emperor, grieving her loss, sought a suitable consort to honor his deceased wife, yet those noble youths were proud and arrogant. With numerous beautiful wives and concubines, how could they accept a woman with a disability? However, the union of her brother with a woman of disability unexpectedly became a source of joy for the first emperor. He believed such an outstanding daughter-in-law was worthy of his son. After all, a healthy man marrying a disabled woman would inevitably suffer inner turmoil. Now, witnessing his son in love with a disabled woman, the first emperor regarded it as a fortuitous match, foreseeing that it would aid him in advancing within the court, perhaps even ascending to the throne. The first emperor's vivid imagination left Ying Huan with a sense of doubt. She was acutely aware that her elder brother was no ordinary individual. Even the king dared not act with impudence before the emperor, and he was merely a minor princess. Now, to learn that her brother had fallen victim to foul play was indeed perplexing. "What did you say? Her brother was harmed by a disabled woman. How did you come to know this? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Furthermore, how exactly did her brother meet his demise? Who was the culprit? Speak quickly. Why did her brother perish so suddenly? Who was responsible? Speak, speak." Ying Huan nearly lost control as she interrogated, her complexion as pale as paper, her eyes filled with fear and madness. The first emperor, taken aback by his son's outburst, was astonished. This matter was a top secret within the Qin Empire. Apart from his confidants and personal guards, he had never divulged it to anyone. Now, to discover that his son was aware of it filled him with shock. leading him to realize there might be a conspiracy against his son, someone deliberately setting a trap to entangle him with the disabled woman. In the Qin Empire, such matters were regarded as treasonous crimes, and if substantiated, could lead to the annihilation of the 9 clans. The first emperor resolved to no longer conceal the truth from his son. He would disclose the matter in its entirety and unveil the underlying truth. That day, the first emperor harbored a weighty concern, contemplating that upon returning home, he must have a serious discussion with his son. This was no trivial matter. Had he informed him earlier, it might have spared the young man from impending calamity. Thus, the first emperor turned his heavy gaze towards Li Si, his voice low yet commanding. Laced with a hint of caution, "Li Si, your sudden appearance here cannot be so simple, can it?" Observing Princess Ying Huan's heightened emotions, Li Si offered a gentle smile, attempting to soothe her. "Princess, please calm yourself that I deeply sympathize with your loss. But this matter pertains to my own predicaments. It is indeed a reluctant necessity." "What predicament? Do not attempt to deceive me. I am fully aware of your relationship with my brother Ying Huan. You are his paramour." Upon hearing this, the first emperor's fury ignited, and he rebuked sharply. Ying Huan's mother, standing nearby, frowned in discontent at her husband's words, but, constrained by their marital bond, refrained from countering directly. Instead, awkwardly shifting the topic, "Let us all remain calm that I believe this matter involves someone plotting against Ying Huan. The most pressing concern now is to procure medical attention swiftly, for his injuries are worsening and cannot be delayed." The empress rationally reminded, fully aware of her husband's innocence but pained for her son, determined to ensure his survival at all costs. Ying Huan nodded in agreement and turned to her father, pressing for the truth behind her brother's murder. "Father, please tell me, who is so cruel as to inflict such harm upon my brother?" The first emperor was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's inquiry. Realizing that while Ying Huan was not exceptionally clever, she was certainly not foolish. At this moment, she seemed to trust Li Si implicitly. The first emperor understood that this was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Ying Huan, utilizing Li Si to eliminate her adversaries for personal gain. However, Li Si's prowess was formidable. No matter the method employed, he proved to be unassailable, and it was Ying Huan who ultimately fell victim to him. Given Ying Huan's current stance, it appeared she had placed her full trust in Li Si, and the first emperor could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the matter had been satisfactorily resolved. Sparing his son from punishment and preserving his reputation intact, to be candid, all of this was indeed orchestrated by me. I was aware of your affection for Ying Huan, hence I devised this scheme to lure him into seeking Li Si's assistance, intending to use him to eliminate my enemies. Yet, to my dismay, Li Si's capabilities exceeded all expectations. Even with my brother's aid, we were no match for him, and ultimately, my brother met his untimely end at his hands. My intentions were never to bring about such an outcome. I am truly innocent. Li's origins remain unclear, yet his remarkable skills made it all too easy for him to slay my brother, leaving me powerless. The first emperor spoke earnestly. "Humph, you claim ignorance. You are clearly afraid of your identity being exposed, hence you concoct this tale." Ying Huan scoffed coldly, with her mother echoing her skepticism. To them, the first emperor's explanations appeared feeble and unconvincing. "Evidence? What evidence could I possibly present? I am unaware of Li Si's background, yet it is evident that he possesses the strength to effortlessly kill my brother. His cultivation must have reached the celestial realm. With the power of my family, how could we possibly contend with a celestial expert? This matter is indeed beyond my involvement," the first emperor argued vigorously. "Li Si has ascended to the celestial realm. Are you certain this information is accurate? If it is falsehood, you must provide Ying Huan with an explanation," the empress queried coldly, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. "Mother, this is undoubtedly true. Sister, I assure you, I would never deceive you. You must trust your father." The first emperor, noticing his wife's growing doubts regarding his words, spoke with a hint of urgency. "If that is the case, I shall temporarily trust you this once. However, I still require clarity on your identity. Why was your strategist targeted? And how did you come to ally with Li Si?" The empress relentlessly pursued, as this matter pertained to Ying Huan's lifelong happiness. And she would not easily relent until the truth was revealed, for otherwise, her daughter might never find peace. "Sister, since you assert that it was an act of hostility, I shall certainly investigate Li Si's background. Though he is my enemy, he is now also my brother. Avenging him is a matter of duty. Rest assured, Upon your father's return, I will provide you with an account and vow to capture Li Si to clear my brother's name." The first emperor declared resolutely, causing Princess Ying Huan to be taken aback, yet she understood that her father would not deceive her. Although her mother still harbored doubts, since the first emperor firmly asserted that Li Si was culpable, she too could only choose to trust him. "Dear, trust your father this time. You know what kind of person he is. He will not conceal anything from you. Remember, you must not allow Li Si to escape. Otherwise, all our efforts over the years may come to naught. So you must think this through carefully." Princess Ying Huan nodded in agreement. "Father, rest assured, I will not let that cunning Li Si evade justice. Regardless of his abilities, if he falls into my hands, he shall face severe punishment. Furthermore, I must remind you again, not just him, but his entire family must not be spared. Confidentiality is imperative, do you understand?" The first emperor emphasized once more. "Father, you may rest easy. I will handle this matter properly and ensure you are not embarrassed," Princess Ying Huan assured. "You have grown and should understand your father's intentions. I do not wish to see you follow in my footsteps." The first emperor spoke earnestly. "I comprehend your intentions, father, yet I too have my aspirations that I yearn to achieve greatness like you and do not wish to dwell under your protection for life. I desire to build my own influence and pursue my ambitions. May I request your permission for this endeavor?" Princess Ying Huan implored earnestly. "If you truly possess such ambition, your father will not obstruct you. You are most aligned with my wishes and best suited to inherit the throne. As long as you act appropriately, your father will be pleased. After all, this realm requires your support. Can you bear such a responsibility?" The first emperor inquired with a smile. "Rest assured, father, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will strive to strengthen my own power, not only for you, but also to ensure the enduring stability of our dynasty, resolutely making it ever more prosperous." Princess Ying Huan responded with determination. "Good, good, good. With such resolve, your father is exceedingly pleased. This is the spirit my child should embody." The first emperor nodded in satisfaction. "You overpraise me. I dare not accept such accolades," Princess Ying Huan humbly replied. Returning to the main topic, "What do you surmise regarding Li Si's current whereabouts?" the first emperor asked again. Princess Ying Huan pondered briefly before responding. "Based on my judgment, he should have already returned to Chang'an. His position as Grand Tutor has become widely known, and his wife and daughter must have been brought into the Grand Tutor's residence. His injuries are likely healed by now, and he may be en route to the Grand Tutor's estate. At his pace, he should be nearing his destination." The first emperor agreed. "Your deduction is accurate. We must not delay further. If we procrastinate, Li Si may escape, and my grand plans will be ruined in an instant. Do not worry, father. I will handle this matter diligently." Princess Ying Huan bowed respectfully. "The operation must remain confidential, or there may be dangers." The first emperor reiterated firmly that "I will keep this in mind. You may rest assured, father." Princess Ying Huan replied respectfully. The first emperor nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave when Princess Ying Huan suddenly called out, "Father, please wait." Ying Huan's voice halted the first emperor, who turned to gaze back, asking, "What else needs to be discussed?" "I humbly request that father grant me a token," Ying Huan stated directly. Upon hearing this, the first emperor raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What is the significance of this token?" "This token is actually for the purpose of apprehending Li Si. If I am granted this favor by father, I can use it as proof to capture him," Ying Huan replied candidly. The first emperor, astonished, exclaimed, "So this token is intended for apprehending a fugitive? How did you come by it?" Seeing his astonishment, Ying Huan hurried to explain. "Father, you may not be aware, but this token was originally in Li Si's possession. I had a fortuitous opportunity to obtain it from him that I wish to utilize this token in service of you. And should you lend it to me, I will forever remember your kindness and repay it sincerely." The first emperor's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze piercing as if he could see through Ying Huan's thoughts. Asking, "How do you intend to repay me?" Faced with the first emperor's all-seeing eyes, Ying Huan felt a pang of anxiety, knowing she could not conceal any thoughts from him, and thus bowed respectfully. "I am willing to serve you faithfully, standing by your side for life." The first emperor gently shook his head, his tone both gentle and firm. "You need not swear loyalty to me. I have no need for such servitude. As long as you remain law-abiding and do not stir trouble, that is sufficient. As for the token, I believe it is unnecessary to grant it to you. Even if you possess it, it may not serve its purpose. I trust you have more significant missions to fulfill. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave." Ying Huan bowed in farewell. As she departed, the first emperor fell into contemplation. As the chancellor harbored treasonous intentions, a matter reported by Zhao Gao. Though Li Si faced numerous adversaries in Chang'an, and despite his enemies being eliminated by Zhao Gao, the descendants of those harmed by Li Si remained undaunted. They clandestinely assisted him in recruiting troops and scheming for the restoration of their state. Although Li Si did not directly partake in the battles, he meticulously orchestrated his plans from the shadows, secretly nurturing his power, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to lead an assault on the gates of Xianyang. Upon witnessing the current state of Xianyang, Ying Huan was utterly astonished. The once thriving capital now resembled a desolate shell. The main forces of the Qin army had retreated, leaving behind merely 100,000 Imperial guards and a few hundred personal guards to protect the palace. Yet, these guards displayed no signs of action, as if they had lost their will to resist, which left Ying Huan perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, the Qin army had indeed been dispatched by Li Si to provide reinforcements. At this moment, the first emperor harbored little concern, firmly believing that once the traitor was found, he could eliminate the threat in one fell swoop, thus restoring complete control over Qin. However, he also recognized that his current strength was insufficient to confront Li Si head-on, necessitating a cautious approach. My lord, in my humble opinion, we need not be overly anxious. As long as we can identify the traitor, this matter can be resolved entirely, and at that time, the Qin state will belong to you alone. A military officer respectfully advised. The first emperor nodded slightly in agreement, affirming, "You speak wisely. Regardless of the cost, we must uncover that traitor. Yet, if we cannot expose him, I must endure humiliation and bear the burden. For our current strength is still lacking when compared to Li Si." Though he spoke thus, the first emperor's thoughts were elsewhere. Observing the dire situation of the Qin state, he knew that without sufficient provisions, it would inevitably be consumed by Li Si. Therefore, he had to resolve this matter swiftly to stabilize the overall situation. "You may take your leave and rest. I find myself somewhat fatigued," the first emperor declared, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Once the military officer saw the first emperor had peacefully fallen asleep, he quietly sighed in relief and exited the study, returning to his quarters. He removed his armor and garments, revealing his sturdy physique. Gazing at the command token on the table, he sighed softly. Ultimately, this matter requires the direct involvement of the sovereign, yet it is regrettably rather intricate. If we fail to identify the traitor in time, the safety of the sovereign will be in jeopardy. However, given the current perilous situation of the sovereign, we must act swiftly, even if it entails risks. With these thoughts in mind, the military officer mounted his warhorse and galloped towards Xianyang, resolved to take a bold risk to ensure the safety of the sovereign. As dawn broke, the first emperor stirred awake, rubbing his bleary eyes and muttering in confusion, "Where am I? Why do I feel so weary? Just now, I dreamt of Li Si, who threatened that if I did not comply with him, he would take my life." "Your Majesty, you have finally awakened," a gentle voice from a lady-in-waiting responded. "You were restless throughout the night, hence you feel fatigued at this moment. Do you recall what transpired last night?" The first emperor pondered for a moment, vaguely recalling his confrontation with Li Si, and he replied, "I remember encountering Li Si, yet I do not recognize this individual. Why did he intrude upon my palace? It seems we had a conflict, and I was ultimately defeated and expelled. What could his intentions be? Does he covet the throne of the Qin state? If that is indeed the case, why not directly raise an army to seize power, rather than resorting to such convoluted means?" The lady-in-waiting respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, as I understand, last night you were attacked by an assassin sent by Li Si. The assassin claimed to have uncovered the truth behind your assassination and demanded that you abdicate and hand over the edict to Li Si. When you refused, you were pursued. It appears that Li Si had this planned all along. The tranquility of the past days was merely a fade concealing his malicious intent." Upon hearing this, the first emperor's expression changed abruptly, anger flaring within him. "What audacity, Li Si, to scheme against me! No wonder there has been no trouble recently. It was all premeditated." Just as he was about to erupt, the lady-in-waiting wisely advised, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. This matter remains unverified and impulsive actions are unwise. Perhaps we should first seek to meet with Li Si again to probe the truth of the situation." Taking a deep breath to quell his fury, the first emperor nodded. You are correct. Let us see him first. The lady-in-waiting complied, and they arrived at the gates of the Qin palace, only to be met with a stern command from the guards. Halt! Who are you to dare intrude here? The first emperor, with an air of authority, declared, This is the royal palace of the Qin state. As emperor, I am entitled to enter without question. The guards, momentarily intimidated by the first emperor's presence, still cautioned, if that is the case, do not attempt any tricks, or you shall bear the consequences. With a cold snort, the first emperor and the lady-in-waiting strode directly into the palace, navigating through multiple checkpoints. The first emperor finally arrived outside the study of the Qin king. The personal guard stood vigil at the entrance, and the first emperor looked down upon him with disdain, whispering to the lady-in-waiting, You remain here. I wish to see father alone. The lady-in-waiting complied, standing respectfully outside the door. The first emperor entered the study, only to find the Qin king still seated. Unperturbed, he waited patiently for approximately 15 minutes. Growing increasingly impatient, just as he was about to leave when he heard footsteps approaching. Greetings, Your Highness. The lady-in-waiting promptly greeted, Be at ease. The first emperor gestured dismissively, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Li Si, whose demeanor was laden with suspicion and mockery, clearly unwelcome at this moment. Lic, why have you come here at such a late hour? The first emperor interrogated, dripping with sarcasm. I had thought you lacked the standing to warrant a special audience with me. What do you mean? What is your purpose? The first emperor's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Li Si, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Your Majesty, you do not recall, when we were in Eastern Wu and Western Shu, amidst the flames of war, you personally promised me a condition, Li Si replied, a sly smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on the first emperor. Upon hearing this, the first emperor's expression shifted dramatically, memories flooding back. Indeed, he had made a promise to Li Si, yet he had never anticipated that Li Si would bring it up at such a moment, clearly intending to put him in a difficult position. Li Si, you truly are a scoundrel, the first emperor exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. We had a cordial agreement, and you assured me you would not trouble me at such a critical juncture. It has barely been a few days, and you are already pestering me again. At this moment, the first emperor regretted his earlier promise, realizing he had not given sufficient thought to Li Si's demands. At that time, burdened with state affairs, he had not taken Li Si's request seriously. Now that he was determined to assist Li Si in ascending to the throne, he was naturally unwilling to have anyone who might pose a threat to him close at hand. Fortunately, his personal lady-in-waiting was relatively reliable. Although she was not yet an official queen, the first emperor was confident that in due course, she would become his virtuous consort. More importantly, he had secretly gained control over her, ensuring that even if she harbored ulterior motives, she could not escape. The mysterious jade pendant he possessed was the key, capable of monitoring her at all times and ensuring that she could become his pawn when necessary. However, he had not entrusted the pendant to her, as it concealed a tremendous secret. The first emperor intended to safeguard it carefully, planning to pass it on to his most trusted person after ascending the throne, utilizing its power against his adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, this jade pendant had already attracted the covetous eyes of his father, who was dispatching agents to search for it far and wide. The first emperor's father understood the pendant's immense significance to the Han. Once acquired, it would be akin to possessing a talisman of survival. Hence, he demanded that the first emperor surrender the pendant. To his surprise, the pendant had fallen into Li Si's hands. Lic recognized its value at a glance. Feeling elated, he understood that his future success relied heavily on the first emperor's support. Although the first emperor had promised to assist him in ascending the throne, Li Si was wary of accepting all conditions outright, fearing that doing so might provoke the first emperor's ire and lead to his own downfall. Your Majesty, how could I dare to entangle you? I merely have a pressing matter to report, Li Si said with a smile, calmly addressing the first emperor's reproach. Oh, what is it? Speak quickly. The first emperor suppressed his anger, adopting an expression of anticipation. Your Majesty, during my expedition to Nanjing, not only did I successfully reclaim lost territories, but I also captured Lucia, along with Zhao Yun and Han Xin. Li Si proclaimed with pride. Is that true? You truly captured Lucia? The first emperor exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, Your Majesty, Li Si replied, his smile growing even more radiant at the first emperor's reaction. Excellent. Splendid. This is truly wonderful. The first emperor could hardly contain his joy, laughter echoing through the camp, even attracting the attention of the soldiers outside the tent, who rushed in, their faces alight with excitement. "Your Majesty, why are you so cheerful?" Li Si inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Haha, of course, there is good news. Where is Lu Xie now?" The first emperor scanned the crowd, his happiness intensifying. "He is in my palace." The first emperor indicated towards the lady-in-waiting beside Li Si, who blushed but did not shy away, instead graciously introducing herself to Li Si. "This is Lord Li Si of the Southern Qin State." "Ah, it is Lord Li Si." The gathered generals clasped their fists in greeting, to which Li Si humbly responded, "There is no need for formality. Generals." Li Si smiled broadly. Suddenly, the first emperor produced the jade pendant. "This pendant shall be bestowed upon you, generals, as a token of celebration." The generals displayed expressions of astonishment, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. The single jade pendant not only strengthened the bond between the first emperor and the generals, but also laid the groundwork for the impending power struggle. "Do not be modest. Take that pendant and enjoy yourselves." The first emperor waved his hand casually. "Understood," one general replied, bowing respectfully before departing with his subordinates. Yet, a degree of confusion lingered among the generals, who could not comprehend why the first emperor would bestow such a precious jade pendant upon Li Si, only for Li Si to pass it on to them. Despite their perplexity, the ministers chose not to press further, recognizing that the Emperor Qin Shi Huang had his own profound reasons for withholding the secret of the jade pendant. Once the generals had departed, the emperor could not help but extol, "Lic, you truly possess remarkable insight." Upon finishing his words, he bestowed a subtle smile. "Your Majesty overestimates me. Your brilliance and wisdom far surpass my own," Li Si humbly replied, though inwardly he was elated. This time, Li Si had indeed struck gold, acquiring not only an invaluable jade pendant, but also the unwavering support of the emperor. Known for his resolute nature, the emperor would undoubtedly honor his promises. Li Si firmly believed that through this endeavor, the emperor would acquiesce to his conditions. Once his domain was secured, he could amass troops, and his influence would surely flourish. Contemplating this, Li Si found it difficult to contain his excitement. The emperor continued, "Mr. Li Si, you need not be excessively modest. Your knowledge is indeed superior. Your triumph over Lu Xie and his entourage is nothing short of extraordinary. If our military strength were to increase, we could decisively conquer Nanjing and eradicate Lu Xie's faction entirely. At that time, the realm would belong solely to me." "Your Majesty speaks truly." Li Si nodded in agreement, his heart racing as he envisioned a glorious future. The surrounding generals shared his exhilaration, acutely aware that their prospects were bright and success was imminent. The emperor turned his gaze to Li Si, earnestly inquiring, "Mr. Li, I wish to hear your strategic concepts regarding this campaign. What ingenious plans do you propose to assist our forces in seizing Beiqi?" After a moment's reflection, Li Si replied with composure, "Your Majesty, I have a plan that we could dispatch an elite cavalry unit disguised as Beiqi troops to stealthily infiltrate their territory, striking at the heart of Beiqi when they are unprepared. However, this tactic, while ruthless, would inevitably result in the loss of many innocent lives." The emperor pondered for a moment before proposing a new strategy. "Then let us send you to lead 50,000 cavalrymen first, masquerading as Beiqi reinforcements to deceive the enemy. By the time they realize the ruse, you will have penetrated deep into Beiqi's territory. Subsequently, you can split your forces to infiltrate and seize each city one by one. Our army will remain in position, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again and utterly dismantle Beiqi. What do you think?" Li Si concurred, "Your Majesty is wise. Such an approach indeed holds the potential for success. However, I advise that our forces should not act too aggressively, as Beiqi may detect the anomaly. Even if we conquer Beiqi, it may prove difficult to capture key members of their royal court alive." The emperor nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning is sound. We must leave room for maneuvering. Here is my decision. I will mobilize 300,000 troops to assault Beiqi, while you lead the remaining 50,000 to attack Nanyu. The two armies will converge, and even if Beiqi is on guard, it will avail them nothing. Once we have secured Nanyu, you will emerge unscathed. I accept your command," Li Si replied with a respectful bow. He understood that with their current strength, capturing Beiqi in one fell swoop would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, he agreed with the emperor's proposal to first concentrate on besieging Nanyu before turning their attention to Beiqi. The emperor continued, "Let this matter be settled. Upon your return, you should prepare immediately. After the campaign against Nanyu concludes, I shall reward you handsomely, elevating you to the title of Marquis of the West. And even more substantial rewards will follow after the conquest of Nanyu." The emperor chose Li Si as the commander of this expedition because he valued Li Si's years of loyalty and talent. Li Si was not only one of his most trusted ministers, but also an indispensable ally in realizing his grand ambitions. Therefore, the emperor anticipated that Li Si would not fail him in securing Nanyu. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Li Si promptly bowed his head in gratitude, secretly overjoyed. This unexpected promotion felt like a dream come true, a long-held desire realized. He dared not dwell on it further. Feeling content simply with the prospect of advancement, everything else seemed insignificant. The emperor, gazing at Li Si with a beaming smile, remarked, "Mr. Li Si, I am acutely aware of your unwavering dedication to our Great Qin. I am genuinely grateful. Once Beiqi is vanquished, I will ensure you are richly rewarded. Rest assured, your share of the spoils will be plentiful." Lic replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, I seek nothing more than to contribute my utmost efforts to relieve your burdens. Thus, I find peace in my heart." The emperor, succinct in his response, said, "Then I shall not elaborate further. Let us continue our deliberations regarding Beiqi." With that, he fell silent, and Li Si too became contemplative. Strategizing the next steps, the onlookers could not help but envy Li Si, now a revered general, wielding great power and deeply favored by the emperor. Such admiration only stoked the fires of jealousy within their hearts, intensifying their resentment towards Li Si. After the emperor concluded the court session and departed the study, Li Si exhaled in relief. Under the scrutiny of his peers, he had felt immense pressure, fearing that any misstep or flawed decision could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the emperor had not shown displeasure, allowing him to breathe easier. Nevertheless, Li Si remained perplexed, unable to fathom why the emperor had suddenly chosen to involve him in this matter. Yet, upon reflection, he resolved that as long as he could assist the emperor, he would willingly serve in any capacity. This was his philosophy of existence and the reason the emperor held him in high regard. Shortly after leaving the court, Li Si returned to his residence to prepare for subsequent affairs. Meanwhile, within the palace of Beiyu, a young man clad in plain garments sat poised in a chamber. He was the second prince of Beiyu, the ruler of Nanyu and Beiqi. He inquired of his father, "Father, how do you intend to respond to this invading force?" The king of Beiyu replied confidently, "Do not worry. We have dispatched troops to seal off the southern borders. Once the timing is right, we shall launch a counteroffensive, ensuring they cannot escape." "But father," the prince expressed concern, "I fear that this may inadvertently hinder Li Si's advance into the heart of Nanyu." The king reassured him with a firm pat on the shoulder. "Fear not. I have already devised a plan. The moment the enemy steps onto our territory, they shall be captured, and no matter how bold Li Si may be, he will not easily mobilize his elite forces to assault our cities." The prince remained skeptical. "Father, are you certain?" Historically, Li Si has acted with great caution. He now seems a different individual, frequently displaying astonishing feats. The king, brimming with confidence, asserted, "I have unwavering faith in my judgment. Simply follow my instructions. This battle concerns the very survival of Nanyu, and victory is imperative. There is no room for retreat. Trust me. I will find an opportune moment for you." Though the prince had never met his father, he felt compelled to trust him based on his earnest words. "Very well, I shall place my faith in you this once. Father, I hope you do not betray my trust, or else." The king rose and departed, leaving Beiqi to ponder alone. As he watched his father's retreating figure, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the prince's eyes, and he bowed his head, lost in thought. "A swarm of ants dares to act arrogantly before me." The prince gazed into the distance, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he called out, "Bring forth the guards." The attendants rushed in, kneeling in unison. "Immediately issue orders to assemble all ministers for a council. Regardless of rank or position, they must converge in the council hall without delay." "At once," the guards responded, departing with haste. The prince's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "Li Si, do you truly believe that these petty schemes will free you from my grasp? You are sorely mistaken. Once you set foot in Nanyu, I shall demonstrate how to deal with you." A chilling light flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating that he had formulated a strategy in his mind. "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor!" At this moment, Li Si led his cavalry army to the border of Nanyu, calling out loudly, his voice reverberating through the heavens. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Nanyu emerged from their homes, kneeling before Li Si, their voices rising in a chorus of praise that echoed across the land. Seeing the familiar faces of his compatriots, a proud smile crossed Li Si's face, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. "Dear villagers, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Li Si addressed them earnestly. Yes, thank you, my lord, the villagers responded, standing respectfully behind him. Fellow villagers, I understand that life has been challenging for you. We have come to protect you. The current Qin is no longer what it once was. It has undergone a profound transformation. We need to unite as one. Though and you may have been weak in the past, we now possess the support and strength of Beiyu. We shall fear no invasion. I believe that as long as Qin does not strike against us, we can withstand any assault. I am here to create a peaceful environment for your lives. And I trust that together we can achieve this goal. Lic's words resonated with conviction. Lic's speech undoubtedly ignited the fervor of the Nanyu villagers, though they had become a vassal state. They yearned for dignity, hoping that their legacy would be etched in history, leaving their souls at rest. Their existence imbued meaning into everything. This moment, Li Si sought to inspire the spirit of unity among the Nanyu villagers. Only in this way could Nanyu truly stand alongside Qin. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth they possessed, they would remain mere pawns in the hands of others. Thank you so much, my lord. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, sincerity evident in their words. There is no need for thanks. To speak frankly, this is also for my own survival, Li Si replied with a gentle smile. My lord. With your army stationed at our southern border, could you disclose when your forces will launch an attack against our nation? Ying Huan stood beside Li Si, posing a timely inquiry. I report to you. My lord, I believe that reinforcements will soon arrive at the border. Once they do, the defense line of Nanyu will be as solid as a mountain. Lic responded with a tone of unwavering confidence. Very well, Lord Li Si. I too firmly believe that with our fighting prowess, capturing Nanyu shall not pose a challenge. Ying Huan agreed. Then let us proceed to the Prime Minister's residence. Lic glanced at Ying Huan and proposed. Agreed. Ying Huan nodded in assent, and the two made their way towards Li Si's residence. Before long, they arrived at the estate, where a multitude of civil and military officials had already gathered. Upon seeing Ying Huan and Li Si enter, the officials rose in unison, bowing respectfully. We have seen General Li Si, they echoed, observing the proper courtesies. There is no need for such formality. Please take your seats, Ying Huan gestured, wishing to alleviate any stiffness in the atmosphere to avoid awkwardness. Thank you, my lord. The officials expressed their gratitude towards Ying Huan, subsequently taking their seats. Except for a few who remained standing, the majority of the officials were now settled in their places. My esteemed ministers. With the current peril facing Nanyu, I trust you all understand my intentions. Once everyone was seated, Li Si surveyed the room and spoke gravely. We understand, my lord. Rest assured. We will spare no effort to assist Nanyu in overcoming this calamity. The officials replied in unison, demonstrating their resolve. Excellent. If that is the case, let us deliberate on our strategies. What insights do you possess on how we can defeat the enemy? Li Si looked around, steering the discussion. Upon hearing Li Si's words, the officials fell into contemplation. Given the current situation, it appeared they had no path for retreat. Only by engaging in battle with the Great Qin could they hope to secure a chance for respite or even capitulation through steadfast conviction and courage. Hence, they began fervently discussing various strategies, with the core focus consistently revolving around safeguarding the lives of the people of Nanyu. For only when the populace is secure and prosperous can the nation attain ultimate victory. Li Si observed this scene with a faint, cold smile. He had anticipated the officials' reactions and did not take them to heart. After all, preserving Nanyu was of utmost importance compared to the potential loss of some interests. Before long, the officials reached a consensus, standing up to prepare for the impending decisive battle. Send word down the ranks. The entire army should prepare for battle. With a resounding command, the officials, filled with fervor, hastened towards the city gates of Nanyu. Esteemed colleagues, my soldiers are the elite of Nanyu. There is no way the Great Qin could breach our city defenses, Li Si declared, pride evident in his words as he gazed at the officials. He knew that these soldiers were the fruits of his meticulous training, and their current combat capabilities were beyond what the Great Qin could match. Upon hearing Li Si's assurance, the other officials wore expressions of confidence, their eyes gleaming with determination. Subsequently, Li Si led over 1,000 cavalrymen, steadily making his way to the city gates of Nanyu. Poised to confront the unknown challenges ahead, Lic's gaze swept over the formation of Nanyu soldiers. A surge of pride swelling within him. These elite fighters were handpicked by him, each possessing exceptional skills, and he firmly believed that this contingent would be sufficient to withstand the renowned armored cavalry. Thus, Li Si stood beneath the city gate, watching them depart. Are you all ready? Once prepared, We shall set forth immediately. Li Si's booming voice resonated through the darkness. The soldiers responded in unison, ready and waiting. General, onward. With Li Si's command, he led the cavalry like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing beyond the city gates, leaving a solemn atmosphere in their wake. One minister, watching the cavalry's departure, voiced his concerns. General, those iron cavalry are formidable. Should they charge directly, we might be hard-pressed to resist. Lic, assured and composed, smiled slightly. Fear not, they will not anticipate our proactive approach. At this moment, someone has already sent word to them, warning that their cavalry must not advance towards Nanyu, or they will bear the consequences. Another minister remained anxious. The iron cavalry are not to be trifled with. If we truly provoke them, retaliatory measures will surely follow, and the situation will become dire. However, Ying Huan remained unfazed, responding calmly. They are currently positioned around Nanyu. Even if they intend to target us, it will not be an easy feat. There is no need for further discussion. We must now prepare for the impending confrontation. An official interjected, then turned to leave. Before long, that minister returned with dozens of horse-drawn carts, laden with thousands of fine steeds. The carts moved slowly, evidently stalling for time, clearly reluctant to engage the Great Qin's cavalry directly. Esteemed colleagues, our personnel have gathered and are ready at the city gates. We await only a command to strike at the Great Qin, Li Si announced with a joyful expression upon seeing the scene. Excellent. This is the opportune moment to defeat the enemy. Let us march to the battlefield and vanquish the iron cavalry. The ministers responded with fervor. They lined up and advanced until they halted just a street away from the iron cavalry camp. Awaiting Li Si's instructions. Lic stepped forward with determination, addressing the ministers. Esteemed colleagues, the mission has been set. You may take a moment to rest. I am confident in our ability to crush the iron cavalry in the upcoming battle. Upon hearing these words, the ministers felt invigorated, heading towards the city wall. Lic then shifted towards the military camp, soon nearing his target. General, shall we launch the attack now? We can already see the iron cavalry camp. One soldier inquired. Lic replied solemnly. You are to lead a portion of our forces to directly assault the camp, ensuring not to harm our own soldiers. Otherwise, our plans will be thwarted. Everyone must quickly gather near the city gates to prevent encirclement by the iron cavalry. Do you understand? The soldier nodded in compliance. Rest assured, General, I will organize the personnel immediately and act at once. The soldier led his contingent into the Nanyu military camp, only to be swiftly surrounded. Faced with the sudden encirclement, the Nanyu soldiers, though slightly anxious, managed to maintain their composure due to their rigorous training, showing no signs of panic. A Great Qin soldier scoffed derisively. Who are you to dare obstruct our Nanyu warriors? A Nanyu minister, incensed, retorted, You bold fool, how dare you flee and speak such arrogant words? Tension escalated as both sides drew their swords, the atmosphere thick with hostility. The Nanyu soldiers angrily raised their swords towards the minister. Chastising, ignorant wretches, to dare impede the grand army of Nanyu is to seek your own demise. Another minister joined the condemnation. You beast of Nanyu, even if you wish to surrender, you should await the arrival of our emperor. To flee tonight is undoubtedly a death wish. The ministers exhibited haughty expressions, clearly regarding the Nanyu soldiers with disdain. Utterly unconcerned. It seems your ministers of Nanyu are truly beyond arrogance. Just as the soldier and the minister were engaged in a heated exchange, Li Si emerged from the military tent, his gaze sweeping over the ministers with a teasing tone. Where is your emperor? Humph, we have not seen him. What emperor remains now? He has long been executed. The minister shot a sidelong glance at Li Si, coldly replying, Chapter 31. Kill him. Oh, you say Li Si killed Li Mu? Li Si's smile remained unfaltering as he countered. Do you know who Li Mu is? Your emperor has perished at my hands. Do you still not realize he is no longer the sovereign of the Great Qin, but a traitor denounced by all? With this declaration, the minister was momentarily taken aback, finally stammering, Is this true? Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. If you remain skeptical, perhaps you should inquire with your emperor himself and see if he dares to confirm my words as truth. Li Si replied nonchalantly, pondering inwardly. Whether that emperor reveals the truth is uncertain, given that this matter has already stirred up a city-wide uproar. I understand. The minister mused, nodding in response. Lic smiled faintly and turned to stride back into the city. The minister led his troops away, and soon the soldiers of both sides clashed, descending into chaos. How outrageous! To dare covet the royal treasures of the Great Qin, the minister, witnessing his soldiers faltering against the Nanyu warriors and being captured, roared in fury. The Nanyu soldiers scoffed in response. We advise you of the Great Qin to surrender to us soon, or you shall inevitably become our captives. Utterly absurd. To think you can annex my Great Qin is sheer folly. The minister retorted vehemently, your emperor has long since met his end at the hands of my great emperor. He is no longer an emperor, but an enemy of Nan Yu. If we unite, we will surely unify the realm. Another minister chimed in. Oh, I shall see how you intend to unify the world. Do you plan to imitate the kingdoms of the western regions, attempting to conquer my Great Qin? The minister replied with a cold laugh. Outside the city, the iron cavalry stood ready, urging, we advise you to send troops to battle swiftly or bear the consequences. The minister cast a sinister gaze at the soldiers, inciting them to charge forth, intending to lead them to their doom. Very well. Let us witness how much progress your iron cavalry has made these years, the minister boldly commanded, directing the soldiers to charge out of the city. Humph, they are indeed cunning. But with your ragtag bunch, you think to break through my army's defenses? Dream on. The Great Qin general scoffed, watching the retreating figures of the Nan Yu soldiers with disdain. You may belittle us Nan Yu people, but the valor of the Nan Yu warriors is something you witnessed firsthand today. It is far beyond your capabilities. A minister countered without reservation, with the soldiers behind him echoing their agreement. The general let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond further. Indeed, the Nan Yu soldiers possessed some skill, but that did not mean they had the numerical advantage, nor that the iron cavalry would allow themselves to be slaughtered. As long as reinforcements arrive in a timely manner, the soldiers of Nanyue stand no chance of victory. One by one, the ministers of Nanyue departed the palace, while the soldiers hastened towards the city gates. A great battle poised to unfold. The troops of Nanyue retreated like a surging tide, and the courtiers atop the city walls, witnessing this scene, could not help but display expressions of delight, as if they glimpsed the dawn of a unified Nanyue. Eagerly, the Yonda joined the defeated army outside the city, firmly believing that by utterly vanquishing these fleeing soldiers, Nanyue could bring an end to the chaos and realize the long-awaited stability. Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind, and several astute courtiers sensed something amiss, turning in unison to gaze back. In the distance, Nanyue's soldiers were mercilessly harvesting the lives of their comrades with a relentless rain of arrows. A horrifying spectacle that sent shivers down their spines. They were utterly astonished. How could so many of their own soldiers turn against each other? An elderly minister's countenance shifted dramatically after a moment of contemplation. He resolutely declared, we must not delay. We must retreat immediately. With decisive authority, he issued the command, and his troops sprang into action, fleeing urgently from this land of death. The enemy commander, witnessing this, burst into laughter, his words dripping with derision. Look at your pitiful state. Where is the might of your cavalry? If you have any sense, surrender at once, or my army will trample every inch of your land. The ministers of Nanyue, upon hearing this, could scarcely contain their indignation and retorted with fervent shouts. To think of trampling Nanyue, you too shall pay a heavy price. Would the men of Nanyue ever submit so easily? Despite their hasty retreat, the ministers did not abandon the city walls. They ordered the soldiers to hold their ground, guarding against any opportunistic advances from the enemy. Many courtiers led their remnants away in haste, leaving behind a series of desolate cities waiting for an uncertain fate. The enemy general, witnessing the retreat of Nanyue, sneered, indeed, the soldiers of Nanyue are fierce, forcing my troops to flee in disarray. However, no matter what, my army will surely annihilate them. My soldiers are invincible. He swiftly organized his forces, and the army assembled rapidly. The commanders grasped their sturdy bows, knocked their arrows, and readied themselves for the onslaught. They aimed with all their might at the fleeing soldiers of Nanyue, their arrows streaking through the sky like meteors, hurtling towards their targets. Thud, thud, the arrows pierced through the skulls of Nanyue's soldiers, blood splattering, the sounds of their falls echoing relentlessly. The enemy commander marveled in secret, having not anticipated the lethal efficacy of their arrows, which so effortlessly claimed the lives of Nanyue's soldiers, attesting to their archery prowess. Indeed, these Nanyue leaders were not to be underestimated under such circumstances. My original plan may prove difficult to execute. The enemy commander furrowed his brow, anxiety gnawing at him. Yet, the deputy commander, wearing a confident smile, reassured him, there is no need for concern. General, our current strategy is flawless. Even if the Nanyue leaders are formidable, they cannot escape their doom. The commander, intrigued, asked, oh, pray, enlighten me. The deputy began articulating, regardless of the outcome, both sides will incur substantial losses. We can use this to destabilize the morale of the Nanyue forces. Subsequently, we shall gradually deplete their cavalry, and when the time is ripe, we will strike decisively at their supply lines and seize their provisions. In doing so, not only shall we secure our own supplies, but we shall also isolate the Nanwei cavalry, leaving them in a state of utter helplessness. Upon hearing this, the commander expressed his admiration. An excellent strategy. You truly are the brain of our army. However, the Nanwei cavalry is renowned for its elite prowess. Do you not fear they may be systematically eradicated in a war of attrition? The deputy smiled calmly. Rest assured, General, although the Nanwei cavalry may outnumber us, I dare assert they are doomed to defeat, and it will be a devastating one. As for the reason, he flashed a mysterious smile, leaving the commander to ponder endlessly. Indeed, the current situation is as such. Despite our advantage, I firmly believe we still have opportunities to seize victory in this contest. Ying Huan resolutely conveyed to those beside him. His brothers were all formidable in their own right. The eldest brother, steady as a mountain; the second brother, endowed with unparalleled wisdom; the fourth brother, valiant and unyielding. As for the fifth sister, though she may lack the combat prowess of her brothers, she was no less formidable. At this moment, our primary objective is not to annihilate the enemy soldiers of Nanhua, but to devise a means to rescue our beleaguered cavalry brothers. Only by doing so can we hope to turn the tide of battle and secure the ultimate victory. As Ying Huan's words concluded, the opposing side, upon hearing, curled their lips into a cold smirk, provocatively stating, "Very well, I look forward to witnessing the merits of your eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, and fifth sister. Wait and see. I shall ensure you are left humiliated." Ha ha. Ying Huan, unperturbed by the taunts, merely smiled serenely and replied, "All right, since you insist, I shall first consult my eldest brother regarding specific strategies, and then I will inform you. Farewell." The adversary made no further attempts to impede him, only offering a mock smile as they said, "Go ahead. I shall be here awaiting your return." Ying Huan hastened to his elder brother Li Si, his tone urgent. "Father, you mentioned earlier that you had devised a brilliant plan to decisively defeat the enemy." Li Si nodded with satisfaction, commending Ying Huan. "You have performed admirably. I am greatly pleased." As he spoke, he gently patted Ying Huan's shoulder, his gaze affectionate yet authoritative, akin to that of an elder toward a junior. Those around observed this scene with accustomed indifference, finding nothing amiss. Ying Huan smiled slightly. Then his expression turned grave as he stated earnestly, "However, the current situation remains exceedingly perilous. Should this operation fail, we shall face unprecedented catastrophe, possibly leading to our complete annihilation. Indeed, this venture must not only achieve total victory, but also safeguard our cavalry. They are currently battered and bruised. Without timely medical attention, their casualty rate could soar to 80%. Hence, I believe the immediate priority is to dispatch a team of medical officers to provide assistance, swiftly healing their wounds and ensuring their safe return." When Huan articulated his insights to Li Si's expression shifted, clearly impacted by the severity of the issue. "This suggestion holds merit. But how shall we appropriately manage these injured cavalrymen and address their supply needs? If we transport them westward in search of supplies and then return to the eastern territories, we may deplete our provisions." Ying Huan, brimming with confidence, reassured him, "This issue is indeed challenging, yet you need not worry. I will handle it adeptly. Once we successfully rescue them and ensure their stability, we will have confidence in delivering them safely to the western territories. There, as long as we can transport sufficient supplies, they will surely weather the storm." "Father, rest easy." Lic, upon hearing this, relaxed slightly, nodding, "I understand. I shall immediately commence preparations for the related matters. Once everything is ready, we will send them on their way." "Very well, Father. I shall now begin my preparations. We will depart at once." Ying Huan asserted resolutely, turning to leave. Lic gazed at Ying Huan's departing figure, his eyes filled with approval and anticipation. Waving, "Go forth. I shall await your good news." The following morning, as dawn broke, Ying Huan summoned all the commanders to gather. Before them stood 5,000 captives, among whom were not a few relatives of enemy leaders. "How many among you remain? Speak up quickly. Do not waste time." Zhao Xiaoyan barked sternly. The few generals, frightened, quickly knelt and pleaded for mercy. Yet Zhao Xiaoyan turned a blind eye. Scanning the remaining captives, he understood that these individuals were more crucial than the families of the generals. At this moment, these captives had long since lost their fighting spirit. Aware that they faced Zhao Xiaoyan's 3,000 cavalry, they realized that resistance would only lead to total annihilation, an outcome they could not bear. Thus, they chose to surrender. Those who recognize the prevailing circumstances are indeed the wise. Zhao Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Since you are willing to submit, I shall not make things difficult for you. Follow me." He did not further press the captives, for the larger picture was already settled, rendering unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, the captives expressed their gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Many had witnessed Zhao Xiaoyun's valor in Xianying City and were now filled with admiration for him. Seeing the captives smiling broadly, Zhao Xiaoyun himself beamed with joy, as if the fruits of victory were solely his merit. With a smile, he commanded, "Select 10 cavalrymen to accompany me. Escort these captives to my camp, while the rest shall guard outside." His subordinates, their eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve against the enemy, promptly complied. Soon, all the captives were securely imprisoned within the camp. Emperor Qin Shi Huang embraced Li Si's counsel, deciding to elevate Confucianism to a position of supremacy, while relegating other schools of thought to misfortune, facing obliteration. Some voiced dissent, even willing to fight to the death against this decree. However, in these tumultuous times, benevolence often appeared feeble, and under tyranny, the moral baseline was repeatedly trampled. Lic. You are overly radical. Can mere Confucianism extinguish humanity? Dissenting voices arose. A middle-aged man stepped forth beside Li Si, his voice resonating like thunder. "I, your humble servant, support this law and am willing to assist Lord Li Si in consigning those heretical texts to flames, declaring to the world, this realm belongs to us barbarians, not to some Confucian holy land." Yet, an uproar of outrage erupted from the crowd. "If you wish to burn, do it yourselves. Do not drag us common folk into it. Burn us, kill us innocent civilians, and you officials will be satisfied. Li Si, you have lost all conscience. Is there any humanity left within you?" In the face of the spittle-flecked accusations, Li Si merely wore a cold smile. On this journey westward, he not only subdued numerous foreign tribes but also garnered the allegiance of countless commoners. Among them, the majority were ordinary farmers who, though aware their homes had been invaded by foreign forces, chose to remain steadfast in their homeland rather than become wanderers. Lic astutely capitalized on their nostalgia for their homeland, promising them protection, and thus lured them under his command. Among the throng was a certain Zhang Song, a third-rank general who had once repelled hundreds of thousands of barbarian cavalry, but had been demoted due to a singular misstep. Under Li Si's recruitment, he donned his battle attire once more and achieved victory again, only to be relegated once more, his resentment towards Li Si burning fiercely within him. At this moment, witnessing Li Si's arrogance and his plundering of the populace, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Li Si, as a human, how could you be so malicious? You are nothing but a beast." "Oh, Zhang Song, are you implying that I am inhuman?" Li Si retorted with a cold snort, turning to face Zhang Song with a mocking glare. "Do you wish for me to prove it to you?" "Prove what?" Zhang Song thought to himself, cursing Li Si's shamelessness inwardly, while feigning ignorance on the surface. "Do you still not understand? Allow me to enlighten you." Li Si pressed on, his words dripping with provocation. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Song felt a surge of unease but managed to force out a retort. Li Si merely laughed heartily, his laughter grating against Zhang Song's ears, igniting his fury. "Scoundrel!" Zhang Song trembled with rage, seizing the sword from the ground and charging at Li Si deftly evaded. And the two engaged in a tumultuous chase within the confines of the room, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Zhang Song seized Li Si by the shoulder and forcefully hurled him to the ground. The tip of his sword poised at Li Si's throat. "Let go of me!" Li Si shouted, his eyes wide with fury. "Lic, get out of my sight!" Zhang Song hissed through clenched teeth. "That I will not leave." "What will you do about it?" Li Si shot back defiantly, leaving Zhang Song momentarily speechless with rage. The two grappled for an extended period. But Zhang Song could not subdue Li Si and was left with no choice but to angrily withdraw his sword and push him out the door. Dusting himself off, Li Si strolled back into his chamber, locking the door securely behind him. Zhang Song remained inside, his expression fluctuating between rage and frustration, yearning to burst in and rend Li Si to pieces. Yet acutely aware of Li Si's military power, any rash action would only lead to his own humiliation. He needed allies to escape Li Si's grasp. After a brief interval, Li Si grew bored within his room and decided to venture out. Just then, a voice called from outside. "Wait." Li Si paused, slowly opening the door to find Zhang Song standing there. With a smile, Zhang Song inquired, "What's the matter, Zhang Song? Do you wish to spar with me once more?" Zhang Song gazed at Li Si, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes before he quickly masked it, returning to a neutral demeanor. "No more fighting. You are a Han man, appointed by the emperor as a duke. The only one in this city bold enough to oppose the court. I, Zhang Song, though a fierce general, am merely a subordinate and cannot compare to you. What transpired earlier was merely jest. I hope you won't take offense. So, we remain friends? Li Si asked with a grin. Certainly, from now on, we are friends. Zhang Song replied with a smile. I shall take my leave then. Li Si gestured. Zhang Song took a few steps before stopping. Turning back to Li Si, by the way, Li Si, I have been keeping track of your expenses during your stay at my residence. I will repay you in due time. With that, Zhang Song decisively turned and hastened away. Disappearing through the gate and into his own abode. Li Si watched his retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. This Zhang Song is truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, daring to play tricks on me. I must stay here tonight, no matter what, Li Si muttered to himself, brimming with grievances. With that, he entered his bedroom, collapsing onto the floor, his eyelids fluttering shut, and he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Li Si awoke leisurely. Upon opening his eyes, he found the bedding neatly arranged, and the bedding on the bed folded with precision. Li Si couldn't help but admire. Zhang Song is indeed a meticulous individual. He quickly dressed and stepped into the living room, immediately spotting a prepared breakfast on the table, his stomach grumbling in response. Li Si approached the table and sat down, eagerly consuming the porridge. After a long night, his fatigue was particularly evident. General Li Si, you are awake? At that moment, Zhang Song entered, offering a greeting. You are awake as well. Did you not sleep well last night? Li Si responded, casting a glance at Zhang Song. No, I hardly slept at all, Zhang Song replied, shaking his head truthfully. Oh. Upon hearing this, Li Si's expression shifted, a smile creeping onto his lips. What were you pondering? Noticing Li Si's unusual demeanor, Zhang Song cautiously scrutinized him. Li Si beamed broadly, waving Zhang Song over. Come, don't be tense. Sit and chat with me. Zhang Song hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied and sat beside Li Si. Pondering, what is this fellow up to? Yesterday, I nearly lost my life at his hands. Though he possesses formidable strength, he is still merely a common man. As the foremost expert of the martial world. What have I to fear? With that thought, Zhang Song's courage surged, his gaze resolutely fixed on Li Si. However, he recalled the few who had met their end at Ying Huan's hands for defying Li Si's orders. Understanding that he must emulate Ying Huan's approach and become a subordinate willing to challenge Li Si's authority. Hey, Zhang Song, you look so serious. Come, let us drink a few cups and lighten up. Li Si, noticing Zhang Song's stoic expression, cheerfully invited him. No need. I do not drink. Zhang Song firmly declined without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li Si's smile faded, his expression growing cold as he sternly questioned, Zhang Song. What do you mean by that? Nothing at all. I simply do not wish to drink, Zhang Song hurriedly explained, sensing Li Si's growing ire. Li Si's face darkened, his teeth clenched as he seethed. Very well. If you refuse my goodwill, then I shall not hold back. Prepare to meet your demise. Before his words had even settled, Li Si lunged forward with lightning speed, delivering a powerful strike, Tizich gazing upon the wretched corpse. Li Si's heart swelled with a sense of triumph. Today, he not only aimed to win the wager, but also sought to establish his name and glory, just as Li Si reveled in his fantasies of victory. A familiar yet somewhat disheveled voice interrupted from behind. General Li Si, you cannot do this. How could you treat me so? Upon turning, Li Si beheld his adjutant, Zhang Song, clad in tattered garments, his face betraying alarm. Li Si's brows furrowed, and with a disdainful snort, he retorted, Zhang Song, you possess quite the audacity to return. Do you realize you are openly defying military orders? Zhang Song hastily nodded, attempting to explain, General, I returned out of sheer desperation. Had I not, you would have surely executed me by now. Nonsense. When have I ever stated my intention to kill you? I merely intended to teach you a lesson, Li Si coldly rebuked. Zhang Song quickly concurred. Indeed, your words are most accurate, General. However, given the gravity of our situation, we must set aside personal grievances and unite against Ying Zheng. Moreover, I intend to seek an opportunity to assassinate the Qin king. Only in doing so can we safeguard the greater good. Upon hearing these words, Li Si inwardly cursed, yet maintained an indifferent facade as he gazed at Zhang Song, mocking, Do you truly believe such petty tricks can deceive me? Li Si, you wretched sycophant, there will come a day when I personally deliver justice upon you, making you pay for your misdeeds. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Si lunged at Zhang Song once more, this time discarding magic in favor of pure, unadulterated physical force to decisively deal with him. Facing Li Si's ferocious onslaught, Zhang Song staggered backward. The sound of fists slicing through the air filled the atmosphere. Dust swirling around them, as each of Li Si's punches landed squarely on Zhang Song's chest, inflicting grievous wounds and causing blood to flow freely. Yet, despite his dire injuries, Zhang Song clung to the will to survive. Fiercely resisting, seeing that Zhang Song remained unyielding, Li Si redoubled his assault, each blow more punishing than the last. With a resounding thud, Li Si's fist struck Zhang Song's abdomen, causing him to tremble and spew blood. His face contorted with rage and defiance, he glared at Li Si, roaring, "Li Si, should you kill me today, I curse you to an untimely death." Zhang Song's curse pierced Li Si's heart like a dagger. He had not anticipated that Zhang Song would refuse to bow even in death. Seeking death, Li Si bellowed, delivering a fierce kick that sent Zhang Song sprawling to the ground. Rendered motionless, Lic approached the fallen Zhang Song, his gaze icy, and inquired, "Now, do you comprehend my prowess?" Zhang Song lay still on the ground, silent and unresponsive. Li Si scoffed, lifting his foot to press down upon Zhang Song's chest, mercilessly grinding his weight. Accompanied by the chilling sound of cracking bones, Zhang Song's breath grew shallower, his life hanging by a thread, yet his eyes remained steadfast as he spoke deliberately. "Li Si, should you wish to kill me, I hold no grievances. However, if you do so, you must reckon with fate, for I will never betray him." Though his words were soft, they resonated like thunder in Li Si's ears. He stared at Zhang Song in disbelief. "Thundered, you dare to threaten me? I intend to kill you, to rid the people of their scourge." Li Si advanced menacingly, while Zhang Song desperately attempted to retreat, striving to escape the shadow of death. In mere moments, Li Si stood before Zhang Song, raising his foot to pin him down, cruelly declaring, "Zhang Song, if you do not acquiesce to my demands, I shall shatter your bones." Li Si's words struck Zhang Song like a blade to the heart. With great effort, he lifted his heavy head, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixing Li Si with an unyielding stare, and gritted through clenched teeth, "Li Si, even if I perish today, I will never comply with your wishes." With that, he closed his eyes, adopting a posture of acceptance towards death. Witnessing Zhang Song's resolute defiance ignited a flicker of anger within Li Si. Abruptly retracting his foot, he sneered, "Zhang Song, I want you dead. I shall take matters into my own hands, allowing you to witness my methods." With that, he turned and walked away, paying no heed to Zhang Song's fate. Once Li Si's figure vanished into the darkness, Zhang Song slowly opened his eyes, every part of the making. Unable to stand upright, he coughed painfully a few times, struggling to rise from the ground, his complexion as pale as death, limping away into the vast night. Li Si did not return to the tent immediately. Instead, he lingered outside, rage etched upon his brow as he glared menacingly at his surroundings, vowing to himself, "Zhang Song, you shall not escape this calamity. I will personally take your life and show you the extent of my power." After a moment of contemplation, he entered the tent, only to find Zhang Song already unconscious. Lic speculated that Zhang Song had merely exhausted himself and chose not to investigate further. He made his way to the table, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and, holding the cup, suddenly recalled Xiao Ling. He hastily set the cup down and rushed out of the tent, urgently commanding the guard beside him, "Quickly inform Xiao Ling, I have discovered a traitor attempting to flee at the city gate, and I require him to bring troops to capture him for his personal judgment and punishment." The guard complied and departed, while Li Si returned to his seat, awaiting news. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned to report, "General, Xiao Ling has dispatched troops to rescue Zhang Song, and is expected to arrive shortly." Li Si nodded slightly. "Good. Relay the order for the entire army to prepare for battle and await Xiao Ling's reinforcements." The guard departed in obedience. Before long, the distant sound of a resounding horn heralded the arrival of reinforcements. Upon hearing it, Li Si felt a tumult of emotions, acutely aware that the battle had been irrevocably lost. "General, Xiao Ling has personally led his troops to retrieve you," a soldier hastened to report. Li Si nodded and stepped out of the tent. He soon spotted a troop advancing towards him. At the forefront, a young man clad in armor, exuding an air of gallantry, none other than Li Shimin. Li Si approached him with a smile. "Your humble son pays his respects to His Majesty." Li Shimin extended his hand to assist Li Si, proclaiming, "Since I have made a promise, I shall honor it. You need not worry. The outcome of Zhang Song's predicament is already determined. I will inform Xiao Ling immediately, so he can prepare accordingly." Lic expressed his gratitude. "I understand your Majesty's care and expectations. I will not let you down." Li Shimin declared with grandiosity, "In tomorrow's battle, I shall present Xiao Ling with an unexpected surprise." With that, he turned and departed, preparing to return to the palace to convey the message to Xiao Ling. Li Si watched Li Shimon's retreating figure before re-entering the tent. At that moment, a dozen guards surrounded the lifeless body, their faces contorted in disbelief. "General, who is this?" One guard trembled as he inquired. Li Si replied coldly, "Zhang Song." The moment the words left his mouth, the guards were rendered speechless, unable to accept that the usually loyal and honest Zhang Song had betrayed them. Impossible. How could Zhang Song betray us? He must have feigned illness to escape, deliberately setting this trap. The guards murmured among themselves, vehemently denying the reality before them. Lic scoffed, silencing the commotion. "Whether Zhang Song feigned illness or not, you all know in your hearts. If there are still doubts, feel free to investigate." The guards, intimidated by Li Si's imposing presence, lowered their heads in silence. Satisfied, Li Si declared, "In this battle, our victory is assured, and the people shall rejoice. You need not worry. Make the necessary preparations." Once the guards departed, Li Si remained in the tent, awaiting the arrival of the decisive battle on the morrow. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was drinking in his tent when he heard of Li Si's visit and hurriedly stood to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to your majesty, Xiaoling. There is no need for formalities. You need not refer to me with such reverence. We are equals. Simply call me uncle." Li Si waved his hand, his tone imbued with familiarity. Xiaoling smiled in response, pondering momentarily before saying, "Uncle, I shall still refer to you as brother Li Si. It feels more intimate." Upon hearing this, Li Si lightly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "If you prefer, calling me uncle is fine. I rather enjoy that title. By the way, I just heard from the soldiers that Zhang Song has been captured. What do you plan to do with him?" Xiaoling's lips curled into a cold smile. "Naturally, he shall be executed." Lic was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Executed? I thought you might hand Zhang Song over to your friends for handling. Or even consider keeping him close, utilizing his abilities for your benefit." Xiaoling chuckled nonchalantly. "Uncle, you worry too much. While I do hold some admiration for Zhang Song, I would never use him to coerce you. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have made proper arrangements." Seeing this, Li Si ceased his inquiries, his trust in Xiaoling unwavering. "In that case, I shall return to prepare, hoping that tomorrow we can achieve fame in battle and eliminate the scourge for the people." After Li Si departed, Xiaoling swiftly allocated the spoils taken from Zhang Song, all stored within his spatial ring. The news of Zhang Song's execution reverberated through the palace like thunder, inciting Li Yuan's wrath. Yet, amid his fury, Li Yuan secretly rejoiced. Both Zhang Song and Li Si were his trusted subordinates, now that Zhang Song's head was severed from his body and the killer was Xiaoling. It signified a complete rupture between Xiaoling and himself. Zhang Song's demise undoubtedly weakened Li Si's influence, while Xiaoling seized the opportunity to command the military of the Western Prefecture, rendering Li Si, regardless of his formidable abilities, incapable of shaking the foundations of Xiaoling's power. Xiaoling's execution of Zhang Song effectively severed Li Si's right arm, significantly diminishing his sway within the court. Simultaneously, Xiaoling capitalized on this moment to gain control over the Western Prefecture, ensuring that Li Si lost all authority over that region. Following Zhang Song's execution, Xiaoling promptly summoned friends and allies to the tent for a discussion. Upon witnessing Xiaoling's beaming countenance, they surmised he was confident in his plans. "Brother Xiaoling, have you indeed made the decision to act against Zhang Song?" Zhuge Liang's gaze was piercing as he posed the first question. Xiaoling laughed heartily, remarking, "Brother Kongming, you truly possess an uncanny ability to foresee matters. Before I even opened my mouth, you already grasped my intent. Pray, take a guess at my next course of action." Zhuge Liang stroked his chin and replied with a smile, "Your thoughts elude me, but I am certain that we shall achieve a resounding victory this time." "Indeed," others chimed in. "Not only will we annihilate the enemy forces, but we shall also eradicate the traitor Zhang Song." Zhou Yu, who had remained silent until now, rose and clasped his hands, asking, "Young Master Xiao, when do you intend to take action?" Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "It pleases me that you all are so eager. Fear not, we shall act immediately and deliver a decisive blow to Zhang Song." At this moment, a cold glint flickered in Xiaoling's eyes that him. Zhang Song had become an adversary that must be eliminated. Only then could he safeguard his own safety. He had intentionally concealed his strength, and this operation was intended to engrave his name in the memories of all present, the newly appointed generals. Upon hearing Xiaoling's bold declarations, felt their blood surge with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Liang suddenly stood, his face alight with fervor. "Young Master Xiao, I wholeheartedly support your decision. I end this battle. We shall surely defeat that scoundrel Li Si. The crowd rose in unison, thunderous applause echoing. Indeed, we must drive Li Si away completely and rid the people of this menace. Xiao Ling, visibly stirred, proclaimed, brothers, comrades, we have all paid a hefty price for the battle to come. If we fail to achieve victory, all our sacrifices will be in vain, merely serving to benefit Li Si. The blood of our valiant brothers must not be shed in vain. At an opportune moment, Zhao Yu interjected, esteemed friends, what young Master Xiao means is that once we secure victory, we should retreat swiftly to avoid entanglement with Zhang Song. This may not be in our favor. But for young Master Xiao, it presents an excellent opportunity. We need merely wait for Zhang Song's reinforcements to arrive, and then we can ensnare them all, eliminating future threats. The generals nodded in agreement. Thus, the curtain rose on a battle that would determine the fate of Shizhou. Everyone, Xiao Ling stood, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, and spoke solemnly. We must seize Shizhou promptly. Time is of the essence. The immediate priority is to mobilize our troops and advance straight to Shizhou. Our forces are poised and ready to charge at a moment's notice. Excellent, the crowd responded, rising with a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in their eyes. We shall prepare at once. Hold on, Xiao Ling interjected, halting them once more, and surveyed the room. Please, remain calm. There is another matter I must address. The assembly looked at him with puzzled expressions, awaiting further words. Xiao Ling smiled slightly and spoke with composure. I intend to dispatch our forces in batches, with each contingent comprising only 20,000 men, gradually advancing toward Shizhou. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. And Zhao Yu was the first to voice his concern. Young Master Xiao, this approach is utterly inadvisable. If we rely solely on this 20,000 to strike at Shizhou, Li Si will surely perceive our intentions and bolster his defenses. Even if we miraculously capture Shizhou, it may prove to be a Pyrrhic victory, potentially placing you in grave danger. I believe it is wiser for our combined forces of 400,000 to 500,000 to advance in phases, minimizing losses while ensuring our success. Xiao Ling nodded slightly in agreement. Brother Zhao speaks wisely. I have indeed considered these factors, which is why I have refrained from calling for a unified advance. This arrangement will reduce casualties and mitigate losses. He paused, his gaze turning serious as he addressed Zhao Yu. However, Brother Zhao, we must strive for a swift resolution. We must occupy Shizhou before Zhang Song arrives. Otherwise, if he leads his army here first, the situation will become exceedingly unfavorable for us. Thus, I hope you will lead 3,000 elite troops to intercept them midway, severing their reinforcements. What say you? Zhao Yu responded resolutely. I am willing. Seeing Zhao Yu's agreement, Xiao Ling nodded in satisfaction, then spoke earnestly. Brother Zhao, I understand your desire to claim the credit for this campaign. However, regardless of the outcome, we must ensure an escape route for ourselves. You must know that I have long suffered from a chronic illness, and my condition has worsened recently. Yet, for all of this, I harbor no regrets. Therefore, I implore you to protect my family at all costs. Should anything occur, you can immediately change course and return to Shizhou to safeguard them. My wife and children are already under proper care and are safe for now. Brother Zhao, I trust you. Zhao Yu's eyes glistened with emotion, clearly moved by Xiao Ling's plea. Despite Xiao Ling's absence, he had felt that concern and attachment throughout these days. Xiao Ling, noticing this, smiled and reassured him. Brother Zhao, you are now the governor of a province. You must not wear a sorrowful expression, lest others think I have driven you away. At this, laughter erupted among the crowd, easing the tension in the air. All right, everyone take a seat. Let us deliberate the specifics of this operation, Xiao Ling called out. The assembly settled down, engaging in fervent discussion. Ultimately, they decided that 4 leaders would each command 500,000 elite troops. Proceeding separately, one group would distract Zhang Song, while another seize the land of Shizhou. The remaining soldiers would be divided into 2 factions, one to plunder the wealth of Shizhou, and the other to remain in Shizhou city, awaiting Zhang Song's army. If Zhang Song did not arrive, they would launch a full assault. If he were already at the city gates, they would display their strength, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. In addition, Xiao Ling specifically instructed Zhao Xiaoan that should they encounter Li Si's pursuing forces, they must promptly retreat from Shizhou, delivering provisions back to Luoyang. In this manner, Xiao Ling cleverly shifted all responsibility onto Li Si. With the plans finalized, Xiao Ling led his army towards Shizhou. After their departure, Zhou Tai, El Meng, Wang Yu, Lu Bao, and other generals remained behind, commanding the remaining 500,000 troops as Xiao Ling's forces advanced. He continuously dispatched scouts to covertly investigate the whereabouts of Zhang Song's remnants, while simultaneously eliminating any Han scouts encountered along the way to prevent them from sending word. He did not alert Zhang Song to his approach, instead discreetly conveying warnings to him to tread carefully. Xiaoling's plan, though seemingly straightforward, was designed to exploit vulnerabilities and launch a surprise attack on Shizhou. He believed that the defenses of Shizhou were weak, and if he could capture it in one fell swoop, he could swiftly relay the news of their victory to Luoyang. At that point, he and his family could enjoy peace in Luoyang, free from the threat of intimidation. Under Xiaoling's command, the army advanced like a tidal wave, successively breaching several of Zhang Song's fortresses. Despite encountering fierce resistance, Xiaoling, armed with formidable strength, systematically quelled the insurrection, leaving no room for a resurgence. At that moment, a contingent of troops burst forth from a mountain pass like a tempest, charging directly at Xiaoling's forces. Xiaoling's eyelids lowered, his brow furrowing. The leader of this assault was none other than his fated rival, the commander of the Tianlang Legion, Li Si. Xiaoling, today marks your demise, Li Si bellowed upon sighting Xiaoling, and without missing a beat, he swung his long sword with the force of thunder towards him. Unfazed, Xiaoling let out a cold snort, his tiger soul blade instantly unsheathing to clash violently with Li Si's sword. The collision of their forces erupted like a storm, instantly reducing nearby trees to splinters. Lic, realizing that his initial strike had not gained the upper hand, felt his eyes redden with fury, flames of rage igniting within him. At that moment, a rider galloped forth, racing to Li Si's side. Dismounting swiftly, the knight reported urgently, "Commander, Shizhou City has been breached, and the populace has retreated to the southwest. The city walls are crumbling, and Zhang Song's army is fiercely assaulting our defenses that we cannot hold them off." Li Si's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this news. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he glared at Xiaoling, coldly demanding, "Xiaoling, do you dare invade my Shizhou with such a meager force, fearing not the onset of a full-scale war between our nations?" "Fear? How could I not fear?" Xiaoling replied with unwavering resolve. "Yet, if I do not seize Shizhou, my family will be in peril, and my friends will suffer the consequences. For their sake, and for my own, I must capture Shizhou, even at this great risk." "Humph, you are courting your own demise, clearly regarding me as inconsequential." Li Si's eyes flashed with malice as he declared, "Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Li Si, those who are wise to the times are the true heroes. Do not let a moment of impulse lead you to total ruin. You will find yourself disgraced and unable to stand in Luoyang." Xiaoling responded coolly, his words laced with warning. "Well said." Xiaoling, indeed sharp-tongued. Li Si's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he commanded, "Kill him." With Li Si's order, a throng of black-clad assassins unsheathed their daggers, lunging at Xiaoling like ravenous wolves. "Brothers, follow me. We are many, and we shall surely defeat this mere 10,000. Xiaoling rallied, leading his soldiers into the fray, surging forward like a tidal wave into the throng of black-clad foes. Slash, slash. Xiaoling carved a path through the opposition, leading his soldiers with unstoppable momentum, and in an instant, the black-clad assassins lay vanquished in pools of blood. Though weary, the soldiers stood proudly, as if emerging from a tumultuous torrent, drenched yet shining with the light of victory in their eyes. Xiaoling surveyed the blood-soaked warriors with satisfaction, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Li Si remains impulsive and reckless, lacking composure. He panics at the slightest risk. How can such a person claim the throne? The longer one occupies the imperial seat, the quicker one will lose it. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless with urgency. "General, bad news. Li Si has breached our defenses and is launching a fierce assault on Shizhou City. The walls are cracking, and the enemy is relentlessly battering the gates. The gates are on the brink of collapse." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging, Li Si is indeed impatient. Chapter 33. Interception. You must lead your men to intercept them swiftly, avoiding direct confrontation. Simply delay them to prevent their entry into the city. That I will make the necessary arrangements for the rest. Xiaoling commanded with remarkable composure as Li Si led the black-clad assassins in a relentless assault against Xiaoling's defenses, persistently hurling bombs, despite the valiant efforts of the people of Shizhou to relocate the explosives. The defending troops atop the city walls appeared overwhelmed in the face of Li Si and his meticulously organized onslaught. A black-clad assassin rushed back, urgently inquiring, "General, the city gate has been breached. The defenses are weak, and the enemy has surged in." Lord of the city, how shall we respond? Upon hearing this, Li Si's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze as cold as ice, and he admonished sternly, how shall we respond? Do you intend to wait until the city gate is completely compromised before taking action? I have repeatedly warned you that no matter the crisis we face, we must remain calm and collected. You cannot even manage this simple task, and now you seek my guidance? Do you think my life is more precious than others? At Li Si's words, the black-clad assassin recoiled as if struck by lightning. Hurriedly replying, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am at fault. His face displayed sheer terror, clearly intimidated by Li Si's formidable presence. Now, you shall lead a portion of our forces to continue the siege, while the rest shall follow me into the city to deliver a swift reckoning to those scoundrels. Li Si inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. At your command, the black-clad assassin complied, hastily leading his subordinates toward the city walls, while another group followed Li Si, surging toward the city gate like a tidal wave. Xiaoling, leading the charge atop his steed, commanded over 1,000 soldiers who closely trailed the black-clad assassins. Armed with long spears, each thrust was executed with precision and ferocity, mercilessly claiming lives. These soldiers were as fierce as tigers, charging into battle with unstoppable momentum, leaving no one capable of resisting their might. Witnessing Xiaoling's valor, those black-clad assassins who had contemplated challenging him lost their resolve and chose to surrender. Daunted by his prowess, whoosh, 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 Xiaoling flicked his fingers, and several fireballs soared forth, hurtling toward Li Si. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosions, flames soared into the sky, and smoke billowed. Xiaoling coldly watched as Li Si was engulfed by the blast, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Si, to think you could single-handedly shake the foundations of Shizhou is nothing but a delusion. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he swung his ancient dragon-patterned blade, unleashing a torrent of power. A gleaming arc of light sliced through the air, striking directly at Li Si's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Li Si's body was cleaved in two by the fierce blade, blood splattering as his corpse fell at the feet of the black-clad assassins. Kill. Witnessing Li Si's gruesome demise, the black-clad assassin's eyes turned crimson with rage, and they frantically charged at Xiaoling and his men. The soldiers under Xiaoling echoed their battle cries, and an intense melee ensued, the carnage reaching horrific levels. Although Li Si's subordinates were generally more formidable than Xiaoling's troops, the latter's coordinated efforts led to fierce confrontations, with many losing their lives in the skirmishes. At this moment, the area before the gates of Shizhou had transformed into a sea of blood, strewn with severed limbs and mangled bodies, the sounds of anguish mingling with the clashing of weapons, creating a symphony of death. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoling's soldiers fell one after another under the frenzied assault of the black-clad assassins. Yet, even so, a cold smile remained etched on Xiaoling's face. Lic stood atop the city wall, witnessing his men fall one by one, his expression twisted with fury, gritting his teeth. Xiaoling, today marks your demise. I shall make you understand how foolish it is to oppose the Li family. However, at that moment, a soldier beside Xiaoling suddenly shouted, General, retreat. Enemy reinforcements are on the way. Upon hearing this, the black-clad assassins' expressions changed dramatically as they leapt to the side, attempting to evade. Yet it was too late. Xiaoling's soldiers had already swung their steel blades, splattering blood everywhere. The remaining black-clad assassins, witnessing this, charged recklessly at Xiaoling facing the oncoming foes. Xiaoling snorted disdainfully, raising his dragon-patterned blade high, directly confronting the group of black-clad assassins. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the foremost assassin's chest caved in, horrific gashes of blood appearing, and he screamed in agony, staring in terror at Xiaoling. Yet Xiaoling did not relent at the sight of the assassin's suffering. He swiftly brought his blade down with a vicious strike, creating a deep wound that exposed bone. The assassin collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before breathing his last. Blood continued to drip from Xiaoling's dragon-patterned blade, staining it crimson, and the ancient, heavy weapon emanated an invisible pressure, vibrating in the air, exuding an unmatched dominance that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Everyone stood in stunned silence as they watched the black-clad assassin fall effortlessly to Xiaoling's blade, struggling to fathom how Li Si, once regarded as a godlike figure, could be so easily vanquished by Xiaoling without any means of resistance. Looking at the astonished assassins, who stood frozen in shock, Xiaoling coldly warned, I have said before that as long as I draw breath, your kin shall have no resting place. You would do well to leave this city immediately. Otherwise, I assure you that you will all perish here. His words were filled with an overwhelming authority and murderous intent, sending chills through the black-clad assassins, who exchanged wary glances filled with trepidation. Subsequently, they turned in unison, fleeing toward a carriage amidst the crowd. Xiaoling's gaze swept across, catching their movements, his eyes glinting with cold light as he snorted softly, pursuing them with the intent to eradicate every last one of the black-clad assassins. Lic's cadre of assassins, each possessing remarkable skills, were nonetheless limited in number and heavily injured. Faced with the ferocious assault from Xiaoling and his men, they swiftly fell in pools of blood, meeting their demise within mere moments. Xiaoling! Xiaoling! As he witnessed his subordinates falling one after another, Li Si's fury ignited, his face contorted, veins bulging. Yet, regardless of Li Si's furious shouts, Xiaoling remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. Offering no response, "General," the remaining men under Li Si involuntarily shrank back, then knelt on one knee, calling out in unison. Xiaoling gestured for them to rise, turning to face the agitated Li Si atop the city wall, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Li Si, you truly are a cunning old fox, resorting to such vile tactics against us. Do you think this will prevent the Li family from meeting its doom? Such delusions are laughable, Li Si. You underestimate us gravely. Today, I shall personally exact vengeance for my fallen brothers. Ha. Xiaoling, do you truly believe you can kill me?" Li Si mocked, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. "Whether I can slay you will soon be revealed. What I am certain of is that today I shall take your life to avenge my brothers." Xiaoling's words were resolute, each syllable ringing with conviction. Hearing this, Li Si laughed maniacally. "Xiaoling, you are truly a fool. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. However, before you meet your end, I have something to share with you." "What is it?" Xiaoling furrowed his brows, coldly demanding. "Have you not noticed that you are growing increasingly warm?" Li Si's gaze locked onto Xiaoling, exuding confidence. Little did Xiaoling know that Li Si, as a powerful official, possessed such peculiar inclinations, leaving Xiaoling, as the disadvantaged party, with no choice but to accept. Feeling somewhat dim-witted deep inside, Xiaoling was taken aback, glancing down at himself, only to realize that a fiery sensation seemed to be raging within him, rendering his entire body unbearably hot. "What have you done to me?" Xiaoling glared at Li Si, his eyes brimming with icy murderous intent. "I did nothing extraordinary," Li Si replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. "I merely added a special concoction to your wine." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's expression hardened, and he enunciated each word with emphasis. "Li Si, I shall remember this. I vow not to be human until I avenge this wrong. You best be prepared. One day, I will tear you apart and scatter your remains." Li Si's face changed dramatically at these words, his eyes wide with disbelief as he screamed hysterically. "Xiaoling, how dare you curse my death?" Xiaoling replied with a cold laugh. "Curse you? I never use such terms against others. Lic. Today we shall settle this once and for all, to see who lives and who dies. Just you? I, Li Si, could crush you with a mere finger." Li Si laughed haughtily, displaying his disdain. Is that so? A mocking smile crept upon Xiaoling's lips as he unleashed a powerful punch, declaring, "Here I stand. And today, I shall kill you to avenge my fallen brothers." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiaoling surged forward with the force of thunder, enveloping Li Si in an overwhelming wave of power. Li Si's pupils contracted as he swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping Xiaoling's attack, but he was unprepared for Xiaoling's relentless follow-up assault, leaving him struggling to keep up. In the fierce clash between Xiaoling and Li Si, the black-clad assassins fell one by one, blood flowing like a river. Meanwhile, Li Si's forces dwindled rapidly. The once formidable contingent of over 2,000 was reduced to barely 100. As he witnessed the swift decimation of his subordinates, Li Si was gripped by fear and disbelief. He had never imagined that Xiaoling's strength could be so terrifying, that his 2,000 elite soldiers would be so easily devastated, akin to worthless scrap. With this thought in mind, Li Si gazed into the distance, the imposing figure of Xiaoling looming like a mountain, his eyes narrowing as he ground his teeth in determination. "Xiaoling, even if it results in mutual destruction, we shall not allow your nefarious schemes to succeed. Then let us see who can kill whom." Xiaoling's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Surging towards Li Si, faced with the oncoming assault of Xiaoling, Li Si hurriedly retreated, but his speed was evidently inferior to that of Xiaoling. Each of Xiaoling's punches descended like a tempest, imbued with boundless strength, sending Li Si hurtling through the air time and again. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Li Si's heart seethed with indignation, wishing fervently to strike Xiaoling down immediately. Yet, he was acutely aware that any impulsive action might allow Xiaoling to gain the upper hand, jeopardizing the entire operation and potentially enabling Xiaoling to escape, while he himself would meet his demise. Contemplating this, Li Si's countenance grew increasingly grim. Seeing Li Si in such a disarray, a flicker of delight danced in Xiaoling's eyes. It appeared that this adversary was not invincible after all. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the raging flames within, and with a swift motion, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Li Si. Hastily evaded, shouting, "Hurry, bring that thing to me." Quickly, before Li Si's words had fully escaped his lips, a cloaked assassin rushed forth. However, as soon as he took a step, Xiaoling's figure materialized before him like a wraith, delivering a heavy punch imbued with the force of thunder directly towards his face. The assassin's heart sank, and in a desperate attempt, he sidestepped. But Xiaoling's movements were akin to lightning, closing the distance in an instant, and the punch's gale force winds were already upon him, confronted with such an overwhelming assault. A flicker of despair crossed the assassin's eyes. He understood that he could not withstand this blow and could only desperately twist his body to narrowly escape. Yet, Xiaoling's relentless barrage followed suit, forcing the assassin to retreat repeatedly. Despite the assassin's commendable skills, he found himself utterly outmatched by Xiaoling, and within mere exchanges, he was knocked to the ground. Xiaoling's punches were formidable, each strike leaving deep scars on the assassin's body. Blood splattering grotesquely. In a state of terror, the assassin pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." Xiaoling's gaze was as cold as ice, met with an even more intense murderous intent. With a powerful kick, he sent the assassin flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the back wall. Subsequently, Xiaoling turned his attention to the now defenseless Li Si, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Now, do you have any final words?" Li Si's visage twisted as he retorted defiantly, "To kill me, you still lack the strength." Although his words were bold, his tone betrayed an undeniable fear. Xiaoling scoffed, "Then let us see who will have the last laugh." With that, he leapt upward like a leopard, his right leg striking down with the force of a hammer onto Li Si's shoulder. The sound of shattering bone resonated through the air, accompanied by Li Si's agonized scream as he was sent flying. Blood gushed from Li Si's mouth, his face a mask of shock as he struggled to comprehend Xiaoling's terrifying prowess. Enduring the searing pain, he wiped the blood from his lips and glared at Xiaoling, bellowing, "Xiaoling, don't celebrate too soon. You will surely die today." Xiaoling's expression remained frigid as he mercilessly unleashed another punch aimed at Li Si's chest. Li Si scrambled to retreat, but he could not evade the ferocity of Xiaoling's attack. Screaming in agony as he again flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. As he beheld Xiaoling closing in, Li Si's heart blazed with fury. Summoning all his strength, he executed a secret technique. His hands swiftly formed seals, chanting a mysterious incantation, as swirling black mist enveloped him, racing towards Xiaoling. Xiaoling's pupils constricted at the sight. He swiftly dodged the black mist, coldly remarking, "Indeed, the scions of the four great families possess such secret arts, but do you truly believe this alone will grant you safety?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaoling raised his hand, unleashing a massive golden palm strike that tore through the air, bearing down on Li Si with an unstoppable force. Confronted with this lethal blow, a glimmer of determination flashed in Li Si's eyes as he gritted his teeth, continuing to channel the secret technique. The black mist clashed with the golden light, and in an instant, the former was consumed by the searing brilliance, dissipating into nothingness. Remarkably, Xiaoling emerged unscathed, as if the eerie mist had never approached him. Li Si, aghast, screamed in disbelief, "How can this be? You clearly have not practiced such peculiar techniques. How could you so easily nullify my attack?" Xiaoling's response was devoid of warmth. "Nothing is impossible. It is simply because you are no match for me, destined to perish here. Attempting to delay with trickery will only incite my wrath further. Ensuring your demise is all the more agonizing." Upon hearing this, Li Si completely unraveled, screaming in a fit of hysteria. Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how Li Si had clung to his emotions for so long, still unwilling to let go. Such tenacity was indeed admirable. If you insist on defying fate, then I shall send you to the underworld to reunite with your parents, and perhaps even your dearly beloved daughter. I believe she would be eager to see you one last time. A mocking smile graced Xiaoling's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Li Si, each word a dagger. Li Si, upon hearing this, fell silent, rooted to the spot. He recognized Xiaoling's words as a blatant threat, executed with perfect precision, leaving him with nowhere to escape. He inwardly lamented how, in such a short span, Xiaoling had grown to this level. He was truly no ordinary foe. Xiaoling's expression hardened, his eyes like shards of ice, his words dripping with an unyielding resolve. "I will count to 3. If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for sealing your lips forever. 1, 2, wait." As Xiaoling was about to count down to 2, Li Si could no longer contain himself and hurriedly interjected, "Have you come to your senses? Xiaoling retorted with a cold smile. Li Si shook his head with a bitter laugh. I know I cannot escape this calamity today, but I beseech you to allow me one last meeting with her. I genuinely wish to see her. Hearing this, Xiaoling nodded slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. You may see her, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Agree, and you shall meet her. Refuse, and you may prepare to reunite with your daughter. What conditions? Li Si felt a tightening in his chest, urgently pressing for clarity. First, you must reveal to me the mastermind behind the Yin Yang sect that manipulates the 4 great families. Xiaoling's tone was icy, each word heavy with finality. The mastermind? I truly do not know, but I can show you something. Lic replied. Xiaoling gestured, and a piece of black jade appeared in Li Si's hand. As Li Si grasped the jade talisman, his mind delved into it, revealing an image of a man clad in blue, seated leisurely in a study, holding a teacup as he perused a book, exuding an air of tranquility. Itsm. Li Si's eyes brightened, recognizing the figure as the one who had previously offered assistance, Chi-Chi. This favor had remained etched in his heart, and now, faced with Xiaoling's demand, he did not hesitate to comply. With a slight smile, Xiaoling regarded the image presented by Li Si. So this is the puppeteer behind your 4 great families. While you acknowledge his existence, given his unfathomable strength, you cannot ascertain that this image will absolve you of suspicion. There is no need for you to worry about this. Entrust me with this jade talisman, and I shall deliver you a fair judgment. Xiaoling's tone was indifferent, yet his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Li Si's expression shifted dramatically, shaken by Xiaoling's killing aura. What is there to fear? If I do not eliminate you now, peace will be elusive in the future. I shall leave no potential threat. Xiaoling glared at Li Si, his words thick with malice. Lic's face turned ashen, unable to fathom how he had found himself in such a dire predicament. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Xiaoling, remain calm. Someone is seeking you. Lic's complexion changed dramatically as he hastily warned Xiaoling. Xiaoling paused, then let out a cold laugh, his gaze turning even icier. They arrive at an opportune moment. I might consider sparing him. Before he could finish, 3 figures approached the door, led by a handsome young man clad in purple, who called out to Xiaoling, Xiaoling, we've come to rescue you. Hurry and leave this place. You are a moment too late. I had already resolved to take his life. However, for your sake, I may contemplate letting him go. Xiaoling replied with a chilling smile, his gaze unwavering. Xiaoling, do not be too arrogant. Li Si is the foremost of the 4 great families, and his father is the young leader of the clans. If you kill him, you will not survive either. Surrender now, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The purple-clad youth, Li Mo, warned fiercely, his face flushed with anger. Xiaoling, act solely based on right and wrong, disregarding the consequences. If Li Si indeed colludes with the 4 great families, he would have met his end long ago. Even with his esteemed position, I could eradicate his entire clan. What could you possibly do to stop me? Xiaoling retorted, unyielding. Li Mo's complexion darkened, his words cutting into him like a dagger, inflicting unbearable pain, yet he knew he was no match for Xiaoling and dared not act rashly. Xiaoling, do not be too reckless. You lack the qualifications to oppose the 4 great families. Depart quickly, or face the consequences. Limo warned, his words deliberate and measured. When have I ever feared anyone? If you dare act recklessly, you will surely regret it for the rest of your lives. Xiaoling's expression turned icy, his gaze piercing as he stared directly at Li Mo. The expressions of Li Mo and his companion shifted, and the young woman in purple, Zishan, exclaimed in fury, Xiaoling, I advise you to release my brother at once, or you will regret it for eternity. Ha. Very well. I shall see how you make me regret it for a lifetime. Xiaoling laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with mockery as he regarded Zishan. Zishan's expression darkened, and just as she was about to retort, she suddenly trembled, blood spewing from her mouth as her face turned as pale as a sheet. Xiaoling's gaze sharpened, a profound sense of danger erupting from within him like a tempest, his dark pupils swirling like a deep vortex, engulfing Zishan in its depths. Feeling Xiaoling's razor-sharp gaze, Zishan shuddered involuntarily, a chill penetrating her very bones, as if she had plunged into an abyss, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Zishan, upon witnessing the scene, Zian and Li Mo gasped in unison, hastening to support the teetering figure of Zishan. Yet, Xiaoling was swifter. With an outstretched arm, he deftly seized Zishan's collar, lifting her into the air like a kite severed from its string, before violently hurling her against the wall. The sound of the impact resounded as Zishan's internal organs throbbed with agony. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her body convulsed before sinking into an eerie silence. Zishan, Zian and Li Mo cried out in terror, rushing towards her without a second thought, only to be obstructed by Xiaoling. What have you done to my sister? Zian glared at Xiaoling, her her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. I have done nothing, Xiao Ling shrugged, feigning innocence. Stop pretending. Did you not lay hands on her? How else could she have been so suddenly injured? Xian's words were sharp as arrows, as she clenched her silver teeth. Your assumptions are somewhat misguided, Xiao Ling replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. Then enlighten me. Why has she been injured so abruptly? Xian pressed on persistently. The reason is simple. It is self-inflicted, and bears no blame upon others. Xiao Ling's icy gaze locked onto Xian. I am to blame myself. Xian's countenance fell in disbelief, struggling to accept that her sister could ever inflict harm upon another. Regardless of the grievances between the four great families and yourself, I implore you, do not harm my family. If you dare, direct your wrath towards me. Xian's face contorted with rage as she bellowed. Xiao Ling regarded the furious Xian with a cold smile. I have already stated that today, all members of the four great families must withdraw. For the rest, I can grant you a path to survival. But to live, a price must be paid. Your lives, you scoundrel. I shall avenge my sister. Xian seethed upon hearing Xiao Ling's audacious declaration, transforming into a streak of light as she charged towards him. Seeing this, Zishan's expression mirrored her fury. As Zishan barreled towards him, Xiao Ling frowned slightly, fully aware of the imminent threat posed by her speed. However, he felt no fear, standing firmly on his own ground. In response to Zishan's onslaught, Xiao Ling unleashed an invisible force that struck her with tremendous impact, sending her hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom that shattered the earth beneath her. Blood streamed from her mouth and nose as she lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Zishan, are you all right? Li Mo and Xian rushed to her side, concern etched upon their faces. I am fine. Zishan gritted through her pain, steadying her breath, her gaze resolutely fixed on Xiao Ling. How dare you harm my sister? I will personally kill you. Xiao Ling scoffed. Your strength is far too lacking. You are simply unworthy of being my opponent. At his words, Zishan trembled, her face contorting with humiliation and fury. Zishan, do not act impulsively. Let us retreat. Li Mo urged, anxiety evident in his voice. Limo, you treacherous fiend. Knowing full well that Xiao Ling's prowess surpasses ours, you still wish for us to confront him together. What is your true intent? Are you hoping to eliminate Xiao Ling through my sister? Zishan glared at Li Mo, her voice laced with accusation. That is not my intention. I deny it vehemently. Li Mo hastily shook his head. Do not concoct excuses to deceive me. It is clear you seek to ensnare us. Ziyu is my elder sister. I will seek justice for her, and you shall not escape. Zishan's eyes blazed with ferocity as she fixed her gaze on Li Mo and Xian. Zishan, you misunderstand. I do not wish for Xian to march to her doom. Although she is slightly weaker than Ziyu, she is still more than capable of dealing with Xiao Ling. Moreover, Xiao Ling has just ascended to the sacred realm. His foundation remains unsteady, making this an opportune moment to strike. I chose Xian because Xiao Ling's cultivation method is exceedingly treacherous. We cannot afford to act personally, and Ziyu is the perfect candidate. After all, Ziyu is the future successor of the Ji family. We would never allow her to take risks. This is all for the greater good, Li Mo explained urgently to Zishan. There is no need to fabricate reasons to placate me. Your intentions are anything but noble. Ziyu is my sister. I will ensure justice is served, and none shall escape. One day, I will uproot you all, leaving no trace of the four great families. Zishan's eyes burned with vengeance as she vowed. But rest assured, today's events shall not be repeated in the Ji family, and I shall not permit Ziyu to suffer even a fraction of harm. Upon hearing this, Li Mo's expression darkened. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Stop pretending, you heartless lot. I will not allow my sister to confront Xiao Ling, even if it costs me my life. I shall not grant you your wishes. Zishan glared coldly at Li Mo and Xian, her words cutting deep. Before she could finish, Zishan turned and strode towards the exit. Observing this, Xiao Ling's lips curled into a cold smirk as he vanished from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ling reappeared silently behind Zishan. Just as she crossed the threshold, a chilling sensation enveloped her, a profound sense of danger prompting her to halt and whirl around. A sharp beam of light sliced through the air, hurtling toward her. Zishan's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated hastily, but it was too late. The black gun in Xiao Ling's hand grazed her neck, embedding itself into the wall with a resounding crash, sending Zishan reeling from the powerful impact, crashing heavily to the ground. In a single strike, a gaping wound appeared on Zishan's chest. She slowly crumpled to the ground, her face as pale as paper, her eyes reflecting shock and disbelief at Xiao Ling's terrifying strength, feeling as insignificant as an ant before him. Limo and Xian gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Zishan could not withstand even a single blow, their faces paling in horror as they rushed to her side. Zishan. Faced with this scene, Xiao Ling furrowed his brow, His eyes gleaming with coldness, he seized the fallen Zishan and unceremoniously hurled her back into the room. Liemo and Xian followed closely, entering the chamber to witness Zishan's dire state, their hearts sinking. Liemo trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes. Zishan's left shoulder bore the mark of Xiaoling's strike. Her right shoulder caved in, blood dripping from the wound, creating a harrowing sight. Xiaoling, what crime has Zishan committed? She has done nothing wrong. Why do you resort to such brutality? Liemo lifted his gaze, shadows clouding his eyes as he questioned. Furthermore, I trust you do not wish for Ziyu to meet with misfortune. Xiaoling's gaze was as frigid as ice, casting a cold stare at Liemo. If you wish for her to live, it would be wise not to provoke me. Otherwise, allow me to make it clear, the one who perishes today will undoubtedly be you. A palpable killing intent permeated Xiaoling's words. Liemo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, his anger flaring as if he were on the verge of tearing Xiaoling apart. Rest assured, I will not allow you to harm Ziyu. Her life belongs to the Ji family, and no one can take it. Liemo ground his teeth, speaking each word with conviction. There is no need for further discussion. Prepare the necessary items at once. And let Xian go rescue Ziyu. We must depart from this place immediately. Understood. I will arrange it right away, Xian replied, swiftly taking action. Liemo's gaze lingered on Xian and Zishan as they departed, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Before long, Xiaoling and Xian had gathered the required medicinal herbs and elixirs, making their way to the edge of the valley, gazing at the dense forest before them. Xiaoling released his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire valley within it. He detected an exceptionally rich concentration of spiritual energy, far exceeding that of Qizhou City, prompting an inward gasp of astonishment. Let us proceed. Recalling his senses, Xiaoling instructed Xian. Xian nodded, and the two hastened onward. Upon reaching the outskirts of the valley, Xiaoling came to a halt, recognizing this as the training ground for disciples of the Zhiyun sect. Xian confirmed with a nod. Are the Ji family members located there? Zishan gazed upward at the thick spiritual mist, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Indeed, Xiaoling replied succinctly, then turned to Xian. Xian, you are to wait here while I seek out the Ji family members and rescue Ziyu as swiftly as possible. Absolutely not. I shall accompany you to rescue Ziyu, Xian insisted. You are not her match. Going will be of no use, Xiaoling stated sternly. No, I must go. Xian's resolve was unwavering. Seeing Xian's obstinacy, Xiaoling's eyes reflected a hint of exasperation. Xian. Regardless of the grievances between the old ancestor of the Ji family and Ziyu, one thing you must understand is that he possesses numerous magical artifacts, including a celestial weapon. While we may be able to contend with him together, I cannot guarantee Ziyu's safety. After all, her cultivation is merely at the divine emperor level, whereas we are undeniably on the threshold of the sacred realm. Xian fell silent, well aware of the truth in Xiaoling's words, yet unable to accept Ziyu's peril. She firmly believed she could assist Xiaoling in extricating the Ji family from danger. With this thought in her mind, a resolute glimmer shone in her beautiful eyes. No matter what, I will ensure Ziyu's safety. Since you are so determined to go, I will accompany you. Xiaoling finally relented with a deep breath. Very well. Xian nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. Although she was uncertain of Xiaoling's reasoning behind his decision, she trusted it held profound significance and firmly believed she could aid him in ensuring Ziyu's safety. Swiftly, Xiaoling and Xian located disciples of the Ji family, and without hesitation, Xiaoling charged forward, with Xian closely in tow, as a life-and-death confrontation began to unfold. Listen well, disciples of the Ji family. If you willingly surrender the divine herb, I may yet spare your lives. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Countless casualties will befall your family, and you shall regret not having relinquished the treasure sooner. Upon hearing that icy voice, several disciples of the Ji family turned pale, their eyes ablaze with fury. This fellow's arrogance knows no bounds. Where did he find the audacity to act so brazenly here? I propose we join forces and eliminate him at once. A young and impetuous disciple of the Ji family stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xiaoling. Indeed, he dares to attempt to seize our treasure single-handedly. It is nothing short of a dream. Another followed suit, eager for a life-and-death confrontation with Xiaoling. Xiaoling let out a cold snort, his tone laced with murderous intent. You have one last chance to surrender the divine herb, or face death. Are you threatening us? Do you think we fear you? A Ji family disciple looked at Xiaoling with contempt. Not only will you relinquish the divine herb, but I also seek your life. Xiaoling's gaze turned frigid, his murderous intent unabashed. Seeking death, the disciples of the Ji family were seething with anger, their formidable aura erupting as they charged at Xiaoling in unison. Xiaoling smirked, planting his foot firmly on the ground, launching himself forward like a swiftly released arrow, heading straight for his opponents. Upon witnessing this, the Ji disciples' faces paled, and they hastily brandished their weapons to attack Xiaoling. Ji Yin stood by, dumbfounded. The sheer ferocity of Xiaoling's power left her astounded. He was indeed fighting solely with the strength of his physical body. A display of astonishing prowess. Ji Yin pondered that even if she exerted her utmost effort, it would likely be futile against this man, let alone against the formidable Ji Yun. This world is truly insane. The thought emerged in her mind. The fierce battle between Xiaoling and the Ji disciples had persisted for several dozen exchanges, with both sides evenly matched. However, the Ji disciples gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. And with Xiaoling and the purple-clad woman hindering them, the elders of the Ji family could not intervene. They closely monitored Ji Yu's condition, solely focused on reclaiming the divine herb, yet Xiaoling disrupted their plans. Each elder's eyes glinting with malice. Kill him. We cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, Ji Yu will be in danger. Precisely. We must reclaim the divine herb at all costs. Let us see what he can do. Daring to wreak havoc on our territory. Today, we shall make him understand the might of the Ji family. The elders' decision was met with the disciples' unanimous agreement. They understood that further delay could lead to their siblings' peril. Swift action was imperative to eliminate Xiaoling. Kill. With a furious roar, the Ji disciples surged forward, all converging upon Xiaoling. In the face of the charging Ji disciples. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiaoling's eyes as he struck a powerful punch at the foremost disciple. Caught off guard, the disciple was sent flying by Xiaoling's blow, crashing into a nearby tree that toppled with a resounding crash. The remaining disciples were taken aback, their expression shifting drastically. They had not anticipated that in just one exchange, one of their own would be defeated in an instant by Xiaoling. Ji Yin was equally astonished, completely unprepared for Xiaoling's terrifying strength, which allowed him to eliminate a Ji family disciple of the saint level with a single move. Though she herself was also at the saint level, her cultivation focused on auxiliary techniques, and she had not yet reached the pinnacle of the saint realm. Nevertheless, her cultivation speed was remarkably swift, nearing the peak of the saint level. Yet, witnessing Xiaoling's ability to effortlessly dispatch a peer left her feeling profoundly powerless. At that moment, Ji Yin noticed that Ji Yu was being cornered by a Ji family disciple near the edge of a cliff. The situation dire. Ji Yin, cease your actions. Do not act impulsively. Xiaoling shouted anxiously upon seeing the scene. Hearing Xiaoling's call, Ji Yin halted her attack and turned to Ji Yin. Lady Ji Yin, as long as you agree to marry me, I assure you we can safely take the divine herb, whose potency will significantly enhance the Ji family's overall strength. Ji Yan's gaze fixed intently on Ji Yin. Ji Yan's expression darkened as she scoffed. I already have a husband. It is impossible for me to marry you. Furthermore, our families harbor no deep-seated enmity. Why must you abduct my friend? Upon hearing this, Ji Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Ji Yin, do not tell me you did not see through it earlier. This divine herb is of no consequence to us. I am merely contemplating acquiring it for myself. If you care for him, you should step aside quickly, or I shall have no qualms about turning ruthless. Ji Yan's cold threats were met with Xiaoling's mocking expression. Your words are quite grand. Spare me your prattle. If you obstruct my path again, I shall destroy this divine herb. Ji Yin let out a cold snort. Xiaoling shook his head, his tone nonchalant. Do you think I would fear you? I advise you not to overestimate your own importance. Otherwise, you may not live to tell the tale. The Ji disciples laughed heartily at this. What a naive fool. This is a divine-grade herb. Even our Ji family possesses few of them. If you do not wish for it to vanish into thin air, you best withdraw quickly, or else what? Xiaoling retorted coldly, his gaze devoid of fear. Or else I shall kill this girl. The Ji disciple pointed menacingly at Ji Yin, his eyes filled with malice. Ji Yin was seething with rage, her beautiful face flushed, her eyes blazing with fury. Wishing to tear him apart immediately, however, she knew her strength was insufficient to contend with the Ji disciples, and with so many allies behind them, if this matter reached the family head's ears, she would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Release her. This matter does not concern her. She is my friend. Xiaoling addressed Ji Yin. Friend, where did this friendship come from? Ji Yin mocked. This girl has only just met you, and you were quick to distance yourself. Do you take us for fools? Ji Yin is merely a friend. Xiaoling replied calmly. If you wish to deal with Ji Yu, then come for me. Do not involve Lady Ji Yin in this matter. Let her go. Ji Yin scoffed. We can still catch that wretched girl without her. Our people can arrive at any moment. If she dares to resist, I will make her wish she were dead. Ji Yan's eyes gleamed with cold light, while Xiaoling's gaze darkened, an aura of chilling menace radiating from him, pressing towards Ji Yin. Sensing this terrifying presence, Ji Yan's expression changed abruptly. Although shocked by Xiao Ling's formidable strength, she still refused to relinquish her hold on Ji Yin. "Let me go." Ji Yin struggled with all her might. "Ji Yin, release her. Otherwise, my father will not spare you." Ji Yu shouted angrily. "Ji Yun, release Ji Yin." Ji Yin understood that her father would never abandon Ji Yu, nor forsake the divine herb. She could only use Ji Yun to threaten her father. Ji Yin narrowed his eyes, glancing at Ji Yu in his grip, then at Xiao Ling, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Release her? Do you think that is possible? If she tries to flee, I cannot stop her. In that case, you shall all die here." Upon hearing that her father would abandon her, Ji Yu's tears flowed freely. "Ji Yun, let me go. I want to run. I want to wait for brother Xiao Ling to save me." Ji Yun coldly snorted, ignoring Ji Yu, and tossing her aside. "Xiao Ling, be sensible, do as I say, or I will destroy this divine herb with a single strike, leaving you with nothing." Ji Yin commanded icily. Very well, very well." Xiao Ling nodded. "I will give you a few friends, but you must first release her. Why should I trust you if you do not comply? Just wait to collect the remains of this divine herb." Ji Yin sneered. "Fine, I will release her, but you must let go of this girl." Xiao Ling's gaze turned icy, fixed on Ji Yin. "This girl is indeed my friend, and she is of utmost importance to me. She must not be harmed. If you injure her, I will be extremely displeased, and when I am enraged, I may act without restraint." Ji Yun glanced at Ji Yu, who was under Ji Yan's control, and with a cold grunt, finally released her. Xiao Ling took out a talisman from his garment and handed it to Ji Yun. "Take this talisman, bury the divine herb in the ground, and it will belong to you." Ji Yin stared at the talisman, his pupils constricting. "What do you mean by this?" "It means you can keep this divine herb, but you are not to entertain any other intentions regarding it." Xiao Ling looked coldly at him. Ji Yin never anticipated that the divine herb he had toiled so hard to acquire would ultimately benefit an outsider, and his heart burned with fury. "What, are you unwilling?" Xiao Ling asked with a mocking smile. "Fine. You are indeed ruthless. I agree to your terms." Ji Yin gritted his teeth. Xiao Ling's expression remained calm as he addressed Ji Yin. "Lady Ji Yin, I have now released your friend. You should fulfill your promise and let my friend go." Ji Yin coldly glanced back. "What I have said will surely be honored. I will not harm him in the slightest." Xiao Ling warned coldly. "Remember your words today. Once we leave this place, there will undoubtedly be others to support you. If you harbor any treachery, you will deeply regret your arrival in this world." Ji Yan's expression shifted unpredictably. Her heart filled with mixed emotions, both the indignation of being played and a secret relief at her own cunning. Despite Ji Yu's unwillingness, she still released Ji Yin from her bindings. Ji Yin cast a glance at the liberated Ji Yu, her tense heart slightly easing, but the flames of anger still burned within her. "Humph," she snorted coldly, turning to grab Ji Yu, and the two swiftly vanished into the vast snowfield, disappearing from Xiao Ling's sight. Ji Yu's mother looked at her daughter, unharmed on the ground, her face filled with worry. Are you all right?" Ji Yu shook her head reassuringly. "Mother, I am fine. It was truly perilous just now. Had they truly attacked us, we would have found it difficult to escape." As she spoke, deep concern was evident in her eyes. Ji Yin gently patted Ji Yu's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am fine. We owe our survival this time to him. Had it not been for him, we would have long lost our lives, and I never would have imagined Xiao Ling possessed such capabilities." Ji Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face alight with enthusiasm. "Brother Xiao Ling, you were so cool just now, like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Enough with the antics. Hurry and find your sister." Ji Yun gently urged. Ji Yu playfully stuck out her tongue, turned to Xiao Ling, and said with a beaming smile, "Brother Xiao Ling, I know you risked your life for me, so I've decided that tonight we shall share a room and have a good talk about life and ideals." Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, intending to politely decline, but upon noticing the glimmer of hope in Zi Yu's eyes, he could only let out a resigned sigh. After Zi Yu and Zi Yun departed, Xiao Ling gazed at Lin Shirin, who lay pale and lifeless on the grass, filled with self-reproach. "Shirin, I am truly sorry. It is my fault that you are burdened. Please do not blame me. Once we return to Huaxia, I promise to ensure your safe return." His somber words dissipated in the wind, and then he took flight towards the Zi family. He was acutely aware of Zi Yan's narrow-mindedness. Once she obtained the purple gold spirit fungus from the divine tree, she would undoubtedly seek ways to retaliate against him. To avoid prolonged troubles, he must return swiftly. Before long, Xiao Ling arrived back at the Zi family, the gates wide open as he stepped inside. The sight of Xiao Ling's return startled the members of the Zi family. "Xiao Ling, you've returned. Truly, you have returned. This is wonderful." Zi Yun was the first to rush forward, her eyes brimming with excitement as she beheld Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling nodded in acknowledgement. his gaze sweeping over Lin Qingyun and Yang Ling beside him, then addressing Ziyin. Ziyin. Hand her over to me. All right, Ziyin responded, leading Lin Qingyun outward. No, I will not go with you. I wish to stay in the Z family and accept whatever fate awaits me. Lin Qingyun glared defiantly at Ziyin. Lin Qingyun, do not force my hand, Ziyin warned coldly. I do not wish to kill you again. Humph. I refuse to leave. You managed to kill me once. Do you think you can do it a second time? Do you believe you have become a master at the Xindan stage? Your strength barely reaches the pinnacle of the Qi-refining 7th layer. Do you truly think you can defeat me? Lin Qingyun retorted, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Very well. I shall not kill you, but I will make your life miserable, rendering it a fate worse than death. Ziyin's beautiful eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Yang Ling quickly grasped Ziyin's arm. Ziyin, do not act impulsively. Ziyin's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Ziyin. Ziyin, if you harm my father in the slightest, I assure you, you will wish for death. Ziyin's expression darkened further as she glared at Ziyin. You are truly audacious. Ziyin, do you realize that the Z family is currently lacking in skilled practitioners? If we were to face annihilation, it may not affect you much, but it would be a tremendous loss for the Z family, potentially leading to numerous casualties. How much your father cherishes you. If he were to witness your plight, what do you think he would feel? Would he not, out of guilt, choose to take his own life, placing all the blame upon you? If that were to happen, would you truly fare any better? Lin Qingyun's words were laden with threats and warnings. Chapter 35, Stalemate. Upon hearing this, Ziyin froze, her complexion paling, her body trembling, clearly shaken by Lin Qingyun's threat. Noticing her reaction, Lin Qingyun smirked wickedly. Just then, Xiaoling's figure appeared before them. Sister Ziyin, what are you all doing? Xiaoling's sudden appearance caused Lin Qingyun's face to turn as pale as frostbitten autumn leaves. Ziyin was equally startled, her face losing color as she hurriedly inquired, Xiaoling, how have you returned so quickly? Xiaoling's gaze lingered on Lin Qingyun and Ziyin, his eyes filled with pain and helplessness. As he replied, if I had not returned promptly, I might have to bear the weight of eternal infamy. Upon witnessing Xiaoling's distress, both were filled with a heart-wrenching understanding that something grave must have transpired. Ziyin urgently pressed, Brother Xiaoling, what exactly happened? Did that scoundrel Lin Qingyun bully you? Xiaoling feigned confusion, glancing at Lin Qingyun, and said languidly, Lin Qingyun? Which Lin Qingyun? Lin Qingyun cursed inwardly. This fellow is merely putting on an act. Ziyun's face flushed crimson at Xiaoling's teasing, furiously stamping her foot. You. Lin Qingyun, seeing this, quickly attempted to mediate. Ziyun. Do not be angry. Brother Xiaoling simply enjoys teasing you. Do not take it to heart. Ziyun shot a fierce glare at Lin Qingyun, warning, Lin Qingyun, do not call me sister again. Otherwise, I shall not be kind to you. With that, she grasped Xiaoling's arm and marched outside. Wait a moment. Lin Qingyun suddenly called out to them. Ziyun halted, turning coldly. What else is there? Is the Lin Qingyun you mentioned the same one we are referring to? Lin Qingyun pressed. A glint of cold light flashed in Ziyun's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, it is him. However, he is currently a waste. There is no need for concern. Xiaoling turned back to cast a deep glance at Lin Qingyun, shaking his head gently, and continued forward with Ziyun. Lin Qingyun watched their retreating figures, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. As Xiaoling made a move towards Ziyun, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, Brother Xiaoling, how can you treat me this way? Xiaoling replied nonchalantly, Ziyun, you already have someone you cherish. You should not harbor any illusions about me. Yet, Ziyun resolutely declared, regardless of whether you have someone in your heart, I will have you, at any cost. Xiaoling shook his head in resignation. Ziyun, our fates are destined to be unfulfilled. Why persist in this way? You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Why risk it all for me? Ziyun stubbornly shook her head. I will not miss out on you again. Whatever the cost, I will have you by my side. Xiaoling regarded her gravely. Ziyun, I do not wish for you to be embroiled in my conflicts. You are so exquisite. Should those people set their sights on you, the consequences would be dire. Ziyun replied resolutely, I am not afraid. As long as it is you, I am willing to bear any cost. Sighing heavily, Xiaoling instructed Ziyu to take Ziyun to rest. After they had finished their lunch, the three returned to their respective rooms. Lin Qingyun remained behind, his eyes flickering with the flames of resentment. Xiaoling, are you not exceedingly arrogant? Today, I shall make you aware of what gives you the right to be so. He chuckled coldly, plotting his next move. Finally, you have awakened. Ziyun gazed at Ying Huan, her eyes brimming with deep affection. All right, after we eat, we shall attend the banquet. Ying Huan responded to Ziyun with a gaze full of tenderness. However, a faint veil of sorrow enveloped Zi Yun's countenance at that moment as she looked at Ying Huan, her tone laced with unease. "Do you not wish to marry me?" Upon seeing Zi Yun's despondency, Ying Huan felt a pang of guilt. This girl had always been considerate towards him, yet he felt he had let her down, and a sense of remorse welled up within him. Zi Yun. What a thing to say. My feelings for you are akin to a brother's care for his sister, not of romantic nature, Ying Huan explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zi Yun's face turned ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks as her vision blurred while gazing at Ying Huan. Ying Huan, witnessing her distress, hastily attempted to comfort her. "Zi Yun, what is the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Yet, this inquiry only prompted her to weep even more fiercely. "How can you say such things? Do you truly have no feelings for me? Have you already fallen for another woman, and thus plan to abandon me?" Zi Yun sobbed, her eyes filled with grievance as she looked at Ying Huan. Ying Huan, observing her pitiful demeanor, felt a surge of compassion. "Zi Yun, do not act this way. I have not said I do not want you. It is just that we have not yet clarified our feelings for one another. If you truly wish to become my wife, there is one thing you must do." "What is it?" Zi Yun lifted her tear-stained face, gazing expectantly at Ying Huan. "Regardless of what transpires in the future, do not overthink things, and above all, do not harm yourself or take any reckless actions," Ying Huan said, his expression serious, concern lacing his words. Upon hearing this, Zi Yun's heart swelled with sweetness, yet a tinge of worry mixed in. "What if one day, our relationship is discovered? What shall I do? Do not trouble yourself with such matters. Just refrain from doing anything foolish. I will handle everything else. Remember my words," Ying Huan assured, patting her shoulder with a resolute tone. Feeling reassured by Ying Huan's promise, Zi Yun replied, "I promise not to act recklessly." She then flung herself into Ying Huan's embrace, her cheek pressed against his sturdy chest, listening to his heartbeat and inhaling his unique scent, her previously tumultuous emotions gradually calming. Ying Huan gently wrapped his arms around Zi Yun. Despite their close relationship, he still felt a subtle distance in his heart. To him, he was not her lover but rather a friend to whom she could confide her feelings, someone who could offer her warmth and support. "Zi Yun, I know you are feeling quite upset right now, but there are certain matters you must learn to adjust to on your own. After all, this is not merely your affair," Ying Huan said earnestly. His tone gentle yet firm. Zi Yun nodded, wiping away her tears as she rose from Ying Huan's embrace. "I understand. I will not act foolishly. I will adapt and strive to change. Yet, I firmly believe that one day, I will win you back. As soon as the words left her lips, Zi Yun held her head high and strode out of the room, leaving behind a determined silhouette. Ying Huan watched her departure, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. After a brief respite, Ying Huan and Zi Yun entered the brilliantly lit hall together. The room was already filled to capacity, with guests comprising both familiar faces and many strangers. They were either solitary practitioners, leaders of small sects, or hidden masters of the world. Among them, the most attention-grabbing was the mysterious guest. "Greetings." Ying Huan approached the distinguished gentleman seated at the head of the table, clasping his hands in salute, his demeanor calm. The man was none other than Ling Feng, the leader of the Divine Sword sect. Upon seeing Ying Huan approach, he immediately rose to welcome him, smiling. "Welcome. Please, take a seat." Ying Huan did not decline and promptly seated himself beside Ling Feng, while Zi Yun quietly sat beside him. She scanned the crowd, gleaning insights from their varied expressions. For those whose eyes flickered with envy, Zi Yun offered them a disdainful glance. "Zi Yun, you have arrived." At this moment, an elderly gentleman arose and approached Zi Yun, grasping her arm with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "I thought today was your birthday. I didn't expect you to arrive so early." This venerable man, surnamed Li and named Tianxiong, was an elder of the Zishuan sect and also Zi Yun's uncle. Zi Yun, taken aback by his sudden exuberance, felt a slight flush on her cheeks but quickly regained her composure and politely replied, "Uncle Li, I intended to wait for Brother Ying Huan to join me, but he is quite occupied with affairs, so I came ahead. I truly apologize. Oh, there is no need for apologies." Li Tianxiong waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. The onlookers then turned their gazes towards Ying Huan, their eyes filled with reverence for this young talent. "I had no idea Brother Ying Huan was so young and accomplished," remarked a man clad in splendid attire, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, as he smiled at Ying Huan. "Indeed, I thought Brother Ying Huan would at least be older than us." Another youth in a blue robe echoed in astonishment. Their discussions attracted further attention, and many began to gaze at Ying Huan, astonished by his youth and talent, causing the atmosphere in the hall to shift subtly. Brother Ying Huan, I truly did not expect you to possess such remarkable abilities at such a young age. It seems we have indeed underestimated you," the bespectacled gentleman remarked with a knowing smile. Ying Huan responded calmly, "You all flatter me. I prefer tranquility and shun the limelight. Thus my usual modest demeanor may have led to your unawareness of my identity." At this juncture, an elder gazed at Ying Huan with a smile and said, "Brother Ying Huan, you are being overly modest. You are recognized as the foremost expert in Qizhou. Who would dare show you any disrespect? Furthermore, a talent like yours, so young yet so formidable, is indeed a rarity in all of Qizhou." Upon hearing these words, Ying Huan nodded inwardly. The elder's discerning gaze spoke the truth, despite his youth. His combat prowess was unrivaled among his peers and even surpassed that of the enigmatic figure he had encountered. This realization caused Ying Huan to frown slightly, understanding the urgency of enhancing his own strength lest he be outstripped by that mysterious individual. "Well then, since everyone has arrived, let us dine first. After the meal, we shall commence with the formalities," spoke Ling Feng, who had remained quiet until now. Upon hearing this, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the delectable cuisine. Ying Huan also took up his chopsticks and indulged heartily. Ziyun, observing him eat, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After a satisfying meal, the guests returned to their seats and engaged in lively conversation. Ziyun, however, pulled Ying Huan aside to a secluded corner. What could Ling Feng and the others mean by their behavior? Are they deliberately targeting me, or have I inadvertently offended them? If it is indeed a deliberate affront, how should I respond? Ying Huan looked at Ziyun, a look of confusion etched on his face. Ziyun, noticing his expression, gently shook her head. "I am uncertain. They surrounded us as soon as we arrived. However, I believe they harbor no ill intentions. I sense their motives are merely to befriend us due to our outstanding performance." Ziyun spoke with conviction, as if those individuals could not possibly harbor any malice towards them. Ying Huan felt a twinge of surprise at her words, but refrained from questioning further, for he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the opinions of those who posed no threat. After the meal, Ling Feng instructed the other guests to depart first, remaining behind to chat with Ying Huan and Ziyun. Just as the trio was engaged in light-hearted banter, a clear cough suddenly broke the air. Everyone looked up to see an elderly man, around 50 or 60 years of age, standing beside Ling Feng. With silver hair and a weathered visage, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority that commanded respect. Behind him trailed a few middle-aged men and women clad in white robes, each possessing formidable prowess at the later stages of Qi transformation, with one even reaching the early stage of Qi transformation. Truly a master among masters, the crowd exchanged glances filled with intrigue, yet none dared to speak, choosing instead to await the elder's words in silence. The elder's gaze swept over the assembly before finally resting upon Ling Feng, to whom he offered a respectful salute. "Young Master Ling Feng." "Master." Ling Feng returned the gesture with equal respect, inquiring, "What brings you here, Master? Is this not your exclusive domain?" The elder smiled. "Young Master Ling Feng, have you forgotten? While this place does not belong to me, I manage this as the proprietor. It is my prerogative to visit. Moreover, I noticed you here alone and thought to come see you. Ah, I see. Thank you for your concern, Master. I was just lamenting the lack of business at the inn." "Your arrival is most fortuitous," Ling Feng exclaimed with delight as he looked at the elder. The elder cast a glance at Ying Huan, a smile gracing his face as he queried, "Young Master Ling Feng, what brings you here today?" "Oh, Master, this is Ziyun, a friend I met in Ziyun continent. I have come with the hope of forming a bond with her." Ling Feng beamed as he introduced Ziyun to the elder. Upon hearing the introduction, the elder's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Ziyun, admiration evident in his gaze. "Young Master Ling Feng, you are indeed a remarkable youth. This Ziyun lady is exceedingly beautiful. No wonder you are so smitten." The elder's gaze flickered with a hint of avarice before quickly transforming into one of benevolence. Ziyun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue at the elder's praise. Observing her reaction, Ying Huan rolled his eyes but chose to remain silent, knowing Ziyun's modesty prevented her from speaking much. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was positively beaming with joy at the compliments. The elder, seeing this, gazed intently at Ziyun, his eyes glimmering with an insatiable desire. Ziyun, catching a glimpse of the unmasked yearning in the elder's gaze, felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks and instinctively retreated behind Ying Huan. Watching the elder with a wary expression, noticing her reaction, the elder wore a bittersweet smile, quickly averting his gaze to Ying Huan as he continued. "Young Master Ling Feng, since you have decided to wed Miss Ziyun, I have no objections." Ying Huan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The elder scrutinized Ying Huan for a moment, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes before turning his attention to Ziyun. His smile widening as he addressed her. "Miss Ziyun, I am Hu Tianming. You may call me Uncle Hu. Might I inquire why you two were separated? Was there a hidden reason?" Facing Hu Tianming's inquiry, Ziyun felt a tinge of embarrassment wash over her but quickly regained her composure, shyly replying, "Young Master Ling Feng had another cherished one in his heart, Thus he annulled his engagement with her to pursue a connection with me. Ah, I see. Hu Tianming's eyes gleamed with sudden interest, a hint of mischief flitting across his expression as he turned to Ying Huan, cheerfully remarking, "Indeed, this is truly a cause for celebration." Young Master Lingfeng. A cold glimmer flickered in Ying Huan's eyes as he fixed a steely gaze on Lingfeng. Contemplating how this man dared to covet Ziyin, a fool seeking his own demise. He shot a disdainful glance at Lingfeng, who maintained a facade of calm amusement. Ziyin observed the exchange between the two, her eyes darting back and forth until they settled on the elder as she inquired, "Sir, who are you? How do you know my elder brother?" Upon hearing this question, Lingfeng wore a smug expression. His gaze towards Ziyin now imbued with warmth, as if brimming with affection. Hu Tianming, still wearing a genial smile, responded, "Miss Ziyin, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Hu Tianming, but you may call me Uncle Hu." Ziyin's brows knitted slightly in confusion, yet she refrained from pressing further. Sensing her hesitation, Hu Tianming chose not to elaborate and instead turned to Ying Huan, his grin unwavering as he said, "Young Master Lingfeng, since that is the case, please converse freely. Once you have reached a decision, simply inform me, and I shall arrange a splendid wedding for you." "Thank you, Uncle Hu, for your kind intentions," Lingfeng expressed gratefully, nodding in acknowledgement to Hu Tianming. Subsequently, Lingfeng took Ziyun's hand, leading her away as Ying Huan remained seated with the elder, both enveloped in silence. Yet, the elder's gaze remained fixed upon Ziyin, as if he were admiring a rare work of art. Revealing his profound affection for her. As Lingfeng guided Ziyin out of the inn, just as they reached the entrance, three figures suddenly surged forth, encircling them. "What do you intend?" Lingfeng's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as he questioned sharply. One of the black-clad men, his face impassive, coldly replied, "Young Master Lingfeng, we are under the orders of the Master to request you and your sister to return home for a discussion. We hope for your cooperation to avoid any unnecessary harm." Lingfeng turned to Ziyin, noticing her expression of fright, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. "I wonder if my father has invited us back. If not, my sister and I shall return home unaccompanied. You would do well to withdraw promptly, lest you provoke my father, who will not show mercy." Ziyin trembled slightly at his words, her complexion paling to that of parchment. "Young Master Lingfeng, this is indeed the command of your father." Ziyin felt a mix of confusion and trepidation, struggling to respond under Lingfeng's mocking gaze. Lingfeng burst into laughter, turning to the black-clad man. "If it is indeed an invitation from my uncle, we shall comply. May I ask where my uncle resides? We shall pay our respects immediately." The black-clad man's eyes flickered with a glint of shrewdness as he gestured for 5 or 6 more black-clad men to emerge, surrounding Lingfeng and Ziyin once more. Lingfeng's expression darkened at the sight of the show of force, while the black-clad men wore provocative expressions, their hostility unmistakable. "How audacious! Do you not realize I am the son of the Master? Daring to treat me this way? If you wish to retaliate, feel free to try. I will show you the consequences of your folly." Lingfeng furiously berated the burly man in black. The man, upon hearing those words, wore a look of disdain and mocked, "Young Master Lingfeng, we are certainly aware of your identity, but we heed only the orders of the Master. If you insist on provoking us, you shall bear the consequences. We cannot guarantee that we won't harm the two of you." Faced with the derision, Lingfeng's anger simmered within him, yet recalling the identity of the elder, his expression gradually softened. "Just a mere servant. How dare you act so insolently before me?" Lingfeng scoffed, turning to Ziyin and saying, "Sister, let us return. There is no need to pay heed to these lackeys." The black-clad man, upon hearing this insult, abruptly turned cold. "Warning, young Master Lingfeng, do not forget that you are currently our prisoner. Do not speak disrespectfully of the Master, or do not blame us for being rude." Lingfeng's countenance darkened like ink upon hearing the black-clad man's words. Despite being imprisoned within the heavenly prison, it was still his own residence. Now, as one of the most distinguished young nobles in the continent, to be treated as a prisoner was nothing short of a profound humiliation. He huffed angrily, "A pack of sycophants, how dare you be so arrogant towards me? You must be tired of living." The black-clad man, hearing this, felt his face flush crimson, his eyes bulging as an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from him. He swung his fist like thunder, aimed directly at Lingfeng, and the air erupted with a deafening crack. At that moment, a sharp command sliced through the silence. "Stop." A figure flashed, and Ying Huan instantaneously appeared before the black-clad man. With a single palm thrust, a tremendous force manifested like an invisible wall, forcefully absorbing the black-clad man's attack. The latter emitted a muffled grunt, spitting blood as he staggered backward in disarray. Several other black-clad men, witnessing this, darkened their expressions and glared fiercely at Ying Huan, threatening, "Kid, don't push your luck." Just as they were about to strike, Ying Huan shot towards the black-clad man like a bolt of lightning. his right foot crashing into the man's chest with the force of thunder, accompanied by a dull thud. The black-clad man flew back like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ziyan and Ling Feng observed this scene, their expressions filled with astonishment. The black-clad man writhed in pain, his face contorted from the agony. Ying Huan looked down coldly, sternly demanding, "Speak quickly. Where is my uncle now? If you tell the truth, I may spare your life." The black-clad man's eyes brimmed with resentment and hatred towards Ying Huan as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "You will not succeed." Just as Ying Huan was about to strike again, Ling Feng stopped him, gently shaking his head and whispering, "These individuals are all elite guards sent by my father. Their strength is formidable. If they truly decide to act, we would have no chance of escape." Upon hearing this, Ying Huan's heart tightened. However, he did not fully believe Ling Feng's words. No matter how powerful their father was, it was implausible that he would mobilize so many experts merely to protect Ling Feng. Furthermore, their father understood Ling Feng's unique position within the family and would never act against him. "Ling Feng, you need not worry. I will ensure your safety. It is best for you to leave quickly. I fear that remaining here may pose a danger to you." Ying Huan patted Ling Feng's shoulder, offering gentle reassurance. Yet Ling Feng shook his head resolutely. "Brother, do not worry about me. I can take care of myself. If you are truly concerned, I will take Ziyun away first." Saying this, he nodded slightly at Ziyun. Ying Huan pondered briefly before ultimately conceding. "Very well, but you must promise me to stay in contact at all times, regardless of the situation." Ling Feng nodded in agreement and turned to the black-clad men, commanding, "You all wait here. After I send her away, you are to leave immediately." He cast a glance at Ziyun, signaling her to follow him. Ziyun expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Ying Huan. Rest assured, we will leave swiftly and not cause you any trouble." Chapter 36. A fortuitous opportunity. The noble families of Qin sought to seize this opportunity to letting Firen experience a lesson. Once this news spread, many responded eagerly, hoping to overturning Firen's position in Qin. Firen, well aware of their schemes, merely smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow. "What brings His Highness the Crown Prince here?" The crowd displayed confusion and directly questioned, "Your Highness, how can you remain so indifferent to this matter?" Showing no sign of outrage, Firen calmly replied, "What is there to be outraged about? The current situation is already clear. Why should one become angry?" Upon hearing this, although the crowd did not voice their discontent, they were nonetheless quite displeased, particularly with Firen's recent behavior, which left them filled with grievances. Firen, observing this scene, smiled lightly, his eyes glimmering with amusement. He understood the calculations of the crowd and smiled, saying, "In that case, this matter is indeed worth observing closely." The listeners were taken aback, not comprehending Firen's intentions. Nonetheless, they were all acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling around them, filled with doubts as they pondered what scheming Firen might be concocting. Seeing the varied expressions on their faces, Firen inquired, "What has surprised you all so much about this matter?" The crowd nodded, candidly expressing their unease regarding the situation. Firen's lips curled slightly, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "I already understand what you are all thinking. As the situation progressed, how to navigate the next move became the focal point of everyone's attention. Confusion was evident in their eyes as they grappled with the unknown future, uncertain how to respond to the current predicament, leaving them perplexed and incredulous. Zheng fixed his gaze on Firen, frowning as he asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Firen feigned ignorance. "What my father mentioned is something I find difficult to comprehend." Zheng sighed deeply. "There is no need to conceal anything from me at this moment." When mentioning Hu Hai's actions, Firen responded with a wry smile. "Father, while I had my suspicions, I did not anticipate he would make such a choice." Zheng's gaze sharpened. "Could it be that you secretly instigated this?" Firen shook his head in denial. "Father, even if I wish to, many matters cannot be forced by human will. Coercing Hu Hai is not a wise course of action." Upon hearing this, Zheng contemplated briefly before ceasing further inquiries. Observing this, Firen quietly withdrew. Faced with the current situation, he too harbored doubts. Zhang Han advised Zheng, "The Crown Prince's actions earlier may not have been his true intention." Zheng nodded in agreement. "Hu Hai's actions are abrupt and perplexing. There may be someone guiding him from behind the scenes, but I cannot believe Firen would both wish to release Hu Hai and secretly incite him." He speculated that it could be Hu Hai's close confidants or individuals like Li Si, yet regardless, there was certainly something amiss. The crowd, witnessing the current state of affairs, wore expressions of confusion, unable to fathom the mastermind behind the scenes. After Zhang Han's analysis, the crowd felt somewhat reassured, yet they still harbored doubts about the eventual outcome. Wei Zhuang, filled with concern, gazed at Firen. Sensing this, Firen smiled nonchalantly. "Are you all worried?" The crowd nodded, puzzled by Hu Hai's sudden change. Hu Hai is usually timid and cautious, Why does he suddenly display such audacity? Who is the instigator behind this? Ying Huan, perceiving their thoughts, raised an eyebrow slightly. I am well aware of your perplexities. This matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed bewilderment, failing to grasp his meaning. Ying Huan chose not to elaborate further and instead focused on the next course of action. The crowd observed his demeanor, growing increasingly perplexed, believing that the urgent task at hand should be to curb Hu Hai's momentum rather than waiting idly for developments. However, why must they endure this wait? Ying Huan smirked and asked, do you all truly believe he can succeed? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, for with their current understanding, predicting the outcome seemed beyond their capabilities. Yet all signs indicated that Hu Hai was endeavoring to confront Ying Huan head-on. Faced with this enigmatic situation, the crowd felt utterly confounded. Ying Huan scanned the crowd, stating plainly, I am well aware of your thoughts, despite not having complete confidence. He reassured the crowd that there was no need for anxiety over this matter. Upon hearing these words, although they held reservations, they felt that the situation at hand was not as straightforward as it seemed. Regardless, they all yearned for an early resolution to this conflict. Ying Huan maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, which instilled a sense of calm in the crowd, prompting them to decide to follow his lead, trusting that he would handle matters competently. Meanwhile, Hu Hai stirred up considerable activity, appearing entirely oblivious to whether Ying Huan had discerned his intentions. At present, he wore a broad grin, exclaiming, I have never felt so liberated. The steward hurriedly advised, Your Highness, we must act with caution regardless of the circumstances. Hu Hai shook his head. In the past, I was excessively cautious, merely seeking self-preservation. Now, I am determined to no longer be timid. I shall resolve everything myself. Although the steward felt helpless, he also recognized the validity of Hu Hai's words and expressed his willingness to assist him in navigating the challenges ahead. Subsequently, Hu Hai resolved to visit the heavenly prison. The steward was taken aback, unable to comprehend where he found such courage. It should be noted that the likes of Master Ban and Yin Dan were imprisoned there, both of whom Ying Huan had personally brought back. Now, Hu Hai wished to pay a visit, which was entirely contrary to previous expectations. What are your intentions, Your Highness? The steward inquired. Filled with doubt, Hu Hai candidly stated his desire to seek an opportunity through the visit. Though the steward could not prevent him, he could only acquiesce. Before long, Hu Hai and his entourage arrived at the heavenly prison. Wei Zhuang, upon seeing this, flashed a look of astonishment, despite having known that Hu Hai's courage was growing. He did not expect him to directly storm the heavenly prison. What brings you here, Mr. Wei? Hu Hai asked. Wei Zhuang replied nonchalantly, merely passing the time. Hu Hai expressed his purpose and was about to delve deeper when Wei Zhuang blocked his path, stating, Your Highness, please think carefully. There are certain areas you should not enter. Hu Hai questioned, perplexed by this obstruction. Am I not allowed to enter the heavenly prison? Wei Zhuang calmly responded, You may enter the heavenly prison, but there are certain areas that cannot be accessed. Hu Hai sneered. Even so, I shall go regardless. Do you mean to defy my authority? Wei Zhuang, well aware of Hu Hai's stubbornness, stated plainly, as it is my duty. I cannot leave this place. I ask for your understanding, Your Highness. Though Hu Hai felt resentment, he chose to hold his tongue for the moment. When he stood before Master Ban and Yin Dan, both were taken aback in astonishment. After all, there had been no prior interaction with Hu Hai, and his sudden visit at this moment is indeed perplexing. Wei Zhuang, observing the scenario, is equally filled with questions. At this moment, he truly cannot fathom what schemes the other party is concocting. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai's lips curled into a slight smile as he surveyed the crowd, leisurely stating, It appears that the current situation has indeed taken you all by surprise. I imagine the feelings of helplessness and indignation within you at this moment are difficult to quell. The assembly stared at him, their brows slightly furrowed, and spoke directly. What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly without beating around the bush. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Hu Hai, witnessing their expressions, could not help but burst into hearty laughter, and then, adopting a serious demeanor, he remarked, There is no need for concern. I harbor no ill will towards you. My intention is merely to lend you a helping hand. However, the crowd regarded his words with skepticism. In their eyes, Hu Hai's statements were nothing but absurdities. And when had it ever been their turn to heed his words? Perceiving their doubt, Hu Hai's brows knitted slightly as he countered. What, do you truly believe I am lying? Yin Dan, his gaze flickering with confusion, replied, I do not fully understand your specific intentions, but given the current circumstances, much remains unsaid. The situation at hand is far more complex than we initially envisioned, especially with your series of actions, which are quite baffling. Nevertheless, Hu Hai displayed an uncharacteristic ease, remaining composed, and this transformation only deepened the crowd's suspicion. Ignoring their conjectures, Hu Hai appeared entirely unfazed, as if everything were under his control, faced with the current state of affairs. Despite their confusion, they could only watch the developments unfold and seek a response. Hu Hai looked at them, his tone resolute. I can assist you in overcoming this crisis, provided you are willing to stand by my side. Upon hearing this, Master Ban and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had previously speculated about Hu Hai's intentions, yet witnessing his calm demeanor now left them shaken. They had never entertained the thought of genuinely acting upon Hu Hai's proposal. But now their minds were rife with questions. Why had Hu Hai suddenly taken such action? What had emboldened him? Particularly given the intricate circumstances before them, their confusion only deepened. Wei Zhuang, standing to the side, seethed with anger, questioning. Your Highness, do your words not disregard the Crown Prince? Hu Hai gently shook his head and retorted. How could that be? I have always held the Crown Prince in high esteem. My actions today are solely to alleviate his burdens. Witnessing Hu Hai's evident transformation, the crowd realized that the current situation was no longer as it had been before. Hu Hai snorted coldly and said, if this is the choice made, I shall say no more. Let us see how matters unfold. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Soon after, Wei Zhuang reported the matter to Ying Fei Ran. Upon hearing, Ying Fei Ran laughed heartily, exclaiming, if this is indeed the outcome, it is truly unexpected. Yet, the crowd was filled with trepidation, well aware that the matter was far more intricate than anticipated, with numerous variables that were difficult to control. Ying Fei Ran, observing their expressions, jested. Are you still troubled at this moment? The assembly exchanged glances, clearly having yet to devise a strategy. Hu Hai's current arrogance left them feeling deeply unsettled. If they could not handle the situation properly, the consequences would be dire. Ying Fei Ran coldly chuckled, stating, since matters have come to this, it is best to contemplate calmly. After all, he has made his choice, has he not? Upon hearing this, while the crowd grasped some understanding, they remained in the dark regarding Ying Fei Ran's next course of action. Ying Fei Ran harbored a silent smirk. Since they had taken this step, it was an opportune moment to address the noble issue. Previously, he had long desired to eliminate the nobility but had been hindered by a lack of concrete evidence. Now, it seemed that opportunity had presented itself willingly. Although a flicker of realization passed through the crowd's eyes, they still felt immense pressure in light of the current situation. Just then, Hu Hai made another move. Leading a group of nobles, Hu Hai strode directly before Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng's brows knitted tightly as he inquired, what is your intention? Hu Hai sighed deeply, stating with gravity, Father, I implore you to depose the Crown Prince. This declaration stunned the entire assembly. No one had anticipated that Hu Hai would entertain such a rebellious thought. Ying Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as he demanded, is this your own idea? Hu Hai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and these Qin nobles behind me also expressed their agreement. At this moment, these individuals were entangled in conflicting emotions and hesitation. Having never foreseen Hu Hai's audacity to take such action, which starkly contrasted with their initial expectations. Hu Hai's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the current situation, showing no signs of disturbance from the surrounding tumult. Seeing this, Ying Zheng felt a surge of anger. The actions of Li Si and others were beyond his expectations. To Ying Zheng, certain matters were not as simple as they had been described. Hu Hai scanned the crowd, questioning, are my words not the truth? The assembly, seeing his resolute expression, furrowed their brows, their eyes flashing with anger, clearly unwilling to accept the present state of affairs. At that moment, Ying Fei Ran, having rushed over upon hearing the news, entered the fray. Faced with the situation, he was filled with confusion, with no one able to elucidate what would transpire next. As the assembly began to strategize, Hu Hai sighed and stated, Father, I believe the Crown Prince's qualifications are not suitable to inherit the rule of the Qin state. I beseech you to ponder this deeply. Ying Zheng snorted coldly, countering, oh, so you believe him incompetent? What then qualifies you to take his place? Hu Hai immediately shook his head in denial. Father, please see clearly. I have never harbored such ambitions. Ying Zheng's face was filled with suspicion. If you have no such intention, why then do you raise this matter? Hu Hai proceeded to lay bare his considerations. In that instant, confusion spread across the faces of the assembly, unable to comprehend why Hu Hai would risk such actions at this moment. Ying Fei Ran smiled faintly, scrutinizing the scene before him. Father, since this is the case, I wish to know why he has suddenly proposed such a stance. Could it be that someone is secretly instigating him? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, never expecting Ying Fei Ran to point the finger at them. Despite their vehement denials of involvement, Ying Zheng remained unconvinced. You claim to have done nothing. Then why does Hu Hai make such a proposal? Do you think I would be gullible? Faced with this sudden inquiry, many felt a rush of panic. They had never imagined the situation would escalate to this point. Nor did they anticipate Hu Hai's audacity to challenge Ying Ran's claim to the crown prince's position. Ying Ran remained unfazed, his expression calm, seemingly unperturbed by Hu Hai's actions. He appeared to raise a trivial matter. Yet it was steeped in profound implications. Ying Zheng erupted in anger. You dare to be so audacious? Do you think me senile and near death? After consuming the blood of the Qilin. Ying Zheng's health had improved significantly. Who would dare assert that his time was short? Yet, the scene before them still left the assembly bewildered. Ying Ran, however, observed with a detached demeanor, displaying no signs of anxiety. Zhang Han and others were outraged. How could Hu Hai covet Ying Ran's position as crown prince? They were determined to punish this matter severely. Ying Ran maintained his usual composure, seemingly indifferent to their actions. At this moment, Hu Hai, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his plan would succeed. He stepped forward, explaining, Father, this action is not born from hatred towards the crown prince. Nor is it an attempt to disrupt the court. If the crown prince can let go of his fixation, it would be beneficial for all. Should the crown prince focus on external conquests, while you personally steer the affairs of state, would that not be better? Hu Hai contended that all his actions were for the long-term benefit of the Qin state. Presently, Ying Ran was burdened with both internal and external matters. Exhausted from the strain. If he could dedicate himself entirely to external warfare, it would undoubtedly be most advantageous for the current situation. Ying Zheng's expression darkened upon hearing this. He could not fathom Hu Hai's true intentions and was filled with anger at his actions. Should he genuinely act on Hu Hai's suggestions, the Qin state would likely descend into chaos. Most perplexing to him was the fact that those ministers and nobles would support Hu Hai, which seemed utterly devoid of rationality. Ying Ran observed the expressions of the assembly, each harboring their own thoughts, while Hu Hai appeared earnest, assuming the role of an advisor, though his eyes revealed a hint of tension and unease. While he possessed some confidence in the matter, when it came to the critical moment, he could not help but feel a mix of emotions. When Ying Zheng noted that Ying Ran remained unfazed by the incident, a hint of surprise welled within him. According to his expectations, Ying Ran should be deeply displeased with their actions. However, reality was far from his simplistic assumptions. Ying Ran continued to exhibit a calm demeanor. Hu Hai, witnessing Ying Ran's composure, was equally perplexed. He had anticipated Ying Ran would be outraged, yet it appeared that his actions had failed to provoke even the slightest reaction, his expression remaining unchanged. This matter I shall never agree to. Do not harbor any illusions. I am well aware of what schemes you are plotting. Consider today as if it never happened, should there be a next time. Do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Ying Zheng snorted coldly and gestured for the assembly to withdraw. Observing Ying Zheng's seemingly lenient response, Zhang Han and others exchanged glances, a flicker of anger crossing their faces. According to past conventions, their behavior would have surely warranted severe punishment, yet the outcome was unexpectedly lenient. Hu Hai and the others hastily departed, and Ying Zheng turned to Ying Ran, inquiring, Crown Prince, what is your opinion on this matter? Ying Ran replied, Father, I understand that you are assisting me, but you need not go to such lengths. Ying Zheng looked on in confusion. Why? Do you not wish for me to properly reprimand them? Their actions are indeed infuriating. Ying Ran shook his head. Father, while their actions are indeed vexing, they also reveal their true intentions. To speak frankly, I hold a certain admiration for Hu Hai's ability to reach this point. He mused privately that if Hu Hai were truly willing to embrace death, it would lose some of its intrigue. Had he known of this unexpected maneuver, perhaps Ying would have guided him sooner, or at least enabled him to further strengthen his capabilities. Ying Zheng wore a face of helplessness at such a time. You still have the leisure to ponder these matters. Ying replied with a calm smile, Father, if he truly possesses such talent, would it not be advantageous for us? Imagine, if 10 days hence he could achieve remarkable feats for the Qin state. Would that not be a splendid outcome? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Ying Zheng's eyes that he had assumed Hu Hai's actions would infuriate Ying, yet to his astonishment, Ying remained unperturbed and spoke so favorably. The scheming of Hu Hai left Ying Zheng feeling quite dissatisfied. Ying remarked with a smile, Father, if he indeed has such abilities, we ought to nurture him with care. Nevertheless, Ying Zheng was acutely aware that Hu Hai's fate had been sealed, rendering further discussion pointless. Ying perceiving Ying Zheng's thoughts, did not linger and proceeded straight out of the grand hall. Outside, Zhang Han and others were filled with confusion. Your Highness, are we simply to let this matter rest? Ying chuckled lightly. What else should we do? Do you have a better suggestion? If we can resolve this matter amicably, why not seize the opportunity? Their actions have already incited our wrath. It would be unreasonable not to handle it properly at this juncture. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Ying Huan, however, paid them no mind, waving his hand for them to attend to their own affairs. Meanwhile, Huai arrived at the dim dungeon, where Li Si remained imprisoned. Upon learning of the events in the Grand Hall, Li Si's eyes widened in shock. You truly went through with this? In disbelief, he questioned. What prompted you to take such action? It's utterly unfathomable. Huai coldly retorted. What is wrong with it? Li Si sighed deeply, understanding that Huai's actions were not inappropriate, yet he wondered where such audacity had come from, especially given Huai's usual temperament, which did not lend itself to such decisive choices. Huai spoke with a steely voice. To sit idly by is not a path forward. If we take no action, the consequences would be dire. In this current situation, I must make a desperate attempt. His tone was resolute. Our foremost task now is to rescue you from this place. Li Si sighed heavily and replied, while your reasoning is sound, achieving this goal is no simple feat, especially with Ying Huan involved. To wrest from him the means we require would likely be more challenging than scaling the heavens. Huai understood Li Si's concerns and nodded slightly, his tone unwavering. I am fully aware of the difficulties, but regardless of the obstacles, I will not abandon this matter and shall pursue it with all my might. Li Si gazed at Huai's determined expression and could not help but sigh once more, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Noticing his demeanor, Huai asked, What troubles you? Do you find this course of action unwise? Li Si quickly shook his head in denial. It's not that I think it unwise, but I feel a sense of helplessness. Had you possessed this determination and courage earlier, perhaps our situation would have improved by now. Huai waved his hand, his expression steadfast. I understand the Chancellor's concerns, but it is never too late to act. As long as we persist, we can surely turn the tide. On another front, Li Si subordinates had quietly arrived, employing clever tactics to successfully extricate him. When Li Xin and others rushed over, they were astonished to find Li Si seemingly unperturbed, departing alongside Huai. Although they were perplexed, they recalled Ying Huan's instruction, no matter the actions of the other party, they must not resist. Despite their confusion regarding Ying Huan's directives, they adhered to his commands. Before long, Huai successfully brought Li Si back. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with questions, particularly as the situation deteriorated. Yet Ying Huan remained composed, his actions baffling to all. Someone hastily approached Ying Huan, urging, Your Highness, if we do not intervene soon, unforeseen complications may arise. Please consider this carefully. Ying Huan waved his hand gently, his expression calm. You needn't concern yourselves with this matter. Rather, I find myself perplexed as to what Huai and Li Si are relying on. There must be some hidden intricacy. At this moment, Xiaoming hurriedly arrived, her face etched with anxiety. The crowd was taken aback, unsure of her distress. Xiaoming quickly relayed the intelligence she had gathered. It appears this situation may be a clandestine scheme orchestrated by the Yinyang school, aimed at targeting Ying Huan. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan scoffed coldly. I see. His demeanor remained indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, leaving others puzzled. Your Highness, does this not warrant immediate action? Ying Huan smiled slightly. What is there to rush? We have not yet reached that point. Chapter 37. Disagreement. I disagree. Ling Feng abruptly interrupted, his expression grave, leaving Ziyun and Ying Huan momentarily stunned. He stated earnestly, You are the best friends of Ling Feng, and thus my friends as well. Ling Feng cannot bear the thought of any harm befalling you. So whatever challenges you face, I shall exert every effort to assist you, and I will not permit anyone to bully you. Upon hearing this, Ying Huan felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. He understood that Ling Feng's declaration was meant to maintain distance from Ziyun, lest she be placed in danger. However, his heart was a tumult of emotions as he replied with indifference, Have you considered that if something were to happen to Ziyun, how devastated her family would be? If they were to discover this, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to find you, even at the cost of your lives. As a result, not only would you two lose your lives, but we would also find ourselves in peril. Have you contemplated these consequences? A glint of cold light flickered in Ying Huan's eyes, and Ling Feng, catching this glimmer, fell silent for a moment, aware that Ying Huan's words held merit and feeling a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, he knew his father's temperament all too well. Had it not been for this encounter with Ziyun, they might have already faced calamity. Therefore, he was determined to protect Ziyun at all costs, ensuring that his father would not inflict any harm upon her. This matter requires long-term consideration. We should rescue Ziyun first, then deliberate on how to handle the situation properly, Ling Feng proposed. Gazing intently at Ying Huan nodded in agreement. Very well. As soon as he spoke, he waved his hand, unleashing several bursts of purple flames that transformed into blazing sparks, igniting the black-clad figures. They were immediately engulfed in fierce flames, their anguished cries ringing out as they found themselves unable to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Within a mere 5 seconds, the black-clad individuals were reduced to ashes, their existence obliterated by Ying Huan's purging flames. Ling Feng and Ziyun watched in astonishment as the black-clad figures disintegrated before their eyes, rendered speechless by Ying Huan's cold demeanor and composure. Ziyun swallowed hard, her voice faltering. "Did you truly annihilate them all?" "Indeed," Ying Huan replied nonchalantly, his gaze devoid of emotion. "They were inconsequential to me, not worth mentioning. I had no intention of sparing any lives. Since they stubbornly carried out their tasks, they had to be eliminated to draw out the mastermind." Ziyun and Ling Feng exchanged glances, a spark of understanding igniting between them. They knew that had it not been for Ying Huan's intervention, they would have found it difficult to escape the clutches of those black-clad figures, and to resolve the matter so quietly was no small feat. In the presence of Ying Huan, they felt as if they were facing an imposing mountain. Acutely aware of their insignificance and inexperience, filled with admiration, Ziyun apologized. "I misjudged you earlier. Please do not hold it against me." Ling Feng, however, redirected his focus to the matter at hand. Knitting his brows in inquiry, "Ying Huan. Was that elder the person we are searching for?" Ying Huan nodded in affirmation, recounting their encounter with the elder. Upon learning of the elder's identity, Ling Feng's expression grew complex, his worry evident. "If he truly is my father, he will not let you off easily." This. A grave look crossed Ying Huan's brow, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Ling Feng's father was the leader of the Tianwu sect, a figure of formidable prowess. Ziyun looked at the two with concern. "If that is the case, are we not in a perilous situation? We will have to confront him head-on." Ying Huan, however, shook his head with determination. "Ling Feng, there is no need for worry. Since I have chosen to take this risk, I am fully prepared for a confrontation with the Tianwu sect. No matter what, I will not allow you and Ziyun to be placed in danger, even at the cost of my own life." Ling Feng was deeply moved, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Ying Huan, your friendship means the world to me, and I am at a loss as to how to repay it." Ying Huan waved his hand with a smile. "Ling Feng, we are in this together, and we shall fight side by side to break through this predicament and obliterate the Tianwu sect." Ling Feng's gaze was resolute, feeling that their acquaintance was a stroke of fate. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed an important suggestion. "This matter must be communicated to Ziyun promptly. Our identities have been compromised, and we need to send word back to the sect to alert the leader, lest the crisis escalate." Ying Huan agreed, turning to Ziyun. "Ziyun, Ling Feng believes in your exceptional abilities and intends to invite you to be his personal guard. What say you?" Ziyun gazed at Ying Huan, her eyes filled with trust and determination. "I am willing to follow you. You have instilled in me immeasurable confidence." Ying Huan smiled with satisfaction. And the three reached a consensus. Ling Feng looked up at the gradually clearing night sky, the moonlight illuminating the earth, and he grinned. "The time has come. Let us set forth." Ziyun and Ying Huan echoed in unison. And the three stepped out of the cave, embarking on an unknown yet hopeful journey. As they reached the cave's entrance, they were taken aback to find it sealed by a crystalline barrier, an invisible force repelling their attempts to pass through. Ziyun's eyes widened as she stared at the peculiar transparent shield, perplexed. "What on earth is this? Who has placed such a contraption at our cave's mouth?" Meanwhile, the formidable Ying Huan was leading an expedition against the northern barbarian tribe. At that time, the threat posed by the northern barbarians loomed over the borders of the Great Qin like a razor-sharp sword. A peril so grave that Ying Huan, the fifth prince and a formidable master of martial arts, found himself compelled to personally lead his iron cavalry to decisively quell the northern barbarians with thunderous might. This menace represented a colossal threat to the northern frontier of the Qin, its power potent enough to shake the very foundations of the empire. Ying Huan understood all too well that to fortify the borders and protect his homeland, he must first eliminate this pressing concern, thereby securing the crucial passage to the western regions and venturing into the fabled and mysterious western wilderness, ultimately reaching the heart of the Qin Empire. The significance of this campaign was paramount, intertwining the fate of the nation with its future. Ying Huan dared not exhibit the slightest complacency. He vowed to eradicate the northern barbarians utterly, ensuring they would never rise again. The northern barbarian king, as the enemy chieftain, was a figure of terrifying prowess, having attained the third rank of martial sage, supported by thousands of martial sage-level warriors and 100,000 elite troops. Each a pillar of the northern barbarian tribe. To vanquish the northern barbarians, one must first eliminate their leader. However, confronting such a formidable foe head-on would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Only through cunning could victory be achieved. Thus, Ying Huan meticulously devised a surprise attack, aiming to swiftly conclude the conflict through assassination or capture. He had long laid down a comprehensive trap, with assassins and poisons. Every conceivable tactic firmly within his grasp. He knew well that an assassination could not rely solely on individual strength but required precise planning and collaborative execution. To this end, he selected a group of agile elite soldiers, instructing them to stealthily infiltrate the northern barbarian king's camp under the cover of night, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With all preparations complete, Ying Huan secretly positioned hundreds of sharpshooters concealed around the northern barbarian king's tent, armed with modified crossbows capable of reaching distances of up to 20 zhang. They awaited the perfect moment to unleash a volley of arrows, transforming the northern barbarian king's encampment into a wasteland in an instant. This plan was intricately designed, nearly flawless in its execution. As night descended, the ambush unfolded with fervor. The elite soldiers evaded numerous patrols, cutting through obstacles until they stood before the northern barbarian king's tent. At his command, the sharpshooters drew their bows in unison, countless arrows as fine as hair, shimmering with a cold light, streaked through the night sky toward a singular target, the northern barbarian king, within the tent. The northern barbarian king, alerted by the commotion, sprang to his feet, bellowing, "Which rat dares to intrude upon my camp at this hour, seeking death?" The response came from Ying Huan's steady and robust voice, "It is I." Before his words had fully resonated, a rain of arrows pierced through the tent's thick walls, embedding deeply within. Utterly astonished, the northern barbarian king recognized the formidable might of the arrows and realized that the assailants were no ordinary foes. He hastily exited the tent, only to find himself face to face with Ying Huan, the fifth prince of the Great Qin. The northern barbarian king's expression shifted dramatically as he demanded, "Who are you to dare invade my camp?" Ying Huan retorted with a cold chuckle, "I am Ying Huan, your tribe's sworn enemy, here tonight to take your life." "Arrogance," the northern barbarian king thundered. "I am the lord of the northern barbarians. How dare you underestimate me?" "Soldiers, seize him." Ying Huan erupted into laughter. "You, a mere northern barbarian king, believe you are worthy of my attention? Watch as I dispatch you." With a subtle wave of his hand, 100 black-clad guards emerged, their imposing figures radiating an aura of dominance that sent chills down the spine. These were Ying Huan's meticulously chosen personal guards, each at the pinnacle of the 4th rank of martial sovereign, their strength far surpassing that of the northern barbarian soldiers previously encountered. Caught off guard and besieged by both arrows and the element of surprise, the northern barbarian king's guards collapsed instantaneously. Despite the heavy casualties, many soldiers still clung to life, bloodied and groaning, their eyes reflecting a mixture of despair and resentment towards Ying Huan. In this moment, the darker facets of humanity were laid bare. In their struggle for survival, they were willing to sacrifice others, yet now they lamented their inability to protect their families, cursing the fate that had dealt them such a cruel hand. At that juncture, the northern barbarian king's deputy rushed in, kneeling and pleading, "Your Majesty, I have dealt with them as you instructed. Please, for the sake of their innocence, spare their lives." This deputy was a trusted confidant of the northern barbarian king, his words carrying significant weight. The king remained silent for a long moment, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to show mercy and spare them," the deputy implored once more, with a heavy sigh. The northern barbarian king finally spoke. "Very well, since they are innocent, I shall allow them to live. Thank you, Your Majesty." The deputy exhaled in relief. "Dismiss them all." The northern barbarian king waved wearily, closing his eyes. The deputy hastily gestured for the soldiers to retreat. Once the crowd dispersed, the northern barbarian king summoned Ying Huan, fixing his gaze upon him with a cold smile. "Ying Huan, you possess remarkable audacity to invade my northern barbarian camp without fear of death." "Haha. Since I have come, I am prepared to face death," Ying Huan replied with unwavering composure. "Very well, let today be your end," the northern barbarian king declared, his tone frigid and menacing. "Enough of your prattle." Ying Huan countered defiantly, and before his words had fully left his lips, he transformed into a streak of lightning, lunging at the northern barbarian king. His form morphed into countless phantoms, elusive and unpredictable. "Your flowery techniques are no match for me," the northern barbarian king scoffed, unleashing a fist of titanic force, akin to a surging flood, aimed directly at Ying Huan. The earth trembled as the impact reverberated, a tempestuous gale sweeping through, threatening to uproot Ying Huan. The northern barbarian king's punch was unmatched in ferocity, capable of shattering even the sturdiest stone. Yet, as he struck, a faint golden shield materialized beside Ying Huan, absorbing the impact of the blow with unwavering resilience. With a resounding crash, both combatants were propelled apart, each standing firm, evenly matched, neither willing to concede. At that moment, both warriors understood the gravity of their duel. Recognizing that the outcome would determine the fate of the northern barbarians and their very nation, should the northern barbarian king fall to Ying Huan, his tribe would surely plunge into an abyss of despair. "You possess commendable skill," Ying Huan remarked with a smile, a hint of admiration in his tone. "I have encountered few opponents of your caliber, and I find you increasingly intriguing." The northern barbarian king replied coolly. "You are indeed a noteworthy adversary, but you shall soon meet your demise here. Haha, let us see what fate has in store." Ying Huan laughed heartily. "Do you truly intend to end your life here?" The northern barbarian king inquired, his gaze piercing. "You seek my life, do you not? I have honored your challenge, do not renege on it," Ying Huan teased. "Humph," the northern barbarian king scoffed, his tone shifting. "Ying Huan, I shall not kill you. I intend to spare your life. Haha. Does that mean you are conceding to me?" Ying Huan's grin widened. "Concede? I would never dare instruct you." The northern barbarian king shook his head. "Yet you are overly arrogant at this moment. I hope you can temper your pride. After all, you are but a 13-year-old boy. If you continue to flaunt your strength, your father will surely worry for you. Restrain yourself, lest he blame you. Rest assured. As long as you promise to release everyone here, I will return safely to the northern barbarian tribe," Ying Huan declared, turning to stride toward the camp's exit. At that moment, an elder beside the northern barbarian king interjected. "Your Majesty, Ying Huan is indeed a threat. We must capture him immediately and hand him over to the national advisor for disposal." "Absolutely not," the northern barbarian king firmly rejected. "You do not comprehend his depth. His prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary martial sage. Recklessly employing forbidden techniques could jeopardize the very foundation of our northern barbarian dynasty. Moreover, I suspect the national advisor has already encountered misfortune. Striking now could easily instigate conflict with other dynasties, which would spell disaster for our tribe. Now I understand." The elder nodded in realization. "There is no need for further discussion on this matter. Ying Huan has escaped, and our immediate priority is to reclaim the lost treasury," the northern barbarian king commanded. The elders complied, expressing their readiness. The northern barbarian king began to mobilize his forces, intending to leverage the vast treasures accumulated over the years to restore his military might. "Your Majesty, please reconsider," another elder cautioned anxiously. "Ying Huan's movements are suspicious. His training methods bear a resemblance to his name, suggesting he may indeed be a prodigy. Should he grow unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our northern barbarian tribe and should not be allowed to leave easily." The northern barbarian king's expression darkened. "Humph, Ying Huan is merely a child. How can he be considered a prodigy? Your Majesty, do not underestimate him," the elder implored. "Though young, Ying Huan's strength is far from superficial. He may very well be the fabled celestial being from beyond, possibly even having reached the realm of martial emperor. If that is the case, it would spell endless calamity for our northern barbarians." A celestial being from beyond. The northern barbarian king furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Ying Huan's advanced martial prowess, realizing he was indeed a formidable adversary if he was not dealt with promptly. The northern barbarians could face dire consequences. With this thought, a sinister glint crossed his face as he coldly declared, "Any who dare obstruct the northern barbarians' path to supremacy shall meet their end. You need not worry." With that, he gestured for the gathering to disperse. Once the crowd had thinned, a sharp light flickered in the northern barbarian king's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Ying Huan, I have granted you a path to survival, yet you continue to press forward. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Deep within the northern barbarian palace, a solitary peak rose in the rear mountains. Crowned by a grand palace, the daily abode of the northern barbarian king. At this moment, he sat upon the throne, flanked by a middle-aged man in black, his expression as frigid as ice, exuding a chilling aura that was quite unsettling. This individual is a trusted guard of the northern barbarian king, having reached the realm of the martial sage, with combat prowess that is truly extraordinary. "What orders does the king have?" the guard inquired respectfully. Recently, a formidable aura has been detected lurking near the palace, suspected to be the doing of Ying Huan. I wish to trace its whereabouts and eliminate it, the northern barbarian king replied candidly. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that scoundrel is found and dealt with," the guard responded resolutely. At that time, this king shall reward you with elixirs to aid your ascension to the realm of martial emperor." The northern barbarian king promised. Meanwhile, Ying Huan returned to the northern barbarian kingdom with his entourage. After dispersing the crowd, Qin Shi, accompanied by Qin Zi and by Ling, also returned to the royal palace of the northern barbarian kingdom. Within the palace, the northern barbarian king sat in the main seat, his expression dark and brooding. Your Majesty, Ying Huan is exceedingly arrogant. Not only has he plundered our clan's treasury, but he has also laid waste to our precious collections. If we do not capture this fiend swiftly, our losses may be incalculable, a middle-aged minister exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, our clan is currently weakened. If we allow Ying Huan to continue his rampage, we may be completely devoured. Another minister concurred. This time, we must ensure Ying Huan is torn to shreds to prevent any future troubles. The northern barbarian king ground his teeth in fury. Your Majesty, is it truly possible to defeat Ying Huan, whose strength is formidable? An elder inquired with concern. Only by personally slaying him can we eliminate the threat he poses to our clan. The northern barbarian king responded resolutely. Upon hearing this, the assembly understood that the northern barbarian king's resolve was firm. They wished to seize this opportunity to eradicate Ying Huan completely. Aware of the king's foul mood, they hastily took their leave to avoid incurring his wrath. Alone in the vast hall, the northern barbarian king's gaze grew profound. After a moment, he rose and called out, "Come here, present." A guard hastened forward. Quickly summon the leaders of each branch. I have important matters to announce, commanded the northern barbarian king. The guard complied and departed. While the northern barbarian king's lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched the figure fade away. You fool, you nearly cost us our lives. Just as he stepped into the chamber, a voice brimming with resentment echoed from within. Inside stood 4 or 5 high-ranking officials, all trembling slightly upon hearing his voice, and hurriedly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the king. The northern barbarian king smiled and gestured for them to rise. No need for formalities. Recently, our clan has suffered grievously at the hands of Ying Huan, incurring significant losses. You must dedicate yourselves to training. Once this matter settles, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the officials' faces brightened, and they replied in unison, expressing their willingness to live up to his expectations. The northern barbarian king nodded in satisfaction and dismissed them. Once they had departed, his expression shifted abruptly, his gaze turning cold and fierce as it pierced the door. He growled, I shall see what extraordinary abilities you possess to escape my grasp, Ying Huan. You shall pay a bloody price for this. Your Majesty, what exactly is Ying Huan's background that grants him such power? An elder could not help but ask. This fellow is indeed formidable. He has ascended to the 23rd stage of the heavenly martial realm in a mere short time. Were it not for that, I would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him, the northern barbarian king stated calmly. Another elder nodded in agreement. What the clan leader says is true, but no matter how exceptional Ying Huan may be, he is still merely at the 23rd stage of the heavenly martial realm. What can he truly accomplish? The northern barbarian king's brow furrowed as he replied angrily, To be frank, Ying Huan's strength even surpasses mine. I find it hard to fathom what sort of powerful force could have nurtured such an anomaly. I truly cannot compete with him. A smiling elder proposed, Clan leader, he is merely a lowly figure at the first stage of the heavenly martial realm. If you personally take action, he shall have no power to resist. The northern barbarian king snorted coldly, No need for further discussion. I will not engage personally in this matter. I shall leave it to my son. This time, I have resolved to personally confront him, and will spare no effort to eliminate him. An elder curiously asked, Clan leader, who is your son? The young master of the northern barbarian clan. The northern barbarian king. The northern barbarian king answered nonchalantly. The elder was astonished. So it is him, clan leader. Your son possesses exceptional strength. Why do you still wish to take action yourself? Can he handle it? The northern barbarian king's gaze turned sharp. That lad is like a rabid dog. Once enraged, even I find it hard to suppress him, let alone others. Therefore, I must act personally to ensure his complete destruction. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present changed. They had not expected the usually doting clan leader to be so ruthless in this moment. An elder reminded, this matter should also be communicated to the Grand Elder, as he is the true authority of the northern barbarian clan and deserves to be informed. The northern barbarian king replied solemnly, I will speak with the Grand Elder. You all prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, come with me to confronting Huan. We must succeed in eliminating him, or else once he grows powerful, the northern barbarian clan shall forever remain under his thumb, in a luxurious mansion somewhere within the Azure Dragon Academy. A tall man looked at the northern barbarian king, brimming with confidence as he proclaimed, Father, I have now reached the 39th stage of the heavenly martial realm, just a step away from the 40th stage. I believe it won't be long before I ascend. The northern barbarian king patted his shoulder, laughing heartily, Well done. With your talent, give me a few more years, and you will surely become a top-tier powerhouse. The young man humbly smiled, Father, you flatter me. Without your guidance, how could I have achieved my current accomplishments? The northern barbarian king replied earnestly, however. Is it truly worth mobilizing so many experts to hunt down a mere first-stage heavenly martial realm individual? The northern barbarian king sneered, "What is there not to value? Regardless of how strong he may be, you shall undoubtedly die this time, for he poses a grave threat to us, as long as he lives. We shall find no peace, he must die, and it must be by our hands." The young man, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Understood. Father, I will strive to break through to the 40th stage of the heavenly martial realm as soon as possible. The northern barbarian king nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. The young man watched his father depart, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next morning, dark clouds loomed over northern barbarian city, causing tremors throughout the city. The people of the northern barbarian clan gazed skyward, their faces heavy with foreboding. Does this herald yet another calamity brought by the northern barbarian king's son, young Master Bea? One elder speculated. The crowd nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with anxiety. Why is the northern barbarian king so fixated? Does he truly fear death? Has he not forgotten that grudge after all these years? Another elder sighed at this point. There is no need for further words. We shall leave the city tonight and head to the heavenly spirit domain, but I believe this mission will surely be accomplished. Another elder declared resolutely. The crowd gazed at the ever-thickening clouds, their hearts gripped with fear. Despite knowing the northern barbarian clan's strength, the current atmosphere left them trembling. Thunder rumbled ominously, causing everyone to freeze for a moment. Their gazes drawn to the source of the sound, filled with dread and unease. What calamity is unfolding? The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts anxious, unsure of what misfortune the young master of the northern barbarian clan would bring upon them this time. Hey, look, there are two groups fighting in the sky. Someone in the crowd shouted, suddenly attracting everyone's attention. They all looked up, their eyes wide with shock, as they beheld the bizarre spectacle above, as if fearing to miss even the slightest detail. Above the heavens, flames danced like wild serpents, swirling incessantly, resembling fiery orbs exploding in midair, their ferocity enough to instill a deep sense of dread. Oh dear, this is the most malevolent karmic fire in existence. An elderly man with white hair exclaimed, his face filled with terror. Karmic fire? What sort of strange phenomenon is this? The surrounding people exchanged puzzled glances, filled with confusion. The elder sighed deeply, explaining, this fire has suddenly descended from the heavens. Its origins unknown. Yet its danger is such that we, as cultivators, must avoid it at all costs. Karmic fire? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? I've never heard of it. Someone in the crowd scratched his head. Bewildered, another person chimed in. Could it be that some mysterious treasure is hidden within the heavens? The elder nodded, stating, it is said that in ancient times, the heavens birthed numerous spiritual treasures. They absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and over time, gave rise to this unique fire capable of incinerating all things. Legend has it that if one can control this fire, the elixirs crafted will possess the power to change fate and help one break through the bottleneck of cultivation, reaching the realm of immortality. Upon hearing this, a young girl in the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, if we can find this karmic fire, we can concoct divine elixirs to enhance our cultivation. The elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. Is there such an easy path in this world? Such divine elixirs are exceedingly rare. There are only a handful, each containing a trace of mysterious power capable of elevating a martial sovereign to new heights, transforming mortals into immortals. Such opportunities are seldom encountered, and fortune and misfortune are hard to predict. With good luck, one might obtain a single pill. With bad luck, one might lose their life in pursuit. Then let us seek out this karmic fire. With it, breaking through the Saint Realm will be just around the corner. A martial sage powerhouse declared passionately, igniting a wave of agreement among the crowd. Just then, the previously dark sky suddenly transformed, red light flashing and thunder rumbling, as countless red lightning bolts descended from the clouds like a raging dragon, carrying devastating energy, raining down like a meteor shower. Witnessing this sight, the crowd's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated, exclaiming, "Divine retribution! This is divine retribution!" The thunder roared deafeningly, as if seeking to tear apart heaven and earth. The crowd turned pale, their hearts shaken, even questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion, as they faced such bizarre celestial phenomena not once, but twice. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumbling thunder, a shadow raced across the sky like a specter, vanishing in the blink of an eye, its speed so swift that it eluded any attempt to discern its form or identity. As the shadow fled, the tempest of divine retribution gradually dissipated. Gazing towards the direction that had vanished, the crowd could not help but gasp, their hearts filled with lingering dread. It seemed that the individual had successfully evaded divine retribution and was unlikely to return. One elder posited, not necessarily. Another elder countered, This person possesses extraordinary strength, impervious even to the tribulations of heaven. Should he harbor intentions of revenge, we might find ourselves utterly defenseless." Upon hearing this, the crowd's anxiety intensified. Indeed, if such a master truly sought vengeance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do not panic. The elder who had spoken first reassured the assembly. His ability to endure the heavenly tribulation signifies a reverence for life and death. He is unlikely to take reckless risks. We merely need to prepare ourselves and await his next move. With this thought, though the crowd was unsettled, they could only silently pray, hoping that the enigmatic figure would not return and that this turmoil would soon subside. The elders, upon hearing their colleagues' words, could not help but shake their heads in resignation at that moment. They could only hope that the mysterious individual would refrain from appearing at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, even if they could escape this calamity, they would face an insufferable disaster. Just then, a youthful voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, what exactly is this heavenly punishment triggered by the miraculous elixirs you mentioned?" The boy was none other than Lin Feng, his bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. One elder responded, "Well, this is something I have only heard through the grapevine, so the specifics are unclear. However, it is said that whenever a disciple of the alchemy sect successfully concocts a potion, it attracts this terrifying heavenly punishment. Should the alchemists be disturbed by this punishment while refining their elixirs, they may suffer severe injuries or, in the worst-case scenario, be unable to escape their doom. Even more frightening is that this punishment seems endless. It will not cease until a certain objective is achieved." Having said this, the elder rose to depart, clearly to attend to other matters. Listening to this description, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, they had destroyed the alchemy furnace earlier. Otherwise, they might have become victims of the heavenly punishment. As the elders departed one by one, he too stepped outside, surmising that they were preparing for the impending retribution. Once the heavenly punishment dissipated, the people in the vicinity gradually opened their eyes, gazing up at the lingering purple lightning in the sky, their faces betraying a mix of fear and confusion. Someone trembled and asked, "Why were we not all annihilated by this punishment?" Another martial artist chimed in, "Is this punishment specifically targeting alchemists? Can they not endure tribulations like us? Why are we singled out?" Amidst the crowd, an elder spoke slowly. "Regarding this matter, I have only heard vague mentions from my master, but I do not fully comprehend it. It is said that once we disciples become tainted by the power of heavenly punishment, we will transform into demons, plunging into an abyss of eternal suffering. This revelation, gasps of shock erupted from those around, as they had never considered that such a cruel truth lay behind the heavenly punishment. The elders' expressions darkened. Although they had witnessed many heavenly punishments, they had never heard of the notion of demons. They vaguely suspected that the current heavenly punishment was not ordinary, but rather an exceedingly dreadful curse. How could such a terrifying curse exist in the world? And who was responsible for it? The crowd buzzed with discussions, a mixture of fear and anger swirling among them. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the air, and everyone looked up to see a colossal bolt of heavenly punishment hurtling swiftly towards them, its might instilling terror. The crowd immediately recoiled several thousand meters, their faces a mask of vigilance as they stared at the impending lightning. With a resounding crash, the bolt of heavenly punishment struck the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. Witnessing this scene, the elders were drenched in cold sweat, their faces reflecting sheer horror, clearly shaken by the overwhelming power of this punishment. Unsure of how to defend against it, soon after, more bolts of heavenly punishment followed in rapid succession, each carrying an aura of destruction that bore down upon the crowd. Panic ensued as people cried out, "Run!" Under the threat of the thunder, the crowd scattered in chaos, and Lin Feng followed suit. As he ran, he remarked, "This truly is a gathering place for alchemists. There are so many participants. An elder beside him explained. Indeed, whether they are master alchemists, artifact masters, or formidable warriors at the King of Martial Realm, even those at the Martial Sovereign Realm, they all come here to compete in the alchemy tournament, as they require elixirs and materials to enhance their cultivation. However, I have heard that long ago, Alchemy City was merely a small town. It only grew into its current scale as the influence of the master alchemist expanded." Lin Feng nodded slightly, his pace unwavering as he continued to merge into the fleeing throng. Before long, Lin Feng observed that people were fleeing in a state of disarray. He refrained from intervening in the chaotic scene, understanding that this was not the moment to stir up trouble. Maintaining a low profile was the wisest course of action to avoid unnecessary complications. The elders, realizing that Lin Feng permitted their escape, felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Yet they also understood that this would surely leave traces within the city. The power of heavenly punishment was formidable and would not relent easily. They needed to find a concealed place to shred their garments, ensuring that their clean and tidy attire would not expose their identities. If recognized, the consequences would be dire. Just as they had barely withdrawn, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a gathering of individuals at a nearby tavern. It turned out that they sought refuge there. Lin Feng quickly grasped the situation and entered the tavern. Finding a corner to sit and await their appearance, knowing that if he missed this opportunity, tracking their whereabouts would not be easy. Before long, a group of young men clad in white robes adorned with golden alchemical patterns entered in succession. Each one handsome and tall, aged between 20 and 30, all exuding a powerful aura indicative of their peak cultivation at the martial emperor level. This sight left Lin Feng in silent admiration. At that moment, a middle-aged innkeeper approached with a beaming smile, respectfully saying, "Greetings, esteemed masters. Our humble establishment has just received a new batch of goods today. If any of you have items of interest, please feel free to select." From the crowd, an unremarkable elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, inquired, "What is the current stock of elixirs in your establishment?" The innkeeper promptly replied, "We currently have 2 heavenly gang pills, 2 9 transformation yuan gang pills, and a total of 109 transformation yuan gang pills, priced at 41,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback by the staggering amount. Even a single 9 transformation yuan gang pill was equivalent to hundreds of low-grade divine crystals. And to purchase such a large quantity at once was beyond the means of ordinary individuals, let alone the 100 pills offered. The crowd was left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The 9 transformation yuan gang pill was exceptionally precious, and even they could not afford it. The expressions of the master alchemist shifted dramatically, clearly displeased with the quoted price point. One among them demanded sternly, "Are you attempting to deceive us?" The innkeeper, however, laughed heartily, surveying the room with ease, and replied, "Have all of you heard correctly? Yes, indeed, this is 109 transformation yuan gang pills, 100 in total." Though the crowd knew the value of the pills was exorbitant. Facing such bountiful wealth, none were willing to let the opportunity slip away easily. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Since they were eager to purchase at a high price, he was more than happy to oblige. Though he possessed thousands of 9 transformation yuan gang pills and could not satisfy everyone's demands, since everyone is so agreeable, I shall not be modest. Here are 1,009 transformation yuan gang pills. I hope everyone finds what they seek. All of you hail from esteemed alchemical families and know that none but us are worthy to tread this ground. As the innkeeper spoke, he began retrieving a large quantity of spirit stones from his storage ring, deliberately tossing them onto the ground, causing them to scatter, revealing his greedy nature. An elder over 70 years old scoffed and indignantly admonished, "Having reached a consensus, let us proceed with the transaction. Your behavior resembles that of a bandit." "It is truly shameless." The innkeeper merely chuckled, responding slyly, "The transaction is mutually agreed upon. Where is the robbery in that? If you find the spirit stones unsatisfactory, you may exchange them for other items." The elder slammed his hand on the table in outrage. "Your despicable actions are nothing short of robbery. You are committing a crime. If you do not return the spirit stones, it is an affront to us." Feigning innocence, the innkeeper retorted, "How have I become a bandit? Transactions are a matter of principle. Can this alchemy city truly tolerate open robbery by outsiders? If not, what purpose does Alchemy City serve? It would be better to close its doors for good. Look at you. You are not lacking in spirit stones, yet you claim I am robbing you. What a farce." The crowd was taken aback by the middle-aged man's words, exchanging glances, rendered speechless. Indeed, if Alchemy City truly prohibited all forms of plunder, how could it have endured for so long? Moreover, they were not in dire need of spirit stones. Had they genuinely lacked funds, they could have sought other secular families instead of flocking to Alchemy City. Since everyone has reached a consensus on the transaction, let us not dawdle. I will pack your items into your storage rings. The middle-aged man surveyed the crowd, a broad smile on his face as he announced, "Wait. I believe these items should not be handed over lightly. They must first be inspected." Another master alchemist interjected, viewing these items as personal property. If they were taken away by the other party, they would be left helpless, thus firmly opposing the release. The rules are set by us. Anyone who dares to disrupt them should not blame us for being unfriendly." The middle-aged man retorted with a cold laugh, exuding an air of arrogance. Faced with his insolence, the master alchemist burned with fury, insisting on witnessing his capabilities. The middle-aged man said no more. Instead, he waved his hand to set up a formation, instantly enveloping all the items. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that this person's mastery of formation surpassed his own, stirring curiosity about his identity. "Who exactly are you?" Surrounded by inquiring onlookers, They found it hard to believe that the person before them could so effortlessly acquire such a multitude of spirit stones. While you may find me unfamiliar, I trust the name Lin Yun rings a bell. I am indeed a contestant in this alchemist king competition. The middle-aged man, beaming with a smile, surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Oh, it is you, Lin Yun. But to say we are robbers, is that not the talk of a scoundrel? You claim to be Lin Yun, but what proof do you possess? Why should we trust you? A venerable elder in the crowd questioned sternly, fully aware that this individual was far from ordinary. If they did not ascertain his true identity, they could well be courting disaster. Proof, of course, exists. My father is the former alchemist emperor, Lin Feng, and I have attained the pinnacle of the virtual refinement stage. Should any of you harbor doubts, I would not mind demonstrating a fraction of my prowess, allowing you to witness the disparity in our abilities. Surely you would then believe me to be the offspring of Lin Feng. The middle-aged man responded with poise. The elder was taken aback upon hearing this revelation, realizing that this man was indeed the son of Lin Feng, which explained his exceptional cultivation. For the alchemist city, while these items were undeniably significant, they had no desire to provoke Lin Feng, for the consequences could be dire. Since you are a descendant of the alchemist city, first assist us in properly handling these items. As for these individuals, there is no need to take them away. The alchemist city shall manage it. This minor issue is within my capabilities, the elder stated solemnly. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, although he was reluctant to escalate the situation too much. He considered the importance of the alchemist king competition to the reputation of the alchemist city and knew it could not afford any missteps. He decisively declared, in that case, I shall immediately deliver the items to your esteemed sect. Rest assured, should anyone dare to bully you, I will be the first to step forward and teach them a lesson. The elder's expression darkened. Although he could not immediately verify the truth, he was convinced that this man was indeed Lin Yun's son. If the alchemist city were to falter in this matter, not only would their reputation be tarnished, but his son would also face retribution from various factions. Reluctantly, he could only clasp his hands and say, Very well, then, I shall trouble you. The disciples of the alchemist tower, witnessing the unfolding events, gradually retreated. They understood that remaining would only exacerbate the middle-aged man's dissatisfaction. As members of the alchemist city, they were unwilling to create further discord at this moment. Thus they each returned to the alchemist tower. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Feng's gaze settled upon Lin Yun, who had unexpectedly encountered a familiar face during this competition. What truly astonished him was that the middle-aged man before him was, in fact, the heir of the alchemist palace. Years ago, Lin Feng's grandfather had served as an elder in the alchemist palace, though he was merely an ordinary elder. The very fact that he held such a position indicated that his grandfather was no ordinary figure. Consequently, it stood to reason that this middle-aged man's grandfather must also be a person of considerable stature. At this moment, Lin Feng could not help but sigh inwardly, acknowledging that his luck was rather fortuitous. Just then, the middle-aged man smiled and inquired, You must be Lin Yun, my dear nephew. Although they had never met, the middle-aged man's curiosity was piqued, and he seized the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. To his surprise, Lin Yun, despite his youth, already exuded an extraordinary aura, which further reassured the middle-aged man that there was no need for concern. Indeed, I am Lin Yun. May I ask who you are? Lin Yun responded with a smile, having already surmised the man's identity from the term nephew. I am Lin Yun, the heir of the alchemist palace. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Regardless of time or place, I shall represent the alchemist palace to ensure justice is served, Lin Yun said, his gaze softening as he looked at Lin Feng. Although he was still unclear about the reason for his uncle's sudden summons back to the alchemist city, he understood that he must comply with the request without overthinking it. Well then, I must take my leave. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises, Lin Yun remarked calmly, recognizing that it was not the time for prolonged entanglement. As his uncle had requested his return to the alchemist city, very well, I shall certainly pay you a visit in the future. The middle-aged man, beaming with a smile, clasped his hands in farewell. Aware that individuals like Lin Yun should never be trifled with lightly, Lin Yun nodded slightly. Just as he was about to step into the spatial teleportation array to depart, he sensed the middle-aged man's gaze firmly fixed upon him, prompting him to ask in perplexity, What is it? Is there something else? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Haha, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to confirm whether you had ever harmed my uncle in the past. The middle-aged man asked with a grin, fully aware of the animosity between his uncle and Lin Yun, which had led to the current predicament. If not for this, he would not have discovered that Lin Yun possessed such astonishing soul power. Indeed, I did act against him back then. Is there a problem? Lin Yun replied candidly, showing no signs of evasion. Well, How refreshing. Since you admit it, I shall not say more. Today, you must accompany me. Should you resist? I am surrounded by experts, and a direct confrontation would only bring you misfortune. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, fully cognizant of Lin Yun's proud demeanor, thus deliberately intensifying his words to provoke a challenge. Oh, is that so? Then feel free to try. Do not say I am taking advantage of my seniority. Lin Yun is not someone to be trifled with. I advise you to think twice before acting rashly. For the alchemist city will pay dearly for it, Lin Yun retorted coldly, displaying his domineering nature towards such individuals. Quite the bravado. We shall see who prevails. The outcome remains uncertain. I warn you, should you wish to leave now. I will not impede you. However, I must reiterate, the alchemist palace is filled with powerful individuals, and it would be wise for you to return to the alchemist city obediently. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The middle-aged man scoffed, his eyes flashing with a hint of provocation as he watched Lin Yun turn to leave. Once Lin Yun's figure had vanished, another middle-aged man hurriedly approached the first. Questioning, Master, why did you not intervene to stop Lin Yun? Are you intentionally allowing him to escape? He found it intolerable to hear Lin Yun's arrogant words, believing that had he been in the same position, he would not have permitted such humiliation. In response, the first middle-aged man merely chuckled mockingly and shook his head before turning to depart, casting one last challenging glance in Lin Yun's direction as he left. Hey, you young fool, how dare you speak so presumptuously to Lin Yun? If you continue to babble nonsense, you'd best scram far away and not delay my important matters. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exploded with fury. Reprimanding the young man, the youth shrank back, furrowing his brow, bowing his head and retreating to the side, not daring to utter a sound. In the alchemist city, Lin Yun was indeed a notorious figure. Anyone who dared to insult him would swiftly find themselves subdued without mercy. His methods were ruthless, and he showed no hesitation in such matters. At this moment, Lin Yun remained oblivious to the fact that his words had nearly enraged the middle-aged man. He strolled leisurely into a secluded area. Chapter 39. Unbelievable, he keenly sensed three formidable auras rapidly approaching, clearly having detected Lin Yun's presence and hastily making their way toward him. Each of these three individuals had reached the 6th level of alchemist cultivation, a level of prowess that was already considered elite within the alchemist city. In the broader world, few could attain such a level, aside from the elder and the esteemed Lord Xing of the alchemist palace. Let me find that scoundrel who dared to kill my son. An elderly woman, accompanied by 4 or 5 alchemists, approached Lin Yun, her voice sharp and commanding. She was the matriarch of the alchemist palace, responsible for the upbringing of the family's younger generation. Matriarch, I anticipated your personal arrival. May I inquire what brings you here today? Lin Yun maintained a calm demeanor, having foreseen this encounter and prepared accordingly. The middle-aged man who had been reprimanded earlier stepped forward and addressed Lin Yun. Though our alchemist city may be small, we cannot tolerate anyone who brazenly insults us, let alone kill my son. We have come today to seek justice for my son. Seek justice? Lin Yun scoffed upon hearing this. Viewing these individuals as mere clowns unworthy of his time, he proceeded directly toward the city gate. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, coldly remarked, How dare you disregard my words? Do you not fear that I could turn you into a pig's head with a single punch? Upon hearing this provocation, Lin Yun halted, responding indifferently, Oh, then by all means, give it a try. I am quite curious to see if you can truly turn me into a pig's head. The middle-aged man, infuriated, chuckled mockingly as he raised his hand to strike at Lin Yun with a fierce blow. However, his attack was effortlessly deflected by Lin Yun, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. As a 6th-level alchemist, how could he be so easily thwarted by a mere 2nd-level alchemist? Lin Yun, having lost all patience with this man, coldly declared, Weren't you quite capable? Yet before me, you remain utterly insignificant. Remember, I could easily crush you if you dare to continue your antics in my presence. Your life will be in jeopardy. Today, I not only seek retribution for your son's death, but I also warn you, Alchemist City, to cease provoking me. The middle-aged man was left speechless by Lin Yun's overwhelming force, his expression dark and filled with resentment as he retorted, Such arrogance, since you were so intent on courting death. Allow me to show you what a true powerhouse is. Before he could finish speaking, he leaped into the air, pouncing toward Lin Yun like a ferocious beast. Facing this sudden assault, Lin Yun did not evade but instead raised his hand to meet the attack. His palm glimmered with golden light, appearing unremarkable, yet it harbored terrifying energy fluctuations that could obliterate the opponent upon impact. The middle-aged man was caught off guard by Lin Yun's strike, hastily raising his sword to defend. The golden light collided with the blade, a tremendous force surged through, causing him excruciating pain in his hands as he was sent flying backward. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the middle-aged man stared incredulously at Lin Yun. Unable to comprehend how his full-force attack had been so easily repelled by a mere second-level alchemist, Lin Yun's expression remained impassive as he stated, "I warned you, the alchemist city is nothing before me. It would be prudent for you to obey and not provoke me further. Otherwise, I will ensure that your entire alchemist city vanishes. Do you truly believe yourself to be an alchemist, elevated above the masses? You ought to reflect upon your conscience. In our Dan city, you are but an inconspicuous passerby. I advise you to be wise and follow my lead promptly, lest you remain here, a source of embarrassment. Should you return to Dan city, I assure you, I will make your existence a torment and your demise a disgrace." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, responding with derision. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow in response. "Your tongue is quite defiant. Yet you speak of my life being a torment and my death a disgrace. What gives you the audacity to consider yourself formidable?" The middle-aged man, brimming with arrogance and looking down his nose, retorted, "In Dan city, aside from my father, who dares to provoke me, yet you have the gall to lay a hand upon me. You shall pay dearly for this. Today, I shall capture you and present you to my father, so he may rend you to shreds with his own hands." Lin Yun chuckled coldly. "Just because your father is the lord of Dan city, do you think I would fear him? What a joke." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man erupted with fury. "You insolent brat, how dare you speak so disrespectfully of my father? You must be tired of living." Lin Yun's gaze darkened, his voice icy. "Let me reiterate. Your father means nothing to me. Should you utter another word, I will make you vanish from Dan city in an instant." As the words left his mouth, a chilling aura surged forth, a formidable malevolence enveloping the surroundings. The middle-aged man, taken aback by this sudden wave of dread, found his breath caught in his throat, his heart racing in terror. How could a second-tier alchemist exude such a terrifying aura? This was clearly the power of a third-tier alchemist. Could this young man before him possibly be a third-tier alchemist? How audacious, to act so brazenly before my very eyes. Today, I shall show you my might. With his face darkened by rage, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his fury. To him, Lin Yun's arrogance was an affront, a clear dismissal of his authority, and thus he felt no need for restraint. With a cold smile playing on his lips, Lin Yun decided not to waste any more words on this fool. He recognized that the man had been blinded by anger, and his strength, at the spirit realm, posed a significant threat. In the face of provocation, Lin Yun felt no obligation to hold back. In an instant, a swirling mass of black flames engulfed the middle-aged man. Lin Yun cast a frigid glance at the figure within the flames and stated coldly, "I have already proclaimed myself a second-tier alchemist. To me, you are nothing more than an ant. Now, since you dare to be so arrogant, let the underworld teach you a lesson." As his words faded, the flames erupted violently, and the middle-aged man was obliterated in an instant. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. How could the middle-aged man, once formidable, be so easily extinguished by a mere burst of black flame? His mother and sister were consumed by terror, for the power of that black flame was beyond the physical realm, effortlessly claiming the life of their kin, instilling a newfound awe for Lin Yun within their hearts. All gazes turned to Lin Yun, who had dispatched his foe with such ease, and they collectively inhaled sharply. To think such a young man could annihilate a 6-star demon emperor with a single strike. His power was simply otherworldly. Long Hao stood beside Lin Yun, starry-eyed. "Boss, you're incredible. You took down a 6-star demon emperor in one move. That's terrifying. This guy has been hiding his true strength." Lin Yun smiled slightly. "We can't entirely blame him. His misfortune was crossing paths with me. Typically, I might not dispatch such small fry so effortlessly. But since he chose to flaunt himself before me today, he had to be thoroughly eradicated." Long Hao nodded vigorously. "Exactly. That fellow deserved it for trying to act tough in front of the boss. He brought this upon himself." Lin Yun shook his head gently, retrieving the middle-aged man's spatial ring and pocketing it, then said to Long Hao, "Let us depart." As Lin Yun spoke calmly, Long Hao hurriedly agreed. Just as they were about to turn away, several middle-aged men and women approached briskly, each possessing a mastery of spiritual arts. Their eyes reflected astonishment as they regarded Lin Yun. After all, in their understanding, there were no second-tier alchemists as young as he appeared to be. Moreover, they had just witnessed him dispatch their fellow disciple with a mere flick of his wrist. "Who might you be?" inquired one middle-aged man, his tone steady as he confronted Lin Yun. Faced with this group of formidable individuals, Lin Yun silently rejoiced. Had it been anyone else, they would likely struggle to withstand such pressure. He realized that his recent actions had undoubtedly brought great humiliation to Dan City. Contemplating this, Lin Yun smirked coldly and replied indifferently, "Oh, if you are the elder of Dan City, then I shall have the privilege of witnessing your capabilities." His words dripped with confidence, as if he held all the cards. Yet the middle-aged man scoffed. You truly possess a brazen spirit. Knowing our power, you still dare to provoke us, unfazed by the taunts. Lin Yun understood that these individuals had come to pick a fight, and he felt no need for courtesy. He smiled slightly, responding nonchalantly. Then allow me to see what you call strength. Utterly arrogant, completely unaware of your own insignificance, the middle-aged man fumed, launching the first attack against Lin Yun. Quick as lightning, Lin Yun executed a sweeping kick, golden light erupting from his foot as it transformed into a streak of brilliance. Hurtling towards his opponent with blinding speed, the middle-aged man, instead of evading, charged forward with a fierce countenance, seemingly intent on shattering Lin Yun's leg with a punch. Lin Yun snorted coldly, planting his foot heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, the air itself quaking in response. With the force of his kick, the ground fractured, revealing a terrifying chasm that stretched for thousands of meters before the middle-aged man. His expression shifted dramatically as panic set in. He hastily retreated, but it was too late. The chasm closed in on him, a tremendous force ensnaring him like quicksand, rendering him immobile. In that moment, he truly grasped Lin Yun's formidable power and the terror it inspired. It became apparent that Lin Yun was not only a genius at the ninth layer of the spirit realm, but also wielded astonishing combat prowess. That last maneuver was beyond comprehension. Something no ordinary spirit king could execute. Disaster! We must flee! The middle-aged man screamed in terror, desperately attempting to escape. However, Lin Yun had anticipated this very reaction. With a mere thought, he locked on to his opponent, then unleashed a terrifying force that surged skyward, erupting in an explosive display. A powerful shockwave consumed the middle-aged man, and in an instant, he was obliterated by Lin Yun's strike. Witnessing this, the remaining middle-aged individuals were filled with dread. They had never imagined Lin Yun could be so potent. A figure of such strength was beyond their capacity to confront. At this moment, they regretted ever provoking him. Lin Yun regarded them with a charmingly sinister smile, slowly proclaiming, "Did you not say I was arrogant? What can you do about it? Is it wrong for me to be bold? Let me tell you, the people of Dan City are all cut from the same cloth. They rely on their status and power to provoke others at will. But what is the outcome? Is your fate any better? You too shall be dealt with." The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The leading middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage, ground his teeth and declared, "You dare to slay a disciple of Dan City? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Are you not afraid of Dan City's retribution?" Lin Yun, upon hearing this, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Retribution? What does that even mean? I have taken far more lives than his. His gaze sharpened as he continued, "Let me make this clear. I fear no one, nor any force of retribution, including Dan City. Should anyone dare to act against me, they should be prepared to face my wrath.